Chapter 98 Saxon Spell Conundrum. Enemy attack. It's magic crystal cannons. How can the Saxons use magic crystal cannons? Scatter. Quickly scatter. The surviving Britannia soldiers were completely thrown into disarray. They scattered in terror, no longer caring about their attack formation. Colonel Lionel, the commanding officer, watched dumbfounded from the rear. His warhorse was startled, reared up, and threw him directly to the ground. This is impossible. He shrieked, Saxon spellcasters have never appeared on the front lines. This is impossible. However, reality told the colonel that just because it hadn't happened before, didn't mean it wasn't happening now. On the castle's watchtower, Morin calmly issued firing commands via telephone. Team 2, I've completed the guidance. Fire immediately after loading. Team 3. Under his allocation, the 6 magic crystal cannons were divided into 2 groups of 2, precisely targeting the 2 battalions of the Warwickshire Regiment. Another 4 magic crystal fragmentation shells rained down, creating 2 empty spaces in the Britannia formation. As miserable as the 1st Company was on the high ground outside Seville, these 2 Britannia infantry battalions were just as miserable now. On the hillside, blood seeped into the earth, forming large, interconnected patches of dark red, creating a scroll painting of a living hell. With just one volley, the 2 Britannia battalions completely collapsed. Colonel Lionel stared blankly at the hellish scene before him, his mind empty. He couldn't understand why the Saxons could use the Empire's magic crystal cannons so skillfully. And the accuracy of the bombardment was as high as their own. Did they also have spellcasters guiding them? While he was still in a daze, another persistently life-urging, sound rang out from the town's defensive positions. Da-da-da-da. These were the 2 MG-08 heavy machine guns reinforced for the 1st Company, and the 2 Vickers heavy machine guns they had captured within the town. Under the command of Company Sergeant Major Kloss, they were quickly moved to the top of the gentle slope and began suppressing the remaining enemies on the hillside with firepower. Bullets rained down on the fleeing Britannia soldiers. Soldiers who had just survived the bombardment ran straight into the machine gun fire, and a large number of them fell again. They no longer had any thoughts of attacking, only regretting that their parents hadn't given them 2 more legs, scrambling to escape in the direction they had come from. At the same time, the 2nd Company and 3rd Company, which had already passed through the town but had remained inactive, also launched a countercharge under the leadership of their respective company commanders. Saxon soldiers, with bayonets fixed on their rifles, rushed out from the edge of the town and charged down the gentle slope. This counterattack became the straw that broke the camel's back. The already demoralized Britannia soldiers, facing the Saxon bayonet charge, could no longer organize any effective resistance. Their only thought was to escape. A counterattack was forcibly turned into a gruesome pursuit. In the end, the 2 battalions of the Warwickshire Regiment only managed to disengage from the battlefield after abandoning more than half of their dead, retreating in disarray to their starting positions. After this battle, they wouldn't be able to organize any effective attacks for a short period. And the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria, from a precarious forward stronghold, conversely became an impregnable strongpoint for the Saxons on this front line. Upon receiving the news, the 32nd Regiment headquarters, as well as several other infantry battalions, also began to converge on the town, preparing to use it as a base to continue advancing in the northwest direction. After the battle, Morin descended from the castle. His mind was filled with thoughts about magic crystal cannons. The power is indeed great, and it's ridiculously easy to guide, but this big, clumsy thing has terrible mobility. Only a lunatic would bring a 42-ton thing into a field battle. He took out the small notebook he carried with him and began to write and draw in it. According to the guidance just now, it can be known that the Britannia have already made adaptations, and any spellcaster can guide it. What if multiple spellcasters guide it at the same time? How do you differentiate them? Morin wrote this sentence, then crossed it out, as this was not a normal situation after all. If it could be made lighter, even at the cost of some range and power, into a large caliber mortar that infantry could carry. Or, combine its magic technology firing technology with traditional gunpowder technology, to be used as a range extension method. One fantastical idea after another kept popping into his mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the technology of the magic crystal cannon should not be used on such clumsy things. Only the Britannia could use this technology on such clumsy mortars. Just as Morin was immersed in his own world, writing furiously, the roar of a car engine approached from afar. A military convertible car, painted in field grey, drove straight into the town's central square, escorted by a cavalry squad. This abstract and period-specific scene also caught Morin's eye. The car door opened, and a major officer, wearing the armband of the Crown Prince's aide-de-camp, stepped out of the car. He walked directly in front of Morin, who was recording his ideas, and gave a sharp salute. Lieutenant Friedrich Mulling. That's me. Morin closed his notebook, looking at the other party with some confusion. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wishes to see you in person. The officer's tone was very respectful. Please return to the forward command with me immediately. The Crown Prince wants to see me? Hearing the officer's words, Morin immediately knew who the Teutonic Order Special Detachment and the Royal Guards in the rear were protecting. It seemed that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had also come to the front line, but he didn't expect that as soon as the battle ended, someone would be sent to find him directly. He looked back at Kloss, who was directing the troops, and loudly instructed, Kloss. Have the company rest up quickly. Eat if you need to eat. I'll be right back. Yes, company commander. Kloss responded from a distance. Morin no longer delayed and got into the convertible car. The car started and slowly drove away from the town, where the smoke of battle had not yet dissipated. On the way back to the rear, Morin saw an even more spectacular sight. The 9th Infantry Division, as a reserve force, was a massive marching column rolling forward along the road. Rows of Saxon soldiers in grey uniforms marched in neat steps towards the front line. On their sides were draft horses pulling cannons, wagons transporting supplies, and occasionally passing officers' vehicles. According to Morin's memories and the information about the Saxon Army's organization in the Systems Information tab, a standard army-level unit in the Saxon Army at this time should have 2 divisions. But for this expedition to the Kingdom of Aragon, each army was reinforced with a 3rd division. The 7th, 8th, and 9th Infantry Divisions, where he was currently, together formed the 2nd Army of the Saxon Empire Expeditionary Force, which was also a temporary combat organization. General Mackensen currently commanded 4 such armies, totaling 12 divisions, plus some reinforced cavalry and artillery units. From the scale of the forces alone, the Saxon Empire's intervention in the Aragon Civil War this time was not actually too great. In Morin's opinion, this also indirectly proved one thing. The high-ranking officials of the Saxon Empire, especially the Emperor himself, seemed to retain a last shred of sanity and had no intention of infinitely escalating this war. Their ultimate goal might still be to force the Britannia to return to the negotiating table by gaining an advantage on the battlefield, to resolve the issue in a way more favorable to Saxon. And the Britannia were probably not much different. This was also a common problem of the tried and tested imperialist warriors of this era. Always wanting to gain an advantage on the battlefield and then reap benefits at the negotiating table, they often underestimated the risk of the war spiraling out of control. The car sped along. Of course, the speed was not fast. After driving a few kilometers to the rear, it brought Morin to the command post set up in the rear. This was originally a farm, which had now been temporarily requisitioned as the Expeditionary Forces Forward Command Post. It was full of busy staff officers and orderlies coming and going. Upon entering the command post, one could feel a tense and efficient atmosphere. Led by the accompanying officer, Morin walked into a spacious room. There were only 2 people in the room. The Crown Prince and General Mackensen. Lieutenant Morin, we meet again. Crown Prince George smiled and spoke first, his voice very gentle. Your Royal Highness, General. Morin quickly snapped to attention and saluted. No need for formalities, please sit. George pointed to a nearby chair. Morin sat down somewhat stiffly, wondering what they wanted to see him about. Your performance today, General Mackensen and I both saw from the observation balloon. The Crown Prince's face showed undisguised approval. You fought very well. Especially when breaking through the enemy's lines, it was much faster than we imagined. George smiled, then his tone changed, and his expression became serious. However, the main reason I invited you today is to ask a most important question. He paused, looked into Morin's eyes, and asked word by word. Can the tactics you used today be replicated and widely promoted throughout the army? Morin pondered his words, then cautiously replied. Your Royal Highness, infantry tactical skills, such as earthworks, squad cooperation, assault squad infiltration, etc., can all be mastered through rigorous training. Given enough time and qualified instructors, theoretically, any infantry unit can learn them. Lieutenant Morin, but according to our observations, the spells you used played a crucial role in breaking through the enemy's lines. General Mackensen, who had been silent, finally spoke. Without your spells as cover and support, your assault squad would not have been able to tear through the enemy's lines so easily, nor would they have been able to penetrate so deeply with such minimal casualties. Your troops would have suffered far greater losses than they did. General Mackensen's words hit the nail on the head, pointing out the crux of the problem. Morin could not refute him. Whether it was the smoke screen created by phantom steps or the protection provided by mage armor and shield spell, these were the fundamental reasons he was able to achieve brilliant results with minimal cost. General, can't we really select a batch of low-level spellcasters from within the country and have them join the army to participate in frontline combat? Morin couldn't help but ask. Hearing Morin's question, Crown Prince George and Mackensen exchanged glances, both showing a complex expression. Issuing a mandatory order, of course, is not a problem. George sighed. But that would be equivalent to us forcing a group of top scholars to put down their research projects and then pick up rifles to go to the battlefield. Morin was not surprised by the Crown Prince's words, because this was precisely the spell conundrum that the Saxon Empire currently faced. Previously, the Intelligence tab had actually updated information about the Saxon Empire's spellcasters. Current number of spellcasters in the Saxon Empire, 392 people. Spellcasters of 3 circles and below account for 92%, spellcasters of 4 to 6 circles account for 7%, spellcasters of 7 circles and above account for 1%. Some spellcasters have not chosen a school specialization, so the proportion of schools cannot be obtained temporarily. If the small number and scarcity of high-level spellcasters were merely superficial problems, the deeper reason was the Saxon Empire's internal positioning of spellcasters. From the day they awakened as spellcasters, the current spellcasters of the Saxon Empire have almost always been engaged in various fusion research work on magic technology and brilliant crystal technology in major research institutes and higher education institutions in the rear. Because after becoming spellcasters, their intelligence and learning abilities would be greatly enhanced. From a certain perspective, they were born researchers. It was precisely these less than 400 people who, with their extraordinary wisdom, propelled the rapid development of the entire Saxon Empire in the field of magic technology. Hybrid armored knights, armored airships, and imitation magic technology equipment. These technologies were all slowly climbed by these academic spellcasters. This was a completely different development direction for spellcasters, but it was indeed the path suitable for the Saxon Empire. After all, you couldn't let these low-circle spellcasters go to the battlefield and clash with the Britannia's Highland mages. Under these circumstances, the Saxon Empire also successfully achieved the integration of magic technology and brilliant crystal industrial technology, embarking on a technological path completely different from Britannia. It could be said that these people were equivalent to the top experts and national treasure scientists in various scientific fields in the world before Mohren's transmigration. Their social status within the Saxon Empire was extremely high, and they were highly respected. Under these circumstances, wanting them to abandon their comfortable research environment and run to the front lines to fight deadly urban warfare. That indeed presented a tiny bit of small trouble. I understand. Mohren nodded, his expression becoming incredibly solemn. He suddenly stood up and, with a gaze so firm it seemed he was about to join the party, said to the two of them. Your Royal Highness. General. I, Friedrich Mohlen, am willing to dedicate everything to the Empire. I request to immediately return to the country to contribute to the Saxon Empire's magic technology research. George, ... Mackensen, ... Chapter 99, Mackensen's Offensive. General, you're quite a good judge of character. Crown Prince George said. All right, Mohren, you brat, stop daydreaming here. Mackensen waved his hand, annoyed. When Mohren suddenly stood up just now, he had a bad feeling. Have you studied magic technology research? You're just spouting nonsense and making assumptions. Mohren immediately grew anxious, but General, that shaped charge armor-piercing round was developed by me. Mackensen, oh, last time you told me you discovered it by accident. How did it become something you developed now? The Crown Prince smiled and said, Lieutenant Mohren, don't get agitated. We just feel that compared to a researcher sitting in a laboratory, you might be more suited to be a warrior charging on the front lines. Now that we finally have a battle mage who can fight on the front lines and perform so well, we hope you can accumulate more experience. That way, I can also promote the establishment of the assault squad in the future. The establishment of the assault squad. Your Highness, do you mean it's already decided? Mohren asked softly. Ha 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 ha, General Mackensen originally hoped I wouldn't tell you, fearing you'd become arrogant. Upon hearing this, Mohren immediately glanced at General Mackensen. Then he was glared back at with a sharp look by the latter. And Crown Prince George laughed heartily, saying, but I always feel that if I don't give you some incentive, this new star will be disheartened. Mohren, Your Highness, actually, I'm not that kind of person. The Crown Prince laughed twice more, then stepped forward and patted Mohren on the shoulder. I've decided that once the situation in the Aragon Kingdom becomes clearer, I will transfer you back home to establish a training-oriented assault squad. It will have a battalion-level organization, be subordinate to the Saxon Royal Guard. You can choose the core personnel yourself, and don't hesitate to ask for equipment and supplies. As long as it's reasonable, I will find a way to satisfy it. Oh, by the way. The Crown Prince seemed to recall something, paused, and continued. I already know about your development of the shaped charge armor-piercing round in Seville. After you return, I will have the Imperial Patent Office seriously address your invention to ensure your rights are protected. Your Highness, do you mean I won't have to sue the Imperial Patent Office over the confidential patent compensation amount? Mohren specifically emphasized confidential patent compensation amount, as he was a meticulous person. The Crown Prince was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Mohren to be so detailed, but he still shook his head and said with a smile. General Mackensen was indeed right. Don't worry, Lieutenant Mohren, you will definitely receive a compensation amount that satisfies you. Mackensen, on the other side, couldn't help but speak up at this point, fearing Mohren would continue to say something outrageous. Mohren, you brat are only creative on the battlefield. I hope you don't resent me for keeping you on the front lines, because I know very well that if I let you go back and get the money, within 3 days, you'd book out the taverns and theaters you frequent in Dresden. With the Crown Prince and Mackensen speaking in unison, Mohren was left speechless. He finally understood that the two of them had sought him out today, on the one hand, to discuss new tactical issues, and on the other hand, especially General Mackensen also wanted to completely cut off his desire to return to the rear for enjoyment. Well, at least don't think about going back for now. All right, Your Highness, General, I obey orders. Very good. Mackensen nodded in satisfaction. After the meeting concluded, Mohren planned to hitch a ride back to the town. Before he left, Mackensen called out to him. You brat, does the unit need anything else? While His Highness is here, quickly ask. Mohren's eyes lit up, an opportunity had arrived. Then I won't be polite. When a truck stopped at the temporary encampment of Company 1, and the canvas cover of the cargo bed was pulled back, the surrounding soldiers gasped in surprise. My goodness! So many more artillery P08 pistols. And drum magazines. So many. Look. There are even MG08 heavy machine guns. The truck was piled high with weapons and equipment Mohren had brought back from division headquarters. Over 30 artillery P08 pistols, their blued barrels gleaming enticingly in the sunlight. Beside them were several full wooden crates, packed with 9mm pistol rounds and 32-round drum magazines to match the guns. In addition, there were crates of spherical grenades. Of course, the most important items were the 2 MG08 heavy machine guns, along with their tripods, cooling water tanks, and spare barrels. The Crown Prince and General Mackensen had indeed shown astonishing generosity in fulfilling his requests. Morin had only casually mentioned that he hoped to strengthen the assault squad's close-range firepower and add 2 heavy machine guns. As a result, His Highness directly ordered the quartermaster to immediately send all the weapons and equipment Morin needed. However, when Klaus found Morin, who had returned with the truck, he noticed that the latter didn't seem particularly happy. "Company leader, what's wrong?" "Sigh, I was too polite, damn it." Morin suddenly started hitting his thigh, his face full of vexation. "Klaus, hey. If I had known they were so accommodating, why the hell didn't I dare ask for more just now?" However, despite the regret, the arrival of these supplies still elevated Company 1's overall firepower to another level. Morin immediately had Klaus organize personnel to properly distribute these weapons and equipment, with any excess stored with the supply train for now. The P-08 pistols and drum magazines could continue to be used to increase the number of assault squad members. And the 2 newly added MG-08 heavy machine guns brought Company 1's total heavy machine gun count to an astonishing 4. If the 2 previously captured Vickers, with their limited ammunition, were also included, Company 1 now possessed a number of heavy machine guns that, frankly, was on par with a former regimental level. And this exchange with the Crown Prince and Mackensen, while it didn't allow Morin to successfully slip back to the rear, did give him new ideas. He realized that the current situation of the Saxon Empire indeed seemed not to support deploying a large number of valuable low-level spellcasters to be consumed on the front lines. After all, you couldn't slow down the entire nation's technological advancement for a temporary tactical advantage. Therefore, to perfectly integrate spells and infantry tactics at present, there seemed to be only 2 paths. The first was to find a way to mass-produce low-level spellcasters, making the number of spellcasters so abundant that they were no longer so precious, allowing them to be deployed on the battlefield like ordinary soldiers. The second was to find a way for ordinary people to also use spells. For example, mass-producing items similar to spell scrolls or magical equipment, allowing ordinary soldiers to cast 1 or 2 low-level spells at critical moments. But neither of these problems was something he could solve on the battlefield in a short time. Therefore, Morin could only temporarily put these thoughts aside, waiting for an opportunity to return to Saxon for further research. He found Klaus and confirmed some routine matters for the company, such as casualty statistics, ammunition resupply, prisoner of war custody, and so on. Afterward, he separately gathered the members of the assault squad and his 3 platoon leaders for 2 brief combat debriefing meetings. During the meetings, he unreservedly praised everyone's brave performance in combat, while also pointing out some shortcomings in their tactical execution. Especially the 3 newly appointed platoon leaders, whom he pulled aside to review every command detail during the street fighting. From squad deployment to firepower allocation, and coordination with neighboring units, Morin provided them with detailed analysis and explanations. "Barak, tell me why this road held up your 2nd platoon for so long." Morin pointed to a road 7 or 8 meters wide within the town and asked. According to the post-battle review, the 2nd platoon was stuck at this position for a long time and suffered 6 casualties. If it weren't for the 3rd platoon, which was the company's reserve at the time, charging forward, the 2nd platoon could have been surrounded by Kingdom's army troops retreating from other directions. "Company leader, there were many enemies on this road at the time, and later they also learned from us and set up a machine gun to block the intersection." Barak explained somewhat dejectedly. Their 2nd platoon's progress in this battle was poor, and they also suffered the most casualties, with a total of 5 killed and 8 wounded. "Then you just kept fighting and exchanging fire here? Didn't you think of going around the side? How many times have I told you, flanking and outflanking these things can also be used in urban areas?" After Morin finished speaking, he turned to look at Khan and Ram, who were also participating in the debriefing. "Don't be so rigid when executing tactics. Think more. Don't do well on the training ground and then not know how to adapt in a different place." By the time all matters related to today's battle were handled, and the combat report was finalized with the assistance of the company clerk, dusk had slowly fallen. Morin, dragging his tired body, returned to his temporary tent. He didn't light the oil lamp and lay directly on his cot, then opened the system map. On the map, the blue arrows representing the 2nd Army of the Saxon Expeditionary Force had achieved an all-out advantage in today's offensive. Besides the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria where Morin was located, several other key strongpoints on the front line had also been successively captured by units of the 7th and 8th Divisions. The first line of defense constructed by the Kingdom's army and the Britonians almost collapsed at the first touch under the fierce assault of the Saxon army. Looking at the overwhelming offensive on the map, Morin also had a premonition. Mackensen, the old general revered as the Marshal of Advance in another world, seemed to be formally beginning his tempestuous offensive after completing the initial probing and troop concentration. As if to confirm Morin's premonition. That evening, the regimental order reached 1st Battalion. The 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment would continue to advance towards Madrid. And the town they had just captured would be taken over by units of the 9th Infantry Division following from the rear. The next day, before setting off, Morin had originally wanted to take the captured Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion with him. After all, this thing, under his guidance, was quite a bug. However, when he watched the mule-drawn Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion begin its pre-departure disassembly and packing work early in the morning, he was exasperated by the sheer clumsiness of the weapon. Disassembling one cannon required a winch and a specialized crane. Just the disassembly and loading took nearly 3 hours, from before dawn until almost time for the unit to depart. And of the 9 disassembled components, the largest one, the cannon barrel, weighed a staggering 12 tons. This directly resulted in the Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion, equipped with heavy-duty horse-drawn carriages, having a pitiful daily marching distance of only 7 kilometers. "This speed, I walk faster than this," Morin looked at the sweating prisoners of the Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion, completely giving up hope. Even now, he still didn't understand why the Britannians would bring such heavy cannons for field combat, or why they didn't consider making them lighter. Did they not want to? And Major Thomas, while observing, learned that Morin's company actually wanted to reinforce a Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion, and couldn't help but laugh and scold. You brat, you have quite an appetite. A company wants to reinforce a Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion, so does my battalion need to reinforce a Magic Crystal Cannon Regiment? Morin immediately grinned and leaned in. With your battalion commander's brilliant wisdom and prowess, even reinforcing a Magic Crystal Cannon Brigade wouldn't be excessive at all. Go, 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 hurry up and depart. Ultimately, this slow-moving Magic Crystal Cannon Battalion was left in the town, to be received by the 9th Division units arriving later. Of course, the military credit for capturing these 6 Magic Crystal Cannons was firmly recorded under Morin and his first company's name. Morin, though somewhat regretful, could only let it go for now. Fortunately, in the technology page, the progress bar for unlocking the Griffin 4 Siege Magic Crystal Cannon technology had reached 100%, so he would have the opportunity to research it later. Meanwhile, the commanders of the kingdom's army and the Britannians had not anticipated how quickly the Saxons would advance once they stopped committing their precious spellcasters and armored knights. The first line of defense, including the town of San Lorenzo de la Paria, was breached by the Saxon army in a single night, like dry leaves swept away by a storm. The units urgently committed to the counterattack also suffered heavy losses. Especially the 2 Britannian native infantry battalions that counterattacked the town. They had expected to easily crush a soft target but instead ran headfirst into a steel plate, suffering over half their casualties from their own magic crystal cannons. While the Britannians were having terrible luck, they finally realized, belatedly, that there might be a spellcaster among the Saxon attacking forces in this direction. Moreover, this spellcaster had mastered the technique of guiding magic crystal cannons for precise strikes. Otherwise, the shells could not have been as accurate as those they used themselves, landing directly on top of their attacking forces in a single volley. This news was also immediately relayed to the Britannian Expeditionary Force headquarters in Madrid. Expeditionary Force Commander Douglas Haig's face, as expected, darkened after hearing the frontline report. He immediately sought out the Highland Mage Corps accompanying the army and proposed that they once again send spellcasters to the front line to counter the Saxon spellcaster. However, the response he received almost made him draw his Webley revolver on the spot in anger. I'm sorry, Commander Haig. But until we receive definite news from home, the Highland Mage Corps will temporarily only participate in the defense of Madrid and will not actively launch any more offensives. Chapter 100, New Spells and the Fastest First-Class Iron Cross Legend. Bang! Commander Haig slammed his fist onto the map table, making the wooden soldier pieces on it jump. Cowards! A bunch of cowards! He roared in the war room, and the surrounding staff officers could only cower. So what if a few mages died? They're so scared they've holed up in the city, not even daring to show their faces. However, Haig's complaints couldn't change anything. Ultimately, he could only reluctantly accept reality and find a solution using the army's own methods. Haig first urgently redeployed more blocking troops from around Madrid to the southeastern front. At the same time, he ordered units dispersed in other areas to immediately converge on Madrid, attempting to form a counter-encirclement against the advancing Second Army of the Saxon Expeditionary Force. However, shortly after his orders were issued, one bad piece of news after another arrived. The units that had received orders to converge on Madrid to outflank the Saxons began to send back reports. They claimed that a large number of armed personnel from the National Army and the International Brigade had suddenly appeared on their march routes. These individuals seemed to have sprung from the ground. Although their weaponry was rudimentary and they lacked artillery support, they fought with reckless abandon. At the same time, they didn't seem to intend to engage in direct combat with their forces. Instead, they split into countless small units, constantly harassing the Britannian supply lines and marching columns. These small units never directly confronted the Britannian Expeditionary Force or the kingdom's army. They would strike and run, then return after running. Like a swarm of annoying flies, they greatly delayed the assembly speed of the Britannian forces. As a veteran who had participated in the Second Boer War and served as Chief of Staff to Sir John French, Douglas Haig, upon hearing these reports, suddenly felt some long-dead memories violently assailing him. Damn guerrillas, he cursed through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, even worse news arrived. The First Army of the Saxon Expeditionary Force had also successfully torn a huge gap in the center of the front line. They were advancing rapidly from the center of the front towards the Second Army, converging at an astonishing speed. If no measures were taken to stop them, the 2 Saxon armies would rendezvous outside Madrid. Haig immediately realized that the Saxons might want to concentrate their superior forces and, in one fell swoop, storm Madrid. Madmen. The Saxons are all madmen. Haig looked at the 2 massive arrows drawn by his staff on the map, converging on Madrid, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. But he had to admit that the Saxon Expeditionary Force had seized the timing perfectly. At this moment, the troops reinforced from Britannia itself had only just managed to be distributed to various fronts to stabilize the situation. The second batch of reinforcements was still at sea, and the vanguard had just disembarked at the port, needing more time to reach Madrid. And even if they arrived, it might not change anything. Because the Saxons could transport more troops into the Kingdom of Aragon by rail in a short amount of time. As long as the Saxons were willing to reinforce, they could always maintain a numerical advantage for a certain period, thus gaining the initiative. In the following days, Morin, as a participant in the campaign, personally experienced General Mackenson's aggressive, sharp, and even somewhat unreasonable command style. The entire Saxon expeditionary force, like a wound-up war machine, steadily advanced towards Madrid at a speed of about 10 kilometers per day. The kingdom's army and the hastily organized Britannian defensive forces often arrived at their designated defensive areas, not even having time to dig their fortifications. The next morning, they would be met with the overwhelming and fierce attack of the Saxons. Under General Mackenson's command, the entire front line came alive. The previous stalemate of large-scale troop deployments by both sides was replaced by extensive maneuver and infiltration, just as the old general had done on the Eastern Front in another world. The two armies leading the main attack were like a giant pincer, clamping down hard on Madrid. And this kind of high-intensity mobile warfare, it just happened to fall right into Morin's comfort zone. The infantry tactics from another time and space in his mind finally found their maximum utilization. Led by him, the 32nd Tverkau Infantry Regiment, especially the 1st Company he commanded, completely transformed into a sharp spearhead tearing through enemy defenses. Those kingdom's army or Britannian soldiers who retreated in panic under the attack, just like that, ran headfirst into Morin and his 1st Company while attacking backward. They had thought that behind them was a safe retreat route. But they hadn't expected that the soldiers of the 1st Company had already quickly constructed temporary blocking positions on their inevitable path using entrenching tools and explosives Morin had acquired from Quartermaster. Attacking backward, too, went from a jest to a reality. However, when these retreating soldiers were forced to attack, they discovered that this position, manned by only a single company, had a far greater firepower density than imagined. The 4 MG-08s, carried by horses to keep up with the 1st Company's infiltration speed, and 2 captured Vickers machine guns, became their nightmare. The soldiers who rushed to the front under the urging of their officers were mowed down in swathes as if they had hit an invisible wall. Subsequent units tried to spread out and outflank, but found that the 1st Company's firing points were positioned extremely shrewdly. Whenever they tried to attack this position, from any direction, they would be covered by at least 2 heavy machine guns. Ultimately, these intercepted units would usually collapse after leaving behind a large number of corpses. They would then be easily surrounded and disarmed by the main Saxon forces that followed. Similar battles were repeatedly enacted in the following days. Morin's 1st Company was like a pack of tireless hounds, always appearing where the enemy least expected them. Crown Prince George and General Mackensen, witnessing the 1st Company's astonishing results, realized they had underestimated Morin's frontline command capabilities. The Crown Prince further affirmed General Mackensen's decision to keep Morin on the front lines. This kid is too good at fighting. He's just a company now, but what if he truly trains a battalion, or even more troops, in the future? His imperial father focused his energy on the navy, supporting Grand Admiral Tirpitz in building up the high seas fleet. Then, what about himself? The Crown Prince dared not think further. He feared he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Therefore, regarding the supplies for this elite unit, at the Crown Prince's behest, the Quartermaster also showed unprecedented generosity. Casualties? Prioritize soldier replenishment. Ammunition consumption too fast? Bring up 2 more carts of ammunition. In short, the goal was to use this point to leverage the entire front line. With this kind of unsparing support, the fighting capability of the 1st Company, and subsequently the 1st Battalion, and finally the entire 32nd Regiment, not only did not decline due to continuous combat but grew even stronger. The veterans became more elite through battle, and newly replenished soldiers rapidly matured in this environment. Soon after, an application for meritorious service, drafted by the headquarters of the 32nd Regiment and personally signed by the commander of the 8th Division, was sent to the rear command. The protagonists of this report were naturally Morin and his 1st Company. With this series of brilliant achievements, Lieutenant Friedrich Molling became the military officer in the Saxon Imperial Army who received the 1st-class Iron Cross medal fastest after the Saxo-Gallic War. And his 1st Company even began to be awarded 2nd-class Iron Crosses in bulk. Although these medals would only be awarded after the battle, they were enough to keep the morale of the 1st Company soldiers high. Aside from marching and commanding battles, Morin dedicated almost all of his resting time to learning new spells. To outsiders, the young company commander always seemed to be sitting in his tent in a daze or sleeping soundly whenever he had free time, as if he could never get enough sleep. But in reality, his consciousness had long been confined to the room where you can't leave unless you study. On the 7th day after the Mackensen offensive began, Morin finally successfully recorded 2 brand new spells into my spellbook. 1st tier spell, sleep causes some creatures to fall into magical slumber. 2nd tier spell, invisibility, a creature you touch becomes invisible and remains so until the spell ends. If the target attacks or casts a spell, this spell ends. Looking at the 2 new icons in the spellbook, a bold idea immediately popped into Morin's mind. He stood up, walked out of the tent, and gazed at the bright moon in the sky. Perhaps I can start trying night raids, he murmured to himself. The night was deep, and all was silent. Behind a gentle slope covered with bushes, Morin, alone, stealthily crept forward. Less than 300 meters from him was a temporary encampment of the kingdom's army. Morin and his men had been following this unit for a long time. They had been beaten back and had retreated for most of the day, and by now, they were utterly exhausted. Morin lay in a hollow, observing carefully for a moment. After confirming the sentries' positions and patrol routes, he cast a spell. 2nd tier spell, invisibility. A peculiar sensation enveloped his entire body. He looked down and found his body becoming transparent, eventually completely merging into the night. The entire process lasted only a brief moment, making no sound and emitting no light. 1 minute duration. Morin silently recited, and then, like a ghost, he quickly crept along the ground towards the enemy's position. The night wind blew, and the grass and trees swayed. No one noticed an invisible figure rapidly approaching the position. Soon, he reached a spot less than 5 meters behind the nearest sentry. That sentry was standing idly above the trench, humming an unknown tune to keep himself awake. Morin did not act immediately, but continued to stealthily confirm the positions of 3 nearby sentries. He slowly extended his hand, palm facing the 3 unsuspecting sentries. First tier spell, sleep. An invisible wave spread out from him. The 3 sentries yawned almost simultaneously, then seemed to forget their duties, found comfortable spots on the ground, and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. There was even a hint of serenity on their faces. Done. Morin glanced at the sentries on the other side of the camp, confirmed they weren't looking in his direction, then retreated quietly without making a sound. Not long after, he returned with the assault squad. Proceed as planned, keep it quiet. Morin ordered in a low voice. The assault squad members immediately understood, then each took out their sharpened entrenching tools from behind their backs. Morin's eyes widened instantly. Are you guys serious? Entrenching tool assassinations for stealth? You want to make it this bloody, hey? Chapter 101, I stand on the heights, gazing at Madrid. Morin grumbled internally, but then again. At this point in time, the standard cold weapon equipped by the Saxon infantry was still the S-1898 bayonet, over half a meter long. This thing was fine for bayonet charges, but in close quarters combat like this, it was a bit too long. As for the entrenching tool, it was a bit crude for work. But Morin had to admit, it was indeed effective. Soon, Morin led the assault squad into the outer camp. After Morin gave the signal, everyone pounced on their respective targets like ghosts. The entrenching tools were swung fiercely at the necks of the sleeping enemies. Although extremely bloody and violent, no one dared to hold back. However, the assault squad, including Morin, was clearly not very skilled or adept at this method of eliminating sentries. Immediately after the first round of attacks, several nearby enemies were alerted. Seeing this, Morin didn't hesitate, raising his P08 pistol and firing several shots. The assault squad immediately switched from knife fight mode back to regular mode, picking up their weapons and opening fire, while continuously throwing grenades into the camp. As soon as the gunfire started and the grenades exploded, the camp was instantly thrown into chaos. Those familiar with frequent night raids know that when woken from a deep sleep, people enter a state of palpitation, and their reaction speed is very slow for a short period. So, many Kingdom Army soldiers, startled awake, were struck down by flying bullets before they even knew what was happening. As shots rang out in the camp, Company Sergeant Major Klaus quickly directed the waiting main force to charge forward, and the battle instantly became one-sided. Over the next few days, Morin tried this stealth infiltration and hypnotizing sentries tactic a few more times. It was effective, but it also had a drawback. That was, his own and the assault squad's biological clocks were completely messed up. After noticing that many assault squad members were showing symptoms of insufficient rest, Morin temporarily halted the night raids. And time, in this daily forced march and combat, reached the 16th day after Mackenson's offensive began. The 1st and 2nd armies of the Saxon Expeditionary Force finally rendezvoused 20 kilometers outside Madrid. This time, they were truly at the city gates. Soon, everyone's attention focused on a highland east of Madrid, the Vallecas Heights. The Vallecas Heights are located southeast of Madrid's urban area. In the world before Morin's transmigration, this area was already within the Madrid city limits. There was even the Vallecas Stadium, home to the Rayo Vallecano football club. But now, due to Madrid's urban area shrinking by nearly a tenth, it was still some distance from the old city walls. The terrain of this highland is over 100 meters higher than the average elevation of Madrid's city center. Standing on these heights, one can clearly overlook the entire eastern and southern urban areas of Madrid without obstruction. The dense houses, crisscrossing streets, and even the magnificent royal palace in the city center were all clearly visible. For the attacking side, this was an excellent artillery position. As long as artillery was deployed here, both 77mm field guns and 105mm howitzers could easily cover half the urban area, including the eastern city walls. Conversely, for the defending side, this was also a natural barrier that had to be held at all costs. Once the Vallecas Heights were lost, Madrid's gates would be half open to the enemy. General Haig, commander of the Britannian Expeditionary Force, naturally understood the importance of these heights. Therefore, he deployed 2 battalions of the Black Watch Highland Infantry Regiment, known for their tenacity and bravery, from the first wave of reinforcements of the Britannian Expeditionary Force to this strategic location. These soldiers, wearing dark green Scottish kilts, constructed sturdy counter-artillery fortifications on the heights, which made the Saxon Expeditionary Force's plan to destroy the heights with artillery not so easy to achieve. The commander of these 2 battalions was an old colonel from the Scottish region of mainland Britannia. After Haig gave him the order, he resolved to fight the Saxons to the death here. The battle began at dawn. Due to the terrain, the number of troops that could be deployed simultaneously was limited. Even in dense formations, only 2 battalions could launch an assault. The 31st Vogtland Infantry Regiment of Saxon launched the first attack. They suffered heavy casualties, even breaking through to the heights and engaging in hand-to-hand combat several times, only to be repulsed again and again by the Scots on the heights. Those Scots seemed tireless and fearless of death. They held their positions tenaciously with accurate shooting and fierce counter-charges. Within half a day, the 31st Infantry Regiment launched 4 consecutive attacks, but after leaving over 800 bodies, they were forced to retreat. The attack mission was then handed over to the 32nd Twickau Infantry Regiment, to which Morin belonged. By the afternoon, everyone in the temporary command post of the 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment felt immense pressure. Major Thomas, in charge of the main assault, and Lieutenant Colonel Heinrich, commander of the 2nd Battalion, frowned as they thought about the blood-stained heights they had just seen through their binoculars at the front line. The cost of a frontal assault is too high. Lieutenant Colonel Heinrich shook his head. Those Scots aren't afraid to die. Yes, but we aren't afraid to die either, and we must take it. Major Thomas said, but he didn't have any good ideas for the moment. Just as everyone was at a loss, they looked again at Morin, who had been brought to the tactical meeting. Noticing that everyone's eyes in the tent were once again focused on him, Morin almost couldn't maintain his composure. Here we go again, right? However, Morin also knew the importance of these heights. If they could be taken, it would definitely be very helpful for the potential siege of Madrid in the future. He first checked the time. It was almost 4 p.m. Then he looked at the map. The artillery regiment of the 8th Infantry Division was also on standby nearby. After a moment of thought, Morin stated his plan. Major, how about we try a night raid again? His voice attracted everyone's attention. Night raid. Night attacks, for armies of this era, were a highly risky tactical choice. Although Morin's first company had successfully carried out night raids multiple times, that was because the first company had completed extensive prior training. If other units were to do the same, they might not achieve the same results. Any mistake in any part of a night raid could lead to catastrophic consequences. It's too risky, Morin. Major Thomas shook his head. I can't let your company attack 2 enemy battalions. No, Major, we have an advantage at night. Morin walked to the map, pointed at the terrain map of the Vallecas Heights, and calmly analyzed. Night can conceal our intentions for troop movements and shorten our assault distance. I will personally lead the team to eliminate their outer sentries, and then the first company will sneak to within 40 meters of their frontline positions using grenades and concentrated firepower to tear open their defenses in one fell swoop. As long as we can open a breach, the main forces of the 1st and 2nd Battalions will immediately follow up to expand the results. After the first 2 battalions complete their assault, the 3rd Battalion, as the regimental reserve, can also join the battle. This is destined to be a chaotic hand-to-hand fight, so numerical superiority is crucial at this time. Of course, we also need to do some important preliminary preparatory work. As Morin's meticulously crafted operational plan was reported, the artillery regiment of the 8th Infantry Division was the first to complete its deployment and then began to bombard the heights in turns. Although such shelling could not cause much damage due to the terrain and the enemy's counter-artillery trenches. This bombardment, which almost expended the artillery regiment's ammunition reserves and continued until sunset, still achieved 2 results. First, the counter-artillery trenches on the heights suffered some damage, and a large number of shell craters appeared on the attack route. Second, the soldiers of the Black Watch Highland Infantry Regiment, hiding behind the trenches, spent the entire afternoon in tension, unable to get proper rest. Subsequently, after the sun had completely set, the attacking forces began to fire signal flares every 1 hour or half an hour towards the heights. There were red and white ones, with the color randomized each time. The soldiers of the Black Watch Highland Infantry Regiment remained on edge amidst the whoosh of the signal flares and the red and white light. No one knew which signal flare would be the Saxons' attack signal. Many times, some Highland Infantry Regiment soldiers, when they finally succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep, would be startled awake by a signal flare firing up. On the Saxon side, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment were instructed by their NCOs to uniformly return to their tents, cover their eyes with any available cloth, and forcibly rest. Only the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, serving as the reserve, remained on alert at the front. After midnight, Morin began his spell preparations. This time, his spell slots were arranged as 2 ND level invisibility spell 2 halves, 1 ST level sleep spell 3/3, and 1 ST level mage armor 1/1. The system showed a loading time of 3 hours and 45 minutes. At 3:30 am, Morin, taking advantage of a signal flare landing on the heights, had quietly moved halfway up, relying on his individual soldier skills, and hid in a shell crater. After his spell slots were fully loaded, he first used the invisibility spell to approach the sentries who were forcibly staying alert. Then, he consecutively used the sleep spell 3 times, silently taking down 9 Scottish sentries on the outer perimeter of the heights. These highly vigilant sentries didn't even have time to raise an alarm before falling into a childlike sleep. At 4:10 am, the soldiers of the 1st Company also quietly moved to Morin's side as planned. They were now only 10 meters from the enemy's first trench. If any soldier in the trench were to poke his head out, he would be startled by the dense cluster of people lying prone before him. But unfortunately, after a night of harassment, the soldiers of these 2 battalions could no longer control their desire for sleep. Even among the sentries who hadn't been put to sleep by Morin's sleep spell, 2 had fallen asleep. Below the heights, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd battalions were also lying prone in dense formations, awaiting orders. In addition to them, General Mackensen, upon learning of this attack plan, sent half of his general's guard. 10 elite warriors of the general's guard lay beside the soldiers of the 2 battalions. 2 of them also carried modified MG-08 heavy machine guns that could be slung over the body, along with a 200-round ammunition belt. Everyone held their breath, their hearts pounding fiercely in their chests. At 4:15 am, the battle began. Throw. With a very low command from Morin, hundreds of spherical grenades were forcefully hurled into the Scottish positions ahead. Boom. 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 A series of violent explosions instantly tore through the silent night sky. followed by the second round, and the third round. Charge! Morin was the first to leap out of the depression, his P-08 pistol with a 32-round drum already spitting fire. The assault squad followed closely, silently charging towards the startled positions. The Highland infantry in the trenches and in the camp further back were disoriented by the sudden rain of grenades. Before they could react, the soldiers of the 1st Company had already charged to their front. At close range, the firepower advantage of the P-08 pistol was fully exploited. For this attack, Morin used all 50-plus artillery model P-08 pistols of the entire company. Under a dense hail of bullets, the Scots were struck down by a large number of 9mm rounds before they could even pull their rifle bolts. However, the soldiers of the Black Watch Regiment lived up to their elite reputation. After the initial confusion, they quickly organized a counterattack. A burly Scottish NCO, wearing armor, roared as he leaped out of the trench. He ignored the bullets fired at him, brandished the great sword in his hand, and directly split the upper body of the nearest 1st Company soldier. God save the Queen! Ever victorious, glorious! The reacting Highland soldiers fixed their bayonets and launched a countercharge. Although many soldiers couldn't advance very far under the heavy firepower of the artillery model P-08 pistols, their numerical superiority still allowed them to reach the 1st Company soldiers. A brutal hand-to-hand battle instantly erupted in the dark trenches. Morin activated his last mage armor and continuously cast cantrip, Blade Ward on himself. He was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, specifically targeting the most ferocious-looking Scottish veterans. His P-08 pistol, at close range, was almost a one-shot kill. Soon, the main forces of the 1st and 2nd Battalions, along with the 10 General's Guard soldiers, also charged up, and the scale of the battle rapidly expanded. The entire Valaka's Heights became a giant meat grinder. Soldiers from both sides engaged in the most primitive and bloody combat on this small position. Shouts, screams, gunshots, and explosions echoed throughout the night sky. The battle continued until dawn. When the first rays of sunlight illuminated the heights, the gunfire finally gradually subsided. On the entire heights, there was not a single Black Watch Highland infantry soldier left standing. They fulfilled their oath to fight to the death with their lives. The 32nd Twickau Infantry Regiment of Saxon also paid a heavy price, with estimated casualties exceeding 50%. Morin's 1st Company was already the unit with the fewest casualties. But over 50 men were killed, and almost everyone remaining was wounded. Even the General's Guard sent by Mackensen suffered 5 fatalities. Morin stood at the highest point of the heights, surrounded by soldiers who were slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. They were covered in dirt and blood, their faces numb, still not having recovered from the shock. He silently watched it all, saying nothing. Turning around, he looked down the mountain. The vast outline of Madrid, and the lights of this ancient city, appeared exceptionally clear in the darkness before dawn. Chapter 102, Proactive Negotiations. The fall of Vallecas meant that the Saxons had officially pointed their cannons at the heads of the Madrid defenders. The artillery brigade of the 8th Infantry Division eagerly dragged their 105mm howitzers and 77mm field guns onto the high ground after daybreak. After a morning of busy work, makeshift artillery positions were constructed on the high ground. The artillerymen took turns conducting several rounds of calibration, preparing to establish a temporary firing table here. Most of the shells landed on Madrid's sturdy old city walls, raising plumes of dust but causing no substantial damage. However, this was enough to make the city's defenders feel a sense of dread. Today, the shells only landed on the city walls. Tomorrow, the Saxon soldiers would dare to throw shells anywhere, they could barely imagine. The atmosphere within the city became increasingly oppressive due to the intermittent cannon fire. The commander of the Britonian Expeditionary Force, Douglas Haig, had already sent multiple telegrams to the homeland before Vallecas Heights was lost. He earnestly explained Madrid's precarious situation, requesting the homeland to immediately dispatch more reinforcements, especially the much-needed support from the Highland Mage Corps. However, the several replies from the homeland were all bureaucratic. In summary, it was one sentence: hold firm, and there will be a way. This directly angered Haig to the point where he almost smashed the General Staff Headquarters telegraph machine. It wasn't until noon that a detailed telegram from the Minister of the Army finally arrived. In the telegram, the Minister of the Army, in an unchallengeable tone, instructed Haig to hold Madrid at all costs. He emphasized that Madrid was the Empire's most important strategic stronghold in the Kingdom of Aragon, and also the Empire's most crucial bargaining chip in the upcoming negotiations. Only by holding Madrid could the Empire have room to maneuver at the negotiating table, otherwise, all previous sacrifices would be in vain. Negotiations? Haig looked at the telegram and, unable to control himself, snapped the cigar in his hand. With the war in such a state, what was there to negotiate? Would the Saxon soldiers really spit out the meat they had already eaten? In desperation, Haig could only steel himself once again and head to the Highland Mage Corps barracks within the city. He relayed the news verbatim to the Highland Mage Corps' high-ranked tutor. He hoped that the other party, for the sake of the Empire's interests, would assist him in organizing a counterattack, at least to retake Vallecas Heights. And the high-ranked tutor's reply made him want to draw the sidearm at his waist. Please rest assured, Your Excellency the Commander, once the Saxon soldiers begin their siege, I will lead all Highland mages to fight for the Empire's glory until the last moment. These words were spoken with righteous indignation, but their unspoken meaning was clear: until the siege began, don't expect the mages to venture out of the city to meet the enemy. They did not want to repeat the fate of their colleagues in Seville. Haig's last hope of launching a counterattack with the assistance of the Highland mages was completely dashed. Now, he could only watch helplessly as the Saxon soldiers' shells, one after another, slammed into Madrid's city walls, constantly eroding the morale and will of the defenders. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the temporary headquarters of the Saxon Expeditionary Force, a heated discussion was underway regarding whether to immediately launch a siege. The commanders of the two armies, along with several division commanders below them, almost unanimously advocated for a siege. After all, for a soldier, the allure of the achievement of capturing another country's capital was simply too great. Which Saxon soldier wouldn't want to add this glorious entry to his resume? However, General Mackensen, who had previously maintained a rapid offensive, was now unexpectedly calm. Pointing at the map, he analyzed for his somewhat emotional subordinates. Gentlemen, we have indeed swept through and reached the gates of Madrid. But at the same time, we have spent more than 10 days doing so. This time has been enough for enemy reinforcements to land on the coast and then travel by rail to Madrid for defense. Not to mention, the Britonians have concentrated all the mages they can mobilize in Madrid. He heavily tapped the location of Madrid on the map with his baton. Therefore, it is difficult to say that we still have an absolute numerical advantage at the gates of Madrid. Furthermore, Madrid is the most important city controlled by the Britonians in the Kingdom of Aragon, and they will certainly fight to the death to defend it, because once they lose Madrid, they will lose the qualification to continue playing in the Kingdom of Aragon. Mackensen's gaze swept over every general present. Therefore, I judge that once the siege begins, our two main attacking armies must be prepared to suffer heavy casualties. After hearing Mackensen's analysis, the general's excitement cooled considerably. They were all experienced commanders and naturally understood that Mackensen's words were true. Siege warfare had always been the most brutal and bloody of battles. But even so, to exert greater pressure on the defenders within the city, Mackensen still issued new orders. He assembled all the artillery brigades belonging to the 3 divisions of the Second Army, totaling 36 105mm howitzers and 162 77mm field guns. They began to concentrate their fire, launching a sustained bombardment against a selected section of the city wall whose repair status was worrying. The cannon fire was more intense than ever before, shaking the entire city of Madrid. At the same time, the 9th Infantry Division, which had previously served as the army's reserve, suffered few losses, and had relatively high morale, was also brought up. After advancing to the outskirts of Madrid under artillery cover, they began to slowly advance towards the city wall by digging trenches. This tactic was an old technique used by various countries when besieging fortresses. The siege trenches they dug were different from the trenches used for garrisoning during trench warfare or the later assault trenches. Relatively speaking, they were simpler, and their greatest function was to allow the attacking forces to approach the target city wall with as few losses as possible. Under the tireless bombardment of the artillery, the siege trenches, like earthen pythons, snaked little by little towards Madrid's city walls. Mackensen had even ordered the army's fortification troops to carry explosives, preparing for demolition work on the city walls. The fortification troops were skilled at building fortresses and positions, and being familiar with various structures, they were also adept at demolition work. Seeing that the Saxon soldiers' entrenching shovels were about to reach the base of the city wall, the Highland mages in the city, under Haig's repeated urging, finally could not sit still. After a night of preparation, the high-ranked tutor, on the morning of the next day, flew out of the city under the cover of other mages. He then directly attacked the section of the trench that was under construction. Open fire! It's a mage! The Saxon soldiers on the ground discovered the unwelcome visitor and immediately raised their rifles and fired. Further away, at the machine gun positions, the machine gun crews also tried to raise their weapons' depression angles and strafe the mage in the air. For a moment, countless bullets whistled towards the figure in the sky. However, a layer of light blue magical shield appeared around the high-ranked tutor, deflecting all incoming bullets and creating ripples. The high-ranked tutor, enduring the dense gunfire, although showing fear, still forced his way through the barrage and hovered directly above the trench. He extended a single palm downwards and pressed just as Eldridge had done outside Seville. 5th ring spell, Transmute Rock. The newly dug siege trench below, along with the surrounding earth, seemed to instantly lose all its hardness. Under the influence of magic, they were forcibly transformed into a softened quagmire. A large number of Saxon soldiers working in the trench were instantly swallowed by the viscous mud, without even having time to scream. Immediately after, the other Highland mages, remaining within the defensive fire cover, launched a concentrated bombardment of fireball spells at the forward positions of the attacking forces. Head-sized fireballs, trailing long fiery tails, rained down like meteors on the Saxon soldiers' positions, triggering a series of violent explosions. This not only destroyed several positions that had been painstakingly constructed but also caused a large number of soldier casualties. However, this was all the Highland mages could do at the moment. Under the high-ranked tutor's strict order, their attack time was strictly limited to the duration of the flight spell. Furthermore, these mages were indeed still traumatized, fearing that they would inexplicably die at the hands of these mortals, like their colleagues in Seville. So they had no intention of fighting for long. After throwing a round of fireball spells, they quickly retreated back into the city and did not sally forth again. Although this mage raid caused some trouble and losses for the Saxon soldiers, it did not fundamentally change the situation on the battlefield. General Mackensen, upon learning of the situation on the front line, immediately ordered the troops to temporarily halt their advance. However, he did not intend to give up, but rather to replan the attack route and bring in more heavy machine gun teams to strengthen air defense. He seemed to have anticipated the mage's intervention and did not show much surprise. What truly caused this offensive to temporarily slow down was a telegram from the General Staff headquarters. Moltke the Younger, the chief of the General Staff of the army, stated in the telegram that the expeditionary forces' action of beginning the siege had greatly stimulated the nerves of the Britannians. This led them, for the first time, to proactively request a second round of negotiations in Paris. The Emperor and the General Staff headquarters believed this was an excellent opportunity. Therefore, Moltke the Younger allowed General Mackensen to temporarily halt the attack and preserve his forces. However, he could exert pressure on the other side through a continuous siege, creating more advantages for their negotiators. War, after all, is a continuation of politics. General Mackensen, upon receiving the order, although somewhat regretting not being able to take Madrid in one fell swoop, was actually anticipating this command. As an old general, he was well aware of the losses that a forced siege would inflict on his troops. He immediately ordered the entire army to cease all offensive actions against Madrid and transition to a full siege. On the other side, after the night raid and close quarters combat at Vallecas Heights, Company 1, which had suffered significant casualties, finally received a valuable opportunity for temporary rest. That day, as Morin reorganized his troops for daily drills and physical training, a new prompt popped up on the system's intelligence page. The Holy Britannian Empire and the Saxon Empire have begun their second round of negotiations in Paris. Chapter 103, The Surviving Highland Mage. Upon seeing this message, Morin had Klaus take over organizing the training, while he himself walked aside, deep in thought. He felt that this round of negotiations would likely yield some results. Although the attacks over the past 2 days seemed intense, both the attacking and defending sides had already shown their bottom lines. Therefore, this war would not resume in the short term. Does that mean he will be returning home soon? This thought flashed through Morin's mind, and he immediately looked towards the northeast. Paris, Élysée Palace Festival Hall. Compared to Sir Edward Grey, the Britannian Foreign Secretary, who looked displeased and had heavy dark circles under his eyes, Gottlieb von Jagow, Saxon State Secretary for Foreign Affairs, appeared much more composed. He leisurely sipped the coffee prepared by the Gauls, a faint smile playing on his lips. The military defeat forced Edward Grey to propose a second round of negotiations, putting him on the defensive from the very beginning. Mr. Jagow, I don't think we need to waste any more time. After a moment of thought, Sir Grey initiated a Britannian-style negotiation. Your country's army is at the gates of Madrid. This act is a blatant provocation to the peace of the entire Europa. Oh, really? Jagow slowly put down the document in his hand, which contained the latest brief on the Aragon War compiled by his entourage. He scanned the words "Madrid has been surrounded by our army" on the document again, then smiled and said, Sir Grey, I think you've got one thing wrong. Our army is there at the request of the legitimate government of the Kingdom of Aragon, to help them quell the civil unrest. As for being at the city gates, that only shows that those rebels are truly vulnerable. Immediately after, Jagow, without giving Grey a chance to react, directly laid out the Saxon Empire's conditions. The Britannians must completely withdraw from the Kingdom of Aragon and cease all forms of aid to the kingdom's army. Absolutely impossible. Edward Grey flatly rejected this impossible demand. I must remind you, Mr. Jagow, that our Holy Britannian Empire's expeditionary forces are continuously disembarking. If your country wishes to continue fighting, the ultimate outcome of the war is still far from certain. The two sides then fell into a fierce dispute. As the host and mediator, Viviani, the Gallic Republic's Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary, calmly played the role of peacemaker. He was naturally in no hurry, as it wasn't Gauls dying on the battlefield. However, he also did not want the conflict to spiral out of control. Recent intelligence had already confirmed to the Gauls that the Britannians had also reinforced the Kingdom of Aragon with 10 divisions. If the fighting continued, it might no longer be something that negotiations could resolve. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Gentlemen, please calm down. War benefits none of us. I think we might be able to find a solution that benefits all three parties. 3 parties? Humph. Edward Grey snorted in displeasure. He had always been very unhappy about the Gauls meddling in this matter. If it weren't for the diplomatic relations with the Saxon Empire having already reached an all-time low, he would have preferred to communicate with the Saxon side alone. Jagow, the Saxon negotiator, also raised his eyebrows upon hearing 3 parties but said nothing. The 3 parties engaged in a verbal battle, openly and secretly contending for the interests of their respective countries, and the entire festival hall was filled with an unshakable scent of gunpowder. Eventually, it was the Gauls who proposed a seemingly compromising suggestion. The 3 parties temporarily set aside their disputes and promptly assist the Aragon royal family in finalizing the succession. At the same time, in the future, they would jointly invest in and develop the glorious crystal mine resources within the Kingdom of Aragon. For the Britannians, this situation was clearly not what they wanted. They had originally intended to monopolize Aragon, this juicy piece of meat, but now not only had they failed to swallow it, they had also allowed the Gauls to get involved. However, the military setbacks and the tough stance shown by the Saxons forced them to consider a certain degree of compromise. And for the Saxons, this was the best solution they could achieve in a short period. After all, Saxon also did not want to completely push the Gauls into the embrace of Britannia. The empire was not yet ready to face 2 powerful adversaries simultaneously. In fact, for the Gauls, who seemingly benefited the most, even gaining joint development rights without participating in the fighting, this was not actually the outcome they most hoped for. Because the decision for joint development also meant that both the Britannians and the Saxons had brazenly extended their influence to their own backyard. For the Gauls, who had always considered the Iberian Peninsula within their sphere of influence, this was tantamount to inviting wolves into their home. The second round of negotiations continued for 5 full days, in an atmosphere where all three parties harbored their own ulterior motives. Ultimately, the three parties reached a fragile agreement and jointly issued a communique. The communique announced that Saxon, Britannia, and Gaul would, based on principles of peace and friendship, jointly assist the Kingdom of Aragon in post-war reconstruction and economic development. It also expressed hope that Aragon's protracted succession dispute would soon end. After this communique was published and sensationalized by various newspapers, the entire continent of Europa immediately entered an atmosphere of peace has finally arrived and long live peace. Countless citizens took to the streets, cheering and celebrating. Incited by some, they celebrated how a war that could have endangered all of Europa was averted through diplomatic efforts. For a time, the representatives of the three negotiating nations became heroes in their respective countries. However, no one at this moment cared about the feelings of the Kingdom of Aragon. Just as everyone ignored the Aragon Foreign Secretary who stood by when the joint communique was issued. He even seemed to have no relation to this negotiation concerning his own homeland. Nor did any country come forward to question the blatant interference of these three powerful nations in the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Aragon. In this era, the adage weak nations have no diplomacy was fully evident. Meanwhile, the sole surviving Highland mage from the Seville Street battle finally returned to London under heavy protection. As soon as he disembarked, before he even had a chance to see his family, he was immediately taken to a white tower across the river from Westminster Palace. The Highland Mage Tower, the heart of the Holy Britannian Empire's spellcasters, and one of the most mysterious places on the entire continent of Europa. The mage, brought into a room, had not yet had a chance to ask anything when he clearly saw another robed elder in the room. Archmage Graham of the Six-Person Council, the highest governing body of the Highland Mage Corps. He was a 9-ring spellcaster of the School of Transmutation, and one of only 6 9-ring mages in Britannia. Normally, ordinary Highland mages would have almost no chance to meet such a high-ranking spellcaster. Because they spent almost all their days in the council hall at the top of the tower. The surviving Highland mage humbly bowed his head, then heard a gentle voice. "You've worked hard, my child." This 9-ring spellcaster was very approachable. He personally poured a cup of calming tea for the mage, who appeared to be in extremely poor mental state, using mage hand. "We remember the contributions you've made to the Empire and the Mage Corps." After a simple reassurance and affirmation of his brave actions, Archmage Graham directly got to the point. "Now, my child, tell me, what exactly happened in Seville? How did Master Eldridge fall?" At the mention of this question, the Highland mage, who had been relatively calm, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. As if recalling some extremely terrifying experience. His face was pale, his lips quivering, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. "Hell. That place was hell." He spoke haltingly, in a voice so shaky it was distorted. "The Saxons, they must have mastered some evil spell." "Absolutely. Evil spell." Archmage Graham's brows furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed. "Relax, child. Be more specific, what exactly happened?" Their soldiers would suddenly appear from every corner of the city. From inside walls, under floors, on ceilings. Nowhere was safe. You couldn't kill them all. Never kill them all. The mage's voice grew louder and louder, his emotions more and more agitated, even starting to become somewhat frenzied. "Calm down." Archmage Graham had to raise his voice, trying to restore the other's sanity. But his words seemed to have the opposite effect. The other man waved his arms, as if trying to drive away the lingering nightmares from his memory. "Don't prepare attack spells. They're not enough. Not a single one is enough." He shouted at Archmage Graham, spittle flying. "All spell slots must be prepared as defensive spells. All of them. I myself must also relearn the School of Abjuration. Yes. I will relearn the School of Abjuration. Even if it means starting from scratch, I will not hesitate." This almost insane reaction caused Archmage Graham's brows to furrow tightly. He could feel that this person seemed genuinely to have suffered some intense trauma, and his current mental state made normal communication impossible. He waved his hand, and 2 spell guards in runic armor emerged from the shadows, flanking the still incoherent mage and dragging him away. "Take him to the quiet room, and have a mage from the School of Enchantment examine him," Graham ordered. "Yes, Archmage." Chapter 104, Return to the Homeland and the Noblewoman. Once the room was quiet again, Graham paced over to the wall. As he approached, the room's wall gradually became transparent, eventually disappearing completely. He gazed at the Palace of Westminster across the Thames, recalling the brief conversation he had just had. Although the surviving spellcaster's words were incoherent, the information they revealed made him feel a sense of unease. The Saxon soldiers seemed to have truly made some progress he was unaware of. Otherwise, they could not have inflicted such heavy losses on the Highland Mage Corps and the Order of the Garter in Seville. After a moment of thought, he turned and left the room, heading to the council hall on the top floor of the Mage Tower. The space inside this hall was significantly larger than it appeared from the outside, like a grand palace with a vaulted ceiling depicting an eternal starry night. Graham briefly explained the situation to the other 5 archmages of the council. He personally believed that the surviving spellcaster might indeed have some mental issues, and his testimony could contain exaggerations and distortions. But at the same time, he also raised his concern that the Saxon soldiers might have truly mastered something. "I think we might need to reevaluate the Saxon soldiers, especially their spellcasters." "You mean we need to send people over?" A voice came from the shadows of the main seat. "Graham, Chairman, in the tower, we can never truly uncover the truth." "I understand. I will arrange this matter." Outside Madrid, with the release of the joint communiqué by the three nations, the Saxon Expeditionary Forces attack on Madrid was officially called off. Although the proposal of joint development would take an unknown amount of time to truly implement, with endless negotiations ahead. Not to mention it was a project like crystallite mining, which required massive investment. However, Morin, in his discussions with the other captain/company grade officers of the political discussion group, had basically reached a conclusion. In the short term, unless one side went crazy and actively backstabbed the other, the two sides should not go to war again. But the mess in Aragon no longer affected Morin and his men. Because the 16th Brigade, which had been fighting the longest in Aragon, and several other units that had suffered heavy losses in the early battles, had successively received orders to return home for rest and recuperation. The 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment, where Morin was assigned, was also on the first list of units to be withdrawn. The troops broke camp again, but this time, they were heading towards the train station in the rear. There was nothing special to say about the march, but the soldiers' mood was noticeably much lighter than when they had first set off for the battlefield. Many people's faces even showed uncontrollable joy and anticipation. Regardless of how the big figures above gambled at the negotiating table, for these grassroots soldiers who had rolled through a hail of bullets, not fighting and returning home alive was the greatest good fortune. "Captain, how long of a leave do you think we'll get when we go back this time?" A newly supplemented soldier, somewhat excitedly and daringly, asked Morin, who was walking beside the formation. "What? Homesick?" Morin was in a good mood at the moment, so he didn't dwell on disciplinary issues, but instead smiled and patted his shoulder. "My fiancé is still waiting for me at home," the soldier scratched his head shyly. The surrounding soldiers immediately burst into laughter. "Not bad, got a fiancé so young." "Captain, don't listen to him brag." A fellow soldier who had been supplemented at the same time immediately started spilling the beans. This was an unavoidable feature of military life. "He hasn't even touched a girl's hand." Ha ha ha. A joyful atmosphere spread through the ranks. These soldiers, who had just crawled out of hell, finally shed the heavy burden on their hearts and regained the youthful vitality they should have, after hearing the news that they could go home. Morin looked at them and felt his own mood brighten, becoming much more relaxed. Moreover, being able to leave the battlefield and return home was his greatest wish since coming to this world. After returning to Saxon via military train and then transferring to a regular passenger train, the 32nd Infantry Regiment finally embarked on the last leg of their journey back to their garrison in Tvikau. Before the train even reached the station, Morin and the others could see crowds waving flowers and black eagle flags on both sides of the railway through the windows. Clearly, in addition to the diplomatic victory, the Saxon government had successfully conducted a round of propaganda at home regarding the Aragon War. These triumphant soldiers had become heroes of the empire in the eyes of the public. So when the train slowly pulled into the platform, and the companies organized the soldiers to disembark and gather in the square outside the station, a dense crowd had already gathered there, most of them being the soldiers' families. "Dad. Hans. I'm here. My son. You're finally home." The square outside the station completely erupted. If it weren't for the military police and police who had arrived in advance to maintain order, Morin estimated he would quickly lose sight of his company. The soldiers could no longer suppress their excitement, they just wanted to rush to their families and embrace them tightly. At this moment, the cruelty and bloodshed of war seemed to have been cast aside. But unfortunately, Morin had already received orders from battalion headquarters in advance. Although the soldiers of the 32nd Infantry Regiment would indeed receive a long leave, before being dismissed, they had to first return to the garrison to hand over all weapons and personal equipment, and change into clean civilian clothes. In fact, by this time, the homesickness of these soldiers, who had endured successive fierce battles, had reached its limit. Many of them looked eagerly at their captain/company grade officers, hoping to go home sooner. But Morin, Company Sergeant Major Klaus, and the platoon leaders of each platoon still strictly enforced orders, restraining the troops, and began marching towards the garrison. However, they had underestimated the enthusiasm of the families. They didn't even need to be organized, they simply followed the marching column on both sides, holding flowers and various homemade small flags. They continuously shouted the names of their loved ones, and gradually it turned into a grand chorus of traditional Saxon folk songs. The Saxon Empire adopted a mechanism similar to local recruitment, so most of the soldiers of the 32nd Infantry Regiment were actually local residents. Therefore, in addition to military families, most citizens of Tvikau also spontaneously came to the roadsides leading to the 32nd Infantry Regiment's garrison, and then offered their most enthusiastic respect and cheers to these triumphant soldiers. Long live the Empire! Welcome home, heroes! Some young girls even boldly blew kisses to the soldiers in the ranks, exchanging flirtatious glances. This made Morin unable to help but sigh to Klaus beside him. "Look, Klaus, this is a scene full of youthful vitality. Where can you find this on the battlefield?" Klaus looked at the young soldiers winking at the girls, also smiling. "Indeed, Captain. If I were 20 years younger, I might be just like them." Amidst a shower of flowers and cheers, the troops finally returned to their familiar garrison. Morin's first action upon entering the barracks was to immediately order the entire company to hand over their weapons, equipment, and all gear. At the warehouse entrance, the quartermasters were bustling, as piece after piece of equipment, stained with gunpowder and dust, was counted and stored. The garrison's logistics personnel would uniformly clean the uniforms. Of course, this service was only available during long holidays. In most cases, Saxon soldiers still had to clean their own clothes, or rather, they simply had no time to clean them on the battlefield. "Everyone, count carefully for me. Not a single bullet is to leave the barracks. Although the entire company had already handed over their ammunition before boarding the train, Klaus shouted at the top of his lungs from the side, a smile he couldn't hide on his face. Morin looked at the lively scene and felt a sense of relief. He walked over to the quartermaster and specifically instructed, turn on the hot water in the boiler room, so the brothers can all take a good hot shower and clean themselves up before going home. However, some soldiers were already impatient, eager to rush out of the barracks as soon as they handed over their equipment. Morin saw them and, smiling, shouted. What's the rush, you damned lot? You're all so marinated in grime, are you planning to go home and fumigate your families to death? And those few impatient ones, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Be careful your wives won't let you in bed tonight. Everyone immediately burst into laughter and rushed towards the bathhouse. And this was perhaps the quickest shower these soldiers had ever taken, not a single person chatted or bragged in the bathhouse as usual. After washing up and changing into clean, neat civilian clothes, the soldiers began to leave the camp in 2s and 3s. And at the camp gate, Morin, who had also washed up and changed into a captain/company grade officer's civilian uniform, stood there, smiling and greeting every soldier who left. You guys, go home and spend good time with your families, don't just think about drinking. Oh, and remember to report back on time when your leave is up. Don't make me bring the military police to your homes to arrest you. Captain, you can rest assured. Goodbye, Lieutenant. The soldiers responded with laughter, the atmosphere light and joyful. However, as the soldiers in the camp became fewer and fewer, the once bustling barracks gradually became empty and quiet. Morin's smile slowly faded. When the logistics soldiers of the supply train and field kitchen also rushed out of the gate with large and small bags, excited. The entire camp, apart from a few logistics personnel responsible for daily maintenance and sentries temporarily assigned from the reserve battalion, was left with only Morin and Company Sergeant Major Klaus. Klaus, you should go home soon too, your family must be anxious. Morin said to the company sergeant major who had been by his side. Klaus opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but seeing the slightly melancholic expression on Morin's face, he eventually swallowed his words. Then, Captain, I'll be going. You should also go home and rest early. Klaus saluted Morin solemnly, then turned and left the camp. Watching Klaus's retreating figure, Morin stood at the empty camp gate, an unprecedented sense of loneliness engulfing him like a tide. He suddenly felt that these cold barracks and training grounds might be his only home in this world. After all, places outside the battlefield and barracks were still somewhat unfamiliar to him. So he just had to wait here. When the holiday ended, his soldiers would return. The noise, the training calls, the terrible coffee from the field kitchen, everything would return to normal. He would once again gain the closest connection to this world. Damn it, wait. Am I going to have PTSD after fighting a war? Just as Morin was worrying about not being able to return to normal life, he noticed that as the crowd outside the camp gradually dispersed, a black carriage was still quietly parked in place, not having left. This carriage isn't here to pick me up, is it? This thought flashed through Morin's mind, as everyone who should have left Company 1's barracks had already gone. At the same time, an old man dressed as a meticulous butler arrived at the camp gate, but was stopped by the sentries. When Morin walked forward in confusion, the butler bowed deeply to him and said in a respectful tone. Young Master Mollin, Madame von Falkenstein is waiting for you in the carriage. Morin was stunned for a moment. Then, as a memory quickly surged into his mind, he also knew who this Madame von Falkenstein the butler spoke of was. It was that mysterious noblewoman Cecilia von Falkenstein. A widow, only 35 years old, the head of Falkenstein-Eisenstein United Industries, the empire's largest crystallite supplier and refining enterprise, possessing immense wealth. In his memory, she was his mother's close friend, like family. And after Morin's parents passed away when he was young, she had always supported, or rather, cared for him, playing a role like an older sister. Morin thought for a moment, then took his luggage to the carriage. After a moment of hesitation, he boarded the carriage. The carriage interior was dimly lit, a mixture of leather and a cold vetiver scent. A sliver of winter's grey light filtered through the window, outlining the noblewoman's elegant silhouette. The first thing Morin saw were her eyes, a unique and cold grey blue. He could feel a hint of burning emotion subtly emanating from beneath the ice when these eyes looked at him, but it vanished in an instant. Her abundant, honey blonde and platinum mixed long hair was meticulously styled into an intricate and elegant bun, coiled at the back of her head. She wore a well-fitted white dress, and when she saw him, a faint smile curved her lips. Fritz, you're finally back. Her voice was soft and pleasant, instantly putting Morin at ease. Cecilia. Madam. Morin was momentarily unsure how to address her. In the memories that surged into his mind, he had always affectionately called her Sister Cecilia, but at this moment, the words felt somewhat abrupt. Cecilia seemed to notice his awkwardness and chuckled softly. What, after going to war and winning battles, have you become distant? Chapter 105, I don't want to work hard anymore. Cecilia's smile remained, her grey-blue eyes quietly observing Morin, as if trying to see through him from the inside out. Fritz, you didn't used to call me that. Her voice was still soft, yet it carried an undeniable sense of intimacy, easily dispelling Morin's awkwardness. Morin felt his cheeks flush, unsure how to respond for a moment. Firstly, he indeed felt a certain sense of discomfort after leaving the battlefield. When his pistol wasn't hanging at his waist, it was like standing on the street before he transmigrated, unable to find his phone. Secondly, he realized he was, damn it, a little shy. While it was undeniable that Cecilia was a beauty, he felt a bit too pathetic behaving this way. It was like how many people might talk big online, but when they go to a comic convention and meet a cosplayer for a photo, they don't know where to put their hands. He scratched his head, feeling his cheeks burn, and stammered, "And no, I just didn't quite react in time." "Then just call me sister, like before." Cecilia's tone was gentle but held an air of irrefutability. She reached out and naturally helped Morin straighten his slightly crooked collar. The cool touch of her fingertips made Morin's body stiffen slightly, and a faint vetiver scent lingered at his nostrils, exactly like the smell he remembered. "Yes, Sister Cecilia." Morin quietly responded. This was too embarrassing. Cecilia looked at his flustered expression, and the smile in her eyes deepened. She didn't continue the topic, instead sighing softly, a hint of complaint in her voice. "I told General Mackensen a long time ago that you are the only heir left in your family, and you should be transferred to a stable position in the rear. But he, on the other hand, not only didn't listen but directly took you to a frontline unit, and it was the Aragon Kingdom frontline. Sometimes I really wonder if he and your grandfather were friends or enemies back then." Hearing Cecilia begin to complain about General Mackensen, Morin felt a lot less pressure. He finally found a topic he could join in on. "Sister Cecilia, the general is also trying to train me, and..." Morin paused, still deciding to say a good word for the old general. The battlefield is indeed the best place for a soldier to grow. "Grow? Growth exchanged for your life?" Cecilia's tone became a little heavier. "Fritz, you don't know how worried I was when I heard the news of fierce fighting breaking out in Seville. I prayed to God almost every day, hoping you would be safe." Her voice carried a hint of lingering fear, making Morin's heart clench. He could feel that this concern was genuine, unadulterated. As the two talked about things on the battlefield, Morin found his tense nerves slowly relaxing. Although he still didn't quite dare to look directly into Cecilia's seemingly insightful eyes, he occasionally couldn't help but secretly glance at the stunning beauty. Her white dress today was simple in style, but it had delicate lace trim at the collar and cuffs, perfectly accentuating her fair neck and wrists. Her honey blonde and platinum hair was coiled at the back of her head, with a few strands casually falling. And some other things gently swayed with the bumps of the carriage. Morin frantically recalled how the original owner interacted with this noble woman. The fragmented memories that surfaced told him that the relationship between the two was indeed more like close siblings. There were no inappropriate scenes. After he lost his parents when he was young, Cecilia had always taken care of him. In fact, because his financial source was entirely dependent on Cecilia, the former Morin was more funny and complimentary when facing her, fearing that if he displeased her, he would have no money to spend. Thinking of this, Morin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing this wasn't some ridiculous plot from a Korean movie like Mom's Best Friend. As long as this kinship-like sibling relationship was maintained, nothing should go wrong. As the two conversed, the carriage passed through the urban area of Tvikau and finally entered a secluded forest path. Tall oak trees lined both sides of the road, and the winter sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground. After another quarter of an hour of driving, a manor appeared in Morin's sight. The style of this manor was not ostentatious, it lacked the luxurious feel of Baroque architecture. The grey stone exterior walls were covered with withered ivy, and the entire manor exuded a restrained and rustic aura. The carriage passed through the carved iron gate and slowly stopped in front of a main building along the gravel driveway. The carriage door was opened by a servant waiting nearby. Morin got out first, then awkwardly extended his hand, wanting to help Cecilia down. Cecilia looked at his outstretched hand, first stunning for a moment, then smiled and gently placed her hand on his. Her hand was very soft. This was Morin's only sensation at the moment. Morin felt his heart rate accelerate against his will. After she got out of the car, he quickly withdrew his hand, pretending to casually straighten his military uniform. "Rest well here tonight," Cecilia said to Morin as she walked up the steps. "Tomorrow afternoon, we'll take the train back to Dresden." Entering the interior of the manor, Morin further witnessed what was called understated luxury. Just standing at the entrance to greet them was a sizable team of servants, a butler, maids, a chef, a coachman. Each performing their duties, orderly. A very capable-looking head maid stepped forward, bowed to Cecilia, and then arranged for a young maid to lead Morin to his room. "Young Master Mullen, please follow me." The young maid bowed slightly, her voice as faint as a mosquito, seemingly nervous when facing Morin. Morin nodded and followed her up the spiral staircase covered with a dark red carpet, then was led to a guest room on the second floor of the manor. The room was large, but the furnishings were not complex. However, every piece of furniture exuded refinement and meticulousness. In the center of the room was a huge four-poster bed, with intricate patterns carved on the dark brown bed frame, and soft down bedding that made one want to lie down and roll around. This was much more comfortable than the hard wooden board of a camp bed. The maid briefly introduced the room's facilities to Morin, such as pulling the rope by the wall to summon servants, and that hot water was already prepared in the washroom. After speaking, she bowed and withdrew, gently closing the door. Morin did not leave the room all afternoon. He first walked around the room, then went to the window, subconsciously observing the surroundings of the manor and assessing its security. This had almost become a habit ingrained in his bones. After checking and confirming that the manor's location was sufficiently secluded, and that there were high walls and patrolling guards on the perimeter, meaning there should be no danger in the short term, he finally completely relaxed. He sat down on the soft sofa, intending to take a nap. But as soon as he closed his eyes, what appeared in his mind were all the bloody scenes from the battlefield. Gunshots, explosions, the screams of soldiers, they seemed to still echo in his ears. He abruptly opened his eyes and let out a long, heavy breath. Could it really be PTSD? It seemed that returning to normal life from the battlefield would require a period of adjustment. Morin simply stopped forcing himself to rest and instead paced around the room, thinking about the situations he might face next. It wasn't until evening that a maid knocked on the door, informing him that he could go downstairs for dinner. In the dining room, the long dining table was already laden with food. Breads of various flavors, cold cuts, and sausage platters, as well as several different cheeses and vegetable salads. Cecilia had already changed into a homey dark blue long dress and was waiting for him at the head of the table. Morin sat in the seat opposite her. A maid approached, carrying a silver tray, and gently placed a small jar of translucent caviar and a few slices of pink smoked salmon in front of Morin. Eat quickly, Fritz. Cecilia smiled and gestured. Look at you, how thin you've become in the military. Morin looked at the food in front of him but hesitated to start eating. In the more than a month he had spent in the Aragon Kingdom, he had grown accustomed to gnawing on hard black bread and solving his hunger with thick soup. Sometimes, being able to eat a hot meal of potato stew with beef was considered an improvement in diet. He hadn't seen things like caviar and smoked salmon in a long time. Why aren't you eating? Cecilia asked, a little curious, seeing him not touch his knife and fork. Didn't you used to love these two things the most? Every time you came here, you would eat quite a lot. Ah, haha. Morin gave a dry laugh and casually explained. It was too simple eating in the military before. Now, suddenly seeing so much delicious food, I'm rather unaccustomed. He was telling the truth. This huge contrast gave him a sense of unreality. Is that so? A hint of heartache flashed in Cecilia's eyes. It seems you suffered a lot on the front line. She didn't press further, only saying in a gentle tone, then take your time. Start with some bread and salad. All right. Morin picked up his knife and fork, somewhat clumsily cutting a small piece of smoked salmon and putting it into his mouth. The savory, smooth texture spread across his taste buds, giving him the illusion of being in another world. During the meal, Morin also discovered something different from his stereotype. In his understanding before he transmigrated, the main meal in Western cuisine usually referred to dinner. But in the Saxon Empire, or rather, among the nobility of Europa, the most important meal of the day was actually lunch. Lunch not only featured numerous dishes and complex etiquette, but also usually required changing into formal attire. A meal lasting 2 or 3 hours was commonplace, and it was also the core occasion for social and family gatherings. The reason was simple. The main laborers of society, such as farmers and workers, needed to work long hours during the day. Their lunches often prioritized simplicity and speed, so they could quickly replenish their energy and return to work in the afternoon. The nobility, however, did not need to engage in physical labor, they had plenty of leisure time. Enjoying a multi-course feast lasting several hours at noon was itself a display of status and leisure, a symbol of class distinction. As for dinner, it was relatively much simpler and more casual, usually consisting of cold dishes and light meals. Dinner ended in a silent and elegant atmosphere. Morin and Cecilia chatted for a few more moments by the fireplace in the living room. The conversation revolved around Morin's experiences in military school and on the battlefield, as well as some innocuous recent news from home. Morin tried his best to portray his past self, recounting stories he dug out from his memories. Cecilia listened quietly, her grey-blue eyes constantly fixed on Morin. The two chatted until almost 9 in the evening, when Morin, truly unable to stay awake any longer, excused himself and returned to his room. Several consecutive days of train travel had already consumed a lot of his energy, and the tense state he had developed on the battlefield had not yet fully relaxed. Back in his room, he took another hot shower and changed into the silk pajamas the maid had prepared in advance. As he sank into the impossibly soft large bed, an unprecedented wave of fatigue washed over him. Hands reaching for clothes, mouth opening for food. No need to think about how to fight the next battle, no need to worry about bullets that could fly at any moment. This life of almost decadent comfort suddenly sparked a thought in Morin's mind. Perhaps, just being a good-for-nothing, eating and waiting to die, might not be so bad after all. He turned over and soon fell into a deep sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Morin suddenly awoke from his sleep, sitting up with a start from the bed. His right hand instinctively reached for the right side of the bed, where his pistol usually lay. Klaus! He habitually shouted. Why hasn't the morning assembly whistle blown yet? After shouting, he froze. What met his eyes was not the familiar military tent, nor Klaus's German-flavored face. Instead, it was carved bedposts and hazy curtains. The air was filled with a faint incense, not the smell of sweat and gunpowder. Morin looked around, and it took several seconds for him to fully realize. He was no longer on the battlefield of the Aragon Kingdom, but in the manor in Tvikau. He gave a self-deprecating smile, raised his hand, and glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was just past 6 o'clock. In the military, at this time, the reveille whistle would have already blown. Soldiers from each platoon should be lining up for morning exercises under the leadership of their platoon leader. He lay back on the bed, attempting to fall asleep again. But tossing and turning, his mind became increasingly clear, and he couldn't find any sleepiness. The biological clock developed on the battlefield was like a stubborn brand, profoundly changing his daily habits. After realizing he couldn't fall asleep no matter what, Morin simply gave up. He got out of bed and put on the company-grade officer's service uniform he had worn yesterday. The Saxon Empire's military regulations allowed military personnel to wear service uniforms during leave, which was not only convenient but also regarded as a manifestation of military honor. When Morin opened the door and walked down the stairs, several maids who were cleaning in the main hall on the first floor stopped their work in surprise. They clearly hadn't expected young Master Mullen to be up so early. Chapter 106 Young Master Mullen has changed. Good morning, young Master Mullen. The maids quickly bowed in greeting. Good morning. Is there anything to eat? Morin rubbed his still empty stomach. He hadn't quite eaten his fill last night. This. One maid replied with some difficulty. Young Master, usually at this time, the madam hasn't woken up yet, so breakfast preparation will be a bit late. She glanced at Morin and added, and you never used to get up this early. The implication was that the kitchen hadn't anticipated he would want to eat at this hour. After speaking, she seemed afraid Morin would blame them and quickly, along with the other maids, made assurances. We will definitely prepare breakfast in advance from now on. Please don't blame us. It's fine. Morin waved his hand. He wasn't some unreasonable tyrant, and besides, breakfast was something he could easily handle himself. He curiously strolled into the manor's kitchen. The kitchen was large, fully equipped with various gleaming utensils. Morin, familiar with the layout, opened the food storage freezer. This device had only been invented last year and was also a product of magic technology. From it, he took out some leftover cold cuts, cheese, and a few slices of bread from last night, making himself a simple sandwich. Normally, these leftover foods would be consumed by the servants of the manor. The maids following behind him, seeing this young nobleman actually making his own meal, all showed expressions of disbelief. In their understanding, a noble young master like Morin shouldn't even know which way the kitchen door opened. However, one of the more nimble maids reacted quickly. She immediately ran to the stove, swiftly brewed Morin a cup of hot cocoa, and then carefully brought it over. Young master, please have this. Thank you. Morin naturally took it and took a sip. The warm, sweet liquid sliding down his throat made him feel much more comfortable. However, his simple thank you instantly petrified the maids where they stood. Having worked under Cecilia for so long, this was the first time they had heard Morin say thank you to them. The maids dared not stay any longer. They cautiously left the kitchen and hid in an empty corridor. Oh my goodness, did I hear wrong just now? Young Master Mullen actually said thank you. Wait, being thanked by the young master doesn't seem like a good thing, does it? Memories of Morin's past absurdities flashed through the maids' minds. What should we do then? One maid panicked slightly. Don't be afraid, with Madam here, the young master shouldn't dare to act rashly. But if it's young Master Mullen, it doesn't seem impossible. Meriton, you're acting strange. Morin quickly finished his breakfast. After eating, he inquired with a maid and learned that Cecilia usually didn't wake up until 9 or 10 o'clock. He thought for a moment and decided to use this time to attend to something that should have been done long ago. Returning Captain Hauser's belongings to his family. Morin had specifically obtained Captain Hauser's information from the battalion headquarters earlier. The captain's home happened to be in Tvikau. Morin returned to his room, took out Captain Hauser's wristwatch and the pocket watch the captain had lent him from his luggage. Then he troubled a maid to find a clean velvet cloth and carefully wrapped both watches. Having done all this, he walked to the manor's entrance, ready to go out. Then he froze in place. He suddenly realized a very practical problem. There were no ride-hailing services on call, nor a comprehensive bus or subway system. A small town like Tvikau didn't even have trams. People of this era, apart from taking slow and extremely uncomfortable postal stage coaches, relied 90% on their feet, bicycles, or their own carriages for travel. And this manor was located in the secluded suburbs, a considerable distance from the urban area where Captain Hauser's home was. Just as Morin stood at the entrance, wondering whether to simply walk there and treat it as a morning exercise, a coachman waiting at the door, with good judgment, walked up to him. Young master, are you going out? Morin nodded. Shall I prepare a carriage for you? Hearing this, Morin didn't stand on ceremony. He told the coachman Captain Hauser's home address and asked him to take him there. The coachman immediately went to prepare the carriage. Soon, a small, light two-wheeled carriage stopped in front of Morin. Morin got into the carriage and headed towards the Tvikau urban area. Once the carriage entered the urban area of Tvikau, its speed gradually slowed. On both sides of the street were typical Saxon-style buildings. On the cobblestone roads, pedestrians and bicycles came and went. Occasionally, 1 or 2 early automobiles, burning luminocrystal fuel, would putter by, leaving a trail of black smoke. Morin looked at the scenery outside the window and suddenly thought of a question. Was it a bit impolite to show up empty-handed like this? Although he was returning a deceased's belongings, bringing something, even just a bouquet of flowers, was a gesture of goodwill. However, just as this thought emerged, another more practical problem also surfaced in his mind. He seemed to have no money. As an officer, his salary hadn't been disbursed yet. And in the luggage he brought back from the barracks, apart from a few changes of clothes and some personal items, there wasn't even a single pfennig. The original owner's pocket money used to come from Cecilia. He himself had no habit of saving money. This was quite awkward. Morin looked at the things he had brought. Besides the captain's belongings, he only had the white bread and cheese he had grabbed from the kitchen that morning, just in case. The coachman seemed to notice his predicament and kindly reminded him, "Young master, there's a flower stall up ahead. You can trade some food for flowers." Morin followed the direction he pointed and indeed saw a flower stall not far away, though it didn't seem to have many varieties. Morin got out of the carriage and hesitated for a moment, then finally braced himself and walked to the stall. The vendor was a kind-looking middle-aged woman. Morin used the only white bread and cheese in his pocket, plus his uniform representing the honor of an imperial officer, and the general goodwill of Saxon commoners towards soldiers. He successfully exchanged these for a few wrapped bouquets of Christmas roses from the woman. These flowers, also known as hellebores, were among the few plants that would bloom in the wild during winter in Saxon. When the woman heard he was visiting the family of a fallen comrade, she not only refused his payment but also gave him an extra bouquet and wished him a smooth journey. No, madam, I can't take your things for free. It's not easy for you to set up a stall in this cold winter. Morin insisted, forcefully pushing the bread and cheese into the vendor's hand. These foods may not be worth much, but they are a small token of my appreciation. Seeing Morin's insistence, the vendor could no longer refuse. She eventually accepted the food, then carefully selected another bouquet of Christmas roses for Morin, meticulously wrapping them in clean paper. Officer, I wish you all the best, she said sincerely as she handed the flowers to Morin. Thank you, madam. Morin took the flowers and thanked her again. Meanwhile, at the manor, Cecilia slowly woke up, attended by a maid. She leaned languidly against the headboard, sipping hot milk brought by the maid, and casually asked, "Where's Fritz? Has he woken up?" "Madam, young Master Mullen got up before dawn." The maid replied respectfully. "Oh." Cecilia instantly sobered up, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "He had breakfast by himself in the kitchen, and then he went out." "Went out?" Cecilia was even more surprised. "Where did he go? Did he say when he'd be back?" "He didn't say, only asked the coachman to take him to an address in the city." Cecilia pondered for a moment, then a complex smile appeared on her face. "This child, he really has changed," she murmured to herself. If it were before, if he wanted to go out, he would surely rush to her room immediately. Then he would pester her, trying every possible way to get some money from her. Today, he left without a word, and he was gone. This made Cecilia feel a hint of relief, but deep down, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her. The carriage finally stopped in front of a quiet street. This was a residential area for ordinary citizens of Tvikau, with 2 or 3-story terraced houses that looked quite old. Morin found Captain Hauser's home according to the address. He straightened his military uniform, took the flowers, walked up, and gently knocked on the door. A woman in her 30s opened the door. She wore a plain black dress, her hair simply tied back, and her face showed an undeniable weariness and sadness. Upon seeing Morin's officer's uniform, her body visibly stiffened. "You are? Hello, are you Mrs. Hauser?" Morin asked softly. "I am Friedrich Mullen, Captain Hauser's subordinate during his lifetime." Hearing the title Captain Hauser, tears instantly welled up in the woman's eyes. But she forcibly held them back, stepped aside, and ushered Morin into the house. "Please come in." The furnishings inside were simple but spotlessly clean. Morin placed the flowers on a table by the door, then handed the velvet-wrapped wristwatch and pocket watch to Mrs. Hauser. "These are the captain's belongings. His last wish was for these items to be given to his wife, so I have come to return them." Mrs. Hauser's hands trembled as she took the 2 watches. When her fingertips touched the cold metal, the tears she had been suppressing finally broke free. She clutched her husband's belongings tightly, crouched on the floor, and sobbed quietly. Morin stood by, saying nothing, just quietly waiting for her to compose herself. After a long while, Mrs. Hauser slowly stopped crying. She wiped her tears, stood up, and managed a faint smile at Morin. "I apologize for letting you see me like this." Chapter 107, Meeting Ludwig again. Morin paused, then asked the question he was most concerned about. "Madam, has Captain Hauser's pension been disbursed? Were there any discrepancies?" "It has been received, Mr. Morin." Mrs. Hauser nodded. "The people from City Hall just delivered it a few days ago. There were no discrepancies. They also said that once Barnes reaches the qualifying age, he can directly enter the officer academy." Upon hearing this, Morin finally felt a little relieved. It seemed the Empire's pension system was functioning normally, with no deductions or delays. "That's good. If you encounter any difficulties in life later on, you can always contact me through the garrison's office." Morin finished speaking and placed a slip of paper with his name and current unit number on the table. Mrs. Hauser glanced at the slip of paper, then shook her head. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Morin, but we cannot trouble you and the unit any further." Just then, a small boy, about 10 years old, ran out from the inner room. He looked at Morin, dressed in military uniform, with curiosity and no shyness at all. "Mom, who is this uncle?" "Barnes, quickly say hello to Uncle Morin." Mrs. Hauser pulled her son closer. Morin noticed a photo of Captain Hauser and the little boy hanging on the living room wall. In the photo, Captain Hauser and the little boy, both in Saxon military uniforms, were crossing a road. "Uncle Morin, are you my dad's comrade in arms?" Little Barnes looked up, asking in a clear voice. "Yes." Morin squatted down and patted his head. "They said my dad is a hero, right?" Hearing his words, Morin nodded without hesitation. "Yes, he is a hero to all of us." After receiving an affirmative answer, the little boy's face showed a proud expression. He puffed out his chest and spoke to Morin in an incredibly serious tone. "Uncle, when I grow up, I also want to join the army like my dad and become an imperial hero." Morin looked at his clear and determined eyes, and for a moment, his throat felt as if it was choked by something, unable to utter a single word. He didn't know whether to encourage him or dissuade him. After all, given the current world situation, it was highly probable that the major powers would eventually go to war in the coming decades. Joining the army at this point was clearly not a good choice. But in the end, he could only pat the little boy's head again, then stood up and bid farewell. Leaving Captain Hauser's home, Morin no longer had the mood to wander around town, so he asked the coachman to take him directly back to the manor. It was almost noon when he arrived at the manor. Lunch, the main meal, was very rich, with various foods covering the entire long table, but Morin looked at the exquisite dishes and found he had no appetite at all. His mind was filled with little Barnes's words, "I also want to join the army like my dad." He ate a few bites perfunctorily, then excused himself to Cecilia and returned to his room alone. Watching Morin's somewhat lonely figure, Cecilia also unconsciously frowned. She really wanted to communicate with Morin as before, but ever since he returned from the battlefield, she always felt there was a barrier between them. In the afternoon, Morin packed his simple luggage and, together with Cecilia, took a passenger train with an entire carriage booked, returning to Dresden, the capital of the Saxon Empire. After the train arrived at Dresden Central Station and disembarked passengers, it then drove to a station in the suburbs that was not usually open to the public. As soon as he got off the train, Morin saw several black cars waiting quietly by the platform. Several drivers and servants immediately came forward respectfully upon seeing Cecilia. "Madam, welcome back." Cecilia nodded slightly, then led Morin into the first car, which was powered by a Huijing internal combustion engine. This display made Morin once again deeply realize what kind of money power owner his sister was. The car smoothly drove away from the station, along the wide road, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Morin looked out the window at the city, both familiar and strange. Dresden, known as the Florence on the Elbe, was not only the capital of the Saxon Empire but also the empire's cultural and artistic center. Baroque-style architecture was everywhere, with magnificent palaces, churches, and opera houses collectively forming the city's splendid landscape. However, beneath these prosperous appearances, Morin also keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. On the streets, besides ordinary citizens, many soldiers in various military uniforms could be seen. Newsboys loudly hawked the latest newspapers, with front-page headlines invariably reporting on the Aragon War and the Paris negotiations. The air was filled with a complex mix of excitement, pride, and unease. The car finally stopped in front of an even larger manor outside the city. If the manor in Twickau was a restrained castle, then the one before him was an out-and-out palace. The huge fountain, the neatly trimmed Gaulish gardens, and the magnificent, almost exaggerated main building, all highlighted the owner's wealth and status. "You'll still live here from now on, Fritz." Cecilia led Morin into the resplendent hall and said to him, "I've had your old room prepared." Morin looked at the absurdly grand hall, and he felt that his previous idea of living off others and being a good-for-nothing seemed not so out of reach after all. In the evening, Morin stayed alone in his overly large bedroom, thinking about what to do during this upcoming holiday. Returning to the barracks was impossible, the entire camp was empty now. Look for old classmates and friends? He couldn't recall anyone he could truly call a friend from his time at the Central Military Academy. Just as he was feeling bored, a butler came and knocked on his door. "Young Master Mullen, a visitor is downstairs to see you." "A visitor?" Morin was a little surprised. He had just returned to Dresden, who would be looking for him? He followed the butler to the reception room downstairs. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure. The person, dressed in a crisp Teutonic Order staff officer's uniform, had his back to him, admiring an oil painting on the wall. "Lieutenant Colonel Ludd." "Sect." Morin tentatively called out. He already knew he used to address the other person by his first name directly, and now he used the proper etiquette of calling out the other person's surname. "You can still call me Ludwig. And I don't need to call you by your surname, Friedrich." Ludwig turned around, a genuine smile on his face. "I didn't expect you to return to Dresden so soon. I came to find you as soon as I knew you were back. When I arrived at the rear, I didn't even have a chance to say a few words to you before I was forcibly brought back to the country." "Me too." Morin walked forward with a smile and hugged Ludwig. "When I settled my unit and intended to look for you, I found that you had already left." "Ha ha 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 ha, it's good that you are back alive, by the way." Ludwig's expression turned serious, and he then earnestly said to Morin, "Our Grand Master of the Teutonic Order is very interested after learning about the effectiveness of the shaped charge armor-piercing round. He hopes to conduct more standardized internal military tests as soon as possible, so Morin, you can complete the data preparation these days, and then I will take you to the Imperial Patent Office to complete the application." Chapter 108, A Transformed Ludwig. Morin led Ludwig into the manor's spacious, almost exaggerated, grand hall. Crystal chandeliers hung from the extremely high dome, casting light onto the floor, clearly reflecting figures. The moment Ludwig stepped in, he seemed to shed his old skin, his usual cheerful officer's demeanor completely vanished, and his movements became cautious. Morin gestured for Ludwig to sit on a seemingly expensive sofa, and the butler quickly directed a maid to serve coffee and exquisite pastries. Ludwig's nervous demeanor made Morin a little curious. Just as he was about to ask the lieutenant colonel what was wrong, a faint sound of footsteps came from the spiral staircase on the second floor. Morin instinctively looked up and saw Cecilia's figure. She was wearing a well-tailored black dress today, its hem swaying slightly with her steps. Her honey and platinum blonde hair was still meticulously coiled at the back of her head, but her expression carried an uncharacteristic aloofness. She slowly descended the stairs, her grey-blue eyes first sweeping over Morin, then landing on Ludwig, quickly recognizing his Teutonic Knight uniform. And this Teutonic Knight is... Her voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. Ludwig, who had been relatively relaxed, instantly shot up from the sofa the moment he saw Cecilia appear, his body rigid. He even unconsciously adjusted the collar of his already impeccable uniform. Madame von Falkenstein, hello. He bowed stiffly to Cecilia with a knight's salute, his voice a little strained. I am Ludwig von Sect of the Teutonic Order. Please forgive my unannounced visit. Ludwig even stated her full name, his respectful attitude leaving Morin, who was standing by, dumbfounded. Was this the same guy who had clapped him on the shoulder in Seville, constantly saying, my sister and you are a match made in heaven? Cecilia merely nodded slightly in response. Her aura was simply too strong, even though she just stood there quietly, she naturally became the center of the entire space. It was the kind of authority only those who have long held high positions possess, completely different from the gentle sister Morin usually saw, who would adjust his collar and complain softly. Morin muttered to himself, this appearance indeed had the feel of a corporate titan. Lieutenant Colonel Sect, is there something you need to discuss with Fritz? Cecilia asked, her tone still flat. Yes, madam, Ludwig replied quickly, not daring to show any slack, it's about some official business. He seemed to want to say something but hesitated, as if constrained by something. Seeing this, Morin proactively explained, Sister Cecilia, it's about an invention I made on the battlefield, Ludwig and his Knight Order are very interested. An invention? Hearing these two words, a hint of surprise finally appeared on Cecilia's face. Her eyes swept back and forth between Morin and Ludwig, as if evaluating the authenticity of the matter. A remarkable invention. She pressed. Yes, madam, a very remarkable one. Ludwig quickly added, his tone full of affirmation. Cecilia fell silent for a moment. Her grey-blue eyes looked at Morin again, this time lingering a little longer, and the emotions within them were much more complex. Since it's official business, you two should discuss it in the reception room. She turned and walked towards a corridor on one side of the hall. Follow me. Morin and Ludwig exchanged glances and quickly followed her. Cecilia led them to an elegantly decorated reception room that appeared more private and had excellent soundproofing. You two talk, I won't disturb you. After saying this, she turned to leave. The moment she closed the door, Morin clearly saw a strong, lingering resentment in the look she cast at him. That look seemed to silently complain, Fritz, are you unwilling to even tell me about such an important matter first? Bang. The heavy door was gently closed, cutting off that complex gaze. Only Morin and Ludwig remained in the room. Ludwig let out a long sigh, deflating like a punctured ball, and slumped onto the sofa. He raised a hand to wipe away non-existent sweat from his forehead, looking quite shaken. Oh my, she's finally gone. Seeing Ludwig's look of relief, Morin couldn't help but burst out laughing. I say, do you have to be like that? Morin poured water for himself and Ludwig, asking curiously, back in Seville, when you mentioned Sister Cecilia to me, you weren't this reserved. At that time, when Ludwig spoke of this lady, his tone was more teasing. But today, having actually met her, why had he become such a coward? Ahem, Ludwig coughed awkwardly a couple of times and sat up straight. Joking with you privately is one thing, actually meeting her in person is another. He lowered his voice and mysteriously told Morin. Friedrich, you don't know how good you have it. You haven't seen Madame von Falkenstein's methods out there. Our Teutonic Order also have dealings with some subsidiaries under Falkenstein-Eisenstein United Industries. I heard the Grand Quartermaster of the Order say that this brilliant Crystal Queen is a ruthless operator at the negotiating table. It's said that once, a business representative from Gaul tried to pull a fast one with a contract. In the end, not only did the deal fall through, but she used business rules to humiliate him and drive him out of the Saxon market, his company even went bankrupt. That powerful? Morin was a little surprised. In his memory, Sister Cecilia had always been synonymous with gentleness and care, this was the first time he had heard of such a strong side to her. More than just powerful, Ludwig sighed, so, to be as relaxed as you are in front of her, you're probably the only one in the entire Saxon Empire. He paused, then added, moreover, this is only my second time visiting the Madame's estate today. Second time? Morin grew even more curious. When was the first time? Ludwig's expression instantly became odd. He looked at Morin, hesitating to speak. What is it? Just say it. It was, when you little rascal, flirted with my sister Patricia at the ball and then publicly confessed and were rejected. Morin. A dusty, unbearable memory quickly surged into his mind. As soon as I found out about it, my temper flared up instantly. I immediately wanted to come over and cause you trouble, to teach you, the playboy, a good lesson. Ludwig continued, though his tone showed no trace of anger now. But I rushed here only to find out you had already returned to the military academy, so I had to give up. Morin awkwardly rubbed his nose, letting out a dry laugh. However, Ludwig was just talking now, the friendship they had forged during the battle in Seville had long since completely dispelled any lingering anger he had. After a few exchanges, Morin quickly brought the conversation back on track. Ludwig took a document from his briefcase and handed it to Morin. This is what our Grand Master personally asked me to bring you after reviewing the frontline battle reports. His expression became serious. The Grand Master is very interested in your focused armor-piercing shell. He believes this technology is very likely to change the future combat model between armored knights. Morin took the document and quickly schemed it. It was an internal technical evaluation intent letter from the Teutonic Order, detailing their requirements and initial plans for testing the focused armor-piercing shell. Our Saxon armored knights have been suppressed and suffered many losses in previous battles against Britannia's armored knights due to technical reasons, often only able to win by sheer numbers. Ludwig's tone was heavy. Therefore, the Grand Master hopes to apply your technology to actual combat as soon as possible, so that we can also have weapons capable of efficiently penetrating their heavy armor. As the Teutonic Knight spoke, his eyes were filled with a desire for victory. As one of the most elite armed forces of the Saxon Empire, the Teutonic Order falling behind in skirmishes with their old rivals was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for these proud knights. I understand, Morin nodded. What do you need me to do? The Grand Master's intention is for you to complete the patent application for this technology as soon as possible, Ludwig explained. Only when you obtain the official document from the Imperial Patent Office can our Teutonic Order legitimately apply to the military department to test and procure this technology. Otherwise, even if we use it directly, it would be considered plagiarism of your invention, which goes against the creed of a knight. Hearing this, Morin was genuinely surprised. He had thought that critical technologies urgently needed by the military would usually be directly requisitioned, with compensation at most given afterward. He hadn't expected the Teutonic Order to respect his personal rights so much, even going through extra, tedious procedures for it. Oh, wow, I didn't expect you all to be so principled, Morin exclaimed, half teasingly, half sincerely. Ludwig's face showed a proud expression. Friedrich, the title Knight Order isn't just for show. He straightened his back and continued, although we can't compare to the true knight predecessors of ancient times, we still regard honor, justice, and fidelity as the most important virtues. This is something ingrained in the bones of every Teutonic knight and will never change. Chapter 109, A Woman's Heart. Morin looked at Ludwig's serious demeanor, and his curiosity about the Teutonic Order grew. Moreover, he now knew that besides the Teutonic Order, there were also other well-known knight orders like the Hospitaller Knights and the Knights Templar existing in the world. So, he really wanted to find out what kind of existence these knights were in this world. Okay, I understand. Morin put the documents back on the table and said solemnly, I will complete all the materials required for the patent application as soon as possible. How long will that take? About a week. Morin thought about the optimizable option in the system and gave a relatively conservative answer. He wasn't sure how long the system optimization would take, nor to what extent it could ultimately be optimized. Excellent. Ludwig looked very pleased. Once you have the materials ready, just let me know directly. At that time, I will personally take you to the Imperial Patent Office, and I've also found the best patent lawyer in the Empire for you, to ensure the entire process is foolproof. Ludwig patted his chest and promised. You've even found a lawyer. Morin was surprised again. Of course. Ludwig smiled proudly. Our Grand Master always acts decisively and considers everything thoroughly. Morin nodded with a smile. It seemed that this Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, whom he had only heard of but never met, was indeed a respectable, traditional knight. However, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided not to mention that the Crown Prince had already made arrangements. On one hand, he felt it wasn't appropriate to bring it up now, as it might seem like he was showing off his connection with the royal family, potentially leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. On the other hand, he was also afraid that the Crown Prince, being a busy man, might forget. If he forgot to make arrangements at the Imperial Patent Office, and Morin had already boasted about it, it would be a bit awkward if he couldn't deliver. It was better to wait until things were settled before deciding what to say. Morin made up his mind. Then I thank you. He expressed his gratitude to Ludwig. Don't mention it. Ludwig waved his hand. You've solved a big problem for our Knight Order, isn't it only right for us to help you with this small favor? The two discussed some more details about the patent application, and Ludwig shared everything he knew about the precautions without reservation. This conversation also gave Morin a clearer understanding of the world's patent system. With the important matters mostly discussed, Ludwig didn't linger and stood up to take his leave. I must hurry back to report to the Grand Master, he's still waiting for my news. If you need anything, you can send someone directly to my home to find me. Morin escorted him to the door. The manor's servant had already brought Ludwig's military coat and respectfully handed it to him. Putting on his coat and military cap, Ludwig once again looked like the dashing lieutenant colonel of the Teutonic Order. He turned and said solemnly to Morin, Friedrich, as a knight, must keep his word. After some time, I will find an opportunity to have my sister Patricia meet you. Ah. Morin was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, that's really not necessary, truly not necessary. He only wanted to steadily make money and build his career right now, he had no interest in getting involved in romantic entanglements. However, Ludwig seemed not to hear his refusal and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be shy, you rascal. He winked, speaking in an I understand you tone. I tell you, the more I think about it, the more I feel that you and my sister are a match made in heaven. Her personality, as proud as a peacock, needs a prodigal son like you who used to be unreliable but has now achieved great merit to rein her in. Ludwig grew more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already envision the beautiful scene of the two getting married. Think about it, a playboy who was once publicly rejected by her, transforms into a war hero of the Empire, and then reappears before her. Tisk tisk tisk. Morin was left speechless by his outrageous remarks. What was all this about? All right, you should go now. Morin pushed him, exasperated, afraid he might say something even more shocking. Ha ha ha, then I'll take that as a yes. Ludwig laughed heartily, turned, walked down the steps, and got into the Teutonic Order military car waiting at the door. The car engine roared, and it quickly disappeared at the end of the forest path outside the manor. After watching him leave, Morin turned to go back to his room, only to find Sister Cecilia standing silently in the nearby hall, arms crossed, watching him. He didn't know how long she had been standing there, her expression was somewhat indistinct in the shadows. Sister Cecilia. Morin's heart skipped a beat. Finished chatting. Sister Cecilia slowly approached, a half smile on her face. Yes, finished chatting. Morin answered honestly. I never thought our Fritz's charm would be so great now. Sister Cecilia's tone sounded calm, but Morin keenly detected a hint of displeasure. The Teutonic knight who once came to your door to stand up for his sister regarding your sister, is now, conversely, thinking you and his sister are a match made in heaven. She paced over to Morin, her grey blue eyes quietly observing him. It seems the battlefield in the kingdom of Aragon not only made you a hero but also taught you many charming tricks. The sourness in her words could be smelled from 3 meters away. Morin finally realized that the sister's tone seemed a bit jealous. His scalp tingled, and he quickly explained, Sister Cecilia, please don't misunderstand, Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig was just joking on his own. Joking. Sister Cecilia snorted softly, clearly unconvinced. To have a proud Teutonic knight actively come to your door to arrange a marriage for you, that's not something a simple joke can explain. She bothered no longer to listen to Morin's explanation, a complex emotion, and even a hint of grievance that Morin couldn't understand, flashed in her grey blue eyes. Humph. She snorted coldly, no longer looking at Morin, and turned to reveal her slender back, walking directly towards the stairs. Sigh. Morin sighed, feeling that he truly didn't understand a woman's heart. She had been fine just a moment ago, yet she got angry just like that. He shook his head, giving up the idea of chasing after her to explain. Because he knew that whatever he said now would only add fuel to the fire. I'll wait until Sister Cecilia's anger subsides, for now, I need to focus on important matters. Returning to his overly large bedroom, Morin drew the curtains, sat back at his desk, and then opened the technology tab of his golden finger. He quickly found the shaped charge armor-piercing round project. Then he noticed that below this project, the optimizable option, which had previously been grey and unavailable, had now become selectable. Morin guessed that this was likely because the system had determined he was currently in an absolutely safe environment, thus unlocking this function. He didn't hesitate and directly activated the optimizable option with his mind. The next second, a virtual light screen quickly appeared before his eyes. On the light screen, a detailed structural blueprint of a shaped charge armor-piercing round was clearly displayed. Next to the blueprint, a large amount of data and symbols, like formulas, constantly flickered and jumped. He recognized at a glance that these were the sketches he had drawn in his notebook back in Seville, and the various formulas the professor had helped him write down. Immediately after, a miraculous scene occurred. The originally somewhat rough sketch began to become increasingly detailed and refined before his eyes, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The size, angle, and tolerance of each component were precisely marked. And those chemical formulas also seemed to be optimized and deduced by some invisible force. Some related precautions, such as material selection for the copper liner, precise calculations for the cone angle, and the composition ratio of explosives, were also written next to the blueprint, like annotations, one by one. The entire process was as if a top-tier weapons designer and chemist were perfecting this epic-making invention right before him, hand in hand. However, during this process, Morin, who felt like he was reading an incomprehensible book, found his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. An irresistible wave of drowsiness swept over him. He felt as if all the energy had been drained from his brain, and finally, he could no longer hold on, collapsing onto his desk and falling into a deep sleep. When his biological clock woke Morin again at 6 in the morning, he realized he had been slumped over his desk all night. Although he felt a stiff back and sore muscles, he immediately looked at the system's technology page. He saw that a set of blueprints, perfect and incredibly detailed, had been provided, along with a complete principle explanation dozens of pages long. From the overall design of the projectile to the precision machining process of the shaped charge liner, and then to the chemical composition of the explosive and the trigger mechanism of the fuse, everything was crystal clear. This was no longer just a simple patent application document, it was a complete set of production blueprints that could be directly taken to a factory for mass production. System, you're awesome. Morin silently gave the system a thumbs up in his mind. However, as he excitedly browsed through these blueprints and explanations, he discovered a small problem. In the section about the firing method, the system had marked optimization incomplete in red text. Next to it was a small line of text, lacks critical technical support. The current mechanical firing structure cannot achieve maximum detonation efficiency, leading to incomplete powder combustion and dud risks. Morin looked closely and finally understood the problem. The current solution still used a traditional mechanical firing structure. While this structure was mature and reliable, for ammunition like shaped charge armor-piercing rounds that required precise control over detonation timing and energy release, its efficiency was indeed not high enough. The delay and instability of mechanical structures would prevent the chemical energy of the explosive from being fully released at the most ideal moment, thereby affecting the formation and penetration power of the metal jet. In extreme cases, it could even lead to fuse failure, resulting in a dud. Lacks critical technology. Morin frowned. He could roughly guess that the critical technology the system referred to was likely a more advanced electrical initiation fuse technology. This technology could achieve faster and more precise detonation control, thereby maximizing the power of the shaped charge armor-piercing round. But the problem was, with Morin's knowledge, it wouldn't be easy to develop a reliable electric fuse. Maybe magic technology could be used. But I don't know how to use that either. Forget it, let's leave it at this for now. Morin pondered for a moment and decided to put this problem aside for now. You eat one bite at a time, and you walk one step at a time. As for future optimizations, he would slowly figure out a solution when the opportunity arose. Ludwig had mentioned before that his sister Patricia seemed to be a professional magic technology researcher. At that time, it might not be impossible to find a way to freeload a bit. Thinking of this, Morin no longer dwelled on the issue. He went to a studio within the manor. Sister Cecilia was also a mechanical designer with a background in engineering before she became the brilliant Crystal Queen. So, the manor had always maintained a studio equipped with professional drafting tools. And replicating the materials from the system onto paper was a vast and tedious task. Morin stayed in the studio for an entire day, meticulously transcribing all the textual information and design drawings onto a thick stack of manuscript paper. Looking at the large pile of blueprints and formulas, embodying futuristic wisdom, in front of him, he let out a long sigh, feeling utterly drained. After finishing everything, he pulled the rope by the wall, summoning a maid. Please send someone to Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig von Seckert's home and tell him that my materials are ready. Yes, young Master Mullen. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Ludwig rushed over in a hurry. When he saw the thick stack of documents Morin had placed on the table, he was completely stunned. My heavens! You're joking with me. Ludwig picked up a few blueprints and flipped through them. Although he didn't fully understand them, he was still overwhelmed by the intricate structures and massive amount of data. He looked at Morin with an incredulous expression. Friedrich, you finished everything in one night. Of course. Morin cocked his leg proudly. When money is involved, efficiency naturally has to be higher. Ludwig. He felt his worldview had been severely shaken. He had originally thought Morin would need at least a week, or even longer, to organize such complex information. He hadn't expected that in less than a day, the complete solution would be slapped in his face. What kind of monster are you, kid? Ludwig couldn't help but complain. Stop talking nonsense, let's go, we're going to the Imperial Patent Office right now. Morin urged. All right, let's go. Ludwig didn't delay any further, picked up the stack of documents, and pulled Morin out. As they arrived at the manor's entrance, Morin noticed that Ludwig had driven himself in a black Brilliance Crystal internal combustion engine sedan. Shouldn't you knights prefer riding horses? Why are you driving cars now? Morin asked curiously. Don't even get me started. Ludwig started the car, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel while complaining. It's all because of those bureaucrats at Dresden City Hall. Ever since they issued new regulations, only horse-drawn carriages are allowed in the core area of the city center, and individual horse riding is forbidden, so I have no choice but to drive. Chapter 110, The Girl and the Air-Cooled Light Machine Gun. The car drove along Dresden's wide cobblestone streets, passing the magnificent Swinger Palace and the Church of Our Lady, eventually stopping in front of a solemn building in the city center. This was the location of the Saxon Empire's Imperial Patent Office. When the two got out of the car, it was still very early, the patent office's doors had just opened, and there were almost no people at the entrance. They explained their purpose to the guard at the entrance and showed their respective officer IDs, and were immediately allowed to pass. A uniformed worker was already waiting in the lobby. Upon seeing Ludwig, he immediately approached him respectfully. Lieutenant Colonel C. Knight, you've arrived. Ludwig nodded, then pointed to Morin beside him. This is Lieutenant Friedrich Morin, he is here to apply for a military patent. The worker glanced at Morin, and although he was surprised by his youth, he maintained a polite smile. All right, please follow me, gentlemen. Because they arrived too early, the patent office had not yet reached its official working hours. Therefore, Ludwig was left to wait in the downstairs lounge. Morin, on the other hand, was led by the worker to a room on the third floor specifically responsible for military patents. The room was small and simply furnished. Besides a large desk, there were two doors behind the desk. Two brass plaques hung on the doors, engraved with the words Ordinary Patent and Confidential Patent respectively. After Morin entered the room, he realized there was already another person waiting inside. It was a young girl wearing a black jacket and a dark long skirt. Her dark brown hair was meticulously coiled at the back of her head, revealing a smooth forehead and a beautiful face. Her figure had graceful curves, but her expression seemed a bit nervous. She clutched a document bag tightly in her hands, her knuckles turning white. Morin was a little surprised, not expecting that besides himself, someone else would come to apply for a patent so early. He did not disturb her, but simply sat down in the chair behind her in order, while quietly waiting and couldn't help but gaze at her fair neck. Soon, a worker wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked like the person in charge, also entered the room. He first glanced at Morin, then turned his gaze to the girl. Miss Helga Schmeisser, is that right? Yes, it is. The girl quickly stood up and answered somewhat nervously. Please come this way. The worker pointed to the desk. The girl quickly walked forward and handed over the document bag in her hand, along with her identification. The worker took the documents and began to read them carefully. For a moment, only the rustling sound of turning pages remained in the room. Morin was initially sitting idly by, but soon, his ears involuntarily perked up. Because he clearly heard the worker mention a term that greatly interested him when confirming the document's content with the girl. Regarding the design of this air-cooled light machine gun. Air-cooled light machine gun. Morin wondered if he had misheard something. As an army officer who had just experienced the battle in the Kingdom of Aragon, he was well aware that the importance of machine guns for infantry fire support had not yet been fully realized by the high command of the Saxon army. The army units were still equipped with the cumbersome MG-08 heavy machine gun, which required water cooling. And a light machine gun, which was portable, flexible, and could accompany infantry squads in an assault, was still just a theoretical concept. Morin had originally thought that after returning home, he would see if there was a chance for the assault squad to use the Madsen, MG-08/15, or Chow Chat. Well, maybe not the Chow Chat. He didn't expect to hear what he wanted right here. Just as Morin's heart was surging, the worker had finished reviewing the girl's information. He tidied the documents, handed them back to the girl, and then pointed to the door next to them with the ordinary patent sign. Ms. Schmeisser, your patent application follows the process for ordinary military patents. Please go to that room and find the worker inside for a technical review. Okay, thank you. The girl, named Helga Schmeisser, breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a great pardon. She took the documents, bowed to the worker, and then quickly walked into the ordinary patent room. Next. The worker's call also interrupted Morin's thoughts. He stood up, walked to the desk, and handed over the large stack of documents he had prepared. The worker took the documents, merely glanced at the cover, and then looked up to confirm Morin's name. Are you Lieutenant Friedrich Morin? Yes. After receiving an affirmative answer, the worker's attitude instantly became incredibly respectful. He immediately stood up from his seat, walked around the desk, and personally opened another door for Morin. Lieutenant Morin, please come this way. He pointed to the room with the confidential patent sign. Morin nodded at him, then walked into the door marked confidential patent. The room behind the door was much more spacious and brighter than the one outside, and the decor was also more refined. There was only one white-haired but energetic elder in the room. He was wearing a perfectly pressed suit and was sitting at the desk, looking at some documents. Seeing Morin enter, the elder immediately put down the documents in his hand, stood up, and extended his hand to Morin. Lieutenant Morin, welcome to the Imperial Patent Office. His face bore a gentle smile, and his friendly demeanor made Morin feel somewhat flattered. Hello. Morin quickly shook his hand. Please sit. The elder motioned for Morin to sit in the opposite chair, then personally poured him a steaming cup of black tea. Let me introduce myself. I am Mr. Kruger, head of the Confidential Patent Review Department of the Imperial Patent Office. The elder sat back in his seat and said with a smile, the high-ranking officials of our patent office have already informed me of your situation in advance. Crown Prince His Highness personally made arrangements. As long as the patent you are applying for this time has no major technical issues and passes our internal verification. He paused, looked into Morin's eyes, and spoke a number that made Morin's heart stop. The Imperial Patent Office will pay you a one-time compensation of 20 million Imperial marks as the fee for buying out this confidential patent. 20 million Imperial marks. Morin felt his mind instantly go blank. Is this a lot? Although he knew that at this time, the Saxon Empire's mark was directly linked to gold, and its currency value was relatively stable. But he still wasn't quite sure what a concept 20 million Imperial marks truly represented. As if noticing Morin's confusion, Mr. Kruger smiled and explained, Lieutenant Morin may not have a concept of this number. Let me put it this way, I have worked here my entire life and handled compensation matters for almost all confidential patents of the Empire. A look of pride appeared on his face. I can tell you with certainty that since the establishment of the Imperial Patent Office, all compensation paid for confidential patents, combined, has not amounted to as much as this single payment to you. Morin listened, dumbfounded. At the same time, I can give you a more intuitive reference. Mr. Kruger continued. The current newest battleship of the Imperial Navy, its single construction cost is roughly between 50 and 60 million marks. One-third of a battleship. Morin felt his breathing quicken. He had originally thought that the satisfactory compensation amount the Crown Prince mentioned would at most be hundreds of thousands, or perhaps a million marks. After all, in this era, the annual income of an ordinary Saxon worker was only a little over 1,000 marks. A million marks was already a huge sum of money, enough to allow anyone to achieve financial freedom. He never expected that Crown Prince His Highness's generosity would be so immense. This was no longer satisfactory, this was a damn shock. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that your technology must be real, effective, and possess significant military value. Mr. Kruger put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. Naturally. Morin quickly composed himself and handed over the thick stack of documents he had brought, with both hands. Mr. Kruger, these are all the technical documents I prepared. Please review them. The elder took the documents, put on his reading glasses, and began to read them carefully. He read very intently, sometimes nodding, sometimes frowning. His expression also became increasingly solemn as the content deepened. Morin sat by, feeling a bit nervous himself. Although he was very confident in the solution provided by the system, it involved a huge sum of 20 million, so it was false to say he wasn't nervous. After a long while, Mr. Kruger slowly looked up. He took off his glasses and let out a long breath. Lieutenant Morin, theoretically speaking, your plan is feasible. His voice carried a hint of undisguised surprise. And, if it can truly be realized, its value, indeed deserves this price. He reorganized the documents and placed them on the desk. All right, Lieutenant Morin, that will be all for today. Mr. Kruger stood up and again proactively shook Morin's hand. You may leave now. Subsequently, we will organize a team of experts to conduct detailed argumentation and experimentation on your proposal. Regardless of whether it passes verification or if there are any issues, we will have a dedicated person contact you. All right, thank you, Mr. Kruger. Morin also stood up, thanked the elder, and then turned and left the room. He felt as if he was floating, his mind filled with 20 million marks and battleships swirling around. When he returned to the lobby of the patent office, Ludwig immediately came over. How was it? How did the discussion go? He asked with concern. It went quite smoothly, they gave me an offer directly. Morin was still a bit dazed at this moment, and his speech was somewhat slow. Seeing this, Ludwig thought he had suffered some setback and immediately said. They offered too little? Don't worry, Friedrich, I've already thought about the lawsuit, and I've found a lawyer who claims he's never lost a patent case. It's not that they offered too little. Morin pulled Ludwig, quickly walked out of the patent office's main door to the side, and then lowered his voice to whisper in his ear. They offered me 20 million. Chapter 111, A Maid's Work. How much? Ludwig was utterly stunned, frozen in place, his eyes wide as saucers. The next second, he abruptly raised his hand and touched Morin's forehead. Did you get knocked silly in Aragon? Are you delirious with a fever? Morin, with a wry smile, slapped his hand away. I don't have a fever, and I'm not talking nonsense. It's true. True. Ludwig still couldn't believe it. 20 million marks? Do you know what that means? Is the Imperial Patent Office crazy, or are you? Perhaps Crown Prince is crazy then. Crown Prince? How did Crown Prince get dragged into this? Seeing Ludwig's ghost-stricken expression, Morin knew this matter was indeed a bit unbelievable. He could only recount Crown Prince George's promise to him, exactly as it had happened, to Ludwig. After listening to Morin's account, Ludwig's mouth hung open for a long time, unable to close. He stared blankly at Morin, his eyes filled with shock, and a hint of envy. You rascal! After a long while, Ludwig finally spoke in a daze. You're going to be huge. To receive such favor and importance from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was a dream opportunity for most Saxon officers. It seems your future prospects are truly limitless, Friedrich, Ludwig exclaimed sincerely. He patted Morin's shoulder, his expression having shifted from shock to genuine congratulations. Oh, let's wait until the money is actually in hand. Who knows what other complications might arise. Though Morin said this, his heart was already blooming with joy, and a thought flashed through his mind: he absolutely couldn't let this money end up only buying 40 loaves of bread. Just then, the young girl Morin had met in the room also walked out of the patent office. She seemed a bit disheartened, clutching the document bag tightly to her chest, and walked quickly away with her head down. As she reached the door, she seemed to sense Morin's gaze and subconsciously looked up. Their eyes met. The girl first froze for a moment, then politely nodded to Morin and Ludwig, before quickening her pace and hurrying away, soon disappearing around the street corner. Ludwig watched Morin staring at the girl's retreating back, and his face immediately showed that knowing, teasing smile. As expected of the famous playboy of Dresden, you truly haven't changed a bit. You still can't move when you see a beautiful woman. It's not what you think. Morin quickly averted his gaze and explained earnestly. When I was in the room just now, I accidentally overheard that girl saying she was a firearms designer. Firearms designer? Ludwig curled his lip in disbelief. Such a young firearms designer? Friedrich, if you're going to make up stories, at least come up with a more plausible reason. I really didn't lie to you. Morin was a bit helpless. I think I even heard words like air-cooled light machine gun. All right, you don't need to explain to me. Don't worry, what's our relationship? We've been through life and death together. I would never tell Patricia about this. Morin. Soon, Ludwig escorted Morin back to Cecilia's manor. Before leaving, he repeatedly urged Morin that once the patent was approved and the Teutonic Knight began testing, Morin must make time to go and see it. Morin readily agreed, while also thinking that if he were to form an assault squad in the future, perhaps he could also conduct joint training with the Teutonic Knights. After seeing Ludwig off, Morin originally intended to find Cecilia for a chat. He always felt that Sister Cecilia seemed a bit unhappy since yesterday. And from the moment she picked Morin up at the barracks, she had shown him great concern, a kind of thoughtfulness and care that couldn't be faked. However, when he returned to the manor and inquired with the maids, he was told that Cecilia had gone to the factory early that morning and was not currently at the manor. Morin could only give up. But with Cecilia absent, he felt somewhat idle, alone in the vast manor. Staying in that overly large room was indeed a bit boring. And he didn't quite understand the various dazzling treasures and oil paintings filling the house. Bored, he simply wandered around the manor and then curiously observed the maids at work. After all, before transmigrating, his understanding of the maid profession came mostly from comics or games he encountered during his student days. So he was quite curious about the daily work of real maids. And after their brief interactions yesterday and this morning, the maids in the manor seemed to have noticed that young Master Mullen, who was rumored to be unruly, seemed to have become a changed man after returning from the battlefield. He no longer looked at them with that aggressive gaze he used to, nor did he make strange requests anymore. So now, when facing him, the maids of the manor no longer felt as fearful and nervous as they initially did. Morin didn't disturb them, he simply observed their work quietly, like an bystander. He watched them carefully wipe every piece of furniture with damp cloths, he watched them iron washed clothes perfectly flat, he watched them meticulously prune every flower and plant in the garden. Occasionally, when curious, he would actively step forward and ask a question or two. Why do you use two different mops to clean the floor? Well, young master, the dark one is for wiping the wooden floors, and the light one is for cleaning the outer flagstone paths. Do you have to clean the entire manor every day? Yes, young master, that is head maid's rule. As the conversation unfolded, the maids gradually realized that this young master seemed to be genuinely curious and had no ulterior motives. They became less reserved, even initiating conversations with Morin. After observing for a while, Morin discovered that real maids didn't seem as idle as depicted in comics. Nor did they have ample time to flirt with the protagonist. In fact, the maids in this manor, according to their different ranks, had strictly differentiated daily tasks and workloads. The highest ranking, of course, was head maid Luna. She was a well-educated woman from a middle-class background. While serving as head maid, she was also Cecilia's personal secretary, responsible for handling daily paperwork and scheduling. Next were several personal maids. They were specifically responsible for Cecilia's personal affairs, including helping her with her grooming, tidying her room, and accompanying her when she went out. After that came the cleaning maids, who were closer to Morin's understanding of the maid profession. They were also the regular maids in the manor, the most numerous, primarily responsible for cleaning and tidying various areas of the manor. And the lowest in rank, with the most arduous work, were the laundry maids and kitchen maids. They were usually new or rather clumsy maids, facing a large amount of physical labor every day. By the end of the day, Morin, relying on the charm buff inherent to the famous playboy of Dresden and his current approachable demeanor, got along very well with the maids in the manor. Especially some younger, less worldly maids who had recently arrived at the manor, they were even less reserved when facing this handsome and amiable young master. In the afternoon, while resting in the garden, aboard Morin simply pulled a few maids who came to serve tea and pastries, and sat in the gazebo chatting. Morin didn't know why, but he felt very relaxed when facing these innocent young maids. The mouth that would flirt with socialites at parties was also activated, and he quickly made the young maids giggle, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Before long, many more maids appeared in the garden, coming to work. Some used the excuse of watering flowers, while others said they needed to wipe the railings of the gazebo. Morin had barely taken a sip from his teacup before someone eagerly came to refill it. The pastry plate in front of him always remained full. The gazebo in the garden was already spotless, but several maids still remained there, wiping it repeatedly with cloths. For a time, the entire garden was bustling with chattering women of all shapes and sizes, a lively scene. To be honest, this situation had already exceeded Morin's control. He genuinely just felt bored and wanted someone alive to talk to, never expecting things to escalate like this. Degenerate, truly too degenerate. He criticized himself inwardly while listening to the maids recount some of the gossip circulating among them. This lively scene continued until dusk. When a black car slowly drove into the manor, the atmosphere in the garden changed. Cecilia and head maid Luna stepped out of the car. When she saw the scene in the garden, with a group of maids giggling around Morin, her steps visibly paused. And those maids who had been surrounding Morin, upon discovering their mistress had returned, scattered like startled rabbits. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling gazebo was left with only Morin. Cecilia walked over expressionlessly. Her gaze lingered on Morin for a moment, then swept over the almost untouched pastries and tea on the table. It seems Fritz is very comfortable here, which is a relief to me. Her tone was calm, but Morin keenly detected an unusual emotion within it. Thinking that there seemed to have been some distance between them these past few days, and they hadn't had a good chat. Morin proactively stood up, a fawning smile on his face, and went to meet her. Sister Cecilia, you're back. Are you done with the factory matters? He actively accompanied Cecilia, walking towards the manor's main building. Head maid Luna, following behind, showed a knowing smile. She wisely didn't follow them, but smiled and excused herself to arrange dinner. Chapter 112, Oh, holiday's over. I'm fine, just some everyday chores, Cecilia replied casually as she walked. Sister Cecilia, have you been troubled these past few days? Morin asked tentatively, I feel like you're not very happy. Cecilia stopped. She turned her head, her grey blue eyes quietly fixed on Morin. After a long pause, she let out a soft sigh, then said with a hint of grievance. I thought you weren't going to ask. Fritz, you finally managed to come back. I just wanted to talk to you more, after all, in this vast Dresden, you're the only relative I can truly talk to. Hearing Cecilia's words, Morin realized that he might have overlooked his sister's feelings. But it's okay, who told you you're my younger brother? Even though nothing had been said yet, Morin's initiative to talk to her and not to ask for money still made Cecilia feel a surge of happiness. Don't worry, Sister Cecilia, I promise I'll spend more time with you during this period. I also have quite a few questions I need to ask you. You said it. A faint smile finally appeared on Cecilia's face. After receiving Morin's assurance, her mood clearly improved, and the subtle sense of distance that had been there before dissipated. The two walked side by side down the corridor, which was covered with soft carpet, and the atmosphere was no longer as heavy as before. By the way, how did things go at the patent office today? Cecilia asked casually. Quite smoothly. After organizing his thoughts, Morin briefly explained, I developed a technology on the battlefield. Because it involves military secrets, I went through the confidential patent process. If it's approved, I should receive a substantial compensation. Compensation? Cecilia stopped, looking at him with some concern. Fritz, you mustn't go wild again like before just because you have a bit of money. In her opinion, what Morin called substantial might only be tens of thousands, or at most 100,000 imperial marks. This amount of money might be a huge sum for ordinary people. But for Morin, who was used to a luxurious life, it would probably be squandered in no time. Don't worry, sister, I'm not the same person I used to be, Morin promised with a smile. I don't plan to spend this money carelessly. I want to use it for investments. Investments? Cecilia was a little surprised, she hadn't expected Morin to consider such things. What do you want to invest in? I'm thinking. I want to see if I can set up a weapons manufacturing company or something like that, Morin voiced his idea. Of course, he couldn't tell Cecilia that he was doing this because he was worried about potential future inflation, which could turn the imperial mark into waste paper overnight. In such a situation, having tangible assets and gold reserves was better than a pile of worthless paper. He could only find another excuse that sounded more reasonable and, in fact, wasn't entirely an excuse. You know, on the battlefield, all sorts of strange ideas always pop into my head. Morin explained, some ideas, if they can be realized, might be of great use. So I thought, if I could have my own weapons company, it would be more convenient for me to implement these ideas, conduct some experiments and research. After listening to Morin's explanation, Cecilia was silent for a moment. She looked at Morin's eager eyes, and a smile of relief gradually appeared on her face. The young man who once only knew how to pursue pleasure seemed to have truly grown up through the baptism of war. I'm very glad you have such thoughts, Fritz, but you don't have to worry too much, sister will always take care of you. Cecilia said with relief, but she clearly hadn't realized how much Morin's compensation was. Setting up a company is a very complex matter, involving many aspects, and the initial investment is very large. Your compensation might not be enough. Sister, should 20 million imperial marks be enough? Cecilia was stunned. She suspected she might have misheard the number, but she suspected even more that Morin was joking. Fritz, I know you want to make me happy, but there's no need to. Really, Sister Cecilia, listen to me explain in detail. Morin interrupted her, then told Cecilia everything about gaining the Crown Prince's appreciation and subsequent events. After listening to Morin's narration, Cecilia felt a little dizzy, as if she had been greatly shocked. She couldn't help but want to lean on the wall, but Morin, quick-witted, supported her first. Fritz, what you're saying feels like a story. I need to digest it properly. Okay, sister. After dinner, the head maid, Luna, originally planned to have Cecilia review the next day's schedule. However, she found the study door tightly shut. According to the maids, the mistress and the young master went to the study after dinner, seemingly in a hurry to discuss something. Looking at the closed door, Luna was thoughtful. Meanwhile, inside the study, just beyond the door, after Cecilia's brief description, Morin had a deeper understanding of the 20 million compensation. The Falkenstein-Eisenstein United Industries controlled by Cecilia, as the Saxon Empire's leading crystal industry giant, was the largest among all imperial registered enterprises, with multiple mines and refineries in the empire's overseas colonies. Its annual sales revenue was 900 million to 1 billion imperial marks. Although Cecilia did not say how much the actual annual profit was, she told Morin that it was basically around 7% to 10%. This also meant that the actual annual profit would not exceed 100 million imperial marks. And Morin's patent compensation alone amounted to 1/5 of this giant's actual profit. What does this indicate? It means Crown Prince George is truly reliable. Thinking of this, Morin became even more determined to cling to both powerful figures. Soon, Cecilia and Morin also discussed the investment and factory construction. Fritz, I can help you with all related matters, from company registration and legal document preparation to the future selection of factory sites, equipment procurement and even the recruitment of skilled workers. Really? That's great. Morin was overjoyed. He was originally worried about how to handle these trivia, as he had no experience in starting a company. Unexpectedly, Cecilia settled everything with just one sentence. It feels so good to have a rich sister. Of course it's true. As long as it's something you want to do, I will support you unconditionally. After realizing Morin's transformation, Cecilia looked at him with an almost doting gaze. You are an imperial soldier after all, and your energy should be focused on your main duties, not letting these trivial matters affect you. At this point, a hint of worry flashed in Cecilia's eyes again. She sighed and then said. Originally, I still wanted to persuade you to retire, but now that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince values you so much, it seems really inappropriate for you to take the patent compensation and just leave. That's true. The two chatted about their vision for the future company late into the night. Cecilia's keen business acumen and rich experience, as well as her view that the nations of Europa are bound to go to war, made Morin reevaluate this lady. It also gave him a clearer and more concrete plan for his somewhat hasty idea of starting a company. The atmosphere between the two also became more harmonious than it had been in days. They chatted until past 10 p.m. When Morin stood up to say goodbye and prepare for bed, Cecilia personally escorted him to the door. Good night, Fritz. Good night, sister. The next morning, Morin finally recovered from the dizziness brought on by the 20 million imperial marks. This huge sum even allowed him to sleep an extra 2 hours, unaffected by his biological clock. However, while money was important, How to transform this vast sum into even greater power was Morin's most pressing concern at the moment. He planned to talk to Cecilia today about establishing a weapons manufacturing company and where to recruit some reliable firearms designers. However, as he finished breakfast and was waiting for Cecilia to wake up, the butler suddenly approached him. "Young Master Morin, there's a call from the Ministry of the Army. Please take it immediately." Ministry of the Army? Morin's heart stirred, and without delay, he immediately followed the butler to the study. The voice on the other end of the phone was concise and authoritative. After confirming his identity, it simply said, "Lieutenant Morin, please report to the Ministry of the Army immediately." Morin hung up the phone and returned to the hall to leave, just as Cecilia was getting up and coming downstairs. Upon learning about the recent call, a hint of worry appeared in Cecilia's grey-blue eyes. "Aren't you on vacation? Is there something urgent that the Ministry of the Army is suddenly looking for you?" "I'm not sure, they just told me to go immediately. I'll have someone take you." "No need," Morin shook his head, "I'll just drive myself." "Are you sure you can drive?" Morin paused. He realized he hadn't fully grasped the crystal-driven vehicles yet. Even if they were similar to cars before his transmigration, he couldn't drive these antiques. If it stalled halfway, it would only cause delays. Morin immediately stopped insisting. Cecilia walked over to him and naturally smoothed out the wrinkles in his military uniform with gentle movements. "Come back early, and if anything happens, send someone to relay a message back." Her voice was soft. Compared to the General Staff Headquarters, which held overall military command, the Ministry of the Army was more like the administrative center of the Imperial Army. It was responsible for all the trivial matters ranging from army organization and equipment supply to officer personnel management, essentially serving as the grand steward of the entire army. The carriage Morin was riding in stopped in front of the Ministry of the Army. This was a Saxon-style building with a heavy, rigid aesthetic. The guards standing at the entrance were ramrod straight, exuding an aura of quiet authority. He announced his identity, and soon an officer wearing the rank of lieutenant colonel walked out of the building. "Lieutenant Morin." "Yes, sir." Morin immediately saluted him. "Follow me." The lieutenant colonel returned the salute, his attitude very kind. "Don't be nervous, it's good news." He led Morin through a long corridor to a special reception room. "Today is mainly for presenting your medal," the lieutenant colonel explained. "Your heroic performance in the Aragon Kingdom battle has already spread among the army high command." As soon as he finished speaking, another door in the room opened. An old man, dressed in a general's uniform, with the rank of general on his shoulders and a serious expression, walked in. Morin's breathing quickened, not because of the other party's rank, but because of the other party's identity. This army general was the minister of the army of the Saxon Empire, Erich von Falkenhayn. In the world before his transmigration, he had an even more resounding nickname, the Butcher of Verdun. Morin instinctively straightened his chest, his breathing becoming lighter. Falkenhayn didn't waste any words. He walked directly in front of Morin, his deep gaze lingering on his young face for a moment. "Lieutenant Friedrich Molling, your performance on the civil front is worthy of the honor of a Saxon soldier." His voice was steady and powerful. An adjutant stepped forward, holding a velvet tray on which two medals rested quietly. Falkenhayn personally picked up the first-class Iron Cross medal and carefully pinned it to Morin's chest, then similarly affixed the other civil battle commemorative medal. "The medals for your soldiers will be distributed uniformly after they return to duty," Falkenhayn said finally, then nodded at him before turning and leaving the room, his entire demeanor swift and efficient, without any delay. Only after the door closed did Morin slowly exhale. The lieutenant colonel beside him smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous, that's just the minister's style." "Congratulations, Lieutenant Morin, the youngest recipient of the first-class Iron Cross medal in the Empire." "Thank you, sir." "Don't mention it." The lieutenant colonel gestured for him to sit down, then took a document from his briefcase. "Next, there's an even more important matter to inform you about." His expression became serious. Under the personal impetus of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Ministry of the Army has officially approved the formation of a brand new combat unit, the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion of the Saxon Royal Guard. And you, Lieutenant Morin, will be promoted to captain in the army. The lieutenant colonel looked into his eyes and said, word for word. "You will also be appointed as the 1st Battalion commander of this battalion, fully responsible for the formation, training, and command of this unit." To be honest, Morin hadn't expected Crown Prince George to be so efficient. It had only been 2 or 3 days since he returned to the country. However, he was still a bit worried, as he truly had no experience commanding a battalion-level unit, nor had he learned it in military school. This is a joint decision by the General Staff Headquarters and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The Lieutenant Colonel, who was in charge of personnel appointments at the Ministry of the Army, continued to add. In a state of war, the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion will not be directly subordinate to any combat unit, but will directly obey the deployment of the General Staff Headquarters. Morin forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully asked, "Sir, what preparations do I need to make?" Upon hearing this question, the serious expression on the Lieutenant Colonel's face finally broke, revealing a somewhat peculiar smile. "The Ministry of the Army knows you have outstanding military achievements and trusts your abilities, but we are also concerned that you lack experience in commanding a battalion-level unit. Therefore, after careful consideration, we have decided to shorten your vacation." Morin's heart sank, and he had a bad feeling. "In 6 days, you will go to the Saxon War College to attend a 3-month intensive training course. The purpose is to enable you to master all the knowledge and abilities required to command a battalion-level unit as quickly as possible." Chapter 113, Who could resist this? After discussing official business, Morin chatted a few more words with the lieutenant colonel in charge of personnel. The lieutenant colonel was clearly a talkative person, and having been stationed in the rear for a long time, he actively inquired about the situation on the battlefield. The two chatted for a while and became somewhat familiar. For the lieutenant colonel, a rising star in the army like Morin, who was noticed by the crown prince, was naturally worth befriending. Moreover, Morin's identity was no secret in Dresden. Many high-ranking officials and nobles knew that he and the brilliant Crystal Queen were like siblings. As for Morin, there was no harm in getting acquainted with officers from the Ministry of the Army, especially since the other party was responsible for personnel appointments and removals. Morin chatted until his throat was dry before the lieutenant colonel reluctantly ended the conversation. Afterward, Morin did not linger at the Ministry of the Army. He got into his carriage and returned directly to the manor. As soon as he entered the door, Cecilia hurried to greet him. It seemed she had been waiting for him there all along. How is it, Fritz? The Ministry of the Army suddenly summoned you. Did something happen? Her grey blue eyes were full of concern as she scrutinized Morin from head to toe. Nothing happened. I just received a new medal, and then there will be a new appointment later. Morin told Cecilia about the Minister of the Army personally awarding him the medal and his assignment to form a new unit, after removing some sensitive information. After listening to Morin's account, Cecilia was first stunned, then a genuine joy blossomed on her face. She was genuinely happy for Morin, that pride and delight almost overflowed from her eyes. However, when Morin mentioned that he needed to attend 3 months of training at the War College for this, the smile on Cecilia's face gradually faded. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and her tone carried an unconcealable hint of resentment. So, you've only been back for a few days, and now you have to go to the military academy for 3 months again. Her anxious expression made Morin feel a little guilty. He quickly stepped forward, took Cecilia's shoulders, and helped her sit back down on the soft sofa. Sister Cecilia, it's only 3 months, it will pass quickly. It's only early March now, so I'll be back around early June. As Morin spoke, he naturally stood behind Cecilia and diligently began to massage her shoulders. When I come out of the military academy, won't I be able to serve the Empire better? Then, you'll have even more to be proud of. Feeling the strength from Morin's fingertips and his somewhat flattering tone, Cecilia's slight displeasure instantly vanished. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, turning her head to glance at Morin. You're acting as solicitous as you used to be. Despite her words, the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. With Morin coaxing her like this, her mood instantly improved significantly. All right, I know you're amazing. Cecilia enjoyed Morin's service, then changed the subject. Since you're going to the military academy, you don't need to worry about setting up that company you mentioned. Her tone became serious. During this time, I will help you plan everything. By the time you return from the military academy, the initial preparations will basically be complete. No matter how much your patent compensation eventually comes down to, I will help you establish this company. Cecilia's tone carried an air of irresistible determination and indulgence. Morin's heart warmed. Having such a wealthy older sister who unconditionally supported him indeed felt different. No wonder so many people didn't want to work hard before transmigrating. Thank you, Sister Cecilia. Oh, why be so polite with your sister? The two chatted for a while longer about the company's vision, with Morin occasionally leaning close to Cecilia's ear, whispering his ideas. This intimate posture made Cecilia's mood even more joyful. Maids occasionally passing in the corridor couldn't help but cover their mouths and secretly giggle when they saw this scene, then quickly scurried away. However, this warm atmosphere did not last too long. Around 3 in the afternoon, the head maid Luna came over to remind Cecilia. Madam, have you forgotten about the ball tonight? It's almost time to prepare. Oh dear. Cecilia slapped her forehead, suddenly realizing. Look at me, once I start chatting with you, I forget all about important matters. She said with a hint of annoyance, then looked at Morin, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fritz, will you come with me to the ball tonight? Hey. As soon as Morin heard the words ball, his head started to ache. Immediately, he envisioned a scene of men and women in lavish attire, holding stemmed glasses, pacing back and forth in a resplendent hall. In such places, one could barely find a few chairs to sit down and eat properly, it was purely a torment. Sister Cecilia, I won't go, all right. Morin said with a bitter face, trying to decline. Such occasions are too boring. Standing makes my legs ache. I'd rather stay home and further conceptualize my assault battalion. Cecilia showed a hint of surprise upon hearing his words. You actually don't even want to go to a ball anymore. She looked Morin up and down as if he were a rare animal. I distinctly remember that in the past, you would try every possible means, shamelessly begging me to take you to those noble balls. That was then, this is now. Morin awkwardly scratched his head. I am an Imperial Guard officer now, I must mind my image and not always think about fun. He tried to find a high-sounding reason for himself. However, Cecilia would not believe his excuses. No, you must go. Cecilia's attitude was unusually firm, but Morin saw through her little trick at a glance. His sister probably wanted to take him to the ball to show him off. He originally intended to firmly refuse, but unexpectedly, Cecilia, like a young girl, suddenly wrapped her arms around his arm and gently swayed it. Please, Fritz, just come with your sister this once. The soft touch and the gentle, coaxing voice in his ear instantly shattered all of Morin's defenses. Who could resist this? All right then. Morin only felt his cheeks flush, and he agreed in a daze. Seeing Morin's instant surrender, a hint of triumphant smile flashed in Cecilia's eyes. She released Morin's arm, nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Luna, who was standing nearby. Luna, please arrange for the new uniform that was recently made to be sent to Fritz's room. Yes, madam. After speaking, Cecilia went upstairs to prepare, winking at Morin before she left and telling him to dress up nicely. Morin stood alone, feeling his cheeks flush. He shook his head, trying to clear that image from his mind, then turned and returned to his room. Not long after, two young maids, not much older, knocked on his door, carrying an exquisite clothes trunk. Opening the trunk, a brand new company-grade officer uniform was neatly folded inside. From the jacket and trousers to the leather shoes for the banquet, even white gloves and a saber were all included. A major characteristic of the Saxon army was that officers had to purchase their uniforms out of their own pockets. Officers with average family conditions usually opted to buy ready-made uniforms and then have a tailor slightly alter the size. Those with better conditions mostly chose to have custom-made uniforms at specialized tailor shops. As for someone like Morin, who had powerful backing, the custom-made officer's uniform was basically dancing wildly on the edge of the regulations. The fabric had to be the highest grade allowed by regulations, the cut had to be the most form-fitting, and the decorative details had to be both flashy and compliant. And this trend was mainly influenced from above. The current Emperor Albert II was an exemplary officer who could be described as not adhering to regulations. The trend among officers of adding pockets to the front of their service jackets was started by His Majesty. Morin put on this brand new, crisp uniform and felt much more energetic. Next, he began to put on his medals, which was the part he anticipated the most. The second-class Iron Cross medal was only worn with its black and white ribbon, through the second buttonhole of the uniform jacket. The newly acquired first-class Iron Cross medal, the medal itself, was worn directly on the left chest. Below this medal, he also wore the uniquely designed Seville Combat Commemorative Medal, its main body featuring the church in the center of Seville, along with two crossed rifles with fixed bayonets. Finally, he put on the epaulets he rarely wore, fastened his duty belt, hung his saber at his waist, and donned white gloves. After completing all the adornments, Morin stood before the dressing mirror, looking at the heroic and upright young company-grade officer in the mirror, especially the medals on his chest. A small surge of pride welled up in his heart. Whether it was showing off or flaunting, for a young soldier like Morin who yearned to achieve great deeds, this was the most direct proof of his valor. Elder Jinchi was right. If I do not wear this garment, how will the world know that my worldly ties are severed, and my golden sea is dry? After tidying up his attire, Morin was not in a hurry to go downstairs. Although he was single before transmigrating, he hadn't eaten pork but had seen pigs run. He knew how complicated the preparations were for a noblewoman of Cecilia's caliber before attending a ball. From choosing a gown and jewelry to applying makeup and styling her hair, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours. This was a good opportunity for him to use this time to thoroughly conceptualize the future of his Royal Guard 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion. Not to mention, as a battalion commander, he now had far more things to consider than when he was a company commander, and many specialized matters would also require dedicated study at the military academy. Just considering the future weapon configuration of the assault battalion required careful thought. In previous battles, he had deeply experienced the pain of insufficient firepower. And while the artillery P-08 pistol was satisfying for close-range suppressive fire, it was ultimately just an emergency option. Assault squad members truly responsible for breakthroughs must be equipped with more powerful and sustained weapons. Submachine guns are still a must. This thought immediately sprang into Morin's mind. In this world, submachine guns, or rather, automatic firearms that could be used by individual soldiers, had not received much attention. Morin had a few classic early submachine gun designs in his mind, such as the MP-18 and the Thompson. But he only knew the general principles, he had no clear understanding of the specific internal structures. It seems this matter still needs professional help. Morin pondered internally. Chapter 114, Squad Firepower Issues. Compared to the ball, Morin found he preferred thinking about military organization and equipment. And once he got into the zone, he couldn't stop thinking. So, after considering weapons for assault team members, Morin began to feel that riflemen shouldn't be overlooked either. Currently, the Imperial Army infantry were all equipped with bolt-action rifles, which had good accuracy but were too slow to fire. In future close-quarters combat, which would become increasingly fast-paced and ever-changing, the time it took to cycle the bolt after firing a round might be enough for him to be taken out by the enemy. Therefore, he still needed to find a way to develop semi-automatic rifles. As for going straight to assault rifles, Morin had considered it. But his understanding of such weapons was limited to basic parameters and fundamental principles. Actually building one was still a bit unrealistic for him. Eat one bite at a time. Let's get the semi-automatic rifle done first. Besides individual weapons, platoon-level support firepower also needed to be put on the agenda. The air-cooled machine gun mentioned by Helga Schmeisser, the girl he met at the Imperial Patent Office, was a very suitable technical direction. The MG-08 water-cooled heavy machine gun currently equipped by the Saxon Army, while excellent in sustained firepower and shooting accuracy, was simply too heavy. The gun body, tripod, ammunition box, and cooling water tank combined required several people to operate, making it impossible to keep up with the advance speed of infantry squads and platoons. Light and flexible air-cooled light machine guns, which could be carried by a single soldier or a two-person team, were the core of future infantry squad firepower. Speaking of which, Morin still felt that the 6 heavy machine gun teams from 1st Company during the Maxen offensive were Saxon supermen. Although they had pack horses for transport, during tactical maneuvers, to quickly establish suppressive fire, the heavy machine gun teams had to advance by carrying the MG-08. Helga Schmeisser. Schmeisser, why does that surname sound so familiar? Morin thought for a long time but couldn't recall. However, he felt that any weapons designer who could submit a light air-cooled machine gun proposal at this time was already very forward-thinking. He could have Cecilia find someone to try and make contact later if there was an opportunity. Morin, who had been thinking while lying in bed, simply sat down at his desk, pulled out paper and pen, and began to record these thoughts. Besides firearms, we can also try to develop some infantry support firepower. Mortars? That's definitely an option, and we could even try to utilize the magic crystal cannon's smokeless propellant technology. Rifle grenades also have a prototype now, but their reliability is poor. Perhaps we can think about how to develop a 40mm grenade launcher. Individual anti-armored night weapons also need to be put on the agenda. We can't let infantry really carry shit shovels into battle, the efficiency is too low. If the magic crystal cannon's smokeless propellant technology can be miniaturized, maybe a tube launcher could be developed. With a shush of writing, a sheet of paper was quickly filled. But these were all just ideas, their concrete implementation still required professionals. After finishing with individual firepower, next came protection. Aside from the utterly flawed pointed helmets that had to be replaced, Morin had no good solution for torso protection for the time being. The only individual bulletproof equipment from this era that came to his mind was the segmented bulletproof steel armor, like a lobster shell. But that stuff was heavy and cumbersome, and at close range, it basically couldn't stop rifle bullets. Wearing it made normal marching in combat impossible. However, Morin had even less idea how to make more modern bulletproof vests. Before he transmigrated, he studied command at the military academy, not materials engineering. His professors hadn't taught him how to make bulletproof materials. However, this world does have magic, that unreasonable thing. A flash of inspiration struck Morin. Since armored knights could enchant cold weapons, and the armor and shields used by General's Guard soldiers also had enchanted protective effects, it meant that this technology definitely existed. The reasons for its lack of widespread adoption were either that it was too expensive to popularize or that its use had certain limitations. Morin just didn't know the specific reasons at the moment, so he still needed to find an opportunity to learn more about the situation. Human leaps of thought are sometimes particularly jumpy. When he thought of magic, Morin also recalled a problem he had always overlooked. Logically, his wild spellcaster awakened on the battlefield should have attracted the attention of certain relevant units. Yet, until now, let alone a spellcaster organization coming to find him, not even a single person came to inquire about the situation. The entire Saxon Empire seemed to have no unified organization to manage spellcasters. But in reality, there was an organization called the Imperial Spellcaster Association specifically managing spellcasters within the Saxon Empire. Damn, could it be that these spellcasters are forming academic cliques and playing exclusionary games? Morin couldn't help but grumble. He felt that the spellcaster community in this world was like a mysterious, closed circle, whose full picture outsiders found difficult to glimpse. Just as he was lost in thought, a gentle knock came from the door of his room. "Young Master Mullen, Madam is almost ready. Please wait in the downstairs hall for a moment." A maid spoke softly from outside the door. That fast? Morin was a little surprised, glancing at the clock by the bed, only an hour and a half had passed. His sister's makeup efficiency was much higher than he had imagined. He straightened his military uniform, put on his white gloves, picked up his saber, and walked out of the room. When he arrived in the ground floor hall, he immediately drew everyone's attention. The butler and maids in the hall, upon seeing Morin in full military dress and wearing his medal, couldn't help but let out a small gasp. The crisp military uniform accentuated his tall and slender figure, the first-class Iron Cross medal on his chest gleamed under the lights, and with the saber at his waist and impeccable white gloves, his entire being exuded a heroic and imposing aura. This was completely different from the slightly frivolous young noble they remembered. However, this stunning impression did not last long. Because, when Cecilia's figure appeared at the top of the spiral staircase on the second floor, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze, like iron filings drawn by a magnet, was firmly focused on her. Even Morin felt his breath catch at that moment. Cecilia had chosen a deep purple, off-the-shoulder evening gown for tonight. This haute couture gown from Paris, with its silky satin fabric, flowed with a mysterious and noble luster under the crystal chandeliers, perfectly embracing her breathtaking curves. The skirt's design was not intricate, yet it swayed gracefully as she walked, like an epiphyllum blooming quietly in the night. Around her neck, she wore a necklace made of countless tiny diamonds, and at its center, a pigeon's egg-sized sapphire hung, its deep blue complementing her grey blue eyes, captivating the soul. Her honey and platinum mixed long hair was meticulously styled into an elegant and complex updo, with a few playful, slightly curled strands falling by her ears, adding a touch of softness to her. At this moment, Morin also had to admit that the Morin of the past had self-control, he was a true man. As Cecilia slowly descended the stairs, hand on the banister, the entire world seemed to become her backdrop. Morin stood dumbfounded at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at her. He felt his heart rate accelerating uncontrollably, and his blood seemed to rush to his brain. His meager familial affection seemed to be rapidly changing in nature. At this moment, the assault battalion, the semi-automatic rifle, the 20 million marks, all were cast to the winds. In his mind, there was only one thought left. She was too beautiful. It wasn't until Cecilia reached the last few steps that Morin awoke as if from a dream. He instinctively took a step forward, straightened his chest, and then elegantly extended his right hand. This was a standard gesture for inviting a dance partner. Cecilia, seeing Morin's action, was slightly startled at first, then a captivating smile bloomed in her beautiful grey-blue eyes. She gently placed her slender hand, encased in a silk-long glove, into Morin's palm. "Let's go, my war hero." Her voice was soft and pleasant, with a hint of teasing. Morin held the soft, boneless little hand, assisting Cecilia down the last steps. They stood side by side. Although the description might not be entirely appropriate, they truly looked like a match made in heaven. Luna, the head maid, standing nearby, looked at the scene before her, which was comparable to an oil painting, and her eyes almost sparkled with stars. She couldn't help but exclaim inwardly that Madame and young master would undoubtedly be the most dazzling attendees at tonight's ball. As the carriage smoothly entered a brightly lit estate, Morin and Cecilia arrived at the ball. Though this estate was not as grand as Cecilia's residence, it exuded an ancient and refined charm. The carriage door was opened by a servant. Morin alighted first, then turned and very naturally extended his hand. Cecilia placed her slender hand, wearing a silk-long glove, into his palm, and with his assistance, elegantly stepped down from the carriage. As the two walked side by side towards the open ballroom doors, they instantly became the focal point of everyone's attention. The boisterous conversations seemed to pause. The gentlemen in the hall were all captivated by Cecilia's breathtaking beauty and nobility. And their female companions, amidst their admiration, subtly cast glances of scrutiny and comparison. But soon, people's attention was drawn to the young military officer beside Cecilia. The perfectly tailored military uniform, the sharply defined features, and especially the first-class Iron Cross medal gleaming coldly on his chest under the crystal chandeliers, all proclaimed the young man's extraordinary nature. "Is that Madame von Falkenstein?" The young man next to her couldn't be that playboy, could he? "He looks like a different person. My goodness, that's a first-class Iron Cross medal. And he's so young." Whispers arose from every corner of the hall. Cecilia was clearly accustomed to such a spectacle. She wore a graceful smile, linked arms with Morin, and slowly entered. As they passed Morin, she whispered with a touch of triumphant glee, in a voice only they could hear, "See, Fritz? They're all looking at you." Morin held his saber at his waist, his back perfectly straight, his gaze unwavering, and merely responded in a low voice, "No, they're all looking at you. I'm just basking in my sister's glory." Cecilia's smile deepened. Soon, the host of the ball, a white-haired but spry old noble, came forward to greet them. "My dear Cecilia, you are truly radiant tonight, you make my estate shine." "You flatter me, Your Excellency," Cecilia replied with a graceful bow. The old noble's gaze turned to Morin, his eyes filled with undisguised surprise. "Look who it is. Friedrich, you're practically a new man." Morin humbly exchanged a few pleasantries with him, then followed Cecilia to greet some other people, most of whom were Cecilia's business partners. However, the old noble's earlier commotion also attracted the attention of other military officers present. Soon, several officers in various military uniforms approached with their wine glasses. "Lieutenant Morin, I've heard much about you." An officer wearing the rank of major spoke first, his attitude very warm. Morin glanced at the other's rank and immediately straightened, "Greetings, sir." At the same time, he realized that the lowest-ranking officers present tonight seemed to be majors. This meant that he, the lowest-ranking officer in the entire hall, would seemingly have to salute everyone first. "No need to be so formal, Lieutenant Morin. This is a private occasion." The major smiled and waved his hand. "We've all heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince spoke highly of your performance on the Aragon front." Another colonel also came closer, looking at the first-class Iron Cross medal on Morin's chest with some envy. "Lieutenant Morin must be the fastest Saxon soldier to receive the first-class Iron Cross medal. It seems the fighting in the Kingdom of Aragon was even more brutal than we imagined." These officers, who had long resided in the rear or were stationed in the imperial homeland, were clearly filled with intense curiosity about the war in the distant land. Compared to discussing the weather and stocks with nobles and merchants, they yearned to hear the most authentic battlefield stories from Morin, an eyewitness. Thus, a circle of officers quickly gathered around Morin. He was surrounded by them, answering various questions with neither arrogance nor servility. He did not exaggerate, simply recounting some publicly available information in plain language. But even so, the stories of brutal hand-to-hand combat, roaring artillery fire, and the rapid advance of the army to the outskirts of Madrid still stirred the hearts of these officers who had not personally experienced the bloody battle. Cecilia stood not far away, conversing softly with a few familiar noble women. However, her gaze drifted from time to time towards Morin, who was surrounded by the officers, her pride and joy almost overflowing. "Madame Falkenstein, your brother truly brings you honor," one lady said enviously. "Indeed, not only handsome but also a war hero. His future is limitless. You flatter him, you flatter him." The boy was just lucky. Whenever acquaintances praised Morin's bravery and youthful achievements, she would humbly wave her hand, but the irrepressible smile at the corners of her lips betrayed her true feelings. Chapter 115 Patricia. As the reception gained momentum, the officers gathered around Morin slowly took their leave. Some went to find their social circles, while others headed to the center of the hall to invite their favored ladies to dance. Morin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He truly disliked these social occasions that required constant talking, he felt more exhausted than leading a company in a charge on the battlefield. Just then, Cecilia appeared beside him, accompanied by several elegant noble women. Fritz, why are you hiding here alone? Cecilia's tone held a hint of reproach, but the smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Morin quickly straightened up, tidied his military uniform, and then politely greeted the noble women. His demeanor was impeccable, and his speech humble, a stark contrast to his image as the famous Dresden playboy. Oh, Cecilia, your younger brother is truly remarkable. A lady in a light blue gown fanned herself with a feather fan, her eyes openly appraising Morin. To be a war hero at such a young age, his future is boundless. Indeed, unlike our good-for-nothing, who only knows horse racing and cards all day. Another lady chimed in, her voice full of envy. These noble women, who had initially shown little interest in Morin the playboy, were now all vying for his attention. Their gazes at Morin were like appraising a well-bred thoroughbred. Lieutenant Morin, may I ask if you are married? My daughter is about your age, you young people would surely have common interests. Madame Falkenstein, why don't we arrange for my daughter and your brother to meet another day? Joking remarks came one after another, but the probing intent within them was more than obvious. Cecilia's smile remained perfect, but she naturally stepped forward, gently took Morin's arm, and intimately pulled him to her side. She swiftly and naturally interrupted the conversation, which was increasingly resembling a matchmaking session. My dear sisters, please don't tease Fritz. He just returned from the battlefield, so don't scare your delicate young ladies. Her voice remained gentle, effortlessly changing the subject. After a brief introduction, Cecilia told Morin that she and the noble women were going to a private room on the second floor to discuss some matters, asking him to rest in the hall for a while. Understood, Sister Cecilia. Morin nodded quickly, as if granted a great pardon. He wished for nothing more than to be alone and quiet. Watching Cecilia and the noble women gracefully walk towards the stairs, Morin let out a long sigh. He took a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray, walked to an inconspicuous corner of the hall, and found a comfortable sofa to sit on, finally able to enjoy some peace. However, he had barely settled down when a familiar voice sounded behind him. Hiding here alone, drinking in silence? That's not like you, Friedrich. Morin turned around and met a face with a hearty smile. Ludwig, dressed in a crisp Teutonic Order officer's uniform, had appeared behind him at some point. Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig. Morin was surprised, I didn't expect to see you here. I didn't expect to see you here either. Ludwig shrugged, then grinned mischievously. Actually, I saw you as soon as I walked in, but you were surrounded by so many people, like a circus star, I couldn't even get close. Morin took a glass and clinked it with his, Lieutenant Colonel, please stop teasing me. He glanced at the noisy hall, feeling somewhat stifled, and suggested, it's too loud here. Shall we go to the balcony for some fresh air? Precisely my thought. Ludwig stood up and followed Morin through the crowd to a spacious balcony on the side of the hall. The cold wind of the winter night brushed their faces, instantly dispelling the heat and vexation brought by the reception. Outside the balcony was the manor's back garden, where moonlight poured down like quicksilver, bathing the tranquil courtyard in a hazy silver glow. The light on the balcony was much dimmer than in the hall, with only a few classical sconces emitting a faint yellow glow. The two leaned against the carved stone railing, the elegant dance music and boisterous chatter from the hall cut off, sounding somewhat distant. Ludwig took a sip of the wine in his glass, the spicy liquid slid down his throat, and he let out a satisfied sigh. He turned his head, observing Morin in the moonlight, a hint of teasing amusement on his face. I say, Friedrich, you've changed so much. What, our famous playboy went to the battlefield and came back, and now he doesn't even have the heart to attend a reception. He's actually hiding in the corner, spacing out. People always change. Morin leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the distant night sky, his voice sounding somewhat ethereal. Moreover, after going to the battlefield, there's a sense of crisis. He turned back to Ludwig, his eyes holding a seriousness the other had never seen before. My mind is constantly filled with battlefield matters, thinking about how to keep my soldiers alive, how to win the next battle. Hearing Morin's words, Ludwig's smile slowly faded. He could feel that Morin was not joking. He had seen too many cases of people who, after crawling out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, still couldn't escape the shadow of war. Many excellent Teutonic Order, unable to separate combat from life, were eventually consumed by the cruelty of war, becoming madmen who knew nothing but slaughter. Friedrich, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Ludwig's tone became gentle and serious. Our Grand Master once told us something that I remember to this day. He paused, recalling the teachings of the Golden Lion, and repeated word for word. A true knight must draw a clear line between combat and life. On the battlefield, you can be a ruthless war machine, but back in life, you must return to being a flesh and blood human. Otherwise, you can easily become a battle-crazed lunatic, ultimately enslaved by the sword in your hand. Ludwig patted Morin's shoulder and continued to persuade him. I'm not advocating for you to live for the moment as you used to, but sometimes, you need to relax. Clear your mind, don't think about anything, and enjoy the time of peace. Morin listened silently, saying nothing, he knew Ludwig was right. The two drank in silence, enjoying the rare tranquility. In the garden below the balcony, several young couples were strolling in the moonlight, the atmosphere ambiguous and beautiful. Although it was a winter night, it seemed unable to hinder their enthusiasm, and occasional bell-like laughter drifted up, adding a touch of vitality to the serene night. Ludwig looked at the scene downstairs, and a somewhat peculiar smile suddenly appeared on his face. He nudged Morin with his elbow, lowering his voice, a hint of irrepressible excitement and cunning in his tone. My sister, Patricia, she's here tonight too. He winked at Morin, then continued. I was planning to find an opportunity to introduce you two sometime later, but it just so happens we ran into each other tonight. This is simply fate. Hearing Ludwig's words, Morin's hand holding the wine glass stiffened. Lieutenant Colonel, I really don't have the heart for romance right now. Matters of the heart will only affect my shooting speed. Ludwig was amused by his righteous words. All right, I know you're a busy man focused on your career now. He waved his hand with a smile, but there's no harm in meeting, right? Just as ordinary friends. My sister, she. Before Ludwig could finish, a clear and pleasant female voice came from behind them, interrupting him. Brother, you really are here. Both turned at the same time. They saw a young lady in a white evening gown standing at the entrance to the balcony. She had a radiant cascade of golden hair, flowing like a shimmering waterfall in the light. Her fair skin seemed to glow in the moonlight, and her features were as exquisite as a sculpture by a master artist. Especially her emerald green eyes, clear and bright, yet with an inherent pride. She simply stood there, naturally attracting all eyes, a perfect embodiment of Morin's stereotypical blonde young lady. Morin also had to admit that she was indeed a stunning young lady. Patricia's gaze first fell on her brother, then, when she saw Morin standing beside Ludwig, her expression visibly changed. A flicker of surprise and complex emotions flashed in her beautiful eyes, but quickly, all emotions were perfectly concealed, and she regained her composure. Morin also recognized her. Although the original owner's memory was somewhat blurry, the mortifying scene of a public confession and rejection at a reception had left a deep impression on him. The atmosphere, at this moment, became somewhat subtle. Patricia, let me introduce you. Ludwig broke the silence, a warm smile on his face, as if completely unaware of the undercurrents between the two. This is Lieutenant Friedrich Molling, our comrade from the front lines in the Kingdom of Aragon. He then turned to Morin and introduced, Friedrich, this is my sister, Patricia. Miss Seckert, good evening. Morin forced himself, mechanically nodded to her, and forced out a stiff smile. Lieutenant Morin, good evening. Patricia returned a polite smile, nodding slightly. And then, there was nothing else. After an awkward and mechanical greeting, both fell silent. One looked at the sky, the other at the ground, neither looking at the other. Ludwig, watching the freezing atmosphere, felt a headache coming on. He couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, Friedrich, aren't you a playboy? Where's that drive you used to have, rushing to every beautiful woman? Why are you acting like a pure, innocent virgin now? Morin was also very embarrassed at this moment. He was indeed inexperienced, and facing an opposite sex with whom he had a dark past, his mouth felt sewn shut, completely at a loss for words. Patricia was equally embarrassed. The person who had once loudly confessed to her in public, and whom she had mercilessly rejected, now seemed like a completely different person. Not only was his demeanor much more composed, but he had even become a war hero in other people's mouths. A thought flashed through her mind. Is he doing this to prove himself to me? To prove that I was wrong to reject him back then? This thought gave her a strange feeling, but Patricia's inherent pride prevented her from making any move to show favor to Morin. She simply maintained the aristocratic lady's reserve, standing quietly, waiting for the other to speak first. Ludwig watched from the side, dying of anxiety. He had intended to create a romantic reunion scene for the two, but they were both overly polite and silent, making the atmosphere so awkward it could freeze a person to death. He kept winking at Morin, frantically hinting at him to be more proactive, to say something to break the deadlock. Friedrich, say something. His eyes seemed to scream. Under the pressure of Ludwig's almost fiery gaze, Morin felt his scalp tingle. He racked his brains and finally, with great difficulty, forced out a sentence. He turned to Patricia and, in what he believed was a very sincere tone, asked. Miss Seckert. Ludwig's spirits lifted, and he looked at him expectantly. Patricia also slightly raised her eyelids, awaiting his next words. Do you know about the magic crystal cannon? Patricia. Ludwig. The air seemed to freeze at that instant. A crack appeared on Patricia's exquisite, pretty face. A trace of disbelief flashed in her emerald eyes. She had completely not expected the other party to ask such an outrageous question. Indeed, as a genius in magic technology, she was interested in the magic crystal cannon Morin mentioned. But are you sure this is the right time to ask? Morin himself felt so embarrassed that his toes could almost dig out a whole Dresden. He regretted asking as soon as he did, and didn't know what nerve in his brain had misfired to make him ask such a question. I just remembered I have something to do, so I'll excuse myself. Morin could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere, he simply made a clumsy excuse and practically fled in disarray. Watching Morin's hasty departure, Ludwig opened his mouth, but in the end, could only sigh helplessly. He turned his head, trying to smooth things over for Morin. Patricia, please don't mind. Friedrich probably just returned from the battlefield, and his mind is still full of war matters. He's not quite used to other things yet. Patricia said nothing, only quietly watching the direction Morin had disappeared. Morin, having left the balcony, let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. The pressure of being with that blonde young lady was simply too great. After calming down a bit more, he decided to go to the bar for a drink to settle his nerves. However, as he re-entered the brightly lit hall, his steps quickly halted. His gaze was drawn to a familiar figure in the corner. It was a young lady in a dark red gown, with her chestnut hair styled in an updo. She sat alone on a sofa in the corner, completely out of place with the noisy surroundings. Morin recognized her. Wasn't that the young lady he met at the Imperial Patent Office, who wanted to patent an air-cooled light machine gun? Chapter 116, Hello, let's talk about machine guns. Attending a high society reception of this caliber for the first time, Helga Schmeisser felt like an ugly duckling who had stumbled into a swan lake, completely out of place in the opulent and glamorous environment. She lowered her gaze to her dark red gown. Her father had spent a fortune on it for her, saying it would make her look more like a lady of high society. But she felt awkward all over, the corset of the dress made it hard for her to breathe, and the high heels forced her to walk cautiously with every step, fearing she might accidentally fall and become the laughingstock of the entire event. She was born in a small town in Thuringia, growing up in a family of gunsmiths. Her childhood was not spent with dolls and afternoon tea, but in workshops filled with the smell of machine oil and metal shavings, listening to her father and brother discuss barrel rifling and the structure of firing mechanisms. She was immersed in firearm design, displaying astonishing talent from a young age. However, in a factory accident, her brother Hugo Schmeisser, on whom the family had placed high hopes, passed away unexpectedly. The family-founded Schmeisser Weapons Workshop was leaderless for a time, almost grinding to a halt. At the most critical moment, 18-year-old Helga stepped forward, taking over her brother's work. With her own design blueprints and her skillful hands that could precisely operate a lathe, she proved to everyone that she could take over her brother's work, and do it even better. As the workshop's business grew in their hometown, her father developed greater ambitions, hoping to expand the family's operations into the empire's capital Dresden. Therefore, he sent Helga to pave the way. By sponsoring this reception, Helga obtained a valuable entry ticket, hoping she could slowly integrate into this circle and lay the groundwork for the family's future. And in the current situation, where the great nobles' funds were becoming less plentiful, such fundraising receptions were becoming increasingly frequent. However, she not only completely failed to understand, but also had no interest in the latest hat styles, Parisian perfumes, or the romantic escapades of a certain count that the ladies and young women at the reception were discussing. Obviously, no normal person would enthusiastically discuss firearm recoil or feeding methods at such an event. So she had never been able to integrate into the circle her father and family hoped she would. She was like an invisible person, standing alone in a corner with a glass of juice. Watching the men and women chatting and laughing, she felt an invisible wall between herself and this world. Although some well-dressed noble youths, attracted by her outstanding figure, came to strike up a conversation with her. However, upon discovering that she was not a noble lady, but merely the daughter of a merchant from outside Dresden, the enthusiasm on their faces immediately faded, and they quickly found an excuse to turn and leave. Helga also did not particularly like the way those noble youths looked at her. That gaze was full of undisguised aggression, making her feel like an item being appraised, rather than a living person. Just as Helga felt bored and was wondering if she should simply leave early today, she suddenly noticed a young man in a crisp military officer's uniform walking directly towards her. That face looked a little familiar. She instinctively straightened her back, tightened her grip on the cup in her hand, and felt a little nervous. Was he looking for her? After recognizing that the young woman in the dark red gown with her chestnut hair pinned up in the corner was Helga Schmeisser, whom he had met earlier at the Imperial Patent Office, Morin's mood instantly became excited. He hardly hesitated at all, stepping forward with his wine glass. This was truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it effortlessly. He was just worrying about how to find a professional firearms designer, and he unexpectedly ran into her here. However, as soon as he got closer, Morin felt his vision waver. The design of evening gowns during this period was bolder and more unrestrained than in his rigid impression, greatly emphasizing the curved beauty of the female figure. And the dark red gown Helga was wearing showcased her impressive assets to the fullest. About to burst forth. Morin admitted that it was indeed very pleasing to the eye, but at the same time, it was easy to get distracted. He quickly retracted his somewhat impolite gaze, forcing himself to calm down. Regaining his composure, Morin put on what he considered his most amiable and polite smile, and bowed slightly to Helga. "Hello, Miss Schmeisser, we meet again." He took the initiative to speak and introduced himself. "I am Friedrich Mullen, we met at the Imperial Patent Office a few mornings ago." Helga evidently recognized him too, she returned a somewhat flustered bow, her voice faint. "Hello, Lieutenant Morin." Just as she was wondering if this young and handsome officer, like others, was trying to use this as an opportunity to flirt, she found that the officer named Morin suddenly asked a question that caught her completely off guard. "Miss Schmeisser, if I may be so bold, was the patent you submitted earlier for the design of an air-cooled light machine gun?" The sheer leap in topic left Helga somewhat flustered for a moment. She stared blankly at Morin, her brain frozen for several seconds before she realized what he was asking. Yes it was. She nodded somewhat uncertainly. But no matter what, this was ultimately her most familiar comfort zone. As soon as firearms were mentioned, her initial nervousness and apprehension largely dissipated, and she became more talkative. "Lieutenant Morin. How do you know about that?" "I was queuing behind you and inadvertently overheard your conversation with the examiner." Morin explained frankly. "I am very interested in this. I wonder if you would be willing to discuss it with me." Helga hesitated. She wasn't sure if he was genuinely interested or just using it as an excuse to flirt. But looking at Morin's sincere and inquisitive eyes, she finally nodded. "Of course. You may." Then she realized that this young officer really seemed to have come to her for the machine gun. In the subsequent conversation, Morin continuously discussed various technical issues related to machine guns, without any superfluous words, let alone any frivolous remarks. Miss Schmeisser, your design concept is very advanced. I believe that air cooling is definitely the future direction for infantry squad support firepower. However, I have some practical problems encountered on the battlefield that I would like to discuss with you. For example, in the muddy environment of trenches, the reliability of firearms is crucial. Does your design consider issues of dust protection and mud drainage? Also, how is the heat dissipation efficiency of the barrel during continuous firing? Have you considered a quick change barrel design? Furthermore, regarding the feeding method, do you prefer magazine, drum, or belt feeding? What are the advantages and disadvantages of these two methods on the battlefield? The questions Morin posed were increasingly incisive. These questions were not something a theoretical armchair strategist could ask, but rather valuable experiences that only an officer who had truly been to the front lines and personally experienced brutal combat could summarize. The more Helga listened, the brighter her eyes became. She felt as if the door to a new world had opened for her. Her original design was more based on theory and shooting range data, although technically advanced, it certainly lacked practical combat testing. And the suggestions and ideas Morin put forward just happened to make up for her biggest shortcoming. The two quickly got along splendidly, completely immersed in their own world. They discussed everything from barrel materials to the winding method of recoil springs, from the design of the sightline to the optimization of ergonomics. Helga felt she had never been so uninhibited as she was now. This was the first time she could have such an in-depth, equal exchange with a man about her most beloved firearm design. And Morin also learned more about the military-industrial technology level of this world from Helga, gaining a clearer understanding of his future plans. The two became more and more congenial, as if they had endless topics to discuss, completely forgetting that they were still in the midst of a noisy reception. This harmonious and fervent scene was also seen clearly by Patricia from the other side. Chapter 117, No Lust, Only Discussion. Patricia withdrew her gaze and glanced at her brother. Is this what you meant by not being interested in these things after returning from the battlefield? Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig didn't know what to say and could only force a smile at his sister. He was also puzzled in his heart. One moment, Morin was discussing with him how romantic affections affect the speed of drawing a gun, and the next, he was chatting animatedly with a girl he'd never seen before. And judging by his demeanor, he was much more active and enthusiastic than when Ludwig had tried to set him up with Patricia earlier. What's wrong with this kid? Ludwig muttered to himself. Although Patricia still felt a bit strange, she was very curious as to why these two were chatting so happily. She observed the young lady in the dark red dress from a distance. Her appearance was only average, far less refined than Patricia's own, and her demeanor showed a certain provincial awkwardness. Her figure, however, was indeed quite imposing. Isn't it just that her chest is a bit big? Patricia let out a soft huff in her heart. Sometimes curiosity is an incomprehensible driving force. So Patricia soon casually approached the two, and Morin and Helga didn't deliberately lower their voices, allowing her to hear the gist of their conversation. So, in terms of feeding methods, I believe the sustained firepower advantage of belt feeding is unmatched by magazines or small drum magazines. But canvas ammunition belts are prone to contamination in outdoor environments, affecting feeding reliability. Then we can use existing ammunition boxes, which both protect the belt and are easy to carry. And I have an idea for a metal disintegrating ammunition belt. There's such a thing? What about weight control? If we use an ammunition box, won't it be too heavy for a single soldier to carry? That's still much lighter than the MG08, and I'm planning for a two-person team, where the assistant gunner can be responsible for carrying ammunition. Also, ammunition commonality. If it can be compatible with standard rifle ammunition, the logistical pressure will be much smaller. Patricia's steps halted. She was surprised to find that these two people, who were chatting so animatedly, were actually discussing weapon design. The blonde noblewoman's expression became strange. When she saw that the girl took out not makeup tools from her handbag, but a small notebook and a pencil, she completely failed to understand these two. No, what kind of people discuss these things at a party? And why does she carry a notebook in her handbag at all times? This was even more outrageous than her brother Ludwig discussing the Teutonic Order charge tactics with people at a ball. At this moment, Helga also noticed Patricia, who had been moving around nearby. After all, this young lady's demeanor was too outstanding. Her long golden hair and white dress shone dazzlingly under the lights, making Helga feel a bit inferior. She was clearly a true noble. Moreover, the other party had already walked back and forth several times here. She looked at Morin, who was currently bent over, writing and drawing in her notebook, and carefully tugged at Morin's sleeve. Lieutenant Morin, is this young lady behind us looking for you? Hey! Morin turned around and saw Patricia, immediately stood up, and greeted her. Miss Seckert, you're still here. Patricia. Morin, however, didn't notice the change in her mood. Instead, he enthusiastically introduced Helga beside him. Let me introduce you, this is Miss Helga Schmeisser, a very insightful firearms designer. Helga quickly stood up and, somewhat nervously, bowed to this noble young lady who clearly came from an extraordinary background. Patricia nodded reservedly, as a response. Morin then made an invitation that Patricia had not anticipated. Miss Seckert, would you like to join our discussion? I just happen to have some questions related to magic technology that I'd like to ask you, a magic technology genius. Patricia was stunned. It was the first time she had been invited to hold a seminar at a party. She looked into Morin's eyes and found no trace of lust, no flippancy, and no hint of teasing. Those eyes were filled with pure thirst for knowledge. Like a child who had seen a new toy, eager to take it apart and understand it thoroughly. This focus and enthusiasm made her unable to refuse for a moment. Finally, she slowly sat down beside Helga, still emphasizing with her words. I just happened to be passing by and sat down to rest my feet. Helga, however, secretly muttered to herself, hadn't this noble young lady been walking back and forth several times? But she was introverted by nature and naturally dared not speak her thoughts aloud. She just quietly moved aside, making more space for Patricia. As Helga took the notebook and began to record some modification suggestions based on Morin's advice, Morin also turned to Patricia and began to ask seriously. Miss Seckert, Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig said you are a genius in the field of magic technology. I want to ask a question. The latter was still a bit hesitant, but hearing the title genius still made her feel somewhat pleased, so she cleared her throat. Ask away, Lieutenant Morin. Morin gave a somewhat simple and honest chuckle and asked a question he had pondered for a long time. Is there any way, using magic technology, to precisely detonate all the explosive charges within a warhead in an extremely short period of time? Patricia pondered for a moment, then frowned and retorted, synchronized detonation. Morin's eyes lit up, yes. That's the word. Synchronized detonation. He had always wanted to optimize the shaped charge armor-piercing round. And a key optimization point was how to make the metal jet formed by the explosive, after the fuse was triggered, perfectly converge at a single point. This placed extremely high demands on the detonation method. Traditional mechanical fuses found it difficult to achieve perfect synchronization, there was always a tiny time difference, which greatly reduced the armor-piercing effect. And the piezoelectric ceramic fuses commonly used in the world before he transmigrated were not yet in existence. But what if magic was used instead? Patricia pondered for a moment, and her genius brain began to operate at high speed. Theoretically, it's feasible. She extended her slender, fair fingers, dipped them in the water in her glass, and drew a few simple rune structures on the smooth, dark coffee table. In magic technology, there is a concept called magical spark, which can utilize miniature magic circuits to generate high-energy sparks at multiple preset points simultaneously the moment a trigger signal is received. This process has almost no delay and can be perfectly synchronized with the trigger. Morin was overjoyed. Is this technology complex? Is the cost high? The technology itself isn't complex, it's a basic application. As for the cost, it mainly depends on how high your requirements are for the magic crystal stone. If it's just for simple triggering, even the lowest quality magic crystal stone fragments will do, and the cost can be kept very low. The moment Patricia's words fell, the system's notification sound also rang in Morin's mind. Key technology theory recorded, magical spark synchronized detonation technology. Shaped charge armor piercing round fuse and detonation optimization plan updated. It's done. Morin felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart, and his gaze towards Patricia became fervent. This was no golden-haired young lady, this was clearly a walking technology library. And this fervent gaze made Patricia feel a little flustered. Just as she was wondering if Morin's previous behavior was a disguise and if he was finally about to reveal his true nature, she heard Morin begin to describe the magic crystal cannon he had mentioned on the balcony earlier. Of course, he omitted the sensitive parts, only generally describing the weapon's magic power supply method, as well as its attack method and effects. Then, Morin posed his second question. Miss Seckert, do you think it's possible for this thing to be miniaturized and lightweight? Patricia immediately understood Morin's meaning, and her expression became serious. You want to turn a magic crystal cannon into a personal weapon? Yes. Morin nodded heavily. Ideally, a few soldiers should be able to carry it and hit and run. Patricia was a little slow to react. She looked at Morin as if he were a monster. You mean, you want a few ordinary soldiers without magic affinity to operate magic technology weapons? And you want to mass-produce them? What's wrong with that? Is there a problem? Morin retorted. The young lady, however, shook her head and said in a tone that suggested he was an amateur, that's almost impossible. Morin was puzzled. Is it a technical reason? Or some other reason? Patricia's expression became somewhat complex. She hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. It should be considered a human reason. Human reason? Morin understood even less. Patricia sighed, seemingly unwilling to dwell on the topic. In short, whether in the Saxon Empire or other countries, even all the magic technology equipment on the Britannia side must be used directly or indirectly by mages. Or operated by soldiers who have undergone special modifications and possess magic affinity. This is common sense. Ordinary people simply cannot activate the energy within magic technology devices, let alone stably trigger them. Morin, but those magic crystal cannons I saw in the Kingdom of Aragon were operated by ordinary soldiers, weren't they? Whether one possesses magic affinity cannot be discerned from appearance. Patricia paused, then continued. And you also said that without a mage's guidance, a magic crystal cannon can't even unleash 1/10 of its effectiveness. Upon hearing this, Morin fell silent. He suddenly began to feel that the mage community of the Saxon Empire, or rather, the mages of this world, might have a problem. And a big problem at that. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of the manor, Cecilia was having intimate conversations with several noble women. They were all wives of high-ranking officials and great nobles of the empire, and also important targets for Cecilia to pursue the madam's route and weave her network of connections. A noblewoman who had just returned from touching up her makeup outside spoke with a hint of gossip in her tone. Madam Falkenstein, I just saw Lieutenant Morin chatting with a blonde girl on the balcony downstairs. It's Patricia, the young daughter of the Seckert family. She's really beautiful. Cecilia didn't know how to react upon hearing this, but a proper smile remained on her face. Young people, they always have endless topics to talk about. The noblewoman chuckled, covering her mouth, but I saw them chat for not long, and Lieutenant Morin walked away alone. He's not at all like before, when he would pester pretty girls. Cecilia chuckled as she picked up her teacup, then spoke. As I said before, the battlefield changes people. I even think Fritz has become much more steady since he returned. However, the noblewoman seemed to remember something and continued. But, before I came up, I saw. Lieutenant Morin was soon chatting animatedly with another girl I didn't know. By the looks of it, he was much more enthusiastic than when he was chatting with Miss Seckert. The teacup froze at her lips. Sister, I'm going to acquire it completely. After the conversation with the noblewomen concluded, and hearing their promises to whisper in ears, Cecilia excused herself and left the room. She elegantly closed the door. The appropriate business smile on her face vanished instantly. Before Luna, the head maid waiting outside the door, could say anything, she lifted her skirt and began to walk quickly towards the hall. Luna was stunned for a moment and quickly followed her. It was the first time she had seen her mistress so flustered. However, when Cecilia arrived at the location where Morin and the other two were in the hall, she found that the situation was not quite what she had imagined. There were no ambiguous glances, no frivolous teasing, and certainly no intimate tugging or pulling. Morin and the blonde girl from the Seckert family were engaged in a heated discussion about something. She could vaguely hear words like magic technology, cost, and usage threshold. There was also another unfamiliar girl, wearing a dark red dress, whose figure was so good that she couldn't help but glance at her twice. She was hunched over a tea table, clearly meant for snacks, diligently writing with a pencil and notebook, muttering to herself. If the locking mechanism were changed like this, wouldn't it be more reliable? No, that would increase processing difficulty, and the cost couldn't be controlled. Then what if? The entire scene was filled with a strong academic atmosphere, starkly out of place with the surrounding environment of clinking glasses and chatter. Cecilia stood not far away, momentarily unsure whether she should approach. What was going on? Just as she was in a daze, Morin, who was in the midst of the discussion, noticed her immediately. He immediately stopped his argument with Patricia, a brilliant smile on his face, and proactively stood up to greet her. Sister Cecilia, are you done with your work? Seeing Morin rush towards her first, Cecilia's slight displeasure instantly vanished, replaced by a small surge of happiness. It seemed that in Fritz's heart, his sister was still the most important. Her little bit of awkwardness instantly dissipated by more than half. Patricia and Helga also immediately stood up upon seeing Cecilia. The former, as a noble residing in Dresden for a long time, naturally already knew Cecilia's identity. The prestige of this brilliant crystal queen in the empire's high society was not merely due to her wealth and beauty. And the latter, Helga, had also done some research on the great nobles here after arriving in Dresden. Now, seeing this important figure standing before her, she was even more nervous and flustered, unable to speak a word. For a moment, Cecilia's aura, cultivated from her long-standing position of power, completely overwhelmed the two young girls. Morin, however, did not notice the subtle atmosphere between the three women. After quickly introducing the two parties, he excitedly told Cecilia about a new idea he had just had. Sister, I have an idea. I want to hire Miss Helga as a weapon designer for the weapon company we'll establish later. Helga was stunned, completely unprepared for Morin to say such a thing. Hey? He wants to hire me? Her mind went blank, and she even forgot how to respond. Morin also realized his request was a bit sudden. He turned to look at Helga, an apologetic expression on his face. I apologize, Miss Schmeisser, I know this request is abrupt, but I truly value your design talent. I believe that if we cooperate, we can definitely design the best light weapons. Helga was a bit embarrassed by such a direct compliment. Her cheeks flushed, and her hands couldn't help but tightly grip her skirt. After a moment, she quietly said. Lieutenant Morin, thank you very much for your appreciation, but my family runs a gun workshop in Thuringia, and my trip to Dresden this time is also to seek development in the capital. The implication was that she probably couldn't abandon her family's business and therefore couldn't accept Morin's invitation. Morin did feel a bit regretful. However, he then thought that if he couldn't poach the person, buying the patent or entering into a technical cooperation wouldn't be impossible. At this moment, Cecilia, who had maintained a powerful aura and silently observed everything, suddenly spoke. Her grey-blue eyes looked at Helga. Miss Helga Schmeisser, is that right? Why yes, madam, Helga replied nervously. Where is your family's gun workshop in Thuringia? How large is it? How many workers do you have? What is your annual sales revenue? A series of questions left Helga a bit dazed. She felt flustered under the other party's sharp gaze and could only cautiously describe the general situation of her family's workshop. It's in Seoul City, Thuringia. It's not large, about 40 workers. The annual sales revenue is around 300,000 marks. With each sentence she spoke, her voice grew softer, almost inaudible by the end. However, after hearing her description, Cecilia showed no hint of disdain on her face. She merely pondered for a moment, then unhesitatingly put forth a proposal that left everyone present dumbfounded. If Miss Schmeisser and your family are willing, I can fully acquire your gun workshop. Furthermore, after the acquisition is complete, I will immediately inject additional investment to help you expand your production scale. Morin was speechless. He hadn't expected Cecilia to be so generous, acquiring a company, just because he said he valued someone's talent. Patricia was also speechless. She looked at Cecilia in astonishment, her emerald eyes filled with shock. When she saw a designer she liked, instead of thinking about how to poach them, she directly bought their company. Having money truly allowed one to do whatever they pleased. Helga was even more speechless. She felt like she was dreaming. She had only come to a banquet, how was her company about to be acquired? The young girl's eyes reddened, and it looked like she was about to cry from anxiety. Just then, Cecilia's calm yet forceful voice continued. You don't need to be nervous, Miss Schmeisser. I guarantee that the acquisition price will not cause your family any loss. And after the acquisition is complete, your family and the old workers in the workshop can all continue to work in their original positions. Cecilia's gaze shifted to Morin, a hint of doting flashing in her grey-blue eyes. Then it returned to Helga, her tone becoming a bit softer. The reason I'm doing this is simply because my brother Fritz values your talent. Since that's the case, I also want your talent to be used unreservedly for him. Helga felt dizzy, as if she had drunk too much wine. She cautiously glanced at Morin, then at the powerful Cecilia, and finally gathered her courage to whisper. This is such a big matter, I need to discuss it with my family. Of course. Cecilia naturally agreed to the request, then, after glancing at the time, demonstrated her astonishing efficiency. I can immediately arrange for the staff from our company's office in Seoul City, Thuringia, to contact your family directly at their home. She looked at Helga, her tone softening a bit. Furthermore, if Miss Helga is willing, you can stay directly at my manor tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll send a car to pick up your family, and we can discuss the specific details of the acquisition in person. How does that sound? A violent wave of dizziness washed over her, and Helga felt she could no longer think. She almost instinctively nodded. Very well, madam. Not long after, the banquet also drew to a close. Morin bid farewell to Ludwig and Patricia. After tonight's discussion, the relationship between him and Patricia was no longer as awkward as before. Patricia was also very interested in many of Morin's ingenious ideas regarding magic technology. She felt that although this guy could be unreliable at times, in certain aspects, he indeed possessed genius-like conceptions. So Morin also made an appointment with her to visit the Magical Engineering Research Institute after dealing with Helga's matter. On the carriage returning to the manor, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. Cecilia maintained her superior aura, occasionally asking Helga some questions about the family business's operating conditions. Each question hit the nail on the head, forcing the young girl to answer with full attention. However, after learning that Helga had come to Dresden alone to make her way, Cecilia couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for this 19-year-old girl. Her aura softened considerably, and she even proactively inquired about Helga's accommodation and meals in Dresden. Morin, on the other hand, had not interjected much throughout the journey. Upon returning to the manor, after Helga was settled in a guest room by head maid Anna, Cecilia turned to Morin and said, Fritz, after the acquisition is complete, you will be the owner of this new company. Morin quickly shook his head. That's not right, Sister Cecilia, you acquired this company, I didn't do anything. Cecilia, however, smiled. Didn't you want to establish a weapon company? Since you value this girl's talent, and her family's workshop also has skilled workers, it's perfect for you to practice on. Morin, but acquiring the workshop and then investing isn't a small sum. When my patent compensation comes through, I'll still have to pay you back this money. Silly boy, why be so clear-cut with your sister? Consider this money my investment. Just remember to give me dividends every year. The night passed uneventfully. At least, that's how it was for Morin. But for Helga Schmeisser, it was definitely the longest and most anxious night of her life. She lay on the incredibly soft bed, covered by silk blankets emitting a faint fragrance, yet she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Everything that happened yesterday had been too impactful for her. The next morning, when a maid knocked on her door and delivered clothes that Cecilia had prepared from her own wardrobe, Helga was still a bit dazed. When the young girl came downstairs to the hall, Cecilia couldn't help but frown slightly upon seeing the relatively conservative dress from her own wardrobe, now bulging and revealing curves across the other's chest. How on earth did this young girl grow like that? In the afternoon, Helga's father, Mr. Schmeisser, and several key managers of the Schmeisser gun workshop, arrived at the manor, dusty from their journey. Seeing their daughter safe and sound, and seemingly well treated, they first breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Cecilia and Morin, together with them, formally discussed the full acquisition in the manor's reception room. The discussion process was much simpler than Morin had imagined. Or rather, it wasn't a discussion or negotiation at all. Cecilia had woken up early today and, through her company's channels, obtained all the detailed information about the gun workshop. This included asset valuations, current patent holdings, and a general market outlook analysis. Therefore, she immediately offered a sky-high price that Mr. Schmeisser and his companions simply could not refuse. Chapter 119, First solve the problem of creation from scratch. Besides the irresistible acquisition price, Cecilia also promised that if the workshop could demonstrate sufficient value and market potential after the acquisition was complete, she would consider making a substantial additional investment to build a modern factory in the Ruhr Industrial Zone, the most important industrial area in the empire. Helga's family, after confirming on their way that it was indeed the brilliant Crystal Queen who wanted to acquire their business, had no resistance in their hearts. After all, the other party offered too much. Moreover, both the founders and the old workers who had been with them for decades would be able to continue working for the company, ensuring their livelihoods. Most importantly, they saw a future for their daughter, Helga. To be so highly regarded by the brilliant Crystal Queen and the young war hero, Helga's talent would no longer be confined to a small town in Thuringia. Instead, she would shine on the stage of the entire empire, just as they had hoped. For a family passionate about firearms design, this was an honor more important than money. After the general matters were settled, Luna, the head maid and Cecilia's chief secretary, demonstrated astonishing work efficiency. She quickly drafted a detailed acquisition contract with clear terms, defined responsibilities, and sealed all possible loopholes. Witnessed by a lawyer who had rushed to the manor, both parties smoothly signed the contract. Afterward, Helga's family connected with the professional financial and legal team sent by Cecilia to handle the subsequent acquisition matters. Helga, meanwhile, was taken by Morin to a studio attached to the manor. Here, she would begin executing the first work directive from her new boss. Miss Schmeisser, based on our discussion at the reception yesterday, I hope you can finalize the design drawings for this air-cooled light machine gun and produce a prototype as soon as possible. Oh, we're starting work already? No problem, boss. Helga nodded vigorously. When it came to work, she radiated confident brilliance. The overall design concept still followed Helga's original design. However, at Morin's suggestion, the original open bolt was changed to a more reliable closed bolt. At the same time, a carrying handle was added above the barrel shroud for soldiers to easily carry during position transfers. Beyond that, various protruding edges and components on the gun body were designed to be as smooth as possible to prevent them from snagging a soldier's clothes or equipment belt in complex battlefield environments. Regarding ammunition, their ideas were completely consistent. To quickly achieve combat effectiveness and reduce logistical pressure, the new light machine gun would directly use the Imperial Army's existing 7.92 x 57 mm Mauser full-power rifle cartridges. The feeding mechanism would also directly use existing canvas belt links, along with two existing capacities of belt boxes. These would be 100 round and 250 round, to meet different operational needs. Morin had initially considered adding a quick change barrel function to address barrel overheating issues during prolonged continuous firing. However, after some calculations and sketching, Helga stated that implementing this feature would require significant redesigns of many core components, such as the receiver and barrel extension, greatly extending the development cycle. Morin could only temporarily drop the idea. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. The most important thing now was to first solve the problem of creation from scratch. When Helga's family finished the handover and prepared to return to Thuringia, Helga initially wanted to move back to her small rented apartment in Dresden. But Cecilia smiled and told her to work peacefully at the manor. There are many rooms in the manor, they're empty anyway. It'll be livelier with another person. I'll have Luna help you get all the daily necessities and clothes you need. And I believe this studio, which I once used, won't be worse than your rented apartment. Once the company is officially established in Dresden and has its headquarters, it's fine if you want to move out then. Faced with Cecilia's irresistible gentleness, Helga, this somewhat timid girl from a small town, naturally dared not object. Thus, she temporarily settled down at Falkenstein Manor. Another day passed, leaving 4 days until Morin's reporting date at the Saxon War College. That morning, the manor's phone suddenly rang. The maid who answered the phone quickly found Morin, who was discussing blueprints with Helga in the studio. "Young Master Mullen, it's Miss Seckert calling." Morin took the phone, and Patricia's clear voice came through the receiver. "Morin, the matter you asked me to handle, I've already taken care of it. The visitor procedures for the Imperial Magic Technology Research Institute have been approved, you can come anytime." Morin was somewhat surprised, that fast. He had thought that for such a confidential national research institution, the process for outsiders to enter would be very complicated, taking at least 10 days to half a month. He didn't expect Patricia to handle it so quickly. Patricia on the other end of the line also seemed to find it a bit incredible. "Speaking of which, it's a bit strange. I just submitted the application, and unexpectedly, all approval processes were given the green light, with no one raising any objections. When did those old fuddy-duddies at the institute become so accommodating?" She mumbled softly. Morin's heart stirred, vaguely guessing something. Behind this, it was probably the Crown Prince exerting his influence again. It seemed he really had to cling to this powerful connection. After hanging up the phone, Morin greeted Cecilia and then took a carriage to the Imperial Magic Technology Research Institute, located on the outskirts of Dresden. The architectural style of the institute was completely different from the mysterious mage towers he had imagined. Instead, it resembled a heavily fortified military fortress. Tall walls and numerous sentry posts all highlighted the importance of the location. When Morin's carriage arrived at the main gate of the institute, Patricia, he didn't know when, was already waiting for him at the entrance. Today, she wasn't wearing an evening gown, but a well-fitted dark long dress, with a white lab coat, common among researchers, over it. Her golden long hair was tied into a neat ponytail, diminishing a bit of the noble lady's daintiness and adding a scholarly, intellectual beauty. "You're quite punctual." Patricia glanced at him and said in a calm tone. After a series of strict identity verifications and security checks, Patricia led Morin into the heart of Saxon Empire's magic technology. She did not take him to the core experimental areas, but to an office area with a relatively lower level of confidentiality. Morin was somewhat surprised to find that Patricia actually had her own independent office here. It was worth noting that, according to what Ludwig had told him earlier, Patricia had only just turned 20 this year. To have an independent office at the institute at such a young age was enough to prove how astonishing her talent in the field of magic technology was. And she was not a spellcaster. Upon reaching the office, Patricia gestured for Morin to sit wherever he liked, then pulled out several thick tomes from a bookshelf. To make our subsequent communication smoother, I need to first tell you some basic concepts about magic technology. She placed the tomes in front of Morin and spoke in the tone of a teacher lecturing a student. You are also a spellcaster now. Theoretically, your brain processes information faster than ordinary people, so you should be able to understand. Morin nodded, listening attentively. Soon, Patricia began to systematically explain the basic principles and developmental trajectory of magic technology in this world. As she spoke, Morin also noticed that new information began to flood the information tab in his system. Information, the origin of magic power. Information, the essence of spell slots. Information, the birth of magic devices. Information, the Britannian Empire's magic conception. Information, ancient mages' quantitative research on spell slots. According to scholars' research, after magic crystal ore fell to this world as an extraterrestrial meteorite, it took a very long time to gradually transform our environment. Patricia's voice was clear and melodious, her logic precise. It caused an extremely thin magic power to appear in the air as well. But this sparse magic power, freely floating in the environment, cannot directly do anything. It must reach a sufficient density before it can be guided and released through specific methods. Morin listened carefully, these were all blind spots in his knowledge. When humans awaken as mages, their bodies naturally gain the ability to absorb and store magic power. Therefore, the density of magic power within a mage's body also reaches the standard for casting spells. And upon awakening as a mage, these individuals will also instinctively understand a spell casting system called spell slots and some basic spells, much like an innate talent. After a long period of exploration, mages gradually developed, or rather comprehended, various powerful spells. Patricia paused, took a sip from her water glass, and continued. Until more than 300 years ago, a genius mage of the Britannian Empire proposed a revolutionary concept. Her eyes sparkled with reverence for that pioneer. He asked, can we use the world's only magic-conducting material magic crystal stone to create an external container to replace the spell slots within a mage's body? Morin's mouth hung open slightly in surprise, this concept was indeed worthy of being called genius. Through a special circuit constructed with magic crystal stone, the sparse magic power in the environment is slowly guided into this external container, filling it with energy. Then, on the exterior of the container, fixed spell models are materialized, and finally, through a simple command, the spell is released. As this concept eventually became reality, the ancient mages finally completed the quantification of the concept of spell slots. Patricia's speaking speed quickened slightly, sounding somewhat excited. A standard magic power unit was defined. Ancient mages discovered through extensive experiments that the energy required for a first-level spell was approximately a certain exponential multiple of the standard unit. Thus, the storage and output of magic power became calculable and designable. Combining magic-conducting material science and spell configuration, the first generation of magic devices was born. At this point, Patricia also opened a book, turned to a page, and handed it to Morin. That was a very rudimentary magic lamp. Its interior had the spell model of light etched into it. As long as an extremely weak activation energy was input into its magic crystal stone core, it could continuously emit light for a long time. Listening to Patricia's explanation, Morin gained a general understanding of magic technology. Wasn't this the prototype of something like magical industrialization? Transforming magic, which was originally elusive and belonged only to a few geniuses, into an engineering technology that could be calculated, designed, and mass-produced. On this foundation, generation after generation of mages continuously developed and perfected magic technology, ultimately leading to the situation we see today. Patricia concluded. However, the specific design, manufacturing methods, and core operating procedures of current magic technology and magic equipment are firmly held in the hands of spellcasters from various countries. Aside from our institute, all factories in the empire related to magic equipment manufacturing are directly or indirectly controlled by mage organizations. Others who wish to use these powerful magic equipment must either undergo special physical modifications, like armored knights such as my brother, or the soldiers of the General's Guard, to acquire what mages call magic power affinity, allowing them to barely activate magic devices. Or, like large magic weapons such as the magic crystal cannon, they cannot unleash even a tenth of their power without the assistance of a mage. After hearing everything Patricia said, Morin finally realized that his conjecture was correct. The mages of this world, perhaps within their respective countries, had formed a vast enclosed community of interests. They monopolized knowledge and technology, adhering to certain unspoken rules of conduct. At the same time, they colluded with the ruling class to secure their current transcendent social status. Such a group, in the world Morin came from, had a specific descriptor. Academic overlords. As the two chatted, Morin suddenly thought of a question that had been bothering him. Miss Seckert, I don't quite understand. Logically speaking, the number of spellcasters in the Empire is extremely scarce. As an awakened spellcaster, I should have attracted the attention of the mage organizations you mentioned. But why, since my return to the country, has no one seemed to come looking for me? When Patricia heard this question, a somewhat complex expression appeared on her face. She hesitated for a moment before explaining. That must be because the Imperial Spellcaster Association and our Magic Technology Research Institute hold no academic research hope for a soldier who awakened on the battlefield. After all, in the eyes of those high and mighty grand scholars, your identity is quite special. How special? Morin pressed. Firstly, as an Imperial Army officer highly regarded by the Crown Prince, you would certainly not be willing to abandon your original identity and career, submit to their control, and start as a low-level apprentice, like other mages who awaken later in life. Patricia hit the nail on the head, pointing out the crux of the problem. But at the same time, your knowledge in magic technology and magic theory, in the eyes of high-level spellcasters, is clearly far from reaching the standard for participating in research. So, you are in a very awkward position. They can't control you, but they also don't believe you can help their research, so they simply ignore you. Patricia paused, then finally stated a deeper, more realistic reason. More importantly, Mr. Morin. She looked directly into Morin's eyes and said word by word. Your sister, Cecilia von Falkenstein, is the leader of Brilliance Crystal Industries. Chapter 120, Being with these vermin. When Morin first heard this, he was still a little slow to react. He didn't understand what this had to do with Cecilia, but as Patricia continued to explain, he roughly understood what kind of messed up situation it was. Although our Saxon Empire nominally follows a development path that combines Brilliance crystal technology and magic technology, these two technological routes have always had intense conflict and competition while cooperating. Patricia's tone was no longer as light as it was at the beginning, but became somewhat low. Not to mention, in recent years, with the continuous breakthroughs in Brilliance crystal technology, the Empire has gradually shown a trend of comprehensively leaning towards the Brilliance crystal industry route. For those mages, this means that their say is being constantly squeezed. So, as a spellcaster who is so intimately connected with the Brilliant Crystal Queen, your background is simply too complex in their eyes. Morin, no. Just because of this. Of course there are other reasons. You are a Junker military noble, although you are down and out, you are still a military noble, and currently, your career prospects in the military look excellent. Patricia sighed, then continued. And the mage community and the Junker nobles have always been at odds. You are also the first spellcaster with a Junker noble background, which is not a good thing for the mages. Morin, that's not right. Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig and you are both considered Junker nobles, but one of you is an armored knight, and the other works at the Magical Engineering Research Institute. You're not even a spellcaster. No, 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 can naturally awakened spellcasters be the same as knights whose bodies have been modified later on? Patricia shook a finger, her expression showing a hint of regret. Firstly, armored knights are a compromise born out of necessity. Secondly, with my research capabilities, if I had been born into a non-Junker noble family, what I have now would be more than just an office. Oh my Miss Seckert, are you that amazing? Morin said with some disbelief. Then do you want to help me miniaturize that magic crystal cannon? Patricia. Seeing Patricia's somewhat speechless expression, Morin smiled and changed the subject. That being said, the application to come to the institute this time was approved quite quickly by these exclusive mages. How could they not give face to the royal family? They're already at odds with the Junker nobles anyway. Patricia rolled her eyes impatiently. That's true. Morin nodded, and having heard this, he finally understood. The internal situation of the Saxon Empire was far more complex than he had imagined. Various forces had always been in conflict due to various interests, but external threats forced them to entwine themselves around the big tree named nation. The struggle over technological routes, the struggle between interest groups, plus his own unclear background. No wonder those mages ignored him. He took a deep breath, then summarized in an unceremonious tone. Miss Seckert, I think I understand now. The mage community on the Empire's side is a bunch of cliquish, self-important academic tyrants. It is precisely because of their extremely exclusive, closed, and conservative behavior that the development of magic technology has reached its current state. The more Morin spoke, the angrier he got, and he couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. How can magic technology be developed well with these vermin? Morin's sudden outburst startled Patricia. Her emerald eyes widened in surprise, looking at the emotional Morin with a hint of bewilderment. In her impression, no one had ever dared to use such insulting words as vermin to describe the noble mage community. And in front of her, an employee of the Magical Engineering Research Institute, no less. Hey, don't get so agitated. Patricia subconsciously wanted to retort, but the words caught in her throat, and she didn't know what to say. Because she knew in her heart that although Morin's words were harsh, they hit the nail on the head. The conservatism and exclusivity of the Empire's mage community had indeed severely hindered the development and application of magic technology. Many magic technologies that could clearly be popularized were shelved for the ridiculous reason of not allowing ordinary people to easily master them. Many of her own research projects were often unreasonably suppressed due to her identity and because they touched upon the interests of certain old mages. Morin also realized he had lost his composure. He took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. Sorry, Miss Seckert, I'm not targeting you. He looked at Patricia, his eyes full of sincerity. I believe that technology itself has no attributes, its purpose is to be applied. From my perspective as a soldier, it is to make this country stronger and to make soldiers shed less blood on the battlefield. And not to become a tool for a few people to maintain their status and interests. Holding advanced technology but not thinking about how to convert it into national power, instead setting restrictions everywhere, afraid that others will learn it and steal their rice bowl. What is this if not vermin? Patricia fell silent. She had been hailed as a genius since childhood, smooth sailing in the field of magic technology, although she also felt the rigidity of the system. But she had never, like Morin, examined the problems of the entire mage community from such a sharp angle. The atmosphere in the office became somewhat heavy for a moment. After a long while, Patricia finally looked up, re-examining the man in front of her with a brand new gaze, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Morin, why do you know so much? She couldn't help but ask the doubt in her heart. Those questions you raised, such as synchronized detonation, miniaturization of magic weapons, and your views on technological application, these don't sound like something an ordinary officer would think of. Morin, it's simple, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Everything I've mentioned is something I experienced on the battlefield and then thought about. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth XN. Patricia kept murmuring this sentence, and suddenly she seemed somewhat lost in thought. Miss Seckert, are you all right? Seeing Patricia suddenly lost in thought, Morin reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. I'm fine. I just think what you said seems quite reasonable, but I was wondering, isn't experimentation also a kind of practice? Yes, but if you only stay in the laboratory, this kind of practice isn't thorough enough. Morin said this, and at the same time, he found that when discussing these issues with Patricia, it was also very smooth, just like with Helga. I've been fighting on the battlefield all this time, constantly thinking about how to kill enemies more efficiently, how to keep myself and the soldiers alive. All sorts of strange ideas naturally pop into my head. Patricia accepted this explanation and didn't ask further. She just looked at Morin quietly, as if trying to see through him. Morin. She suddenly spoke, her tone more solemn than ever before. What you said earlier, about wanting to develop individual magic technology weapons that ordinary soldiers can operate, do you still hold onto that idea? Morin nodded without hesitation. Of course, and this is not only my idea, but also the trend of future warfare. Patricia, what if you encounter resistance? You know what I'm talking about. Hearing Patricia's words, Morin just smiled. Of course I understand what you mean, but the wheels of history are unstoppable. If anyone tries to stand in front of them, they will only be crushed by the wheels and used to increase friction. After hearing Morin's words, Patricia seemed stunned. She seemed to actually see a giant wheel rolling, then crushing the fortress-like Magical Engineering Research Institute. And then crushing the Empire's mage towers further away. However, she quickly regained her composure. Are you saying mages will perish? Patricia's voice was a little dry, and her emerald eyes held a hint of disbelief. Morin shook his head. I don't know if mages will perish, but if magic, or rather magic technology, wants to be passed down, lowering the threshold and secularizing it is the only option. He leaned back in his chair, his tone calm, yet it was as if he was stating an established fact. Not to mention that the magic crystal mines in this world are limited. If one day the magic crystal mines are truly depleted, what will the mages do then? If the mage community continues to maintain its current arrogance, believe me, without any other forces doing anything, with the passage of time, magic and magic technology will naturally be completely replaced by the brilliance crystal industry. To be honest, after a brief chat with Patricia, Morin actually didn't have much hope for magic technology anymore. He himself was amused by the mages of the Saxon Empire. They were already fewer in number than Britannia, and there weren't many high-ranking mages of note, yet they were still forming cliques here every day. And all signs indicated that this was a dying industry. If the brilliance crystal industry developed for a little longer, that truly industrialized production capacity would completely shatter the barriers of magic and magic technology. However, at present, magic and magic technology could still provide some shortcuts when encountering certain problems. And for Morin, spells still provided considerable utility in combat, at least increasing his chances of survival on the battlefield. But his previous ideas of bringing a group of mages into the assault squad, or mass-producing low-level mages, were basically impossible to achieve. The only reliable path was to use magic technology for reinforcement. However, Patricia's recent description of academic barriers made Morin feel that this matter would probably still require the Crown Prince to push it. After all, if even the Crown Prince's power couldn't budge the stubborn fortress of the mage community, then others wouldn't stand a chance. Thinking of this, Morin looked at the golden-haired young woman in front of him, with her unique way of thinking and insightful views, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since the Empire's mage community doesn't like me, why should I bother trying to win them over? Can't I find a way to build my own team? Given the current situation in the Saxon Empire, for the royal family and the Junker nobles, if a magic technology research team closer to them emerged, they would probably be happy to see it happen. As for the candidate, isn't there one right in front of him? After a moment of thought, Morin no longer hesitated and spoke directly. Miss Seckert, since you are also dissatisfied with the current state of the Institute, have you ever thought about changing places? If there was a place where you could unleash your talents without any constraints, would you be willing to switch jobs? Chapter 121, Poaching and Prototype Gun Manufacturing. Hearing Morin's rather blunt attempt to poach her, Patricia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her emerald eyes scanned Morin up and down, as if she were seeing him for the first time. Oh. She drew out her words, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upwards. Is Lieutenant Morin planning to start his own venture and go against the Magical Engineering Research Institute? Not necessarily. Morin waved his hand, he didn't have such grand ambitions. I just feel that your talent shouldn't be buried in such a lifeless place. Moreover, I really do need a genius like you to help me realize some rather crazy ideas. Patricia didn't answer immediately. She elegantly sat back in her seat, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a delicate sip of red tea. Her unhurried demeanor made her revert to a noble young lady in control of the situation, rather than an ordinary researcher being poached. Then it depends on whether the place Lieutenant Morin mentioned is worth my while. She put down her teacup, her voice carrying a hint of aristocratic reserve and pride. Although there is indeed some suppression and exclusion here at the Magical Engineering Research Institute, it is undeniable that the academic atmosphere and research environment here are top-notch in the entire empire. I can access the most cutting-edge theories, use the most precise experimental equipment, and I have a group of, although very stubborn, authoritative old scholars in their respective fields with whom I can communicate. Her unspoken meaning was clear. You want to poach me? Fine. But you need to show enough sincerity and capital, you need to let me see that your place is better than the research institute. Morin understood her meaning. He nodded and didn't press the issue further. He, of course, knew that getting this genius young girl out of the research institute wouldn't be accomplished with just a few words. I understand your concerns. Morin also put on a relaxed expression, as if discussing a commonplace matter. We can talk about changing jobs later, but I do have a few technical problems here that I'd like to ask for your genius help with. Of course, it's compensated. Morin specifically emphasized the last 3 words. With Patricia, he hoped to establish an equal, mutually respectful cooperative relationship. Oh? Tell me about it. Patricia, as expected, became interested. For a genius technical person like her, the allure of money was far less than that of a novel, challenging technical problem. First, it's what we discussed at the banquet earlier, about the miniaturization of the magic crystal cannon. Morin said seriously. I need suppressive firepower that can be carried by a single soldier or a small group, with sufficient power. I think the magic crystal cannon's technical route has great potential. Patricia nodded without speaking, signaling him to continue. Second, and more importantly. Morin's expression became serious. I need a reliable, long-range wireless communication technology suitable for use in field environments. In the battles in the Kingdom of Aragon, he had already deeply experienced the huge problems caused by poor communication. Especially in fast-paced combat like assault operations, the inability to issue orders and upload intelligence in a timely manner often led to devastating consequences. This world's communication technology was still very backward. Field units mainly relied on primitive methods like orderly, flag signals, and signal flares. Although there were wired telephones, in intense combat, telephone lines were simply too easily destroyed by artillery fire. And wireless radio was only equipped by units at the brigade level or higher, and it was incredibly bulky. So he urgently needed a technology that would allow him to communicate directly with each company in real time from the battalion command post. Hearing Morin's request, Patricia's eyes lit up. Long-range wireless communication? Interesting, that idea is very challenging. Seeing her reaction, Morin immediately felt confident. It seemed this matter had a good chance. How about it? Any ideas? Of course. Patricia's face showed a powerful confidence. In fact, I've recently been researching the feasibility of a magical wireless communication device. As she spoke, she took out a notebook from a drawer, flipped to a page, and it was covered with various complex runes and circuit diagrams. I found that by causing magic-filled magic materials to vibrate at a specific high frequency, the magic they contain can diffuse outwards, forming a phenomenon I call a magic ripple. This ripple can carry information and propagate outwards at a very high speed. As long as a receiving device that can resonate with this specific frequency is set up at the receiving end, in theory, wireless transmission of information can be achieved. Morin listened, dumbfounded. High-frequency vibration, specific frequency, magic ripple, resonance. Isn't this almost the same principle as radio? If it could really be miniaturized with magic technology. Morin's gaze towards Patricia grew even more fervent. He felt like a CEO eager to start a business who had finally found his dream technical partner. However, Patricia's tone shifted, pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. Theory is theory. There are still many technical problems that need to be overcome to turn it into reality. For example, how to ensure signal stability and anti-interference capability. How to achieve effective long-distance transmission. How to miniaturize the device for single-soldier portability. All of these require a large amount of experimentation and data support. No problem. Morin waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of confidence. I'll figure out how to solve the problems of experimental equipment and funding. As for technical blockades. He glanced at Patricia, a meaningful smile on his face. I will leverage a force that even the research institute cannot refuse. Patricia was extremely intelligent and immediately understood the implication of his words. The Crown Prince. Only this heir to the Empire had the ability to make the stubborn mage community greenlight military projects. She looked at Morin's confident appearance, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in her heart. The man in front of her seemed truly different from the playboy who had only pursued pleasure before. He had goals, ambition, ideas, and even, an irresistible charm as a leader. All right. Patricia closed her notebook, signifying her agreement to Morin's request. I will find time to conceptualize the miniaturization of the magic crystal cannon and the wireless communication solution for you. But let me say up front, I'm only responsible for providing theoretical solutions and technical guidance. I don't have time to participate in the specific research and development and manufacturing. No problem. Morin readily agreed. As long as he could get the blueprints and theories, he would naturally find a way to solve the rest. The two chatted for a while about technical details, and Morin felt his eyes opened, gaining a lot. Seeing that it was getting late, he didn't bother her further. After borrowing a few classic texts on the basic theory of magic technology from Patricia, he stood up to leave. Pleasure working with you, Miss Seckert. Pleasure working with you, Lieutenant Morin. The two shook hands, and a brand new cooperative relationship was thus established. On the way back to the manor from the research institute, Morin's heart remained restless for a long time. He felt that his future path in army technology had suddenly become clear. One leg was represented by Helga, based on traditional industrial weapon manufacturing. The other leg was represented by Patricia, based on the black technology of magic technology. Walking on two legs would allow him to walk more steadily and faster. As soon as he returned to the manor, the butler greeted him, his face showing a respectful urgency. Young Master Mullen, the Ministry of the Army called again. They said, please be sure to go there again first thing tomorrow morning. The Ministry of the Army called again? Morin muttered to himself. He guessed it was still about some trivial matters concerning the formation of the training assault battalion, and it was probably about its official establishment. However, he had already taken the time to organize most of the training content for the assault battalion. And now his mind was full of the magic ripples that Patricia mentioned and the blueprints that Helga was currently drawing. He first returned to his room, put down the several magic classics he had borrowed from Patricia, and then eagerly walked towards Helga's studio. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw the young girl, whose figure was unreasonably good, hunched over a huge drafting table, concentrating on outlining complex lines on drafting paper with a pencil and a T-square. Her focused appearance exuded a unique charm that made Morin somewhat reluctant to disturb her. Hearing the door open, Helga looked up. Upon seeing Morin, her previously tense face immediately broke into a soft smile. Boss, you're back. How's the progress? Morin walked to her side and looked down at the blueprint, which was already taking shape. Helga's progress was much faster than he had imagined. In just 2 days, the overall engineering drawings for the air-cooled light machine gun were basically finalized. On the blueprint, the precise dimensions, shape, tolerances of each part, and their assembly relationships were all clearly marked. The blueprint part is basically complete. The young girl's face showed an unconcealed pride and excitement. This afternoon, I'm going to start making the parts, and I'll finalize the design as I go. That fast? Morin was a bit surprised. Are the tools and venue for making the parts ready? Yes. Helga nodded vigorously. Madame Falkenstein, she is truly amazing. The young girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Yesterday, I just told her what I needed, and this morning, Madame Cecilia had someone find me a piece of land on the outskirts of Dresden, and even directly transferred a complete set of lathes, milling machines, drilling machines, and grinding machines from the Falkenstein industrial factory. Morin listened, stunned. Goodness, this was the rich woman's money, power and execution, wasn't it? Oh, by the way, boss. Helga seemed to remember something and looked at Morin curiously. You haven't made guns before, do you know how the first prototype gun is made before establishing a formal production line? This question really stumped Morin. Although he was a military academy student before transmigrating, he studied command, not weapon manufacturing. His understanding of the gun production process was limited to the concepts in books and documentaries. I'm not really sure. Isn't it just directly following the blueprints, using machine tools to turn out the parts one by one, and then assembling them? Morin asked with some uncertainty. Hearing his answer, Helga couldn't help but let out a giggle. She seemed to rarely laugh so happily, and her clear laughter made Morin chuckle foolishly along with her. Boss, you're thinking too simply. Helga explained, still laughing. In theory, that's correct, but in practice, it's much more complex. Think about it, we only have blueprints now, no physical references, and no specialized tools or molds. This means I have to rely entirely on my own skills and experience to manually process every single part of the prototype gun, one by one, according to the blueprints. Purely by hand. Morin's eyes widened. Yes, purely by hand. Helga's expression became serious and focused. In mass production, every machining step will have specialized fixtures to hold the parts, ensuring speed and consistency. Workers just need to follow the process. But now we're making a prototype gun. There are no specialized fixtures, so every part needs me to manually position and clamp it on the machine tool. This requires a very, very high level of skill and experience from the craftsman. Moreover, after a part is machined from the machine tool, it's still just a rough blank. She picked up a freshly drawn part diagram from the table and pointed to the tolerance markings on it. See these tolerance requirements? This level of precision is very difficult to achieve in one go with just machine tools. So, after each part is machined, it needs a lot of manual filing, grinding, and fitting. I need to grind off the excess material to ensure that the dimensions of each part are exactly consistent with the blueprint. Then, assemble these parts one by one, check the fit clearances between them, and see if anything is too tight or too loose. If a problem is found, it needs to be disassembled again, and continue grinding and filing until all parts can be assembled perfectly and operate smoothly. This process is the ultimate test of a firearms designer's comprehensive ability. Not only do you need to understand design, but you also need to understand manufacturing. Helga's voice was full of confidence and pride. The entire process, if everything goes smoothly, will take at least a week. A week. Morin calculated in his mind. He had to report to the War College in 4 days, so it seemed he would definitely miss the test firing of this first prototype gun. A strong sense of regret immediately welled up in his heart. It was like an old farmer who had worked hard to cultivate his land but missed the moment he witnessed the first ear of wheat ripen. What a pity. Morin couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 122, 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion of the Imperial Guard. The afternoon sun streamed through the wide studio window, falling on Lieutenant Morin. Helga had already excitedly rushed to the temporary workshop Cecilia had prepared for her in the suburbs, taking her blueprints with her. In the large studio, only Lieutenant Morin remained. He wasn't idle, instead, he unrolled an equally large blueprint on another clean workbench. It was the initial design draft for the shaped charge armor-piercing round he had created earlier. After discussing with Patricia and being inspired by the magical spark synchronized detonation technology, the system immediately optimized this technology. What Lieutenant Morin had to do now was to incorporate the newly optimized magical spark detonation fuse from the system into this shaped charge armor-piercing round blueprint. Unlike the previous purely mechanical impact fuse, the new magical spark detonation fuse had a much more complex structure. Its core was a trigger device composed of miniature magic crystal fragments and etched magic circuits. When the warhead impacted the target, the magic crystal at the front of the fuse was compressed, generating an extremely faint magic signal. This magic signal would instantly activate the miniature magic circuit. Then, the magic circuit would simultaneously generate magical sparks at 6 preset detonation points within the projectile, ultimately detonating the entire explosive charge synchronously. During this drawing process, Lieutenant Morin was surprised to discover that the underlying logic and structure of this so-called magical spark spell model were unexpectedly simple. In fact, it could hardly be considered a profound magic. It was more like a type of energy application technology based on specific rules. Lieutenant Morin was certain that even if he hadn't awakened as a spellcaster, but was just an ordinary person who had received a mid to high level education in the Empire, given enough time and materials, he would be able to thoroughly understand this spell model. This also reconfirmed his previous speculation. The so-called learning threshold for magic technology was purely artificially inflated by the magician community to maintain their monopolistic position. They used obscure language and cumbersome rituals to package an engineering technology that could have been widely popularized into a mysterious magic that only chosen ones could master. A bunch of damned academic tyrants. Lieutenant Morin cursed inwardly, but the speed of his pen only increased. More than 2 hours later, Lieutenant Morin finally completed the blueprint update. He carefully checked it once, and after confirming there were no omissions, he carefully rolled up the new blueprint and placed it in a blueprint tube. He glanced at the time. It was almost quitting time, and the Imperial Patent Office clearly wouldn't be working overtime. He didn't dare to delay, immediately got into the Manor's car, and delivered the updated blueprint before the Imperial Patent Office closed. It was still the familiar confidential patent review room. And it was still Mr. Horace Kruger, the white-haired but energetic old gentleman. When Mr. Kruger saw Lieutenant Morin return and present an updated blueprint, a slightly surprised smile appeared on his face. "Lieutenant Morin, you've come at just the right time," the old man said, putting on his reading glasses and carefully unrolling the new blueprint. "You're about to get off work." Mr. Kruger paused, then laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha, of course not. I was just about to find a time to specifically send someone to ask you about the reliability of the fuse. After all, although the purely mechanical fuse you designed earlier was cleverly structured, at high-speed impact, the success rate of synchronized detonation would theoretically be difficult to achieve 100%. I didn't expect that you would have already updated it yourself." Mr. Kruger's gaze was quickly drawn to the novel magical spark detonation fuse on the blueprint. He examined it very carefully. As a confidential review specialist for the Patent Office, he had a deep understanding of magic technology and other conventional technologies. Soon, the expression on his face gradually changed from initial surprise to deep admiration. Genius. Truly a genius concept. After a long while, he finally looked up, his eyes filled with undisguised appreciation for Lieutenant Morin. Using magic technology to solve the bottleneck of mechanical structure, this idea is absolutely brilliant. Lieutenant Morin, I'm really curious, how did you come up with this idea? And how were you able to come up with its general structure? Faced with the old man's praise and questions, Lieutenant Morin could only vaguely gloss over it. He couldn't very well say that he had a golden finger in a blonde technical consultant he had just met, could he? Perhaps I feel I have a little talent in magic technology development. Mr. Kruger was amused by his demeanor. Lieutenant Morin, you're much slipperier than you look. He smiled and shook his head, then rolled up the blueprint again. However, your plan indeed resolves our biggest concerns. But at the same time, his expression became serious again. If magic technology is involved, I'm afraid the subsequent review and verification will require negotiation with the Imperial Magical Engineering Research Institute. As you know, those magicians are not easy to deal with. The old man's words revealed a sense of helplessness. Clearly, the Patent Office had its fair share of disputes with those arrogant magicians from the Research Institute. However, when Lieutenant Morin heard this, he showed an expression of "It's none of my business, I'll let others handle it." "Mr. Kruger, that's none of my concern." He spread his hands, looking like a hands-off manager. "I'm only responsible for providing the technology and ideas. I believe that if the military truly values this project, they will naturally find a way to deal with the Research Institute. After all, this thing, once built, is for the Imperial Army, isn't it?" Mr. Kruger looked at Lieutenant Morin's cunning expression, first stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. Of course, he understood Lieutenant Morin's thinking. Doing this was like kicking the ball to the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff headquarters. Letting the military arm wrestle with the magician community. Alright, I've received the blueprint. Mr. Kruger placed the blueprint tube aside. We will handle the subsequent matters, you can rest assured and wait for good news. The patent compensation, due to the large amount, will be paid in 5 installments. Lieutenant Morin was stunned for a moment when he heard the last sentence. Why was it installment payments? But at least the money would come through, so it wasn't impossible. Then thank you, Mr. Kruger. Lieutenant Morin left the patent office satisfied. He believed that facing such a weapon capable of revolutionizing armored night combat, neither the Ministry of the Army nor the General Staff headquarters, including the Teutonic Order, would remain indifferent. The next morning, when Lieutenant Morin woke up from bed, a notification message also flashed in the spell tab. 1 ST level spell, Life Sense Learning Progress, 100%. It's done. Lieutenant Morin was overjoyed and immediately opened his system panel. He hadn't been idle at all during his days in Dresden. During the day, he was busy running around, poaching talent, setting up a weapon manufacturing company, and planning the training assault battalion. At night, when his body entered physiological sleep, his mind was studying new spells all night long. Currently, there were already 7 official spells recorded in his My Spellbook. 1 ST level spells, Shield Spell, Mage Armor, Grease, Sleep, Life Sense. 2 ND level spells, Invisibility, Misty Step. And during the process of learning spells every night, his character's experience points were also slowly increasing. However, the rate of this increase was truly touching. It was like a certain prison tank game he played in his previous life. Without consuming experience books, relying solely on the basic experience after each battle, training crew skills to 100% was a long and torturous process. And he was still almost half a bar of experience away from being a 4th level magician. It seems the fastest way is still to seize magician's magic notes. This thought couldn't help but flash through Lieutenant Morin's mind again. The experience boost from a high-ranking mage's notes was much faster than his own painstaking meditation and study. Lieutenant Morin thought as he got out of bed. After changing into a crisp company-grade officer's uniform and having a simple breakfast in the dining room, he took a lot of materials regarding the training assault battalion's construction and once again went to the Ministry of the Army building. This time, he didn't wait in the lobby but was directly led by a Ministry of the Army officer to a conference room on the 3rd floor. Pushing open the door, he knew his guess was correct. In the conference room, besides the lieutenant colonel who was previously in charge of personnel, there were 5 other company-grade officers. Seeing Lieutenant Morin enter, the lieutenant colonel immediately stood up, a warm smile on his face. Lieutenant Morin. No, it should be captain now, the formal promotion procedures have been completed. Relevant information changes, as well as epaulets and other items matching the rank, will be issued together later. Next, the lieutenant colonel led Lieutenant Morin to the 5 company-grade officers and introduced them one by one. This is Captain Ewald von Kleist. The lieutenant colonel pointed to a tall, serious-looking officer, who appeared to be around 37 or 38 years old, exuding an aura of do not approach. He comes from the Imperial Guard's 1st Imperial Guard Division, 1st Imperial Guard Brigade, Dresden Imperial Guard 1st Infantry Regiment, and will serve as your chief assistant, which is the battalion adjutant of the training assault battalion. Captain Kleist rendered a flawless military salute to Lieutenant Morin, his movements as standard as a textbook. Lieutenant Morin could feel that this was a very typical, even rigid, Saxon soldier. Serious, disciplined, but absolutely solid in his professional skills. These are. The lieutenant colonel then pointed to the other 4. A lieutenant and a 2nd lieutenant would serve as the battalion headquarters medical officers. A 2nd lieutenant would serve as the battalion headquarters veterinary officer because according to the establishment, the battalion's supply train would be equipped with a large number of pack horses and draft horses. And the last one was a relatively younger lieutenant with a hint of scholarly air on his face. This is a combat staff officer specially assigned to your training assault battalion by the General Staff headquarters. He will assist you in formulating some complex attack plans. Lieutenant Morin was somewhat surprised. Having a dedicated combat staff officer was usually a privilege only afforded to regimental level units in the Saxon army. It seemed that the General Staff headquarters and the Crown Prince indeed had high hopes for his training assault battalion. And these 5 newly transferred officers all had one common characteristic. Without exception, they were all Junker nobles from the Dresden area. They were the kind of old Dresden Black Eagle banner whose ancestors had served in the military for 3 generations, with bloodlines as pure as could be. Chapter 123, Man What? The lieutenant colonel from the Ministry of the Army seemed to have other work this time, so he didn't display his talkative talent as he did last time. He let everyone get to know each other, then tactfully left first, leaving the space to the command staff of this new unit. Since he had only briefly introduced their duties and focused on Captain Kleist, who was the battalion adjutant, Morin suggested they all get acquainted first. Richard von Elbertal. Previously served as Florian von Schwarzenberg. Previously served as Sebastian von Meissen. Previously served as Erich von Manstein. Previously served as a junior staff officer in the operations department of the Army's General Staff headquarters. They were all from the old von families. When Morin heard the last name, he felt a moment of disorientation. Manstein. Yes, sir. The young operations staff officer answered loudly, then noticed Morin was still staring at him a moment later. Sir, do you know me? Not really. I just think you seem very spirited. Morin naturally wouldn't say that he knew him all too well. Manbucken, Manstein, After all, who wouldn't know him? After a casual reply, he looked at his battalion adjutant again. Ewald von Kleist. He suddenly realized that this name also sounded a bit familiar, and in another timeline, he seemed to have had some small collaborations with Manstein. Now, they were both in his unit. Truly wonderful, he thought. When these 5 officers in the room received their transfer orders, telling them to leave their original Imperial Guard units and come to a newly formed unit, they initially had some thoughts and resistance. After all, no one wants to easily leave their comfort zone for a new unit with an uncertain future. Especially for Manstein, who came from the General Staff headquarters, he even thought he had made some mistake and was being demoted prematurely. However, when they discovered that this new unit also belonged to the Imperial Guard's establishment, and that the battalion commander was none other than the military rising star Friedrich Mullen, who had become famous on the Aragon front and had just received the first-class Iron Cross medal, their initial reluctance immediately vanished. By the time they saw Mullen's first-class Iron Cross medal on his chest with their own eyes, all their doubts turned into a heartfelt admiration and conviction. In this country that values military prowess and honor, for these company-grade officers, a first-class Iron Cross medal was the best and most direct tool of persuasion. It represented supreme courage, outstanding military achievements, and absolute recognition from the Supreme Command. Following such a young, promising, and brilliant commander was not a bad thing for them, on the contrary, it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As everyone became familiar with each other, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly harmonious. The officers' eyes, as they looked at Morin, were filled with anticipation. They all wanted to see how the young commander of the assault battalion would forge this brand new unit. Noticing the enthusiasm in the officers' eyes, it was hard for Morin not to feel a surge of heroic ambition. This would be the future command staff of the assault battalion. A brand new unit with infinite possibilities was about to be born in his hands. Morin composed himself, cleared his throat, and spoke. Gentlemen, from today onwards, we are comrades in arms. I have only one goal, to forge this unit into the sharpest, most elite blade in the entire Imperial Army. Yes, sir. We shall become the Emperor's blade. Captain Kleist said loudly. The Emperor's blade. The other 4 company-grade officers, including Manstein, repeated, somewhat exhilarated. Ah, right. Morin opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately just nodded. He had to admit that the Saxon soldiers' sense of Chiyunibu, middle school syndrome, was just like that of the German Empire officers in another timeline. Back then, the assault battalion was also keen on giving itself various nicknames, such as Rifle/Jaeger units or assault blades. Since it didn't take much effort to ignite everyone's enthusiasm, Morin quickly got to the point. Their first task as a team was to complete the initial establishment of the training assault battalion before Morin reported to the Saxon War College. On this matter, Morin did not immediately implement drastic reforms. He knew very well that any hasty reform in a unit composed of old-era officers would often backfire. The best way was to first continue tradition. Once the unit's training level and cohesion were built up, then gradual adjustments could be made according to the actual situation. So, he progressively prepared 3 versions of the organization. The one presented now was the most basic first version of the organizational plan. It still followed the Saxon Army's traditional 4-company infantry battalion structure. 1 battalion headquarters, with 4 infantry companies under its command, plus a battalion-level supply unit. This plan did not surprise anyone, and everyone nodded in agreement. Next came the most crucial issue, the source of personnel. My plan is to directly transfer Company 1 of Battalion 1, 32nd Infantry Regiment, which I previously commanded in the Kingdom of Aragon, to serve as the backbone of our assault squad. Morin was the first to state his idea. For the remaining 3 infantry companies and the reserve reinforcements, I hope to draw them from various Rifle/Jaeger units within the Imperial Army. Rifle/Jaeger. Hearing this word, the officers present all showed surprised expressions. In the Saxon Empire, Rifle/Jaeger units were a very special type of unit. They were usually composed of foresters, hunters, and mountaineers, skilled in skirmish tactics, wilderness survival, and precise shooting. Compared to the line infantry who were accustomed to marching in formation on the parade ground, the Rifle/Jaeger units had more flexible tactical thinking. However, in the eyes of traditional Saxon officers, their discipline was relatively lax. But in Morin's view, the individual combat capabilities of the Rifle/Jaeger units were clearly superior to other units, and perfectly suited to the assault squad's combat methods. Not to mention that in mobile warfare, Rifle/Jaeger units could also perform special operations tasks such as infiltration, reconnaissance, and sabotage. It was simply perfect. However, Battalion Adjutant Kleist raised his own objection to this. Sir, I understand your idea, but I must remind you that the Crown Prince's expectations for this unit are not merely for it to become a special Rifle/Jaeger unit. His Royal Highness hopes it can become the training team and model for the entire Imperial Guard, and even the entire Imperial Army, in the future. Therefore, in terms of personnel composition, perhaps we should draw at least 1 company from the Imperial Guard. After all, the designation of our unit is Royal Guard. Kleist's words made Morin frown. To be honest, he had initially no intention of drawing people from the Imperial Guard. It wasn't because the Imperial Guard's training level was poor. Quite the opposite, it was because the Imperial Guard's training was too good. Those Imperial Guard soldiers, typically over 1 meter 80 in height, strong in physique, and perfectly aligned in formation, were the kind who could charge in tight formations, unfazed, even under intense machine gun fire. They were the most determined and disciplined soldiers. But precisely because of this, dense formation tactics had already become their instinct. Therefore, in Morin's opinion, retraining these finished products into assault squad members adapted to future warfare might even be more troublesome than training new recruits. However, he felt that Kleist was also right, since this was the Crown Prince's wish, Morin couldn't directly reject it. He glanced at Kleist beside him. This battalion adjutant was clearly more familiar with the internal situation of the Imperial Guard. All right, Captain Kleist, you do have a point. Then we will draw one company from the Imperial Guard. Morin made a compromise. However, I have one condition. What condition, sir? You help me pick a company from the Imperial Guard that isn't so highly trained, preferably one from the reserve battalion. Morin's words made the officers present show strange expressions. It was the first time they had heard of a commander actively requesting a unit with low training levels. Kleist was startled, then immediately understood Morin's meaning. He nodded. I understand, sir. I will coordinate it. The issue of personnel was thus tentatively settled. One company would be Morin's old unit, serving as the tactical core and backbone. One company would come from the Imperial Guard. The remaining two companies would be selected from various rifle/Jaeger units. Although this personnel composition was somewhat complex, it also took into account the needs of all parties. Next came the more important issue of training. For this, Morin was well prepared. He took out a well-organized training outline from his specially brought briefcase. Gentlemen, this is a brand new infantry training system I have summarized based on my combat experience in the Kingdom of Aragon. He distributed the outline to everyone. I summarize it as 5 major infantry skills. Namely shooting, grenade throwing, bayonet fighting, demolition, and earthworks. These 5 terms were not unfamiliar to the Saxon officers present. But when they opened the outline and saw the specific content inside, they were still somewhat surprised. The training requirements for each skill in this outline were meticulously detailed to an astonishing degree. Especially demolition and earthworks, which they thought should be carried out by specialized units, but here, under Morin, they became basic training items. Before the officers could say anything, they heard Morin continue. I have already received orders that our station will also be in the suburbs of Dresden. As he spoke, he opened a topographical map. There are mountains and water there, very suitable for high-intensity outdoor training. At the same time, I also have an idea. Morin looked up at everyone. I hope to build a dedicated 400-meter obstacle course in our battalion training ground. Chapter 124, 400-meter obstacle course, I love you. A 400-meter obstacle course. Hearing this unfamiliar term, the officers in the conference room all looked puzzled. They were all veteran officers who had served in the Saxon army for many years and were intimately familiar with all kinds of military training subjects. But this 400-meter obstacle course was something they had never heard of before. Yes, a 400-meter obstacle course. Morin nodded, then, without changing his expression or missing a beat, he began to attribute a classic training subject from another dimension to himself. Ahem. This is a comprehensive training method I developed based on my combat experience on the Aragon front, designed to comprehensively improve soldiers' physical fitness, willpower, and battlefield traversal capabilities. As he spoke, he pulled out another sketch, drawn by his own hand, from his briefcase. The drawing clearly depicted a running track composed of various obstacles. The so-called 400-meter obstacle course, specifically refers to a track made up of 8 sets of obstacles, cross stakes, a trench, a low wall, a high board jump, a rope ladder, a single log bridge, a high wall, and a low stake net. The total length of the track is about 200 meters. I require soldiers to traverse it once in the forward direction and once in the reverse direction, carrying a full set of personal equipment. The total distance combined is approximately 400 meters. Therefore, I call it the 400-meter obstacle course. As Morin explained, he used his finger to demonstrate the route on the sketch for everyone. Starting from the start line, you must first sprint 100 meters, round the flag, then cross a 3-step obstacle in the trench behind it. As Morin described, the officer's mouth slowly and involuntarily opened. Completing all of this counts as a forward traversal. Then the soldier needs to immediately turn around and go through these obstacles again in the reverse order. The method of traversing some obstacles will also change. Only then is a complete training session considered finished. For the entire course, 2 minutes 30 seconds is passing, 2 minutes 15 seconds is good, and 2 minutes 05 seconds is excellent. Everyone. Listening to Morin's description and looking at the daunting obstacles on the sketch. The 5 officers present exchanged glances, and cold sweat involuntarily began to beat on their foreheads. They were all professional soldiers, and just hearing the description allowed them to imagine the immense physical exertion required to complete such a training session. Manstein, the operations staff officer from the General Staff headquarters, hadn't done physical training in quite a while. He roughly calculated and realized he probably wouldn't be able to finish the entire course. However, Morin's next words made everyone, including him, feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. I want to emphasize one point. Morin's gaze slowly swept over everyone present. This 400-meter obstacle course will be the most core and fundamental training subject for our training assault battalion in the future. It will be a training program that everyone in the entire battalion, from top to bottom, must participate in. From me, the battalion commander, to every officer and operations staff officer in our battalion headquarters, to every soldier in the frontline company, and even. He paused, his voice growing colder. The cooks and stablemen of the field kitchen and quartermaster corps, without exception, must participate in the training and meet the assessment standards I set. As his words fell, the entire conference room instantly plunged into silence. The expressions on the faces of the 5 newly transferred officers were indescribably vivid. This is bad. Especially Manstein from the General Staff Headquarters, he felt his worldview was about to collapse. After being selected into the General Staff Headquarters as a staff officer, he had always believed that his future lay in strategizing on maps and winning battles from 1,000 miles away. Even when assigned to this battalion-level unit, he thought he should be advising the commander at the battalion headquarters. But now, it seemed things were developing differently from what he had imagined. He cautiously asked Morin. Sir, do operations staff officers also have to participate in training of this intensity? Morin looked at him, his face devoid of any expression, and simply gave a cold, affirmative reply. Of course. I reiterate, it is everyone. He tapped the table, emphasizing his words. Moreover, I must make one point clear to all of you. Our training assault battalion, from the very first day of its inception, is a frontline combat unit that lives on the edge of a knife. In future battles, in order to grasp the battlefield situation as quickly and accurately as possible and react most promptly, our battalion headquarters will be deployed as far forward as possible, even launching attacks alongside frontline assault units. This means that every member of our battalion headquarters, including you, Mr. Operations Staff Officer, must also possess the capability to fight independently. I need my battalion adjutant and staff officers to be able to pick up their weapons and charge with me when necessary. I need my medical officers to be able to lead stretcher teams to rescue the wounded amidst a hail of bullets. In my assault battalion, there are no rear areas and no non-combat personnel. There are only 2 kinds of people: soldiers who can fight, and soldiers who have already fallen. If any of you feel you cannot do this, then I suggest you submit an application to the Ministry of the Army now to be transferred out of this unit. The training assault battalion does not support idlers, and certainly not cowards. Morin's icy words echoed in the conference room. Yes, sir. Looking at the stunned crowd, Morin felt no trace of smugness. For a brand new unit, aiming to revolutionize traditional combat methods, it was essential to unify thinking and temper will from the very beginning with the most stringent discipline and the most brutal training. Only in this way could they gain a greater chance of survival on an increasingly brutal battlefield. He remained silent for a while, allowing everyone to digest the information, then softened his tone and continued. Of course, I will not only demand of you while indulging myself. I will be the first to complete all training subjects. If I fail to do so, you can challenge my authority at any time. Now, does anyone else have questions? The conference room was silent. Questions? Who would dare to have questions? Looking at this intimidating young officer before them, their only thought now was to pray that they could meet his standards in the upcoming training. The next day, everyone met again at the Ministry of the Army. This would be their office until the training assault battalion station was completed by the fortification troops. With the initial organization and training outline finalized, the atmosphere of today's meeting was finally not as serious as yesterday's. Morin also put away his demon instructor persona and began to discuss more specific and practical issues with everyone. For example, the construction of the unit station, the application for weapons and equipment, when the transfer procedures would be completed, and so on. Sir, regarding the station, I personally went there yesterday. Battalion Adjutant Kleist proactively reported, demonstrating his exceptionally high efficiency as a seasoned Imperial Guard officer. Currently, the fortification troops responsible for the construction are on schedule, and the station will be renovated before the personnel allocated to us arrive. Moreover, the station allocated to us previously had troops stationed there, so the various facilities are still relatively complete and can be put into use quickly with simple construction. As for the 400-meter obstacle course training ground you mentioned, I have already given them the blueprints to determine the specific location and proceed with the design. Construction can begin as soon as the preparatory work is done. Very good. Morin nodded with satisfaction. Having such a capable deputy indeed saved him a lot of worry. What about weapons and equipment? Morin looked at Manstein. He always felt it was difficult to connect this young staff officer with the manbucken from another dimension. Since the quartermaster officer had not yet arrived, the application for weapons and equipment for this new unit was currently also entrusted to him, the operations staff officer. The young Manstein, hearing Morin's question, quickly flipped open his notebook. This 27-year-old army officer, for some reason, felt like a greenhorn in front of Morin, extremely nervous. Sir, the Ministry of the Army's directive is that as the training assault battalion, we have the highest priority in the allocation of weapons and equipment. Currently, we can prioritize selecting and applying for all standard equipment currently in service with the Army. However, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. The General Staff Headquarters' suggestion is that in the initial stage of the unit's formation, it's best for us to first use the same standard equipment as other units, to facilitate soldiers' quick familiarity and integration. After the unit forms combat capability, we can then apply to the logistics department for the issuance or customization of some special weapons and equipment, based on our specific combat needs. Morin understood the implication of his words. The Ministry of the Army was reminding him not to move too fast. First, train the unit with standard weapons. Morin expressed understanding for this. After all, Helga's air-cooled light machine gun was still on the drawing board, and the submachine gun he wanted was not even a shadow. Distant water could not quench immediate thirst. I understand. Morin nodded. Then proceed with the application according to the standard infantry battalion configuration for now. However, I need to make some adjustments in certain details. Apply for more P08 artillery model pistols for our assault battalion for transitional use. And also, more grenades. Also, I need a large quantity of training explosives and detonators. These were all valuable experiences Morin had gained on the Aragon Kingdom battlefield, at the cost of soldiers' blood and lives. In narrow spaces like trenches and urban areas, and in close quarters combat, the short and potent P-08 artillery model, with its close-range firepower suppression capability, was far more effective than the long and cumbersome bolt-action rifle. Before submachine guns were available, it could be perfectly used in conjunction with the Ju.98. And grenades and explosives were indispensable pioneers in assault operations. No problem, sir. Manstein immediately recorded Morin's requests in detail. These all fall within the scope of conventional equipment, and I will submit the application to the logistics department immediately. Chapter 125, A young man arrives at the War College. With the establishment of various foundational matters, the formation of the training assault battalion began to operate methodically, like a wound-up clock. Although newly transferred officers like Kleist and Manstein lacked practical combat experience, their professional capabilities were beyond doubt. Morin only needed to provide a clear general direction, and they could arrange all the remaining details in an orderly fashion, even more comprehensively than Morin himself had considered. Documents for troop allocation circulated with the highest efficiency among various departments of the Ministry of the Army, and soon, transfer orders were delivered to the designated units. The new barracks, hastily constructed by the fortification troops on the outskirts of Dresden, also welcomed its first batch of occupants. The atmosphere in the camp became somewhat peculiar. On one side were soldiers drawn from the Royal Guard and Bavarian Rifle/Jaeger units. They stood tall, their uniforms impeccable, with an air of arrogance befitting elite troops in their brows. On the other side were the old 1st Company soldiers, who had just received orders to cut short their leave and rushed back from Twickau, covered in dust. An urgent recall order had forcibly pulled them from warm beds, lively taverns, or the embrace of their families. By the time they assembled at the barracks, gathered their equipment, and then, bewildered and without seeing their company leader, boarded the train to Dresden, they still had no idea what was happening. When Klaus, Baumann, and the other old 1st Company soldiers arrived, everyone was stunned. Renovated barracks, strange training grounds, and the Royal Guard flag, emblazoned with its insignia, fluttering in the wind at the entrance of the camp. Sergeant Major Klaus, what's going on? When did our company rotate to Dresden? Why is there an Imperial Guard flag flying? First Platoon Leader Kahn leaned over to Klaus and asked, unable to believe what he was seeing. Klaus was equally puzzled until he saw a familiar figure at the camp entrance. It's Officer Morin. Upon seeing Morin's smiling face, the old 1st Company soldiers were first surprised, then erupted in a thunderous cheer. When they learned that their entire company had been directly transferred to a newly formed Imperial Guard unit, and that Morin was still their commanding officer, everyone felt like they were dreaming. The 32nd Infantry Regiment in Twickau was only considered an ordinary combat unit in the Saxon Imperial Army. The Royal Guard, in the minds of common soldiers, was the most elite and glorious unit in the entire empire. And in the blink of an eye, these farmers and miners from Twickau had also become members of the Imperial Guard. The slight dissatisfaction caused by their interrupted vacation instantly vanished, replaced by an indescribable excitement and pride. Meanwhile, Kleist, Manstein, and the other new Imperial Guard and Rifle/Jaeger units also watched the lively scene from a distance. Besides noticing the unusually good relationship between these veterans and their new battalion commander, they also keenly perceived something different. The aura of this unit was completely different from any other unit they had seen before. Those soldiers, clearly looked like nothing more than ordinary Twickau villagers. But when their gaze swept over, the calm in their eyes made these self-proclaimed elite Imperial Guard soldiers feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation. It wasn't killing intent, nor was it hostility. Instead, it was the indifference and resilience of survivors, honed by truly brutal combat. It was as if, in their eyes, everything around them was irrelevant, only the young captain who issued commands was the sole focus of their attention. This situation reached its peak the day before Morin was due to report to the War College. On this day, all the selected soldiers had arrived. The Ministry of the Army also specially dispatched a lieutenant colonel, who, under the gaze of all the officers and men in the battalion, collectively awarded the Civil Combat Commemorative Medal to the old 1st Company soldiers. At the same time, the first-class Iron Cross Medal was awarded to the vast majority of them. When the other soldiers and officers saw the several velvet trays carried by the orderly behind the officer from the Ministry of the Army, densely packed with shining first-class Iron Cross medals, the atmosphere on the entire training ground shifted. Their gaze towards the old 1st Company soldiers also completely changed from initial curiosity to heartfelt reverence. After the medal awarding ceremony, Morin took the opportunity to conduct the battalion's first official inspection. He stood on the makeshift reviewing stand, his gaze sweeping over the 4 companies neatly lined up below. Gentlemen, from today onwards, you will have a brand new identity, the Royal Guard 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion. You will become the benchmark for the entire Saxon Imperial Army. On future battlefields, you will use the sharpest blades to carve out the path to victory for His Majesty the Emperor and the entire Empire. But before that, I demand that you forget the units you once belonged to, forget all the honors you once earned. Because from now on, all of you are merely new recruits of the Training Assault Battalion. Morin's gaze lingered for a moment on the old 1st Company's formation. Especially you. Do not become arrogant and conceited just because you have some combat experience. I promise you, the upcoming training will be even more brutal and difficult than any battle you experienced in the Kingdom of Aragon. Here, your only task is to obey orders and complete training. If anyone can't keep up, they will be eliminated. Do you all understand? Yes, Captain. The deafening shouts echoed in the camp for a long time. After the inspection, Morin specifically called Klaus, Baumann and several other senior NCOs from the old 1st Company to the temporary office of the battalion headquarters to introduce them to officers like Kleist and Manstein. Captain Kleist, Lieutenant Manstein. Morin pointed to Klaus and the others. These gentlemen are my most trusted NCOs, they have very rich experience in infantry tactics and frontline command. In the upcoming training, if you encounter any problems, you can consult them at any time. Morin had initially worried that an officer of pure Junker aristocratic origin like Kleist might be too proud to consult with NCOs from commoner backgrounds. But he had clearly worried too much. Kleist and Manstein not only showed no airs but also displayed considerable respect for Klaus and the others. Sergeant Major Klaus, I will need much guidance from you in the future. Kleist even took the initiative to extend his hand to Klaus. Part of this was humility, but more importantly, Morin was due to report to the War College tomorrow. This also meant that the entire battalion's training burden would fall squarely on their shoulders. And the new training outline, personally formulated by Morin, had already kept the two of them from sleeping well for the past few days. They weren't fools. Why would they not consult these experienced skilled workers right in front of them, and instead try to figure things out on their own? As the sun set, the first freshly completed 400-meter obstacle course in the camp finally finished its construction. The fortification troops were highly efficient and already experts in this field. Moreover, there was no need to pave the ground, so it only took them 2 days to perfectly replicate the obstacles from the blueprints into reality. Looking at this familiar yet strange track, Morin took off his jacket, stretched his limbs, and unconsciously walked to the starting line. He took a deep breath and turned to Kleist, saying, "Time me." Kleist was startled for a moment, then quickly reacted and pulled out his pocket watch. Manstein and several other officers, as well as Klaus and the NCOs who had just been introduced, also gathered around curiously, wanting to see how this young battalion commander would conquer the devil's track he himself had designed. To be honest, Morin himself wasn't very confident. His physical fitness from before his transmigration was a thing of the past. Although his current body had been tempered by the battlefield, whether it could meet the rigorous standard he had set for himself was still an unknown. However, as the supreme commander of this unit, he also needed to be the first to step forward. Go. With Kleist's command, Morin burst forward. 100-meter sprint, flag turn, 3-step stakes, trench. Although his body wasn't perfectly coordinated, his movements were fluid and swift, executed in one continuous motion. However, when Morin began the return leg, his speed noticeably slowed down. His breathing became heavy, and sweat drenched his shirt, sticking to his back. When climbing over the high wall, his arm muscles clearly began to give out, and after jumping into the trench, Morin felt he almost couldn't climb out. The moment he crossed the finish line, he felt his lungs were about to explode. He braced his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Kleist glanced at his pocket watch, then reported the time in a somewhat peculiar tone. 2 minutes 52 seconds. Damn it. This result, in his previous life, would definitely have led to a promotion, demotion. Morin awkwardly coughed twice, straightened up, and waved his hand, feigning composure. Ahem. Not in good form today, didn't perform well. Having said that, he left the training ground without looking back, fearing he wouldn't be able to save face if he stayed any longer. At the same time, he also felt a bit of regret. Oh no, I shouldn't have set the standard so high back then. Watching Morin's rather fleeing back, the officers and NCOs remaining on the spot exchanged glances. The battalion commander's personal demonstration, though the result was a bit indescribable, successfully ignited their competitive spirit. In that case, I'll give it a try first. Klaus was the first to step forward. As the fiercest sergeant major of the old 1st Company, he had always followed closely behind Morin. 3 minutes later, he too lay sprawled at the finish line, just like Morin. His time, 3 minutes 10 seconds. Next, Baumann and several other NCOs also took turns, their results all similar, none able to finish under 3 minutes. When it was Kleist's turn, this captain from the Imperial Guard, known for his strong will, also experienced what it felt like to be powerless. Gritting his teeth, he managed to complete the entire course through sheer perseverance, but his time was more than 10 seconds slower than Klaus's. Of course, the most miserable of all was Manstein from the General Staff headquarters. This young operations officer was clearly lacking in physical training. When he reached the trench on the return run, he jumped in and couldn't get back out. Finally, Klaus, Baumann, and the others had to pull him out of the trench, all muddy and disheveled. Under the lingering glow of the setting sun, a group of future elite officers and senior NCOs of the Saxon Empire stood disheveled at the edge of the obstacle course. They looked at each other, speechless. After a long while, Battalion Adjutant Kleist finally sighed deeply, uttering a heartfelt sentiment. The battalion commander is right, we really need to train. The next morning, at the first hint of dawn, Morin was already fully dressed and had arrived at the Saxon War College, located in the western district of Dresden. After completing the registration procedures, a civilian staff member of the academy handed him a packed class schedule. This was a crash course tailored for him by the Ministry of the Army. He did not belong to any specific class in the academy but would audit courses across different grades like a ghost. At the same time, all his classes were concentrated in the morning. Because in the afternoon, he had to rush back to the barracks to handle various affairs of the training assault battalion. And the courses he missed due to his midterm enrollment were arranged for concentrated remedial classes in 4 evening sessions per week. Looking at this schedule with almost no rest time, Morin felt a headache coming on. He seriously suspected that the Ministry of the Army wasn't trying to fast-track him but rather to work him to death at the academy. He glanced at the time. There were still over 20 minutes until the first class began. As a special transfer student, Morin took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the large lecture hall where his first class was held. Soon, other officers who arrived in formation noticed the young man sitting in the corner as they entered the classroom. It was impossible not to. Morin was simply too conspicuous. Not only because of his excessively young face, but also because of the first-class Iron Cross medal on his chest, and the uniquely styled Civil Combat Commemorative medal they had never seen before. Uncontrollable whispers began to rise in the classroom. Who is that? Which unit is he from? His epaulets say Captain. He's too young, isn't he? Look at the medal on his chest, a first-class Iron Cross medal. I remember now. He's that Friedrich Mullen. So it's him, the Mage Killer of Seville. The Night Phantom of Valaka's Heights. Wait, what are those last two nicknames? Chapter 126, How to Command Troops in Battle. Although everyone was surprised by Morin's appearance, they were, after all, future staff officers attending advanced training. Whether out of adherence to war college discipline or their inherent composure, they suppressed their curiosity, though hushed discussions occasionally arose. However, as the instructor entered, the somewhat noisy discussions in the grand lecture hall instantly ceased, and all the cadets straightened their backs, sitting ramrod straight. Morin also collected his thoughts, focusing his attention on the podium. Walking onto the podium was an old man in a general's uniform, with white hair but a vigorous spirit. He was General Hornsdorf, the Vice Dean of the Saxon War College, and he was responsible for teaching the Imperial Military Traditions course. General Hornsdorf's gaze swept over every cadet present, his deep eyes reflecting the marks of time and war. Gentlemen, today we will continue to review the glorious victories of the Empire over the past few decades, victories worthy of being etched into history. Morin noticed that when General Hornsdorf uttered the words glorious victories, many cadets in the room showed a heartfelt sense of pride and yearning. The class quickly began. General Hornsdorf lectured from the Saxo-Gallic War, where the Empire and the Austrian Empire contended for continental hegemony, all the way to the recently concluded Saxo-Gallic War, which firmly established the Saxon Empire's position as Europa's foremost army power. His teaching style was steady yet passionate, especially when discussing the decisive Battle of Sedan during the Saxo-Gallic War. His entire demeanor became highly animated. Gentlemen, remember the essence of the Battle of Sedan. General Hornsdorf heavily struck the map with his pointer, at the large arrow representing the main force of the Saxon army. Perfect flanking maneuvers. And our fearless infantry, launching decisive charges with bayonets. This is the eternal creed of our Saxon army for defeating the enemy. It is the art of war that each and every one of you must engrave deeply into your bones. Below the podium, the cadets listened with surging excitement, as if they themselves were in the midst of that magnificent battle, following in the footsteps of their predecessors, charging towards the enemy's positions. However, Morin, sitting in the corner, involuntarily frowned. He admitted that flanking maneuvers and bayonet charges were indeed effective tactics in specific historical periods. But to enshrine them as eternal classic dogma, that was a bit problematic. He recalled his first battle on the outskirts of Seville. Facing the Vickers heavy machine guns equipped by the kingdom's army, any form of dense formation charge was no different from collective suicide. The so-called bayonet charge, in most cases, simply had no chance of reaching the enemy's machine gun positions. During the course, however, some cadets did raise questions about new weapons. General, how do you view the role of heavy machine guns and recoil-operated quick-firing cannons in future warfare? A cadet stood up to ask. General Hornsdorf nodded approvingly, seemingly pleased that someone could ask such a question. A very good question. He put down his pointer and began to explain. The heavy machine gun is, without a doubt, a powerful defensive weapon. Its concentrated firepower can effectively suppress enemy infantry, creating better charging conditions for our own infantry waves. And the emergence of quick-firing cannons has greatly enhanced the sustained firepower of artillery. General Hornsdorf continued. It can destroy enemy fortifications at a faster rate, clearing the last obstacles for our bayonet charges. Upon hearing this, Morin basically understood. Whether instructors or cadets, their understanding of these epoch-making new equipment only extended to how to make them better escort traditional infantry waves. They had not yet realized that the emergence of this new equipment would completely overturn the entire form of warfare. The future battlefield, for a short period, would indeed still be the stage for infantry, and this stage was no different from a meat grinder. Continuing to use rigid tactics would only make this meat grinder grind faster. After a class, Morin's mood was somewhat heavy. He clearly realized that the military thinking of the Saxon War College was already behind the times. Of course, he also understood the difficulties involved. For a massive military system to undergo a complete overhaul, the difficulty is no less than launching a revolution. This would inevitably be accompanied by countless conflicts between old and new ideas, as well as obstruction from vested interest groups. And this was by no means an easy task. In the days that followed, Morin's life became exceptionally regular and fulfilling. Every day before dawn, he had to get up and rush to the War College to begin his day of auditing classes. After the morning classes ended, he had to rush back to the training assault battalion station on the outskirts of Dresden without delay. Here, he not only had to handle the battalion's various affairs, but also had to set an example by participating in high-intensity physical training with all the soldiers in the battalion in the afternoon. If the War College had arranged tutoring classes for him in the evening, he would have to return to the college again after dinner. If not, he could snatch a moment of respite, staying at the station or returning to the manor to rest. The Ministry of the Army had given him great convenience in this regard, granting him special permission not to have to live in the college dormitories like other cadets. And every night, when his body fell into sleep, his mind did not rest, but continued to learn spells with the aid of the system. Every day's time was packed, with almost no wasted gaps. This also reminded Morin of a series he had watched before his transmigration called Severance. He had wondered then what it was like for the company personality responsible for work in that show, with seamless transitions between work and home. Unexpectedly, he was experiencing something similar now. After a period of basic adaptive training at the Training Assault Battalion, the 4 completed 400-meter obstacle courses in the camp finally underwent their first official inspection. The entire battalion organized a battalion-level baseline test, with platoons as units. Before the test began, Morin stood by the starting line, looking at the excited yet nervous soldiers, not holding out too much hope. After all, this training item was still a completely new thing for them. The test results, indeed, were as he expected. The bad news was that among the entire battalion's thousands of people, not a single platoon's average score could even approach his own not in good form score from before. Not to mention reaching the somewhat abnormal passing mark of 2 minutes and 30 seconds that he had set for the current soldiers. However, there was also good news. His old first company, as well as the companies formed by elite soldiers seconded from various rifle/Jaeger units, their average scores were no longer far behind his own, and could still improve with more practice. These veterans who had endured trials of blood and fire, and the rifle/Jaeger units who had spent years in the mountains and forests, indeed had a natural advantage in physical fitness and willpower. The worst performing in the test, as expected, was the company composed of former Imperial Guard soldiers. Their average score was nearly 10 seconds slower than the other companies. This result made all the Imperial Guard soldiers, including their company commander, feel a burning shame. They were the Royal Guard. They were the face of the Imperial Army. How could they lose in a basic physical training exercise to those country bumpkins from Twickau and savages from the Bavarian mountains? A strong sense of collective honor made them unable to accept such a failure. On the afternoon the test ended, Morin saw the soldiers of that Imperial Guard company, led by their company commander, forego their rest time and voluntarily begin extra training. On the training ground, they repeatedly charged the obstacles, sweat soaking their uniforms, wild roars emanating from their throats. Morin naturally welcomed this positive competitive atmosphere that emerged in the battalion. However, he also raised several detailed issues to Kleist. Most notably, many soldiers would cut corners when jumping into and climbing out of the trench after turning back, directly climbing to the other side as they jumped down. Morin was no stranger to this behavior, as he had done it himself before. So he also provided a very effective solution. Pad the bottom of that trench with planks, then pour some water in. Everyone who finishes the run will have their shoes checked for dampness. Kleist and Menstein listened with awe and respect from the side. At the same time, they wondered why the battalion commander, despite his young age, was so ruthless. On the other hand, while Morin's studies at the War College made him concerned about the Imperial Army's high command, especially the General Staff Headquarters not focusing on grassroots tactics, he also had to admit that, putting those aside, the material taught at the college was indeed solid and practical. Especially the core courses like campaign studies, tactics, and military logistics. For Morin, he had already largely mastered company and platoon-level command and combat through practical experience. But at the War College, he learned not only battalion command. He also learned campaign command and tactical application at higher levels, division, corps, and even army group scale. This was not only to prepare War College cadets for future promotions to staff officers, opening the door to higher-level positions. More importantly, only by deeply understanding the operational intent and overall deployment of superior commanders could these commanders more effectively organize and utilize their battalion-level units in future battles, maximizing their effectiveness. Among these courses, what Morin felt he gained the most from was military logistics, which he had previously lacked study in. In this course, he systematically learned the complete material flow process of a battalion-level unit. How to accurately calculate the consumption of ammunition, food, water, and medicine for troops in different intensities of combat. How to efficiently manage and command the battalion's attached supply train. How to effectively coordinate and communicate with higher-level regimental and divisional logistics units to ensure that his unit's supply lines remained open at all times. Learning this entire set of logistics support knowledge made Morin deeply realize that he still had too many areas where he needed to catch up. Especially in the fields of troop communication and logistics support, there was a world of difference from the modern systems he learned in military academy before his transmigration. He had to forget about convenient radio transceivers and satellite phones. Then relearn how to reasonably use orderlies/runners, wired telephones and telegraphs, carrier pigeons, and even signal flares in this era to transmit messages of different classifications to different targets. He also had to forget about the large-scale supply units composed of trucks and trains, and relearn how to command a mule and horse-sized logistics unit to ensure various supplies for frontline soldiers. In summary, a seemingly simple phrase from a superior commander on a map: order the XX Infantry Division to launch an attack on the XX area. But in actual execution, as the commander of this unit, the issues to consider were still somewhat complex. How many kilometers can a full-strength infantry division advance in a day and night under forced march conditions? What is the daily consumption of people and horses along the way? According to the predetermined attack distance, how many tons of food, fodder, and ammunition does the divisional supply train need to stockpile in advance? After completing this long journey, how many soldiers in the entire division can immediately be committed to battle? Is the situation of non-combat casualties within a controllable range? How long does it take to resupply the entire division with ammunition and provisions? Will the enemy seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack during this time? How far should the divisional cavalry reconnaissance unit advance to effectively ensure the safety of the main forces' flanks and rear? How should a proper distance and communication link be maintained with friendly forces on the flanks during the march? Within a 20-kilometer radius of the operational area, which terrain is most suitable for the entire division to deploy in battle formation, or to establish defensive positions? Can the observation posts and communication personnel of the divisional artillery brigade keep up with the advance speed of the main infantry force? What key bridges, river crossings, and passes on the path of the advancing troops must be controlled in advance at all costs? If encountering a river obstruction, how to contact the army group's fortification troops, and how long would they need to erect a pontoon bridge capable of allowing field artillery and fully loaded supply wagons to pass? And when these macroscopic campaign issues were broken down and refined to the battalion-level unit that Morin commanded, they would evolve into even more numerous, fragmented, and specific detailed problems. Morin showed astonishing speed in learning this new knowledge. This was not only because his intelligence and memory had greatly improved after he awakened as a spellcaster. More importantly, his more modern way of thinking allowed him to understand the essence of these seemingly complex problems faster, and to extrapolate and find optimal solutions. During this initial learning period, Morin kept a very low profile. Every day, he listened attentively, took careful notes, and when he encountered problems he didn't understand, he humbly sought guidance from instructors or classmates around him. His performance seemed no different from that of an ordinary, diligent cadet. Nor did he make any shocking statements in class or display anything out of the ordinary. Gradually, the surrounding cadets and instructors paid less attention to this young man, who was auditing classes everywhere with the halo of a war hero. Until the arrival of a wargame simulation class. Chapter 127, I did this in Aragon. In the wargame room that day, the huge sand table was already set up with mountains, rivers, towns, and roads according to the preset battlefield environment. Morin and other students of the same year at the War College were divided into red and blue teams for a division-level simulated confrontation. 4 students with the longest military service were designated by the instructors as the overall commanders for both sides, each commanding a division's worth of troops. Morin and the other students played the roles of other units under these division commanders. As a battalion commander, Morin was ultimately assigned 4 wooden chess pieces representing company-level combat units. With the instructor's order, the confrontation officially began. The division commanders of both sides quickly formulated their respective operational plans based on the map and preset intelligence. On the sand table, the red and blue chess pieces representing the 2 armies slowly began to maneuver towards the designated battlefield. The initial reconnaissance, maneuvering, and engagement all appeared routine, entirely following the standard procedures outlined in War College textbooks. The vanguard units of both sides encountered each other in a river valley in the center of the map, and a small-scale skirmish immediately broke out. Just as everyone thought a traditional, head-on clash between the main forces was about to unfold, Morin, who had been holding his position, finally began to act. While his division commander was still hesitating whether to commit all main forces to the frontal battlefield, Morin volunteered to lead his battalion in a daring flanking surprise attack from the wing of the entire division-level front. After receiving permission from his division commander, he commanded the 4 company-level chess pieces representing his battalion to detach from the main battle line and disappear into a dense forest on the flank of the sand table. He did not rush for success, but patiently directed one of his companies to carefully scout the enemy's defensive deployment, with repeated confirmations from the instructor. Soon, a weak point located at the junction of the enemy's front line was keenly spotted by him. It was an area jointly defended by 2 enemy battalion-level units, but a small gap had appeared in the defensive line. A good spot indeed. After confirming the terrain, Morin no longer hesitated. He decisively and precisely divided his 4 companies into specific tasks. 1 company, as the forward assault team, would launch a feint from the front to attract the enemy's attention. 1 company, as the flank assault team, would swiftly penetrate that gap while the enemy's attention was diverted. 1 company, as the deep assault team, would follow closely behind the flank assault team, advancing along the opened gap directly into the enemy's deep hinterland. The last company would serve as a reserve, ready to provide support or intercept any potential enemy reinforcements. Captain Mullen, what are you doing? His division commander for this area, a captain with a small mustache, asked with a frown. According to regulations, battalion-level units should maintain their integrity during combat. Splitting your troops like this will greatly weaken your combat effectiveness. Morin did not look up, simply replying calmly, Sir, please trust my judgment. The next moment, the push rod in his hand moved. On the sand table, the chess pieces representing Morin's troops began to move in a dazzling, high-speed penetration and maneuver. Some of his commands even left the instructors responsible for directing and judging a little slow to react. The forward assault team had just made contact with the enemy when the flank assault team had already silently breached the enemy's junction and then attacked the enemy battalion headquarters from the rear flank. At the same time, his deep assault team had already rushed deep into the enemy's positions, then quickly set up makeshift blocking positions on the spot, firmly cutting off that battalion's retreat route. With a smooth series of operations, the targeted battalion on the sand table instantly fell into a chaotic state of being fragmented, surrounded, and having its command disrupted. However, at this moment, several students representing the enemy commander protested. Instructor, I object. His troops couldn't possibly do that. A student playing the role of an enemy battalion commander stood up excitedly. To complete such complex penetration and deployment in such a short time is completely unrealistic. His troops would collapse due to command confusion. Exactly. Another student echoed. Furthermore, my troops, upon discovering their flank breached, would immediately organize a counterattack, not just sit there waiting to be defeated like this. The instructor presiding over the wargame also frowned. He had to admit that Morin's tactics were indeed somewhat unconventional. It completely deviated from the scope of academy textbooks, resembling more an idealized assault tactic existing in theory. For a moment, all eyes were on Morin. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Morin remained exceptionally calm. He simply looked up, scanned the room, and then spoke slowly in a factual tone. Gentlemen, the reason I command this way is not mere theorizing. Because not long ago in the Kingdom of Aragon, the company I led used similar penetration tactics, in coordination with friendly forces, to repeatedly defeat multiple regiment-level units of the Kingdom's army and the Britannian Expeditionary Force. And ultimately pursued them all the way, taking Vallecas Heights, until we stood at the gates of Madrid. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire wargame room fell into a dead silence. Many students playing enemy commanders wanted to refute him. But what could they refute? He wasn't talking about some vague theory, but recent, fresh, and hot combat experience. The first-class Iron Cross medal shining on his chest was the most powerful proof. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, an old yet powerful voice suddenly rang out from behind everyone. Let him continue. Everyone turned around and saw that, at some point, General Hornsdorf, the vice dean of the academy, had come to stand beside the sand table. The old general's face showed no expression, he simply looked at Morin and said faintly. Captain Mullen, proceed with the wargame according to your combat experience. At the same time, order your other units to fully cooperate with his actions. With the vice dean's approval, the wargame continued. The subsequent development of the situation completely turned into a textbook-style encirclement and annihilation battle, led by Morin. Under his leadership, his battalion, like a sharp surgical knife, precisely cut through the enemy's defensive line. The closest red team friendly battalion commander, after a brief shock, immediately reacted. He no longer adhered to frontal defense, decisively ordering his troops to press forward, further widening the gap Morin had torn open. The defending enemy students were caught off guard. They frantically diverted troops from other directions, attempting to plug the constantly widening breach. However, the result of robbing Peter to pay Paul was that more holes and gaps appeared in the defensive lines in other directions. And these newly appearing gaps were quickly seized upon by other bolder red team students, who launched focused attacks. For a time, the blue team's front on the sand table resembled a dike hollowed out by termites. If you prepare in front, you are weak behind; if you prepare on the left, you are weak on the right; if you prepare everywhere, you are weak everywhere. Before long, the blue team's first division was declared annihilated by the wargame instructor in this chaos of continuous penetration, fragmentation, and encirclement. And as the forces of this division were cleared from the sand table, the balance of power on the battlefield was completely broken. The remaining blue team division, facing a numerically superior and high-spirited red team, was powerless to reverse the situation. Especially after Morin once again used his old trick, leading several friendly units to complete another penetration and fragmentation from another incredible route, the outcome of this wargame was no longer in doubt. When the wargame instructor announced the red team's ultimate victory, the entire wargame room remained silent. Whether it was the victorious red team students, the defeated blue team students, or the instructors presiding over the wargame, all were deep in thought. The fighting style Morin displayed was vastly different from the traditional, head-on, honorable combat they were accustomed to, where both sides lined up their formations. It was more flexible, more lethal, and more unscrupulous. After this wargame concluded, Morin was taken by General Hornsdorf to his office on the top floor of the Academy's administrative building. The office had a subdued decor, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire war college. The old general did not speak immediately; instead, Morin, after observing the room, went to the pantry and poured hot coffee. General Hornsdorf watched Morin bring the coffee to him, then chuckled, finally shaking his head and pointing to the sofa by the window, signaling him to sit down. Captain Mullen, I finally understand now why His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Ministry of the Army value you so much, even breaking convention to force you to transfer into the War College. General Hornsdorf held his teacup, looking out at the students training on the parade ground, his voice tinged with emotion. What you displayed on the sand table may have exceeded the understanding of most Imperial Army officers. And this is indeed not mere theorizing, it is valuable experience gained with blood and lives on the Aragon battlefield. Facing the old general's praise, Morin's expression remained unchanged. He merely stood up a moment later, walked over to General Hornsdorf, and expressed his concerns with a serious expression. General, with all due respect, it is precisely because of this that I feel even more worried. Through my studies during this period, I have found that not only the War College, but also most officers of our Imperial Army, their thinking seems to still be stuck in the glory of the Saxo-Gallic War. This rigid mindset, if we encounter a more powerful enemy on a future battlefield, could lead to us suffering a great loss. Morin paused, then gathered his courage to speak even more sharply. Just like those classic battle examples you championed in the Imperial Military Traditions class. With all due respect, they are already very different from the battles I experienced in the Kingdom of Aragon. The implication was already very clear. What you are teaching is already somewhat outdated. Chapter 128, Schmeisser Arms Manufacturing Co., Ltd. General Hornsdorf did not fly into a rage as Morin had expected upon hearing such an offensive remark. He merely turned around, his deep-set eyes quietly fixed on Morin, as if to see through the young man completely. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a complex emotion. Captain Mullen, some of your ideas are indeed very forward-thinking. The old general's expression finally changed, he dropped his smile, and his entire demeanor became increasingly serious. In fact, I myself have already foreseen that if the Empire were to engage in a full-scale war with an enemy of equal or greater strength in the future, it would likely fall into an unprecedentedly brutal quagmire of attrition. However, Captain Mullen, you must understand one principle. The greater a system's success has been achieved through a certain method, the harder it is for that system to revolutionize itself. Personally, I greatly admire your talent and foresight. But as one of the maintainers of this system, my primary duty is to ensure the stability of the entire system, not to push for a drastic reform that could lead to its collapse. General Hornsdorf's clear-headed yet helpless conservatism made Morin feel a heavy, unshakable burden. Before he could speak, the old general turned his gaze back to the window, looking at the massive Imperial War College, and let out a soft sigh. Captain Mullen, truth is a demanding mistress. You may see her, but that doesn't mean you can possess her instantly. However, at the end of their conversation, the old general still offered Morin a glimmer of hope. Since the Crown Prince himself personally authorized you to form that training assault battalion, it indicates that he and the highest echelons of the Empire he represents have actually recognized the necessity of reform. It's just that the time is not yet ripe. Morin nodded silently. He agreed with the old general's words, but a thought couldn't help but flash through his mind. The time is not yet ripe. But is there really enough time? Although his conversation with General Hornsdorf made Morin feel the immense resistance to reform, it also clarified his future path and methods. Since top-down reform is difficult to push, then, as the old general said, he would forge a new path from the bottom up, starting with the small training assault battalion under his command. In the following days, Morin's life continued to operate at high speed, shuttling between the War College and the Training Assault Battalion's garrison. In the mornings, he eagerly absorbed various modern military theories at the college, constantly refining his command system. In the afternoons, he unfailingly appeared on the camp's training ground, shedding his officer's uniform to wear the same white shirt as the soldiers, and joined the entire battalion in rigorous physical training. Under his leadership, the training enthusiasm of the entire Training Assault Battalion reached an unprecedented high. The average time for the 400-meter obstacle course for the entire battalion was steadily improving at a visible rate. Seeing that the recruits of the Training Assault Battalion had gradually adapted to the training intensity, in addition to the 400-meter obstacle course, Morin also had Battalion Adjutant Kleist organize fully armed mountain cross-country marches by company. When Kleist heard about this new training item from Morin, the expression on his face was even more spectacular than when he first heard about the 400-meter obstacle course. Sir, isn't this a bit too intense? He asked the same question that Klaus had once asked, with some hesitation. One must know that the soldiers' physical exertion was already enormous just from completing the obstacle course and regular drill and shooting training every day. Now, adding a 10-kilometer armed cross-country march, he truly worried that the soldiers' bodies wouldn't be able to handle it. It's not too much. Morin shook his head, his tone brooking no argument. Future wars will only demand higher and higher physical fitness from soldiers. In mobile warfare, long-distance assaults and infiltrations will become commonplace. Sweat more now, bleed less on the battlefield. He patted Kleist on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll have the medical officer and his team follow along the entire time, and logistical support will also keep up. Moreover, this exercise can be conducted as a competition by company, and the winning company can receive some rewards. Rewards? Kleist's eyes lit up. Exactly. Morin smiled, for example, an extra meal for dinner, like a barbecue or something. Just as Morin had expected, this brand new training program once again ignited the competitive spirit among the various companies. Especially the company composed of former Imperial Guard soldiers. They had lost face in the previous obstacle course test and were determined to regain their honor in this event, which tested teamwork and willpower even more. And Morin's old unit, Company 1, as well as the soldiers transferred from the Rifle/Jaeger units, were equally unwilling to show weakness. One group consisted of battle-hardened veterans who had undertaken numerous long-distance armed assaults in real combat. The other group were natural mountain experts, with an inherent confidence in armed cross-country events. How could they be willing to lose to those parade ground soldiers who were used to marching in Dresden? Morin did not interfere much with this somewhat charged competitive atmosphere within the Training Assault Battalion. In his view, as long as it was kept within the bounds of healthy competition, such an atmosphere was absolutely beneficial for improving the unit's training level and the cohesion of each company, with no harm whatsoever. However, he still specifically called Kleist aside and instructed him to be sure to exercise discretion. After all, everyone would be comrades fighting side by side in the same trenches in the future, and their camaraderie should not be damaged by minor frictions during training. He also specifically reminded Kleist, who also came from the Imperial Guard, that he must not show any form of special treatment to the Imperial Guard company, they must be treated equally. Kleist immediately puffed out his chest and loudly promised that he would be fair and just, and would never favor any side. Just as the Training Assault Battalion's training was in full swing, on the other side, the acquisition of the Schmeisser family's gun workshop was successfully completed, thanks to Cecilia's formidable financial power and unparalleled execution. After the acquisition, the original Schmeisser weapon workshop was officially reorganized into Schmeisser Arms Manufacturing Co., Limited. At first, Morin enthusiastically suggested whether to name the company after himself. He imagined that one day in the future, weapons designed and produced by this company could bear the F&M inscription representing him, just like Smith & Wesson and other gun manufacturers in another timeline. However, this romantic and idealistic proposal was quickly rejected by the pragmatic Cecilia. Fritz, you are currently an active military officer of the Empire, and you are in a very prominent position. Naming a weapons manufacturing company after yourself would be too ostentatious and would attract unnecessary trouble. Cecilia patiently explained to him. Controlling the company's operations as a behind-the-scenes major shareholder is the safest and most common way for these junker nobles of the Empire to manage their properties. Morin thought about it carefully and felt that Cecilia made sense. While military personnel engaging in business was a tradition in the Saxon Empire, he had indeed never seen anyone directly establish a company using their own name. So, Morin ultimately accepted Cecilia's suggestion to control the company through behind-the-scenes shareholding. Not long after, this brand new Schmeisser Arms Manufacturing Co., Limited was officially established in Dresden. Meanwhile, in the temporary workshop Cecilia set up for Helga, the firearms designer's work had also achieved breakthrough progress. After several rounds of disassembly, adjustments, and live-fire tests, the first light machine gun prototype showed no issues with its performance or reliability, fully reaching the stage where it could be produced according to the modified blueprints. The overall length of the gun was 1,120 mm, with a barrel length of 716 mm. The total weight of the gun with a bipod was 12.9 kg, and a lightweight tripod could also be fitted when needed. It adopted a short recoil automatic operating system and fired 7.92 x 57 Mauser rifle cartridges. Excellent, excellent, this is exactly what I wanted. Upon seeing the prototype, Morin's eyes lit up. At least in Cecilia's view, she had never seen Morin look at any other object or person with such fervent eyes. And Morin also felt it was time to push this matter forward. He personally drafted a meticulously worded official document, submitted directly to the Ministry of the Army, in his capacity as the commander of the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion. In the document, he elaborated on the urgent need for squad support firepower for the assault battalion in future combat operations. He formally proposed an application to procure a batch of air-cooled light machine guns, newly developed by the Schmeisser Company, for the training assault battalion. To be honest, Morin felt a little embarrassed when he wrote this sentence. His own commanded unit purchasing weapons designed and produced by a company he controlled. After the document was submitted, Morin initially expected it would take about 10 days to half a month for the process to complete and a response to arrive. However, he once again underestimated the importance the Crown Prince and the Ministry of the Army placed on his training assault battalion. Just 2 days later, the Ministry of the Army's reply arrived in his hands as an urgent document. The content of the reply was simple. The Crown Prince, along with some senior officers from the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff Headquarters, would personally conduct a comprehensive inspection of the Royal Guard 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion in the near future. During the inspection, a live-fire demonstration of the new light machine gun would be observed on site. Finally, based on the results of the inspection and observation, the decision would be made whether to approve the procurement. Chapter 129, A New Concept Inspection. The news that Crown Prince George would soon inspect the troops and observe the test firing of new light machine guns was naturally good for Morin and the Training Assault Battalion. But this soon also meant that their preparation time would be significantly shortened. Kleist sought out Morin as soon as he received the news. Battalion Commander, do we need to adjust our training plan? A rare trace of worry appeared on the rigorous battalion adjutant's face. I think we should temporarily reduce high-intensity physical training and instead strengthen drill and ceremonial aspects, after all. Before he could finish, Morin smiled and waved his hand. Kleist, your mind hasn't caught up yet. Morin patted his shoulder, his tone relaxed. Remember, this is the Training Assault Battalion, not the Imperial Guard's Honor Guard. This unit of ours, from the very first day of its birth, was not created for those traditional tactics. What His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, wants to see is our unique demeanor, soldiers who can truly fight. Since Morin had said so, Kleist naturally had no objections. He instinctively straightened his back and responded loudly, yes, sir. Manstein, who had already prepared several revised training plans beside him, also silently suppressed his ideas about optimizing the inspection parade routes. After interacting for some time, both of them had a very clear understanding of Morin. In major directions, once Morin made a decision, it was very difficult for others to persuade him. Instead, Morin often adopted their suggestions for specific details at the execution level and always came up with optimization plans that left them in awe. On the other side, Morin also took the time to notify Helga. He didn't directly mention that the Crown Prince would be coming for an inspection and to observe the test firing, only asking her to keep that precious prototype gun in optimal condition, awaiting his notification at any time. The young girl was now completely obedient to Morin, her boss, and carried out his instructions without compromise. Upon receiving the notification, she immediately plunged into the workshop to begin the final maintenance and debugging of the prototype gun. Thus, with Morin continuing in a state of study and training, time quickly advanced to late March 1914 in this world. Early on the morning of March 28, Morin, who was listening to General Hornsdorf lecture on military history in the large lecture hall of the War College, was quietly led to the office by a college instructor. The instructor told him that his direct unit had called, saying they had urgent matters to discuss with him. Morin understood in his heart, after picking up the phone, Kleist's steady voice indeed came from the other end of the receiver. Battalion Commander, the sun will rise tomorrow. This phrase, which would have baffled others, immediately conveyed Kleist's meaning to Morin. This was a pre-arranged code word between him and Kleist. It meant that the training assault battalion had received formal notification from the Ministry of the Army that the Crown Prince and a host of senior army officials would arrive at the training assault battalion station in the suburbs of Dresden tomorrow morning. After all, even though it was in Dresden, the Crown Prince's travel still carried some sensitivity, so Morin had set up a separate code word just in case. Kleist and Manstein, of course, fully approved of Morin's caution. However, they adamantly disagreed with Morin setting the code word as the fat sheep will arrive tomorrow. Although they didn't quite understand the specific meaning of the term fat sheep, based on their keen military intuition, they felt that using this term for His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, seemed inappropriate. So, in the end, after the two of them argued strenuously, Morin could only reluctantly change the code word to the much more normal sounding "the sun will rise tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Morin immediately went to General Hornsdorf's office to request leave. Over these past few days, he had become quite familiar with this old general, who was rigid but meticulous in his scholarship. Occasionally, the Vice Dean would even use up his afternoon time returning to the barracks to discuss the future development of infantry tactics with him privately in his office. General Hornsdorf didn't even ask Morin the reason for his leave and simply signed his leave application. "Go, Captain Mullen." The old general merely gave him a meaningful look. "I hope your unit can give everyone a surprise." "Yes, General." Morin saluted and turned to leave the office. Early the next morning, as dawn was just breaking, a convoy consisting of several black luxury cars and an accompanying Imperial Guard unit quietly left the city of Dresden, heading towards the outskirts. In one of the cars sat Crown Prince George, Minister of the Army Falkenhayn, and Chief of the General Staff of the Army Moltke the Younger. In the other cars were various high-ranking military officers from departments under the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff headquarters. Such a large entourage was enough to indicate that, at the Crown Prince's urging, the Army High Command had also increased the importance of this inspection. When the convoy was about 1 kilometer from the training assault battalion station, the security unit responsible for advance reconnaissance suddenly sent an orderly back. "Report. Unknown units have been spotted assembling in the woods on both sides of the road ahead." This news immediately startled everyone in the cars. Falkenhayn and Moltke the Younger's expressions instantly became solemn. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with suspicion and uncertainty. However, new information soon arrived again, dispelling this false alarm. "Report. Confirmed, it is the training assault battalion's unit. They are conducting some kind of exercise." Hearing it was Morin's unit, Falkenhayn and Moltke the Younger's furrowed brows finally relaxed slightly. But confusion followed. They had no idea what on earth the training assault battalion was up to. Who conducts exercises on the road while awaiting the Crown Prince and senior army officials? This was completely against regulations. Crown Prince George, however, was not angry at all. Instead, he found it somewhat interesting, his face showing intense curiosity. "Accelerate and go see," he ordered the driver. "I want to see what new tricks that Morin fellow is up to now." At Crown Prince George's command, the entire convoy noticeably sped up. When the convoy reached the woods, everyone was captivated by the sight before them. In the woodlands on both sides of the road, there were countless soldiers, dimly visible, all wearing the standard field grey uniforms of the Saxon army. They were concealed in squads behind trees and bushes. The entire scene was silent, yet filled with a murderous aura. If they hadn't known beforehand that these were their own men, anyone in the convoy would probably have thought they had plunged headfirst into a meticulously laid enemy ambush. Just as Falkenhayn and Moltke the Younger were filled with doubt, thinking Morin had messed up and preparing to reprimand him, a sudden change occurred. A sharp whistle from an officer pierced the silence of the woods. The next moment, the soldiers, who had been dispersed and concealed in the woods, instantly moved. With dazzling speed, they darted out from their respective hiding spots and quickly assembled on one side of the road. The entire process was fluid, without any delay or confusion. In just a few tens of seconds, this temporary company-level combat unit, centered around the old 1st Company and mixed with excellent soldiers drawn from the former Imperial Guard and Rifle/Jaeger units of Bavaria, formed. Under everyone's gaze, it rapidly assembled from a skirmish line into a standard 4-column marching formation. Immediately after, at the command of the leading officer, this unit began to march with neat and powerful strides, rapidly advancing towards the barracks. Their running posture was also somewhat different from a typical fast sprint. The pace was quicker, the body's center of gravity lower, full of wild explosiveness. All the senior military officers in the convoy, including Moltke the Younger, who had been somewhat distracted, were stunned by this novel scene. This Minister of the Army Falkenhayn opened his mouth, at a loss for words. To say they were undisciplined? Yet, from concealment to assembly, and then to beginning their march, the coordination and efficiency displayed throughout the entire process were even higher than that of the most elite Imperial Guard. But to say they were strictly disciplined? This unheard-of welcome ceremony was truly somewhat unconventional. Crown Prince George, however, watched with great interest, his face full of appreciation. "Interesting, truly interesting." He even couldn't help but clap his hands. "Let's go, follow them and see." The convoy closely followed this advancing company and arrived at the entrance of the training assault battalion's camp. Almost as soon as the car stopped, Crown Prince George eagerly jumped out and quickly followed the soldiers who had been running all the way to an open training ground. And he and the other senior army officials who followed closely behind immediately witnessed an even more astonishing sight. The soldiers who had just completed nearly a kilometer of fully armed sprinting showed no signs of stopping after entering the training ground. They again, with astonishing speed, quickly dispersed from their marching formation into multiple combat teams, then advanced rapidly in a fan shape towards various pre-positioned humanoid targets and simulated fortifications at the far end of the training ground. Immediately after, a company-level offensive procedure, almost like a performance, unfolded before everyone's eyes. Bang! 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 Crisp gunshots rang out on the training ground. The soldiers, utilizing various covers set up on the ground, advanced rapidly with alternating cover. Their movements were precise and swift, every tactical action had clearly undergone extensive practice. 2 MG-08 heavy machine gun teams, appearing from unknown locations, also provided suppressive fire from the flanks. Meanwhile, tall and strong former Imperial Guard soldiers used training grenades to precisely clear enemies in the simulated fortifications, while more riflemen continuously assaulted forward under covering fire. The entire offensive process was like a precision machine, every link seamlessly connected. Crown Prince George was greatly delighted, his face even flushed with excitement. Because the scene before him was precisely that new offensive method he had seen through a telescope from an observation balloon on the Aragon front, which had left an incredibly deep impression on him. And this time, he was no longer observing from afar but was able to stand close by, directly experiencing the suffocating swiftness and oppressive feeling brought by this infiltration assault tactic. What pleased him even more was that he could clearly distinguish many tall, fierce-looking former Imperial Guard soldiers and those lean, sharp-eyed Bavarian rifle/Jaeger units among these soldiers. What did this indicate? This indicated that Morin's new training methods and tactical ideas were truly universally applicable. It wasn't the exclusive domain of the old First Company's battle-hardened veterans, but genuinely capable of transforming even the most traditional soldiers in the Saxon Imperial Army into elite assault troops adapted to future warfare. For Crown Prince George, who had always hoped to promote military reforms in the army, this was undoubtedly great news. The offensive procedure demonstration quickly concluded, the entire process was clean and decisive, without any superfluous movements. Under Morin's guidance, the still enthralled Crown Prince and his entourage moved to the other side of the camp, to the recently completed 400-meter obstacle course. Here, they would observe another core training subject of the Training Assault Battalion. Morin did not arrange a full unit display but selected 4 soldiers with the best training results from the entire battalion's assessment tests to perform a full course demonstration. At Kleist's command, the 4 soldiers rushed out like arrows from a bow. Stakes, trenches, low walls, high platforms. They agilely and swiftly maneuvered, climbed, crawled, and rolled among various obstacles with equally vigorous movements. Watching these soldiers struggle through mud and obstacles, the expressions on the faces of the senior military officers in the convoy varied. Minister of the Army Falkenhayn was pensive. He seemed to discern some value in this high-intensity training for enhancing soldiers' individual combat capabilities and willpower. As for Chief of the General Staff of the Army Moltke the Younger, although he also understood some of the principles. However, his mind was more preoccupied with the intelligence the General Staff headquarters had recently received regarding the frequent troop reinforcements by the Gauls in the border regions between the two countries. Therefore, the one who could best grasp the essence of it was, in fact, Crown Prince George. He could almost visualize, through the movements of these 4 soldiers, countless Saxon soldiers like them, advancing swiftly through a hail of bullets with the same agile posture, tearing open enemy lines on a real battlefield. What a thrilling sight that would be! The demonstration concluded, and the 4 soldiers lined up behind the finish line, saluting the Crown Prince. Although they were panting heavily, their posture remained upright. Only then did Morin finally blow the assembly whistle, gathering all officers and soldiers of the battalion, who lined up in neat squares on the training ground to formally receive the Crown Prince's inspection. Crown Prince George was very satisfied with this novel approach of showcasing strength before inspection, and the ultimately stunning effect it presented. During the inspection, he unreservedly expressed his appreciation and expectations for the Training Assault Battalion's officers and soldiers. He hoped that the soldiers would continue to train hard, overcome all difficulties, and soon become a model for the entire army, spreading the spark of the Assault Battalion throughout the Saxon army. The Crown Prince's words greatly invigorated and instilled unprecedented pride in the soldiers of the Training Assault Battalion, especially those recently joined former Imperial Guard and Rifle/Jaeger units. Their gazes towards Morin also held an added sense of heartfelt awe and trust. This unit came to the right place. This was the thought in everyone's minds at that moment. Chapter 130, Test Firing and the Overachiever. After the Training Assault Battalion's inspection ceremony concluded, Captain Mullen dismissed the troops, instructing each company to return to their training. He then led Crown Prince George and his entourage to the training ground where the offensive demonstration had just taken place. The area had already been quickly rearranged by the soldiers from the battalion headquarters. At short, medium, and long distances across the field, 3 new human-shaped paper targets were set up. In the center of the field, beside a long table draped with green velvet, Helga, dressed in simple work clothes, stood extremely nervously in front of her child, the air-cooled light machine gun. It wasn't until Kleist sent someone to inform her that she realized the person observing the test firing today was none other than the Crown Prince of the Saxon Empire, along with many other high-ranking army officials she had only heard about in newspapers. For Helga, who had only ever met Lady Cecilia of Falkenstein Manor as the biggest big shot in her life, this news felt like a dream. She had never imagined that a weapon she designed and manufactured would one day be observed by so many legendary figures. Her palms were sweating, her heart was pounding uncontrollably, and she even felt her legs tremble slightly. Once everyone had arrived, Captain Mullen smiled and gave Helga an encouraging look, nodding slightly. Seeing her boss's familiar and reassuring expression, Helga miraculously calmed down quickly. She took a deep breath, suppressing all her nervousness and unease, and then, with a slightly trembling but clear voice, began to quickly introduce the weapon that embodied her dedication. Your Royal Highness, officers, this is the latest air-cooled light machine gun developed by our Schmeisser Arms Manufacturing Co., Limited. Like the Imperial Army's active MG-08 heavy machine gun, it also fires standard 7.92 x 57 mm Mauser rifle cartridges, uses a short recoil automatic principle, and fires from a closed bolt. Helga's introduction was concise and clear, without too many complex details, focusing on key features. When they heard that this machine gun, which also fired full-power rifle cartridges, weighed only 12.9 kilograms with a bipod, and less than 15 kilograms even with a 100-round ammunition belt box, Crown Prince George and Falcon Hain, among others, simultaneously showed expressions of surprise. What kind of concept was this? The Imperial Army's active MG-08 heavy machine gun, even just the gun body, weighed a hefty 26.5 kilograms. Not to mention, when deployed, including its heavy tripod and a water-filled cooling jacket, its combat weight soared to 69 kilograms. It was not a weapon that could be carried by a single soldier. Every time the position was moved, an entire machine gun crew had to work together to accomplish it. And this gun in front of them weighed less than a quarter of the MG-08. Everyone present knew exactly what this implied. Malka the Younger, who had been somewhat distracted these days, preoccupied with border military intelligence, was now deeply captivated by this new machine gun, focusing all his attention on it. Soon, Helga concluded her introduction. Next was the highly anticipated live-fire demonstration. Initially, Crown Prince George and the others expected that this young female weapon designer would only be responsible for the introduction of the firearm. The actual shooting demonstration would likely be performed by the strong and robust soldiers of the training assault battalion. However, what happened next made their expressions turn quite remarkable. After finishing her introduction, Helga did not step back. Instead, she deftly picked up a 100-round ammunition belt box filled with bullets from the table and skillfully hooked it onto the hanger on the side of the receiver. Loading and chambering were done in one fluid motion. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, she actually lifted this nearly 15-kilogram light machine gun and turned to sprint towards the preset firing point. At the same time, Kleist, Manstein, and others who were accompanying the observation also opened their mouths in surprise, wide enough to fit an egg. Valkyrie. They had only just met Helga and initially thought she was merely a rare female firearm designer, a timid young girl who spoke softly in front of Captain Mullen. But was this Valkyrie, carrying a machine gun and moving with such swiftness, truly the same person? Helga had not learned any tactical movements, her actions appeared simple, even a bit clumsy. She simply carried the machine gun, quickly arrived at the first firing point about 100 meters from the crowd, then cleanly dropped to the ground, set up the bipod, and braced the stock against her shoulder. Da-da-day. Da-da-da-day. Accompanied by a rhythmic burst of gunfire, a series of dust clouds instantly erupted from the first human-shaped target in the distance. A short burst, followed by a long burst. Helga precisely controlled the rhythm of her firing, the muzzle flashed like an angry viper. After completing the shooting of the first target, she didn't hesitate, immediately retracted the bipod, picked up the machine gun again, and ran to the second firing point located 200 meters away. Prone, set up the gun, fire. The movements were as fluid as ever. Next was the third firing point, 300 meters away. When Helga finished suppression firing on all three targets, and ran back in front of everyone, carrying the light machine gun with its barrel already slightly red, the entire training ground, apart from the whistling wind, was left with only her slightly hurried gasps. Everyone present was stunned by this impactful scene. Kleist and Manstein quickly understood why Captain Mullen had made such an unconventional arrangement. The subtext was simply too obvious. If even a seemingly delicate woman could single-handedly carry this machine gun, rapidly shift between different firing positions, and effectively shoot, then the strong and robust soldiers in the Imperial Army had no reason not to use this weapon in the same way. This was no longer a simple weapon demonstration. It was a tangible manifestation of a completely new tactical concept. Good. Excellent. Crown Prince George clapped excitedly, walking quickly to Helga. He looked at the light machine gun as if it were a rare treasure. He turned his head happily to look at the Minister of the Army, Falcon Hain, who also had a shocked expression. General Falcon Hain, what do you think? Does this lightweight weapon, capable of significantly increasing the firepower of an infantry squad, have value for equipping our troops? Falcon Hain, who also recognized the immense value of this weapon, now shed his usual stern demeanor. He nodded solemnly. Your Royal Highness, this is indeed a revolutionary weapon of great value. If it can pass the Army Weapons and Equipment Department's subsequent, more rigorous inspections and tests, I personally see no reason not to issue it to the troops. Falcon Hain pointed to the slightly red barrel and continued. While it's clear this weapon's sustained firing capability is limited, the MG-08 can compensate for that deficiency. This weapon's role is to closely follow infantry charges and provide real-time fire support. At this point, the matter was pretty much settled. With the dual approval of the Crown Prince and the Minister of the Army, it was basically only a matter of time before this light machine gun, on which Captain Mullen had placed high hopes, entered mass production and was issued to the troops. As the light machine gun demonstration concluded successfully, the inspection also drew to a close. Before leaving, Crown Prince George specifically pulled Captain Mullen aside, his approval evident on his face. Captain Mullen, you've done an excellent job. He patted Captain Mullen's shoulder firmly, his eyes full of admiration and expectation. Both your unit and your new weapon have given me a great surprise. You must continue to intensify training. I hope to see your training assault battalion truly form combat effectiveness in the shortest possible time. At the same time, if you encounter any difficulties in training and unit building, whether from the Ministry of the Army, the General Staff Headquarters, or any other source of resistance, you can tell me directly, and I will help you solve them. Thank you for your trust, Your Royal Highness. I will never fail your expectations. What else could Captain Mullins say? He could only give a solemn military salute. Having received Captain Mullins' assurance, Crown Prince George, satisfied, boarded the vehicle with the others and left the camp in high spirits. Watching the departing motorcade, Captain Mullin and the other officers of the camp finally let out a long sigh of relief. Especially Kleist and Manstein, their emotions were like a roller coaster ride. From initial worries about Captain Mullins' unconventional method of displaying his unit, to being impressed by the unprecedented tactical demonstration, and then to the astonishment of seeing Helga running around the field with a machine gun. They had constantly worried that Captain Mullins' unconventional style might go awry at some point, angering the conservative high-ranking army officials. But thankfully, the final outcome was perfect, and everything concluded smoothly. All right, stop standing around foolishly. Captain Mullin looked at the relieved officers around him and waved with a smile. Dismiss the troops for rest, and extra dinner rations. Yes, Captain. The officers responded in unison, their faces breaking into relaxed smiles, and dispersed to arrange subsequent matters. Captain Mullin, meanwhile, turned and walked towards the other side, to the young girl who hadn't quite recovered from the tension and excitement. Helga was still standing rooted to the spot, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow from the strenuous exercise and excitement. Several strands of hair on her forehead were damp with sweat, clinging to her smooth brow. Helga, you did great today. Captain Mullin walked up to her and praised her sincerely. I'll give you a generous bonus at the end of the year. Hearing Captain Mullin's voice, Helga finally looked up as if waking from a dream, her beautiful eyes still holding a trace of unreal confusion. Boss. She gazed blankly at Captain Mullin, her voice trembling slightly. Does this mean that the gun I designed can go into mass production? No problem. Captain Mullin smiled and nodded, giving her a positive answer. Once I send this prototype, along with your revised final blueprints, to the Army Weapons and Equipment Department for their final inspection and standardization, we should quickly get permission for mass production. He paused, then added. So, after you go back, remember to prepare accordingly. Once the production permit is approved, immediately organize personnel to quickly produce a small batch. I need them right away. MHM. Helga nodded vigorously, a brilliant smile finally blossoming on her face. The smile was pure and bright, dispelling all her tension and fatigue. She smiled and said to Captain Mullin, Boss, I'm really tired today. After I go back, I definitely need to get a good nap this afternoon. You can sleep. Captain Mullin also started to laugh. However, starting tomorrow, you'll need to begin working on the design of a new weapon. Hey. Helga's mouth instantly formed a cute O shape, and the smile on her face froze. Seeing her expression, Captain Mullin couldn't help but laugh out loud. I know it's hard work, but you can't rest yet, Helga. Captain Mullin's smile faded, and his expression became serious. Then, he thoroughly explained his idea for a brand new individual automatic weapon to Helga. I need an automatic weapon that can be carried by a single soldier, provide fierce, sustained suppressive fire in close quarters combat, and fire pistol cartridges. As Captain Mullin spoke, he recalled some key parameters of a weapon from another timeline that had ushered in an era. It needs to be as light as possible, with a simple structure, easy to produce and maintain. The rate of fire doesn't need to be too fast, around 400 rounds per minute will suffice. For the feeding mechanism, I hope for a high-capacity magazine, capable of holding at least 30 rounds or more. Helga was initially a bit confused, but as Captain Mullin's description became more specific, her eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Because the weapon Captain Mullin described was all too familiar to her. Boss. After listening, Helga spoke cautiously, her tone uncertain. My brother, before he passed away, left behind a design draft for a fully automatic firing weapon that fires 9mm pistol cartridges. Many of the details in it are just as you described. A fully automatic firing weapon, what a coincidence. Really, boss, I even suspect you might have seen this design drawing, but I also know that's certainly not possible. Captain Mullin clenched his fist imperceptibly, he knew this thing was most likely it. Helga, then starting tomorrow, use your brother's design as a foundation and finalize the design of this weapon as quickly as possible. Once this weapon is made, I'll definitely give you a long vacation. Helga, with her simple mind, didn't doubt Captain Mullin's big promise in the slightest. Her enthusiasm for work was once again ignited by the prospect of a long vacation. Chapter 131 Ujdenjenye Ili SMRT. After the review ceremony, the training assault battalion resumed its usual intense and fulfilling daily training. Morin also returned to his previous routine of shuttling between the war college and the camp. Everything seemed to be back on track. But everyone knew that some things had quietly changed. The most direct change was the training assault battalion's standing within the army system. Following the Crown Prince's personal inspection and the subsequent widespread discussions among the Army High Command, this training assault battalion was no longer the experimental unit internally referred to as the Crown Prince's toy. It had become the focus of attention for the entire Saxon army, and even the Empire's High Command. Various resources began to continuously flow into this camp located on the outskirts of Dresden. In fact, the Ministry of the Army's Weapons and Equipment Department even dispatched a technical team to be permanently stationed at the training assault battalion. Their specific responsibility was to record and resolve various equipment issues encountered by the troops during training, and to collect feedback from officers and soldiers on improving weaponry. Such treatment was unprecedented in the history of the entire Saxon army. Meanwhile, the first light machine gun launched by Schmeisser Arms Manufacturing Co., Ltd., which Morin held a controlling stake in, also passed all inspection tests by the Army's Weapons and Equipment Department without a hitch and was officially named MG-14. The Ministry of the Army immediately issued a formal order, approving the mass production of this excellent light machine gun and prioritizing its deployment to the troops. Of course, the first unit to be equipped was naturally Morin's Training Assault Battalion. Time quickly moved to early May 1914. After nearly a month of intensive preparation, the production line for the MG-14 light machine gun was finally officially established in the initially expanded old Schmeisser family factory in Thuringia. Although the company's new factory planned for the Ruhr industrial zone was still under construction, the current old factory had limited production capacity, with only 2 production lines operating. Nevertheless, the MG-14 had officially begun its mass production. The first batch of MG-14s to roll off the production line, after undergoing strict factory inspections, were immediately loaded onto trains and transported to Dresden. When the soldiers of the Training Assault Battalion first touched these brand new, cold metal gleaming and gun oil scented killing tools on the training ground, their faces were all beaming with excited smiles. Clearly, there was no man who didn't love a big machine gun. During this time, Helga, who had completed the production preparations for the MG-14, also brought Morin good news. She told Morin that she had, based on the valuable blueprints left by her brother Hugo, sorted and refined them, successfully producing the initial design for the submachine gun that Morin wanted. When Morin saw the design blueprint Helga laid out on the table in the Falkenstein Manor's studio, his breath involuntarily hitched for a moment. He only needed one glance to recognize the true identity of this gun. The long barrel shroud, the wooden stock, and the highly distinctive horizontal drum magazine inserted from the left side of the gun body. This was basically the initial design version of the famous MP-18 submachine gun from another timeline. Helga told Morin that when designing this gun, her main consideration was the convenience for soldiers to shoot from a prone or squatting position. Therefore, she designed it with this side feed method to prevent a long magazine from touching the ground during prone shooting, which would affect the shooting posture. Morin naturally understood this design. But he also put forward his own opinion. Helga, your design doesn't really have any major problems. Morin pointed to the side-inserted magazine interface on the blueprint and expressed his concerns. But I'm worried that doing so might cause the overall center of gravity of the firearm to deviate from the central axis. Especially when using such a high-capacity magazine, as the number of bullets decreases, the weight of the magazine will change, thereby creating a dynamic shift in the center of gravity. This deviation might not be obvious for single-shot weapons, but during continuous full automatic firing of this gun, it is very likely to further exacerbate muzzle climb and shooting deviation. Hearing Morin's analysis, Helga also fell into deep thought. She had to admit that the problem Morin raised was indeed a blind spot that she had not fully considered in her initial design. The two engaged in a lively discussion around this issue. Ultimately, Helga decided to create another traditional design plan with the magazine inserted vertically from the bottom of the gun body. Then she would ask the old craftsman in the family workshop to help manufacture prototypes of both feeding methods. At that time, the superiority or inferiority would be clear at a glance through actual firing tests. Morin naturally fully supported Helga's rigorous and pragmatic research attitude. He even somewhat looked forward to seeing what the modified MP-18 with the bottom-inserted magazine design would ultimately look like. On this day, Morin, as usual, arrived early at the War College's Grand Lecture Hall, preparing for today's campaign studies course. As soon as he entered, he noticed that the atmosphere today was a bit off. The students in the classroom were not, as usual, reviewing individually or chatting quietly in small groups. Almost all of them were gathered in the front row of the classroom, huddled together, discussing something animatedly. Morin walked over curiously, wanting to see what had happened. Seeing Morin approach, a student with whom he had a good relationship enthusiastically grabbed his arm and pulled him into the crowd. Morin, come quickly. Something big has happened. It was then that Morin saw clearly that what everyone was passing around was an internal military newspaper. And on one page of the newspaper, a bolded headline instantly captured all his attention. Austro-Hungarian Empire Intelligence Department recently successfully dismantled a branch of an extreme nationalist organization called Ujdinjenje ili SMRT in the Bosnia region, and simultaneously arrested a large number of nationalist elements involved in terrorist activities. Morin initially didn't react, wondering what kind of organization this long and awkward named Union or Death was. But soon, the information tab in his golden finger quickly completed the update of relevant entries. When he saw the organization's more well-known alias the Black Hand Society, Morin immediately understood. This was the nationalist organization he knew of that, in another timeline's history, single-handedly orchestrated the Sarajevo incident and ultimately ignited World War I. At the same time, the intelligence tab of the golden finger, like a waterfall of scrolling messages, continuously displayed 3 brand new and utterly shocking pieces of intelligence. The great Serbian nationalist organization named Union or Death, its branch in the Bosnia region, was annihilated by Austro-Hungarian Empire security forces. Serbian student, Gavrilo Princip, was arrested in this capture operation. Colonel Dragutin Dimitrijevic, Chief of Intelligence of the General Staff Headquarters of the Kingdom of Serbia and Supreme Leader of the Black Hand Society, committed suicide by shooting himself in his office in Belgrade. Chapter 132, The Powder Keg remains the powder keg. To be honest, the moment Morin saw the 3 pieces of intelligence, he was first ecstatic, then hesitant. The Great War of this world won't happen? Princip was already arrested, and the founder of the Black Hand Society committed suicide for unknown reasons. Will this assassination not occur? If Archduke Ferdinand isn't assassinated in the street, will the Austro-Hungarian Empire not declare war on Serbia? This thought only existed in his mind for less than half a second before he dismissed it himself. Too naive. You laugh at the decay and backwardness of imperialism. Imperialism laughs at your ignorance of what imperialism is. Based on the current world situation, Morin understood, these great powers, including the Saxon Empire, were like a group of bulls, full of hormones, cooped up in a cage for decades, already finding everyone disagreeable. It would be truly strange if they didn't find an opportunity to have a good, hearty fight among themselves. Whether the Holy Britannian Empire alone dominated Europa, or if the nations engaged in an unprecedented free-for-all. What was destined to come, always would. And the assassination by the ambitious Serbian youth was, at most, a spark to ignite the powder keg. Now that this spark was gone, they would always find another. It might be an Austro-Hungarian soldier disappearance on the border incident, or perhaps a Serbian military exercise crossing the border incident. In short, if they wanted to fight, couldn't they just find any reason? However, the timing of the war's outbreak might be delayed as a result. Was this delay a good thing or a bad thing? Morin couldn't say for sure at the moment. He had originally wanted to continue discussing with the other officers for a few more sentences, and incidentally, extract some information from them to understand the situation in this world's Balkan Peninsula. Because what he currently knew was merely the distribution of countries on a map. But were the relationships between nations still as intricate as in the other timeline? Especially after the ponderous giant, the Russian Empire, fell prematurely and plunged into civil war, no longer meddling in the Balkan region, would the entire situation have undergone changes he was unaware of? Unfortunately, before he could speak, Weisstein Horndorf, the lecturer, had already walked into the classroom with his lesson plan. The moment the old general appeared, the previously somewhat noisy discussions in the classroom instantly ceased, and everyone sat up straight, like javelins. Morin also had to swallow his myriad questions for now and focus his attention on the podium. When this course on imperial military traditions ended, Weisstein Horndorf, before dismissal, subtly glanced at the few students who had been discussing most animatedly, including Morin. Caring about international affairs and broadening your horizons are essential qualities for an excellent officer. However, do not let this delay your studies. Your fundamental purpose is always to learn how to command troops and win wars. Do you all understand? Yes, Weisstein. After all morning classes concluded, Morin, uncharacteristically, did not pack up and rush back to the training assault battalion station as usual. He strolled with a few officers he had become familiar with over the past few days, heading towards the academy's mess hall. He hoped to use this opportunity to extract more useful information from these elite officers. Lunch at the academy mess hall today was as sumptuous as usual. Bavarian Schweinshack's roasted pork knuckle, first boiled then roasted to form a crispy skin served with sauerkraut to cut through the richness, along with a large spoonful of mashed potatoes and 2 sizzling, pan-fried sausages. For Morin, who had completely adapted to the Saxon Empire's culinary style, this was quite a delicious lunch. In the mess hall, students sat together in 2s and 3s, eating and continuing the topics they hadn't finished discussing that morning. Vienna finally did something sensible this time. If they let the Serbians continue to infiltrate like this, they'll have a major incident sooner or later. A student said, cutting his pork knuckle. Alas, if only the Austro-Hungarian Empire's intelligence agency were more professional, they wouldn't have waited until now to act. Morin, carrying his tray, naturally sat down at their table. However, he didn't quite agree with the second statement. After all, the Saxon intelligence agency probably didn't have the nerve to criticize the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But he naturally wouldn't say so. Instead, he feigned curiosity about international affairs and asked. Colleagues, I wasn't very familiar with the situation in the Balkans before. What exactly is going on in Serbia? His question immediately opened the floodgates for the officers at the table. Captain Mullen, you don't know? These Serbians are incredibly troublesome. A student, who evidently had some knowledge of international relations, immediately perked up. He put down his knife and fork and began to enlighten Morin. The Serbians have a so-called Greater Serbia ideology. It's incredibly fanciful. Oh? How so? Morin pressed for more. They have 2 core demands. The student held up 2 fingers. First, all lands of the ancient Serbian kingdom should be inherited by the current Serbian kingdom. Second, all places where Serbians currently live are also Serbian territory. Morin chuckled inwardly. The first point, though a bit overbearing, was somewhat understandable, as it involved historical grievances difficult for present-day people to untangle. But the second point, wasn't that a bit much? The shamelessness was on par with the promised land mentioned by a certain marine creature before his transmigration. Morin couldn't help but comment. According to that second point, any place in the world where Serbians live is theirs. Exactly. The student slapped his thigh, clearly invigorated by the conversation. According to their claim, whether it's merging Bosnia with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, or Croatia, Slovenia, and even the independent kingdom of Montenegro under Austro-Hungarian rule, they all have to obey orders from Belgrade. Isn't that ridiculous? That appetite is indeed not small. Morin nodded. It's not just the Serbians who have a big appetite. The entire Balkan Peninsula is a madhouse right now. Another officer interjected, besides this Greater Serbia ideology, there's also Greater Croatia, Greater Albania, Greater Greece. Every country wants to be the boss, and they all want to grab more land and people in that small patch of Balkan territory. Their ideas are all similar, to unite all ethnic groups that share the same ancestry, speak the same language, and have similar customs under their own national flag. Listening to the officer's chatter, the puzzle of the Balkan situation in this world gradually became clearer in Morin's mind. At the same time, the information collection progress in his system was slowly ticking upwards. 40%. As the collection progress increased, more and more detailed content refreshed in the information and intelligence tabs. The gunpowder packed into this Europa powder keg was clearly no less than in the world he had transmigrated from. Morin absently cut the sausage on his plate, rapidly digesting the new information flooding his mind. In this world, after the old royal family of the Kingdom of Serbia was eliminated in a coup in 1901, it somehow embarked on the path of constitutional monarchy. Driven by Greater Serbia ideology, they indeed gained many advantages and expanded vast territories in previous Balkan conflicts. But this also made their relations with neighboring countries a mess. Relations with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, due to the Bosnia issue, had now plummeted to an all-time low. They also had conflicts of interest with Bulgaria during the partition of the Macedonian region, even coming to blows and forming a grudge. And most critically, with the premature disintegration of the Russian Empire and its descent into civil war, Serbia suddenly lost its biggest patron. This shift from heaven to hell plunged the whole of Serbia into extreme panic and insecurity. Although the Gallic Republic and the Holy Britannian Empire quickly stepped forward to declare their support for Serbia's reasonable demands and offered all necessary assistance. But everyone knew these were just diplomatic platitudes. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. The Serbians never expected these two countries to actually provide any help before their nation fell. Therefore, in recent years, the Kingdom of Serbia had been frantically expanding its military and preparing for war. The entire national economy was dragged to the brink of collapse by this reckless arms buildup, with popular discontent boiling over, reaching the verge of explosion. Although politicians in Belgrade did not wish to initiate a war, they also wouldn't mind using a war to divert internal conflicts. Almost all Europe, and politicians knew that a war between the Kingdom of Serbia and the various Balkan states was inevitable. However, no one could predict how this war would begin, or how it would end. As for the recent raid on the Black Hand Society branch in Bosnia, in the eyes of these Saxon officers who had witnessed many Balkan upheavals, it was not a significant event at all. Everyone felt that it was simply the Austro-Hungarian Empire's intelligence department finally doing some proper work they were supposed to do. Morin listened silently, finished the last bite of mashed potatoes on his plate, then stood up and left his seat with his tray. Walking out of the mess hall, the afternoon sun was shining down, but his mood was much heavier than the weather outside. Morin quickly walked back to his temporary dormitory, took out a small notebook from a drawer, and meticulously recorded all the information he had just acquired, along with his own deductions. After writing, he looked at the handwriting in the notebook and pondered for a long time. Relying solely on second-hand information heard at the academy to trigger the intelligence updates of his golden finger was clearly insufficient. He needed more direct and reliable intelligence. Chapter 133, The Training Assault Battalion always has new toys. A few days later, news of the Black Hand Society being dismantled was like a stone thrown into a lake. The ripples quickly subsided. Newspaper headlines were again dominated by news such as His Majesty the Emperor attends naval new warship launch ceremony and massive workers' strike breaks out in Gallic Republic. It was as if the small disturbance in the Balkan Peninsula had never happened. But Morin knew that the undercurrents beneath the surface would only become more turbulent. He used a weekend afternoon to return to Falkenstein Manor. Cecilia was in her study, handling a large number of documents. Seeing Morin enter, she put down her pen, her face first showing some surprise, then she couldn't help but tease him. "Isn't this our busy man, Captain Mullen? What brings him back today? I thought you were already immersed in the ocean of knowledge at the War College and had forgotten about your sister." The ocean of knowledge is indeed vast, but there's always a time when one needs to come ashore for air. Morin chuckled as he sat down on the sofa opposite her, then put away his smile and said straightforwardly, "Sister Cecilia, I need your help." Seeing the rare serious expression on Morin's face, Cecilia also put away her playful thoughts and sat up straight. "Tell me. If I remember correctly, Falkenstein-Eisenstein United Industries also has quite a few offices in the Balkan Peninsula, right? If possible, I hope Sister Cecilia can help me collect information on unusual military movements, material transportation, personnel flows, or local price fluctuations in the Balkan Peninsula region." Cecilia's brows furrowed slightly, she keenly sensed the unusualness in Morin's words. "Fritz, what do you need this intelligence for?" she asked with some worry. "Have you sensed something?" "Just a soldier's intuition." Morin didn't know how to answer. "I feel like something big is bound to happen there sooner or later. It never hurts to be prepared in advance." Although Cecilia had doubts about Morin's explanation, she did not press him further. "If it's just conventional information, no problem." Cecilia readily agreed. "I'll have my people handle it. United Industries has many business partners and agents in the Balkan region, so collecting this information won't be difficult." "Thank you, Sister Cecilia. Between us, do we still need to say such things?" Cecilia rolled her eyes at him, then immediately put on a concerned expression. "It's you, though, with classes and leading troops, don't overwork yourself. Don't worry, I'm in great shape, strong as an ox." Morin smiled as he stood up and walked out of the room. "I'm done with what I needed to say, I have to go back to the camp. There's training this afternoon." "Oh, so fast?" Won't you stay for dinner before you go? I can't help it, all the soldiers in the battalion are watching me. I, as the battalion commander, can't be lazy, can I? After bidding farewell to Cecilia, Morin rushed back to the training assault battalion without delay. The camp was still a hive of activity. During this period, batches of mass-produced MG-14 light machine guns and their accompanying tools were continuously delivered to the camp. When the soldiers gathered around these brand new, gleaming light machine guns, exuding a strong smell of gun oil, their eyes lit up, as if they had seen an unparalleled beauty. The arrival of new weapons greatly stimulated the soldiers' enthusiasm for training. Battalion Adjutant Kleist and Operations Staff Manstein immediately organized the companies to carry out new training subjects according to the training outline Morin had previously set. Firepower coordination at the squad level, suppressive fire during movement, and rapid relocation of machine gun positions. These tactics, unheard of by traditional Saxon infantry, had now become commonplace on the training assault battalion's training grounds. Morin stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the soldiers gradually integrate new tactical thinking into their instincts during training, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. However, he quickly discovered a new problem. In many squad assault drills, he saw soldiers fumbling to straighten the leather ammunition pouches on their waists after quickly changing positions, and then pulling out spare stripper clips from them. The whole process seemed very clumsy. This gear is too cumbersome, Morin frowned. The active M1909 leather cartridge box, although solidly made and finely crafted, had a design philosophy that could no longer keep up with the training assault battalion's current training methods. Individual small ammunition pouches hanging at the waist were not only inconvenient to access but also interfered with body movements during strenuous activity. For assault squad members who required frequent movement and quick reactions, this equipment was simply a torment. They must be given a more compact and convenient carrying system. A classic design immediately came to Morin's mind. The Type 56 chest rig. That simple, low-cost, yet incredibly practical canvas chest rig was simply too suitable for the assault squad. No sooner said than done. That evening, Morin spread out blueprints in his office and began drawing the design for the Type 56 chest rig from memory. The industrial capability of this world presented no problem for manufacturing such canvas products. The canvas backpacks carried by the soldiers in the battalion had already proven that the relevant materials and sewing techniques were mature. The structure of the Type 56 chest rig was not overly complex either. Its core value was not in any advanced technology it used, but in its revolutionary design concept. It completely broke the traditional model of hanging ammunition, grenades, and other items in individual small pouches on the body. Instead, all combat supplies that needed to be quickly accessed were integrated into a vest worn on the chest. This design was not only convenient to access but also provided stable balance. Even during strenuous running or crawling, it would not significantly affect the soldiers' tactical movements. This was a systemic innovation born from countless practical needs and tested by blood and fire. Since the original design was already very perfect, Morin didn't need to make many adjustments. The grenade pouches and auxiliary pouches on both sides did not need to be changed. He simply modified the three iconic large magazine pouches on the chest into three small bullet pouches for .98 rifle stripper clips, according to the actual situation of his troops. Each bullet pouch could hold 6 stripper clips, totaling 120 rounds of ammunition. Plus a multifunctional pouch that could store additional ammunition, firearm cleaning tools, and other miscellaneous items. This 3-up, 1-down combination could meet the rifleman's ammunition needs while also accommodating other functions. As for the color, it was naturally field gray, similar to the active military uniform. Morin had even thought that when submachine guns were eventually issued to the troops in the future, they would only need to replace the 3 small ammunition pouches with one size to hold submachine gun magazines, allowing for a seamless transition. Anyway, the cost of this item, compared to those ridiculously expensive leather accoutrements, was practically negligible. After finishing the blueprints, Morin felt a sense of relief. The next day, he took the blueprints and submitted an application to the Ministry of the Army to replace the training assault battalion's carrying gear with a new type. In the application report, he simply explained the huge advantages of the new carrying gear in terms of cost and combat effectiveness. At the same time, to avoid delays, he decided not to wait for funding from the Ministry of the Army but to directly pay out of his own pocket to find a reliable textile factory to produce a batch of samples first. Anyway, the first patent compensation payment for the shaped charge armor-piercing round had already arrived, and he was now a damn rich man. Problems that money could solve were not problems for him. Picking up the telephone on his desk, Morin dialed the number for Falkenstein Manor. For matters like finding factories and negotiating business, entrusting Cecilia was the most efficient approach. On the other end of the line, Cecilia's somewhat languid voice soon came through. Hello? My busy man, what do you need to trouble your subordinate with now? Morin couldn't help but smile at her teasing tone. Sister Cecilia, help me find a skilled canvas processing factory not far from Dresden. I have some new things I want them to make. Time quickly slipped into June of 1914. For Morin, the biggest good news this month was that he finally finished his crash course instruction at the Saxon War College. Although he was only an auditor, the academy still formally issued him a certificate of completion. This meant that he could finally be free from the daily 2-point line rush between the academy and the camp, and devote all his energy to the training of the training assault battalion. And the day after he received his certificate, Helga brought him even more exciting news. Boss, I've got both types of that automatic weapon you wanted. On the other end of the phone, Helga's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Morin immediately understood what Helga was talking about. Submachine guns. He immediately rushed to the temporary workshop Cecilia had set up for Helga. As soon as he entered the familiar studio, Morin saw Helga standing in front of a huge workbench. On the felt cloth of the workbench lay 2 brand new weapons. Seeing Morin enter, Helga's face broke into a brilliant smile. She hurried forward, pulling Morin to the workbench like a child eager to show off her proud creation to her parents. 2 brand new weapons, almost identical in appearance but with completely different feeding mechanisms, appeared before Morin's eyes. Morin's gaze was instantly fixed on one of the guns. A long barrel shroud covered in cooling holes, a thick wooden stock, and that highly iconic magazine inserted horizontally from the left side of the receiver. Undoubtedly, this was the MP-18 submachine gun. Except that it was 1914 now, so if it were actually issued, it should be called the MP-14. Boss, look, this is the prototype gun that was perfected based on the blueprints my brother left behind. Helga pointed to the submachine gun with the side-inserted drum magazine, introducing it with some pride. When my brother designed it, he mainly considered the convenience for soldiers when shooting from prone or squatting positions, which is why he designed the feeding mechanism on the side. This way, the long magazine wouldn't interfere with the shooting posture. Morin nodded, he could understand this design philosophy. Then, he turned his gaze to the other prototype gun. The overall structure of this gun was very similar to the MP-18, but the biggest difference was that its feeding port was moved to the bottom of the receiver, using a traditional vertical magazine feed. Chapter 134 Archduke, it's time to board the car. This version is a redesign I made after taking your advice last time, boss. Helga picked up the prototype gun with the bottom-fed magazine and handed it to Morin. Last time you mentioned the center of gravity offset issue, I thought about it carefully when I got back and realized it did exist. So I came up with this new design to see how it would perform in practice. Morin took the gun, weighed it in his hand, and then performed a few aiming postures. It must be said that Helga truly inherited her family's excellent talent, she was a genius in firearm design. This weapon, similar to the modified MP-18 with the bottom-fed magazine that a certain mysterious Eastern great power once produced in the Qingdao arsenal and Daegu arsenal, felt even better in his hand than he had imagined. Stable center of gravity, human-machine ergonomics. Well, there wasn't much to say about the latter point for this type of weapon at this time. Let's go, we'll test the gun. Morin was already a bit impatient. The two took the 2 prototype guns to the private shooting range behind the manor. Morin first picked up the original MP-18 with the side-fed magazine. He aimed at a target 50 meters away and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. A long string of crisp gunshots rang out, flames spewing from the muzzle, and bullets sprayed like water towards the distant target. Morin could clearly feel that as the bullets in the magazine continuously decreased, the gun's center of gravity underwent subtle changes. This also forced him to expend more effort to control the muzzle's jump during continuous firing. After emptying one magazine, he put down the gun and picked up the version with the bottom-fed magazine. Da-da-da-da-da. Again, he emptied the entire magazine in one go. The shooting experience this time was significantly better. Although the gun body still vibrated, the entire shooting process was very smooth, and the muzzle barely showed any left or right deviation. All the jumps were concentrated in the vertical direction, making it easier to control. We'll use this bottom-fed magazine version. Morin put down the gun, making his final decision. Helga, you did an excellent job. Although the side-fed magazine design has its advantages in specific situations, from the perspective of versatility and control, the bottom-fed magazine is a more mature and reliable solution. Upon receiving Morin's affirmation, Helga's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. However, this magazine still has room for improvement. Morin pointed to the long single-stack magazine and made a new request. The current magazine is still too long, and it will still be a bit cumbersome when shooting from a prone position. Later, try to see if you can design a double-stack magazine. Double-stack feeding. Yes, it would still have a 32-round capacity, but the length could be shortened by almost half. This structure will be much more complex, but... Boss, I can try. Helga's eyes sparkled with a desire to challenge new technologies. Ah, what a simple and kind girl. I believe you can do it. Morin encouraged her with a smile. With the prototype gun's plan finalized, the rest was simple. It was the same familiar process. Morin returned to the camp and, overnight, drafted a formal document regarding the procurement of new individual automatic weapons for the training assault battalion. This time, when he signed his name at the end of the report and filled in Schmeisser Arms Manufacturing Co., Limited in the supplier column, he no longer felt any blush or embarrassment, instead, he felt a sense of self-righteousness. I, Friedrich Mullen, am procuring suitable advanced weapons for the troops under my command. Is there any problem with that? Perhaps it was because the success of the MG-14 light machine gun had set a good precedent. This time, the Ministry of the Army's response was even faster than Morin had imagined. Less than 2 days after the application report was submitted, Falkenhayn and Crown Prince George once again came to the training assault battalion station on the outskirts of Dresden. The Crown Prince of the Empire finally began to understand why his father was so keen on promoting the construction of the naval fleet. The process of personally watching a unit established by his own impetus grow and strengthen little by little indeed brought an indescribable sense of accomplishment and addiction. Like a big boy who finally got the toy he had always dreamed of. Especially Crown Prince George, who practically jumped out of the car upon arriving at the station, his face radiating an enthusiasm brighter than Dresden's June sun. Captain Mullen, I hear you've prepared another new surprise for me. The Crown Prince, upon seeing Morin who had come to greet him, patted his shoulder affectionately, his tone full of familiarity. You always come up with new tricks for me. Your Highness, I wouldn't dare call them surprises or new tricks. It's just that our battalion has some new things, and I'd like to invite you and General Falkenhayn to inspect them. Morin replied with a smile. The group skipped unnecessary pleasantries and went directly to the familiar training ground. In the center of the field was still the long table covered with green felt. On the table lay a compact submachine gun. And standing beside the table was still the familiar figure Helga Schmeisser. However, compared to last time, today Helga was no longer as nervous or awkward. During the period when the MG-14 light machine gun began to be delivered to the training assault battalion, she came almost every few days to communicate with the soldiers, record various problems exposed by the MG-14 light machine gun during training, and listen to the soldiers' suggestions for improvement. The soldiers had great respect for this Valkyrie who was both talented and approachable, even officially giving her the affectionate nickname Valkyrie. And these days of interacting with people had also honed Helga's formerly shy personality, making her more capable and confident. At this moment, she was wearing a well-fitting blue work uniform, her long hair neatly tied back. Standing there, she exuded a heroic and dashing aura. Seeing the Crown Prince and his entourage approach, she curtsied briefly and then, with a steady and clear tone, began to introduce the new weapon on the table. Your Highness, officers, this is our Schmeisser Company's latest developed individual automatic weapon, Captain Mullen calls it a submachine gun. It can fire 9x19mm P08 pistol rounds, uses a blowback automatic principle, has a rate of fire of 400 rounds per minute, and a maximum effective range of 200 to 300 meters. The entire gun weighs about 4.2 kilograms and is fed by a 32-round double-stack, single-feed magazine. Excluding screws, the entire gun has a total of 37 parts. Although there are certain requirements for manufacturing craftsmanship, it can be produced using ordinary mechanical processing equipment, and the internal components also allow for relatively large manufacturing tolerances. Helga's introduction was concise and full of substance. In summary, fierce firepower, universal ammunition, and although there are craft requirements, it can be mass-produced. The Crown Prince and Falkenhayn and others listened to these data, and their minds also began to ponder. A weight of 4.2 kilograms was completely easy for a soldier to carry. A rate of fire of 400 rounds per minute, though not comparable to a heavy machine gun, was absolutely devastating in close-quarters combat. And the 32-round magazine further ensured sustained firepower. After the introduction, it was time for the live-fire demonstration. Everyone subconsciously stepped back a few paces, leaving the center of the field to Helga. Helga picked up the submachine gun from the table and skillfully inserted a loaded magazine into the magazine well beneath the gun body with a click. She pulled the bolt, chambering around. All actions were performed in one smooth motion. Then, she did not run to a distant firing point to shoot from a prone position, as she had done during the MG-14 light machine gun demonstration. Instead, she stood still, braced the stock against her shoulder, aimed at a row of human-shaped targets 100 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Boom 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 boom. A rapid and muffled series of gunshots rang out, short bursts of flame spewed from the muzzle, and strings of spent casings joyfully leaped from the ejection port. On the distant targets, wood chips and dust splattered everywhere. In just a few seconds, 32 bullets were expended. The onlookers, except for Morin, were all seeing this weapon fire for the first time, and they all let out an uncontrollable gasp of amazement. This firepower was indeed completely different from bolt-action rifles. However, this was just the appetizer. After emptying a magazine, Helga pressed the magazine release button with one hand, and the empty magazine dropped to the ground. At the same time, her other hand had already picked up a new, fully loaded magazine from the table and quickly swapped it in. The entire reloading process was fluid and dazzlingly fast. Immediately after, she performed an action that surprised everyone. She actually charged, gun in hand, towards another set of targets 50 meters away. Pro-level run and gun. While running, she used short bursts to suppress the targets along her path of movement. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Her running posture was not standard, even a bit clumsy. But each short roar of the submachine gun in her hands tore a new hole in a human-shaped target. The onlookers, especially the non-commissioned officers of the training assault battalion, were all stunned. A scene instantly flashed through their minds. In the dense roadside woods, a large number of Saxon assault squad members, armed with such a submachine gun, suddenly burst out of the woods and then indiscriminately swept the nearby enemies. What a desperate slaughter that would be. The finalization and production of the submachine gun passed without incident. It was officially named MP-14. Although the Imperial Firearms Manufacturing Committee, before production, expressed a desire for the new submachine gun to be compatible with the P08 artillery-type drum magazine. They even requested that the angle between the gun body axis and the drum magazine feed slot axis be 55 degrees, the same angle as the Luger pistol. But Morin unhesitatingly rejected this idea, stating that while such a drum magazine was fine for the semi-automatic P08 pistol, it posed too many problems for a fast-firing submachine gun. It was cumbersome to use, and reloading ammunition was extremely tedious. Automatic weapons already consumed ammunition quickly, and using such a drum magazine would make the reloading process a torment. Furthermore, this type of drum magazine was also relatively complex to manufacture and prone to jamming, so Morin absolutely refused to agree to any modifications. For this, he had proactively sought out Crown Prince George to explain the situation. And the advantage of having a powerful backer was evident at this point. The Crown Prince's aide-de-camp directly sent the Crown Prince's own handwritten opinion to the Imperial Firearms Manufacturing Committee. After that, no one else stood up to raise this issue. Days passed, one after another. In the blink of an eye, It was June 28, 1914. On this day, Morin woke up in his officer's quarters at the camp, as usual. Last night, due to night training, he had not studied spells but had instead rushed to sleep after returning. Moreover, during this period, he had already learned all the spells he could at his current level. He was approximately 10% short of the experience needed to level up to a level 4 spellcaster. He slept soundly until morning, sunlight streaming through the window onto the floor, everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful. He stretched, got up, washed, and changed into his crisp officer's regular uniform. Before heading out to the mess hall for breakfast, he habitually opened his system panel to see if there was any new information. On the intelligence tab, an inconspicuous icon was gently blinking. He casually clicked on it. A pure information-based intelligence item, without any urgent or important markings, appeared before him. Archduke Ferdinand, Crown Prince of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, has arrived in Sarajevo. Chapter 135, Assassination. Archduke Ferdinand, 51, had only one thought in his mind as he reviewed the Austro-Hungarian Empire's troops stationed in the suburbs of Sarajevo. This was a slow, backward, and insular army. Though it seemed massive in size, it was actually more accurately described as bloated and unwieldy. It wasn't just backward in terms of weaponry and tactical thinking. More fatally, this multi-ethnic army lacked a common language for internal communication. In some units, soldiers even failed to understand commands from officers who came from Vienna. Such an army, in Archduke Ferdinand's view, was almost unfit for battle. Within a few years, the Serbian army's combat effectiveness would completely surpass that of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, this tottering giant. And he also believed that the Serbians had long been restless. The Black Hand Society branch, wiped out in Bosnia a few months ago, already indicated that Serbians were constantly trying to infiltrate the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Then, they would use nationalistic conflicts to incite radical actions from the empire's internal Serbian population. This was also what certain individuals in the Kingdom of Serbia had been pushing for over the years. Even though he had overruled all objections, allowing the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Kingdom of Serbia to resume trade and offering extremely favorable loans. Yet, Serbia's hostility towards the Austro-Hungarian Empire had not diminished in the slightest. Thinking of this, the Archduke couldn't help but recall the conflict he had with Franz Conrad von Hotzendorf, chief of the General Staff of the Army, before he departed from Vienna. "We must strike first, Your Royal Highness." Conrad was excitedly waving his arms in his office at the time. "Serbia is a constantly expanding time bomb. If we don't deal with it now, while it's not yet so powerful, the entire empire will be blown to pieces once it fully expands. Conrad, can't you talk about anything besides war?" Archduke Ferdinand merely rubbed his temples wearily at the time. He had always been among those within the empire most opposed to initiating war. Waging war on neighboring countries will only lead to more serious loyalty issues within our multi-ethnic empire. Conrad, have you ever considered what those soldiers of other ethnicities within the empire would think once we go to war with neighboring countries? Would they charge for His Majesty the Emperor, or would they turn their guns around? But even so, Conrad remained firm in his belief that Serbia would one day surpass the empire in military prowess. At that time, the empire would surely face utter devastation. Therefore, he advocated for a preventive war, that is, taking preemptive military action to prevent an attack in a situation where a military threat from the Kingdom of Serbia was possible. Through this war, the Austro-Hungarian Empire must proactively resolve the issues of Serbia and even the entire Balkan Peninsula once and for all. The demise of the Russian Empire was an unprecedented opportunity for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Without the Russian Empire backing it, even if the Gauls or the Britannias wanted to intervene in Balkan Peninsula affairs, they would be beyond reach. When the two parted on bad terms, and Conrad angrily left, the Archduke couldn't help but sigh. His relationship with the Chief of the General Staff of the Army was not as fraught with conflict as it was now. The other party's appointment as Chief of the General Staff of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1906 was due to his recommendation and support. And after this warmonger was dismissed in 1911 for being overly bellicose, it was he who helped him regain his position in 1912. During this period, Archduke Ferdinand and Conrad both believed that they were parallel movers pushing the empire forward, and the Archduke was also a significant driving force behind Conrad's attempts at internal military reform. It was just that increasingly prominent political differences gradually worsened their relationship. Conrad was a well-known hawk, which was no secret throughout the empire and even the Balkan Peninsula. He had always advocated resolving the issues of Serbia and the Balkan Peninsula through force, while Archduke Ferdinand opposed this. And the Archduke himself, after previously presiding over the peaceful annexation of Bosnia, had actually always tried to bring Bosnians into the center of power. This was to transform the Austro-Hungarian Empire into a triune empire and eventually a federal state. However, this vision not only ran counter to Conrad's claim but also met with opposition from other forces within the empire, especially from Budapest. The annexation of Bosnia also made the Serbians hate him to the core. Seeing her husband sigh with a worried expression, Archduchess Sophie, standing beside him, gently tugged at his sleeve. "Franz, don't be like that, the soldiers are all watching you," she whispered in his ear. His wife Sophie's gentle voice in his ear pulled Ferdinand back from his complex thoughts. He saw his wife's eyes signaling that he shouldn't show such a distressed expression in front of the reviewing soldiers. Looking at his wife's concerned gaze, a hint of a smile finally appeared on the Archduke's face. His wife, who came from a Bohemian count's family, had always been marginalized in the court of Vienna because she did not meet the standards for Austro-Hungarian imperial marriage. She could not even attend most official events with him. But she was a woman of discretion and ideas, always able to offer him timely reminders and advice at crucial moments. This was also why he had endured immense pressure to insist on marrying her back then. This invitation to Sarajevo to review the troops was also a rare opportunity for the couple to appear together in public. Ferdinand composed himself, resuming the dignified demeanor befitting a crown prince. After the review ceremony concluded, General Oskar Požorek, governor of Bosnia, approached him with a beaming smile. Your Royal Highness, the citizens have been waiting for a long time in the city hall square, they all wish to catch a glimpse of you and the Archduchess. The Archduke, having been deeply engrossed in hunting for many years, suffered permanent damage to his eardrums, causing him to react a beat slower. It took several calls from the governor before he finally came to his senses. General Požorek, I told you long ago that choosing June 28 was not an appropriate time. The Archduke's tone was somewhat displeased. You know what day today is. This will provoke immense anger among the Serbians. Your Royal Highness, please rest assured. Governor Požorek thumped his chest and guaranteed. With the Black Hand Society completely eradicated by us in Bosnia, I assure you that Sarajevo is now even safer than Vienna. Hearing the other party's assurance, the Archduke said no more. After nodding, he and his wife boarded the open-top car. The motorcade slowly entered the city, with cheering citizens lining both sides of the road, waving flags and shouting loudly. In that moment, the Archduke could feel the enthusiasm of Sarajevo's residents for his arrival. Perhaps his vision of transforming the empire into a federation wasn't impossible to achieve? As the Archduke smiled and greeted the crowd, an Austro-Hungarian royal magic guard sitting in the passenger seat of the car was incredibly tense. Like the Saxon Empire, spellcasters were extremely scarce in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. However, unlike the Saxon Empire, they did not use spellcasters as researchers but continued to train them as combat personnel, similar to Britannia and Gaul. The Royal Magic Guard was composed of 3rd to 4th tier spellcasters, a guard unit specifically dedicated to protecting members of the imperial family. Although he had already cast a 4th tier spell, Stoneskin on the Archduke before departure, providing high resistance to physical damage. But for some reason, as he looked at the enthusiastic crowd around him, he felt that the environment was simply too terrible. This is too open, too prone to incidents. The Magic Guard couldn't help but think this, then looked back at his companion in the car behind. On this trip, 2 Royal Magic Guards accompanied the Archduke, one sat in the passenger seat of the Archduke's car, while the other remained on standby in the vehicle behind. As the motorcade reached Joseph Franz Avenue, this Royal Magic Guard, who had long received escort training in addition to spell study, suddenly noticed an anomaly in the crowd. It was an ordinary-looking man who seemed to be cheering along with the surrounding crowd. But the rapidly moving mouth made the Magic Guard realize the other party seemed to be casting a spell. Your Royal Highness, please do not resist my spell casting. The Magic Guard almost roared this sentence amidst the noise. The magic power within him began to surge, preparing to cast a 3rd tier spell, protection from energy on the Archduke. At the same time, he instinctively raised his clenched right hand, sending a warning signal to the car behind. All of the Magic Guard's attention was focused on the suspicious man. But in that instant, he saw the man suddenly smile at him, then quickly raised his hand and performed a standard spell gesture. The next moment, the Magic Guard felt the magic power he was channeling suddenly go out of control. The protection from energy spell, which was about to take form, instantly collapsed and dissipated into the air. Oh no, it's spell counter. The Magic Guard's heart sank abruptly, he immediately realized he had been tricked by the other party. The other party wasn't preparing any attack spell at all. Instead, he was waiting for him to cast a spell, then precisely interrupt him with a spell counter. This discovery made his scalp tingle. It meant that the other party was not only a spellcaster but also a spellcaster with extremely rich combat experience and strong psychological fortitude. Alert! Assassin! He shouted while trying to draw the pistol from his waist. In the car behind, his companion had also jumped out and was desperately sprinting towards them. However, it was all too late. The man, after successfully countering the Magic Guard's spell, did not hesitate for a moment and raised his hand again. This time, his target was directly Archduke Ferdinand, who was sitting in the back seat. An invisible magical aura flashed on the Archduke. The Magic Guard could clearly feel that the effect of the Stoneskin spell he had cast on the Archduke earlier instantly disappeared. Chapter 136, Fireball Spell in Sarajevo. Dispel Magic. The Royal Magic Guard's mind buzzed, almost blank. If a 3rd ring Dispel Magic could negate a 4th ring Stoneskin spell, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the opponent was incredibly lucky, or it was a more troublesome situation. The opponent used a higher ring spell slot to cast this Dispel Magic. Regardless of which it was, it meant the opponent's spellcaster level was definitely not lower than his own. The crowd had already begun to panic, and the surrounding security personnel tried to push through, but they were blocked by the terrified people and couldn't get close. Just then, the Royal Magic Guard from the following car finally rushed forward. Protect His Imperial Highness. The 2 exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They simultaneously began to channel magic, preparing to activate Mage Armor and Shield spell, using their bodies as shields to stand in front of Archduke Ferdinand. But at this moment, from another corner that neither of them had noticed, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in a state of panic suddenly frowned. He hadn't originally intended to act. Because according to the plan, one person should have been enough to eliminate the target. But these 2 troublesome Royal Magic Guard were more difficult than he had anticipated. The opportunity was fleeting, he couldn't wait any longer. The middle-aged man immediately stopped, softly uttering an obscure and difficult to understand word. At the same time, he made a grasping motion with his right hand towards the Archduke's vehicle. Centered on the convertible, everyone within a 7-meter radius suddenly found themselves unable to make any sound. At the same time, they could not hear any sounds from outside this area. The entire world seemed to have been muted. The spells that the two Royal Magic Guard were channeling were also interrupted again by this sudden change. They exchanged terrified glances, their eyes filled with incomprehensible horror. Silence, spell. This was a second ring spell, but its effect was fatally potent at this moment. It's over. This was the thought that flashed simultaneously through the minds of the two Royal Magic Guard. Immediately after, a basketball-sized fireball spell materialized out of thin air in front of the man who had initiated the attack. The fireball spell, carrying scorching heat waves and dazzling light, whistled as it slammed into the black convertible carrying Archduke Ferdinand. Boom! A deafening roar finally broke the silence of the silence spell. Blazing flames instantly engulfed the entire car, as well as several guards who were too close and hadn't had time to flee. The massive shockwave scattered the vehicle's parts and debris everywhere, and the entire street was enveloped by the terrifying explosion. All of this happened too quickly. From the Royal Magic Guard discovering the anomaly and confronting the assassin to the fireball spell explosion, the entire process took only a little over 10 seconds. The crowd on the street first fell into a moment of dead silence, then erupted in earth-shattering screams and cries. People scattered like headless chickens, and the scene completely spiraled out of control. Oskar Pojiorek, the governor of Bosnia, stood not far from the explosion site. The massive shockwave directly knocked him to the ground. He ignored the blood on his head and the buzzing in his ears, struggling to look up, disbelievingly staring at the still blazing flames and the scattered car wreckage. His Imperial Highness! His Imperial Highness! He mumbled, his eyes vacant, completely stunned. Just moments ago, he had confidently assured the Crown Prince of Sarajevo's safety. But now, the Crown Prince was in front of him, blown to smithereens by a fireball spell. Outside Dresden, training assault battalion garrison. Morin had just finished his morning training and was walking towards the mess hall within the garrison with Kleist and Manstein. Sir, I've already arranged for personnel to inspect and store all the newly arrived MG-14s. The third batch of machine gunners can begin live fire training this afternoon. Kleist reported as he walked. You and Manstein can handle the arrangements for that. Morin nodded, then reminded him. Remember, always emphasize safety. Understood, sir. Manstein nodded in response from the side. I've already had the NCOs from each company study the operating manual in advance. They will demonstrate this afternoon before the soldiers get hands-on. Morin was very confident in their arrangements and was about to say something more when the system's notification sound suddenly rang in his mind without warning. He paused, instinctively opening the system panel. On the intelligence tab, a red exclamation mark was flashing frantically. Morin's heart sank, a bad premonition washing over him. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's Crown Prince, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and his wife were attacked by a fireball spell in Sarajevo and died on the spot. Looking at this brief but explosively informative piece of intelligence, Morin stood frozen. Although he had long known that the wheels of history would inevitably roll forward, and despite having prepared himself mentally, when this moment truly arrived, he still felt a strong impact. History, after all, had not changed because of Princip's arrest. The spark that ignited the entire Europa powder keg had found a different way, but it was still lit. Moreover, this time the method was more direct, more violent. Assassinating an empire's crown prince in the street with a fireball spell? This was no longer just an extreme act by nationalists. What kind of nationalists could find a spellcaster for an assassination? Sir? What's wrong? Kleist and Manstein saw Morin suddenly stop, his expression also becoming somewhat strange, and couldn't help but ask with concern. Nothing. Morin regained his composure, slowly shook his head, his eyes becoming incredibly deep. He looked up at the blue sky of Dresden, with only one thought in his mind. What was bound to come, has come after all. The news of Archduke Ferdinand's assassination in the street could not be suppressed. Not to mention it was an attack by a spell with full special effects like a fireball spell. Everyone on the street at the time, including some reporters, witnessed the terrifying explosion firsthand. The news spread like wildfire, reaching the entire Europa continent via telegraph on the same day. Vienna, Hofburg Palace. When Emperor Franz Joseph I of the Austro-Hungarian Empire received the urgent telegram from Sarajevo from his aide-de-camp and quickly scanned it. The 84-year-old emperor's body swayed violently, almost falling backward. Your Majesty! The attendants exclaimed, scrambling to support him. The old emperor's face was ashen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long time. He had experienced too many tragedies in his life. His only son died in a suicide pact with his lover, and his wife, Empress Elizabeth, was assassinated with an awl on the shore of Lake Geneva. Now, even his designated heir had been blown up in the street. The old emperor remained silent for a long time, his eyes filled with endless fatigue and sorrow. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he and this weakening empire seemed to have no other choice. At the same time, the Austro-Hungarian Empire's General Staff headquarters. Chief of the General Staff Conrad was stunned when he heard the news. He sat blankly in his chair, saying nothing. The atmosphere in the office was suffocating. He had always viewed Archduke Ferdinand as the biggest obstacle to his military reforms and hawkish foreign policy. The two had argued and clashed on countless occasions. But now, hearing the news of the Archduke's death, Conrad felt no hint of satisfaction. He stood up, walked to the window, looked at the sky over Vienna, and let out a long sigh. The empire has lost the person it needed most. Conrad knew better than anyone that Archduke Ferdinand's very existence was a deterrent and a balance against the restless nationalist forces within the empire. Although Archduke Ferdinand opposed his war proposals, the Archduke's political vision was, on another level, maintaining this vast yet fragile empire. But now, that safeguard was gone. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was left with only one choice. Conrad turned around, the sadness on his face gone, replaced by an iron-like coldness and resolve. Saxon Empire, a royal cruise ship patrolling the Baltic Sea. Emperor Albert II was enjoying a rare holiday. When the aide-de-camp handed him the urgent telegram, the smile on his face instantly froze. He silently read the contents of the telegram, and after a long while, he cast his gaze towards the Balkan Peninsula, muttering, "War in the Balkans is inevitable." He put down the telegram and said to his aide-de-camp, "Inform the Prime Minister and the Ministry of the Army to prepare for an Imperial Council. Also, end the holiday and return to Wilhelmshaven immediately." Gallic Republic, Paris. President Poincaré was discussing the increasingly severe workers' strikes at home with several cabinet ministers when he received the news. What? Ferdinand assassinated? By a fireball spell. Poincaré snatched the telegram from his secretary's hand, read it several times, his expression a marvel to behold. "The Austrians, this time, are probably going to go mad," an official said worriedly. "They can't just let this go, it's highly likely they'll use force against the Kingdom of Serbia. If that's true, then it's our opportunity." Another hawkish official slammed his fist on the table. "As long as Vienna dares to act, the Saxons will definitely fulfill their alliance. Then, we can seize the opportunity to reclaim Alsace and Lorraine." Poincaré said nothing, he merely furrowed his brows, rapidly calculating something in his mind. Holy Britannian Empire, London. The news also reached Buckingham Palace at the fastest speed. Prime Minister Herbert Henry Asquith and Foreign Secretary Edward Grey immediately rushed to Buckingham Palace to report the matter to Victoria. Assassinated by a spellcaster? This is truly unheard of. The Eternal Queen Victoria's face also showed a hint of solemnity after hearing the report. "Yes, Your Majesty." Secretary Grey's expression was very grave. "According to the news from our embassy in Vienna, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has initially confirmed that the assassin was a spellcaster. This makes the nature of the entire incident exceptionally complex and dangerous. Closely monitor the movements in Vienna and Belgrade." The Eternal Queen pondered for a moment before issuing instructions. "I have a premonition that this summer may not be peaceful." Chapter 137, Great Britain, This is my eternal injustice. And just as the various forces on the continent of Europa were stirring due to this sudden assassination, even more fuel to the fire came from Vienna. Early the morning after the assassination, the Austro-Hungarian Empire government officially announced the preliminary investigation results of the assassination to the world through official channels. This result instantly caused an uproar in the entire Europa political arena. Based on the investigation of the assassination scene and questioning of survivors, we have reason to believe that this assassination was a premeditated and organized terrorist attack. The assassin was not alone, but an assassination team composed of multiple high-level spellcasters. When one of the assassins was exposed and the Royal Magic Guard attempted to capture him alive, he chose to perish together with this brave guard. Near the location of his suicide, we found a used fireball spell scroll. After authentication by the Imperial Royal Spellcaster Academy, this scroll. At the press conference in Vienna, the foreign minister of the Austro-Hungarian Empire deliberately paused at this point, his gaze sweeping over the journalists from all countries present. Then, with an incredibly somber and angry tone, he announced the answer that astonished everyone. "This scroll is imprinted with the insignia of the Highland Mage Corps of the Britannian Empire." After speaking, he gestured to his assistant behind him. The assistant immediately displayed a developed photograph to everyone. The photograph showed a half-burned parchment scroll. And on the intact end of the scroll, a complex insignia composed of a stone ring, thistle, mountains, and Celtic knots was clearly visible. The scene instantly fell into a dead silence, followed by an uproar like a mountain collapse and a tsunami. Highland Mage Corps. This name on the continent of Europe represented the oldest, most powerful, and most mysterious mage force. They were the most loyal guardians of the Holy Britannian Empire's royal family, and one of the cornerstones of the empire's global hegemony. Now, the Austro-Hungarian Empire actually claimed that the spell scroll used by the assassin of their crown prince came from the Highland Mage Corps. This was no longer an insinuation, it was practically pointing a finger at the Britannian people and saying, "You did it." When the news reached London, the entire high command of the Holy Britannian Empire went mad. Slander. This is naked slander. Foreign Minister Edward Grey roared furiously in Parliament. The Austro-Hungarian Empire's ambassador in London had already paid him a visit and launched a furious output. Edward Grey swore he had never suffered such an injustice in his life. When did our great and sacred empire need to use such despicable means to assassinate a country's crown prince? We must immediately lodge the most solemn protest with Vienna. Demand that they immediately retract such irresponsible statements and apologize to the empire. Exactly. The Austrians must be insane. They want to pin the blame for the war on us. The members of parliament were incensed, and the entire imperial parliament was as noisy as a marketplace. At Buckingham Palace, Queen Victoria's face was extremely grim upon hearing the news. Her aged attendant had never seen the Eternal Queen display such an expression. She immediately summoned all the empire's high-ranking officials and members of the Highland Mage Corps' Supreme Council for an emergency meeting. "Archmage Graham, I need an explanation." The Queen's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing directly at Archmage Alistair Graham, a 9-ring Archmage of the Highland Mage Corps. Why did our spell scroll appear in the hands of an assassin in Sarajevo? This sentence had a deeper meaning. Did the Highland Mage Corps conceal an assassination operation from the Empire's High Command? Your Majesty, I swear on my honor and my life that the Highland Mage Corps has absolutely no involvement in, nor did it manipulate, this assassination in any way. Archmage Graham bowed slightly, his tone incredibly firm. All our external operations require your and the Parliament's authorization, and you are aware of this. Of course, I believe in your loyalty. The Queen took a few deep breaths, and her tone softened a little after she composed herself. But the problem now is that photo released by the Austrians, you've all seen it. Is that insignia real? Archmage Graham was silent for a moment before nodding with difficulty. Yes. Your Majesty, the insignia of the Highland Mage Corps is imprinted through a special magical process and cannot be counterfeited. Therefore, it can almost certainly be confirmed that the scroll came from our Highland Mage Corps. This answer made everyone present gasp in shock. If the scroll was real, the problem was even more serious. This meant that either there was an issue within the Highland Mage Corps, and they participated in the assassination while concealing it from everyone. Or, a scroll somehow leaked out through an unknown channel and fell into the hands of the assassin. Neither situation was good news. The Mage Corps' scrolls have always been under the strictest control, and the whereabouts of each one are meticulously recorded. How could it have leaked out? A cabinet minister attending the meeting asked in confusion. Now is not the time to assign blame. Queen Victoria interrupted the discussion, and in the sudden crisis, her eyes regained their usual sharpness and calmness. The most important thing now is to immediately find out how this scroll leaked out. If someone is behind this, deliberately directing the spearhead at our empire, we must expose him as quickly as possible. Gray. Immediately organize people to issue a statement to the outside world, declaring this to be a shameless slander against the Empire and the Highland Mage Corps. At the same time, contact the Austro-Hungarian Empire through unofficial channels urgently. Yes, Your Majesty. After the meeting, Queen Victoria privately kept the 6 Archmages of the Highland Mage Corps. Now, tell me, what exactly is going on? Inside the spacious council hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The 6 Archmages stood before Queen Victoria with their heads bowed, no one speaking first. I ask again, is the Highland Mage Corps involved in this matter? The voice of the Eternal Queen was not loud, but the majesty it contained seemed to lower the temperature of the entire room by several degrees. Your Majesty, we once again assure you with the oath of mages that the Highland Mage Corps absolutely did not manipulate this matter. Chief Archmage Graham reiterated. Good. Victoria nodded, I believe you, but now, that is no longer important. The Queen leaned back on her throne, one hand on her forehead, and then let out a long sigh. What's important is that our scroll appeared where it shouldn't have, killing someone who shouldn't have been killed. Now, all of Europa is watching us. I estimate Vienna is already on the verge of losing control. The Saxons are also stirring. If we cannot provide a reasonable explanation and clear ourselves of suspicion soon, a war that could engulf all of Europa will break out because of us. The Queen turned around, her gaze burning as she looked at the 6. Gentlemen, I don't care what method you use. But I must know how that scroll leaked out. Is there an internal mole? Who did it? What was the motive? I need to know all of this. Yes, Your Majesty. The 6 Archmages knew very well that Her Majesty the Queen was truly enraged this time. If this matter was not handled well, not to mention what kind of vortex the Empire would be drawn into next, the 6 of them would also become the eternal sinners of the Mage Corps. Leaving Buckingham Palace, the 6 Archmages immediately returned to the Mage Tower. They immediately summoned all mages responsible for scroll management and archive recording and launched the strictest internal investigation. In the Mage Tower's archive room, every mage was on edge, carefully cross-referencing the receive records and usage reports for each scroll. The Highland Mage Corps had detailed records for the creation, storage, and issuance of every spell scroll. So, results came quickly. Found it. I found it. A young mage exclaimed, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. Archmage Graham quickly walked to the young mage and snatched the dossier from his hand. Serial number AX734 Fireball Spell Scroll. Archmage Graham muttered, his finger quickly sliding down the dossier to the recipient column. When his gaze fell on the signature at the end of the dossier, his pupils suddenly contracted. How could it be him? Who is it? Another Archmage from the council also leaned over, and when he saw the signature, he, who was usually calm, also let out an incredulous gasp. Eldridge? High-ranked tutor Eldridge. Didn't he die in Seville? His life's flame has been extinguished, that can't be faked. Archmage Graham did not speak, he silently looked at the receive record in the dossier. It clearly stated that before accepting orders to go to the Kingdom of Aragon to fight, this high-ranked tutor had obtained a batch of scrolls through normal procedures for himself and other accompanying mages to use. This fireball spell scroll was one of the scrolls he had obtained. What exactly is going on? Graham knew very well that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with Eldridge. The latter was a Highland mage he had personally mentored, and after becoming a high-ranked tutor, he had a bright future. Moreover, going to fight in the Kingdom of Aragon was a recommendation Graham had made for Eldridge, it was not the high-ranked tutor's own will. But now, the spell scroll Eldridge had obtained appeared in Sarajevo? Thinking of this, Graham suddenly realized a question. Was this fireball spell scroll truly activated in Sarajevo? Chapter 138, Who is the murderer? It no longer matters. Archmage Graham strictly ordered everyone present not to leak a single word of their recent discovery. With a grim face, he quickly left the noisy archive room and returned alone to the hall on the top floor of the Mage Tower, a place accessible only to members of the highest council. In the hall, the other 5 archmages sat upright, the atmosphere so oppressive it was suffocating. Seeing Graham return alone, with no relief on his face, they already had a good guess as to what had happened. "We found it," Graham said, his voice dry, as he sat down in his seat. He gently placed the copy of the dossier retrieved from the archives in the center of the round table. The scroll's serial number is AX734. It is indeed a fireball spell scroll produced by our Highland Mage Corps. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The recipient was high-ranked tutor, Eldridge. Hearing his words, the other 5 archmages fell into a long silence. The hall was eerily quiet, with only a giant, ancient pendulum emitting a monotonous tick-tock sound, each beat striking everyone's heart. So, the situation was now clear. A spell scroll from the Highland Mage Corps was legitimately claimed by high-ranked tutor Eldridge. Its last known appearance, as far as they knew, should have been in Seville, in the Kingdom of Aragon. But now, fragments of this scroll had appeared in Sarajevo and were involved in the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. The connection was chilling. "I'm going to make a final confirmation," Graham said, breaking the oppressive silence, his voice sounding somewhat hoarse. "Let's see if we can get any useful information from the surviving mage." The other 5 had no objections, merely nodding silently. At this point, not a single clue could be overlooked. After leaving the council hall, Graham quickly arrived at the room where the surviving mage was being accommodated. The room was filled with a faint, calming incense scent. After being soothed by a spellcaster from the School of Enchantment, the surviving Highland mage's emotions had stabilized. He sat by the bed, staring blankly out the window, as if the terrible experience had drained all his vitality. But even after his emotions had stabilized, this surviving Highland mage still chose to relearn the School of Abjuration. Even if the price was that he needed to consume a special potion, lose all his power, and start from scratch. For a former spellcaster, this was nothing short of a rebirth, requiring immense courage. Graham first gently comforted the other party, asking about his recent condition. After receiving an affirmative answer, the Archmage slowly got to the point. "My child, I have a few questions for you today regarding high-ranked tutor Eldridge." Upon hearing that name, the surviving Highland mage's body visibly trembled, and he became nervous again. But he was much better than when they first met, at least he didn't break down on the spot. He told Graham that the hellish experience made him afraid to recall it, even if it concerned Instructor Eldridge. He could only answer to the best of his ability. Graham told him to relax, his voice becoming even softer. He stated that the questions for today would not make him too nervous. Then he asked if he knew how Eldridge used the spell scrolls he claimed. "Especially the fireball spell scrolls," Graham added. The surviving Highland mage tried hard to recall, and after a long time, he spoke with some uncertainty. "Instructor Eldridge himself has a fireball spell ring. So, the spell scrolls he claimed from the Mage Corps, except for a few high-level spells used as trump cards, were all distributed among us." This news invigorated Graham. There were 5 fireball spell scrolls in total. 3 mage apprentices, and I and another official mage, each received one. What happened to those scrolls later? Graham pressed. "They were all used up in battle." The surviving mage's voice trembled slightly, as if the scenes of battle were flashing through his mind again. "At least my own was used up. The situation was too chaotic at the time, I had no choice but to use it." Graham nodded and continued to ask, "How did you dispose of the used spell scrolls?" "Under normal circumstances, we would recover them according to the Mage Corps' combat regulations." The surviving mage answered quickly, "This was part of their regular training. All the spell scrolls I used were recovered and are in my scroll pouch. As for whether other people's spell scrolls were recovered, I don't know." A pained expression appeared on his face. After all, the battle was too chaotic at the time. The kingdom's army, the national army, the international brigade, the Saxons. Everyone was fighting in the city streets, and we got scattered. Graham pondered the mage's words, then asked. "Besides what you just said, were there any other forces present in Seville at that time?" The latter thought for a moment, then shook his head. Most of the civilians had fled. No one would want to stay in that hell. Perhaps some people were taken in by churches, but no one can say for sure. And after that, Archduke Eldridge directly attacked the enemy observation post in the church bell tower. In such a situation, those clergy might have already fled. Graham continued to ask a few more questions, and the Highland mage answered truthfully. After the interrogation, Graham did not linger. After comforting the survivor again, he returned to the council hall and shared the newly acquired information with the other 5 archmages. After listening to his narration, the hall fell silent once more. But this time, the silence brewed with an uncontrollable rage. This was not an accident. It was a conspiracy. Someone was deliberately slandering the Holy Britannian Empire. This was the thought that simultaneously appeared in the minds of all the archmages. It could now be largely confirmed that someone had obtained a spell scroll used by Eldridge's squad on the battlefield of Seville. Then, during the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, they deliberately left behind a fragment of this scroll, creating this shocking frame-up. "Lord, have the people sent to Saxon to gather intelligence obtained any news?" Graham looked up at the chief archmage on the main seat. The chief archmage opened his eyes and spoke slowly. "MI6 had previously exchanged information with us. They did find a Saxon soldier who performed exceptionally well in the Battle of Seville and a series of subsequent battles in the Kingdom of Aragon. But besides some basic information, we only know his name is Friedrich Mullen, and we have never been able to approach him personally. Graham frowned. Why? The chief archmage hesitated for a moment before explaining, this person has spent a long time at the Saxon War College and a garrison in Dresden. Security in both these places is extremely tight, and our people couldn't find any suitable opportunity for contact. At this point, the chief archmage also sighed. And now that such a major incident has occurred in Sarajevo, all fingers are pointing at us. At this critical juncture, it's even less convenient for us to make any big moves within Saxon. Graham understood that the chief archmage was speaking the truth. At this critical juncture, any drastic action could be interpreted by the outside world as a guilty conscience, which would only confirm the Austro-Hungarian Empire's accusations. All they could do now was wait, and report to Her Majesty the Eternal Queen. Subsequently, Graham, on behalf of the Council, reported all the investigated circumstances to Victoria privately. In the study of Buckingham Palace, after listening to Graham's detailed narration, the Eternal Queen's face did not show the expected anger, instead, she fell into contemplation. She leaned back in her chair, her fingers gently tapping the armrest, the only sound in the room being the crackling of firewood in the fireplace. After a long time, she finally looked up at Graham. So, the Council's conclusion is that all of this was done by the Saxons. Graham nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. All the details align. The Saxon army participated in the Battle of Seville, and they are the most likely force to have obtained this used spell scroll and handed it over to the assassin. Queen Victoria did not speak immediately. Her slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the smooth wooden tabletop. She couldn't understand why the Saxons, her grandson, would do such a thing. She stood up, walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, looked out at the garden, and analyzed to Graham. Your inference is indeed logically sound. The Saxons obtained the scroll from Seville, then hired someone to assassinate Archduke Ferdinand, and then shifted the blame onto us. They are capable of all these steps. The loss of Archduke Ferdinand would indeed make the Austro-Hungarian Empire more dependent on them in a crisis, thereby solidifying their alliance. This aligns with their interests. The Eternal Queen turned around, her gaze falling back on Graham, but the confusion in her eyes deepened. But the question is, why would they go to such lengths to involve us, Britannia? Why must this dirty water be thrown on us? Your Majesty, this. Graham was momentarily speechless. As a Highland mage, he had indeed not considered this question. In his view, it was only natural for the Saxons, as the Empire's archenemy, to do so. Graham, you must understand. The Eternal Queen's tone became serious, as if she were Graham's elder. The Saxon Empire's biggest enemy right now is the Gallic Republic to the west. This is abundantly clear from their consistent efforts to avoid direct war with us during the conflicts in the Kingdom of Aragon. For them, if a war truly breaks out in the Balkans, what they most hope to see is for our Holy Britannian Empire to remain neutral, as it has in the past. That way, they can concentrate all their forces to deal with the Gauls, with whom they have a blood feud. But now, they are using such clumsy methods, impatiently trying to drag us into the fray, forcing us to stand against them. This completely contradicts their national strategy, it's even self-contradictory. The Eternal Queen's analysis was like a bucket of cold water, instantly waking Graham up. He suddenly realized that he and the other archmages of the council had fallen into a logical fallacy. They only saw that the Saxons had the ability to commit the act but ignored that they had no motive to do so. If this matter was truly done by the Saxons, then they would be actively creating two powerful enemies for themselves, the Gallic Republic to the west, and the more distant Holy Britannian Empire. Unless Saxon Emperor Albert II and his group of Junker nobles had all gone mad, they would absolutely not do such a self-defeating foolish thing. Your Majesty, do you mean? A thin layer of cold sweat seeped from Graham's forehead. It's meaningless to talk about these things now. Queen Victoria waved her hand, cutting him off. Now was not the time to pursue logic, but to deal with the crisis. Soon, Prime Minister Asquith and Foreign Secretary Grey entered the study with hurried steps. Your Majesty. Queen Victoria did not waste words, directly and concisely recounting the investigation results that Archmage Graham had just reported. When they heard that the Fireball spell scroll was supposed to have already been used on the battlefield of Seville, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary both showed the exact same shocked expression as Graham had earlier. Sir Grey. The Eternal Queen's gaze turned to the Foreign Secretary. No matter what method you use, immediately make these investigation results public. Let all of Europa know that our Holy Britannian Empire has been shamelessly slandered and framed. Yes, Your Majesty. Edward Grey straightened his chest and responded loudly. The baseless accusations he had endured these past few days finally had a chance to be repaid twofold. We must tell everyone that the spell scroll indeed originated from our Highland Mage Corps. However, it was already consumed months ago in a just war where we assisted the legitimate government of the Kingdom of Aragon in reclaiming lost territory. Therefore, any accusations regarding Britannia's involvement in the assassination are seriously mistaken and a shameless frame-up. Yes, Your Majesty. Minister Grey immediately accepted the order. Soon, the official communique of the Holy Britannian Empire was made public at the fastest speed through major newspapers, radio stations, and foreign embassies. This communique was nothing short of another bombshell dropped into the already boiling political arena of Europa. For a time, various speculations and conspiracy theories ran rampant. Some believed the Britannians' account, thinking they were framed. But more people, especially countries in the alliance bloc, believed this was a Britannian invasion after being exposed. In a subsequent public appearance, facing a barrage of reporters, Foreign Secretary Edward Grey left only one thought-provoking remark. "We do not care who wants to start a war, and our Holy Britannian Empire has never feared war. We only want to know, who exactly wants to divert the trouble to others." Chapter 139, You Cannot Learn Silence, Spell. Morin saw the news in the Dresden newspaper. He had, for once, returned to Falkenstein Manor and was enjoying a rare moment of peace, lying on the sofa in his study. The front page headline, in shockingly large letters, carried the Holy Britannian Empire's latest official statement. When he read the line, "The spell scroll is confirmed to be from the Highland Mage Corps, but it was already used in the Seville campaign," he was stunned. Seville? That place name immediately brought back memories of the brutal street fighting, almost causing him to drop the newspaper he was holding. So, after all that, the dirty water being splashed on Britannia originated with himself? His initial reaction was almost identical to that of the Archmages of Britannia's Highland Mage Corps. Could it be that someone on Saxon's side quietly picked up the used scroll on the battlefield of Seville, and then orchestrated this earth-shattering assassination? As soon as this thought emerged, Morin felt a chill run down his spine. If that were true, wouldn't he have unknowingly become a pawn in this grand conspiracy? But this thought lingered in his mind only for a moment before he himself dismissed it. Because it didn't make sense. The Saxon Empire had no reason to drag the powerful Britannians into this at such a time. Morin leaned back against the soft sofa, looking up at the ornate crystal chandelier on the ceiling, lost in thought. Could it be that Saxon Emperor Albert II had truly lost his mind and was preparing to go to war simultaneously with two top powers, Gaul and Britannia? But Morin believed that the high-ranking officials of the Saxon Empire were not hot-headed warmongers. Judging from Crown Prince George's attitude towards the training assault battalion and his clear understanding of future warfare, he was definitely a monarch with long-term strategic vision. At least for now, the Crown Prince seemed normal and possessed a certain long-term strategic vision. Unless the Crown Prince wasn't his biological son? Morin vigorously shook his head, shaking off this extremely abstract thought that had inexplicably popped into his mind. He forced himself to continue thinking about the current predicament. If it wasn't the Saxons, then who could it be? The intriguing words spoken by Britannia's Foreign Minister Edward Grey in public, as reported in the newspaper, once again surfaced in his mind. Who exactly wants to divert the trouble eastward? Yes, who exactly went to such great lengths, set up such a grand scheme? Who insisted on dragging the Britannians into this quagmire of war? Morin knew very well that Archduke Ferdinand's death had completely unleashed the powder keg that was the Balkan Peninsula. It was only a matter of time before the Austro-Hungarian Empire declared war on Serbia. And once Austro-Hungary made a move, the Saxon Empire, as an ally, would inevitably be drawn into it. Subsequently, the Gallic Republic would not remain indifferent either. The Britannians would also not stand idly by and watch the Saxons grow too powerful in Europa, they would most likely choose to intervene. A war sweeping across the entire continent of Europa was already inevitable, with the arrow on the string. But he still wanted to understand who was behind this assassination. He didn't want to be pushed onto that meat-grinder battlefield, more terrifying than hell, so cluelessly. Most importantly, who would benefit most from igniting this world war involving all the great powers? Names of various countries kept appearing in Morin's mind. The Austro-Hungarian Empire? They were the victims. Although the Hawks wanted war, there was no need to assassinate their own crown prince. The Kingdom of Serbia? They had a motive, but not the strength to organize an assassination involving spellcasters. The Gallic Republic? They wanted to reclaim lost territories, but directly provoking a world war was too risky. The Britannians? They had even less reason to do so, maintaining the status quo was most beneficial to them. Names of countries flashed by, only to be one by one ruled out. Until the name Russia suddenly appeared in his mind. Morin frowned. According to what he had learned earlier from Andrei of the International Brigade, the Russian Empire was currently in the midst of a large-scale civil war. The remnants of the old empire, led by former Imperial Navy Admiral Kolchak, occupied large swaths of Siberia. Other smaller factions were finding it increasingly difficult to survive under the former's expansion. Crucially, the Holy Britannian Empire had publicly declared its support for Kolchak's White Army government and provided substantial military and economic aid. Then he realized that the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The force composed of left-wing volunteers from all over the world included a large number of Eastern Europeans and Russians. They were willing to participate in the civil war of the Kingdom of Aragon as a support army, with the aim of preventing imperialist powers from interfering in the Russian Civil War. Especially when the Britannians had already clearly stated their support for their enemy, Kolchak. For them, once a full-scale war broke out on the continent of Europa, all imperialist powers would be drawn into it, preoccupied with their own affairs. At that time, who would have the energy and time to care about some Kolchak far away in Siberia? This was simply a perfect besiege way to rescue Zhao's strategy. Moreover, and most importantly, the International Brigade had indeed participated in the street fighting in Seville. They had every opportunity to obtain the fireball spell scroll fragment unnoticed amidst the chaos of the battlefield. All the clues, at this moment, perfectly connected. Morin felt the hairs on his body stand on end. He felt as if he was about to grasp the answer hidden behind the mist. Using a dead archduke and a burned scroll, they had successfully leveraged the entire war machine of Europa. Just as Morin was immersed in the shock of nearing the truth, the study door was gently pushed open. Sister Cecilia walked in, carrying a steaming cup of black tea. Seeing Morin's distraught appearance, she couldn't help but plop down beside him and gently flicked his forehead with her slender finger. Fritz, what are you thinking about? Your face is pale, you're so engrossed. Morin was startled back to reality by the flick. He then realized that he had been so immersed in thought that he hadn't even noticed when Sister Cecilia had entered. He smiled and shook the newspaper in his hand. Nothing, Sister Cecilia, just thinking about the assassination in Sarajevo. I always feel there's more to it than meets the eye. Oh. Sister Cecilia handed him the black tea, a hint of interest appearing on her face. I was just about to come and talk to you about this. You came for this too. Morin took the warm black tea, looking at Sister Cecilia with some surprise. Of course. Didn't you ask me before to use United Industries network in the Balkan Peninsula to help you gather some intelligence from there? Originally, I thought it was just some routine business information, nothing major. I didn't expect that after Archduke Ferdinand's assassination, my people actually got some very interesting new information. New information? Morin's spirits instantly lifted. What is it? According to my people, from some old friends within the Austro-Hungarian Empire government who still have some influence. Sister Cecilia's voice lowered a few octaves, carrying a hint of mystery. Among all the surviving guards in this assassination, including some civilians who were relatively close to the explosion site, all mentioned a very strange detail when questioned afterwards. In the few seconds before the explosion, all of them felt as if their ears had gone deaf, they instantly couldn't hear anything. Moreover, during that time, they also found that they couldn't speak at all, as if someone had choked their throats, unable to utter a single word. As Sister Cecilia spoke this information, Morin's golden fingers intelligence tab in his mind also popped up with new messages. The assassin used silence, spell, for crowd control and suppression during the assassination. Silence, spell second level illusion school spell. You designate a point within casting range. A 20-foot radius sphere centered on that point will be unable to produce any sound for the duration of the spell, and external sounds cannot enter the area. Any creature entirely within this area will be deafened, and spells requiring a verbal component cannot be cast within this area. After quickly scanning this information, Morin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was simply an excellent divine skill for stealth, assassination, and crowd control. The preparations of these assassins were indeed too thorough. Morin silently recited the name of the spell in his mind, and a strong desire surged within him. This spell, capable of creating an absolutely silent area at critical moments, held immeasurable value, whether for infiltration assaults on the battlefield or for executing certain special missions. Fritz? Fritz? Sister Cecilia saw Morin spacing out again and couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. Oh, sister, I'm fine. Morin snapped back, concealing his inner shock. He was now increasingly certain that behind this assassination, there was definitely a well-organized and powerful force at play. This had already far exceeded the capabilities of ordinary nationalist organizations. It seems the situation is even more complex than we imagined. Sister Cecilia looked at Morin's solemn expression and sighed softly. Vienna is already going crazy. I estimate they will soon issue an ultimatum to Serbia. War, I'm afraid, is truly coming. Yes, what's coming will always come. Morin nodded, his eyes becoming incredibly deep. The two chatted for a while longer about the current situation, but both felt the path ahead was shrouded in mist, with neither able to see where the future would lead. All right, let's not talk about these bothersome things anymore. Sister Cecilia stood up, stretched, and gave a slightly tired smile. I've been so busy these past few days and haven't slept well. I need to go back to my room and catch up on some sleep. You should also rest well, it's a rare holiday. With that, she turned and left the study. In the empty study, Morin was once again alone. Morin, however, eagerly opened the spells page on his system panel. He wanted to see if he could learn this second-level spell, which could be called a tactical crowd control divine skill. However, as he eagerly flipped through the spell list, his expression slowly froze. It wasn't there. He checked carefully several times, examining all the spell lists he currently had access to, but he did not find the silence spell among them. How could this be? Am I not worthy of learning silence spell? Morin's heart was filled with doubt and confusion. Meanwhile, in London, at the Highland Mage Tower. Silence spell. The chief archmage of the Highland Mage Corps Council also frowned tightly upon hearing this news from Graham. According to the latest intelligence from MI6 personnel, relayed from Sarajevo and Vienna back to London, on the day of the assassination, many survivors indeed described scenes identical to being suppressed by silence spell. Yes, Lord Chairman. Graham's expression was very solemn. Multiple intelligence reports from MI6 have cross-verified this point. The assassins used silence spell during the operation to interfere with the scene and suppress the Archduke's 2 royal magic guards. That makes sense then. Another archmage spoke. Although the 2 Austro-Hungarian royal magic guards weren't exceptionally powerful, they were experienced guards. If they hadn't been interrupted by silence spell, they would have at least had a chance to activate shield spell or other defensive spells, buying the Archduke a glimmer of hope. These are not the key issues. The chief archmage, referred to as Lord Chairman, suddenly spoke. The key is that silence spell is not a spell that we spellcasters can learn. As soon as this sentence was uttered, all the archmages present fell silent. They, of course, knew how special and rare silence spell was. In this world, the only people capable of using silence spell, besides the ancient rangers and bards who had long disappeared into the annals of history, were one kind of person. Priests. Those holy practitioners who served the gods and gained power from deities. The 6 archmages fell into a long silence, but in their glances at each other, the same absurd and terrifying conjecture was revealed. Could it be, that the Vatican orchestrated all of this? But why would they do such a thing? What benefit would assassinating the crown prince of a Catholic nation bring them? The entire council hall was once again enveloped in an eerie silence. The Vatican. The chief archmage murmured the name, his expression reaching the extreme. He had witnessed countless storms and conspiracies, but everything that happened today still far exceeded his imagination. That's impossible. A hot-tempered archmage of the evocation school pounded the armrest and then continued. Why would the Holy See do such a thing? Archduke Ferdinand was a devout Catholic, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire is one of the Holy See's staunchest allies on the continent of Europa. What reason do they have to assassinate the crown prince of their own ally? Yes, it makes no logical sense at all. Another archmage echoed. Moreover, by doing this, they are pushing the entire Catholic world into the abyss of war. What benefit does that have for them to spread their faith? But the fact is, silence, spell, appeared. Graham's voice, at this point, had become calm instead. Besides priests, I can't think of anyone else who could cast such a divine spell. Could it be that those bards who disappeared centuries ago suddenly crawled out of their graves and, filled with ideals, ran to Sarajevo to commit an assassination? Chapter 140, Before the Avalanche. Graham's slightly sarcastic rhetorical question left everyone speechless. The facts were laid bare before them. No matter how incomprehensible the motive, the appearance of silence, spell, pointed the finger of suspicion in a direction no one had anticipated. Finally, the chief archmage slowly spoke, bringing an end to the discussion. No matter who did it, it's meaningless to pursue it now. Vienna's fury has reached its peak, and the clouds of war are engulfing all of Europa. What we need to do now is not to solve this mystery, but to remind Her Majesty the Queen to prepare for the coming storm. His words silenced all the archmages present. Yes, when the avalanche named World War was about to engulf all the countries of the Europa continent, it was meaningless to dwell on which snowflake started it. And in the days that followed, every snowflake in Europa began its own journey across the world. June 29th, the day after Archduke Ferdinand's assassination. Before the Austro-Hungarian Empire officially released its blame-shifting statement, an emergency imperial conference was held in the Hofburg Palace. In the conference room, everyone's faces were grim, and no one spoke. Only Conrad, the chief of the general staff of the army, paced back and forth in the room, the sound of his boots clicking on the marble floor striking everyone's nerves. This time, no one could restrain the imperial hawks led by him. Archduke Ferdinand's death had removed the last pillar of the doves. And even those politicians who usually advocated for peace could not find any reason to resolve the issue through diplomatic channels at this moment. The crown prince of the empire, in broad daylight, on the empire's own territory, was blown to smithereens by a fireball spell. If the empire could not respond with the strongest resolve, then the outside world would only believe that this ancient and vast empire had become a lamb to be slaughtered. War. Conrad finally stopped, slamming his palm on the conference table with a loud bang. Our only choice is war. His voice echoed in the empty conference room, carrying an unchallengeable determination. Over the next 2 hours, Conrad alone dictated the direction of the entire meeting. According to post-meeting statistics, in this emergency conference that would decide the empire's fate, Conrad said war a total of 127 times. By the end, all attendees had reached a consensus. Declare war on the Kingdom of Serbia. An irrefutable military victory was needed to cleanse the empire of its humiliation and completely resolve this persistent threat in the Balkan Peninsula. Afternoon of June 30th, Schönbrunn Palace. Austro-Hungarian Foreign Minister Leopold von Berchtold presented the final results of the meeting to Emperor Franz Joseph I. The old emperor listened quietly to Berchtold's report, his wrinkled face showing no expression. He knew very well that this war was inevitable. But having sat on the powder keg of the Balkan Peninsula for so many years, he understood one truth better than anyone else present in the Europa continent: there had never been an isolated war. We can go to war. The old emperor finally spoke. However, we must first secure the commitment of our allies. Berchtold, you must personally go to Dresden. I need the assurance of Albert II, Emperor of the Saxon Empire. I need to know that when our army steps onto Serbian soil, a loyal and powerful ally stands behind us. July 5th, Dresden, Pillnitz Palace, Wita Palace. A black sedan, guided by the royal guard, slowly drove into the magnificent palace. The car door opened, and Austro-Hungarian Foreign Minister Leopold von Berchtold stepped out, adjusted his collar, and looked up at the center of power of the Saxon Empire. In Emperor Albert II's study, Berchtold personally handed the letter from Vienna to the Saxon Emperor. The envelope was unadorned, sealed only with simple wax, bearing the Habsburg family crest. Albert II opened the letter and read it quickly. The letter was written by Franz Joseph I himself, filled with the old emperor's grief and anger, but its core message was only one. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was about to take military action against the Kingdom of Serbia, and would the Saxon Empire be willing to uphold the Saxon-Austrian alliance treaty and maintain complete political and military alignment with the Austro-Hungarian Empire? After reading the letter, Albert II was silent for a moment. He gently placed the letter on the table and then said to Berchtold, "I will give His esteemed Majesty Franz Joseph I a clear answer this afternoon." Berchtold bowed slightly and exited the study. He knew he had done all he could. Now, it was up to the Saxons' choice. Soon, Imperial Chancellor Hallweg, Chief of Staff Moltke the Younger, and other high-ranking imperial officials were urgently summoned to Pilnitz Palace, Wuya Palace. During the subsequent highest-level imperial ministerial meeting, Albert II circulated the Austrian emperor's handwritten letter to everyone. When the letter reached Chief of Staff Moltke the Younger, the supreme commander of the imperial army showed almost no hesitation. Your Majesty, we must support the Austro-Hungarian Empire. His tone was decisive. The Russian Empire has fallen, and Serbia has lost their biggest backer. Even if the Gauls or the Britannians want to intervene, their support will be extremely limited. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is fully capable of resolving the Serbian issue completely through a quick, decisive, localized war. We can even help the Austro-Hungarian Empire turn the annexation of Serbia into a fait accompli before the Gauls and the Britannians can make a substantive reaction. Moltke the Younger's words were met with approval by most of the military generals present. In their view, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once the Austro-Hungarian Empire resolves the troubles in the Balkan Peninsula, we can completely consolidate our eastern front. Minister of the Army Falkenhayn added. At that time, even if the Gauls want to engage in military adventurism, we can focus all our energy on the western front, and even seize the opportunity to resolve them once and for all. The atmosphere in the conference room gradually grew heated, with the voices advocating for war gaining absolute dominance. The last to speak was Imperial Chancellor Hallweg. The Chancellor, known for his steady demeanor, had a serious expression. I also agree to support the Austro-Hungarian Empire's war against Serbia. He spoke slowly, first affirming the military's proposal. However, he changed his tone. We must emphasize one point to Vienna, it must be a quick victory. The scale of this war must be strictly controlled within the scope of the Balkan Peninsula. We cannot allow this local conflict to escalate into a large-scale war sweeping across all of Europa. This would not benefit the Empire. Albert II nodded, he agreed with the Chancellor's view. A controllable local war could both help an ally solve problems and deter potential enemies, which aligned with the interests of the Saxon Empire. That afternoon, Albert II met with Berchtold again. Your Excellency, please convey to His Majesty Franz Joseph I. The Emperor's face held a confident smile. The Saxon Empire, as the most loyal and reliable ally of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, will fully support any necessary actions it takes against the Kingdom of Serbia. No matter what happens, even if it leads to Gallic intervention, Dresden's position will always be consistent with Vienna. But the prerequisite is that your actions must be swift. This resounding assurance completely eased Berchtold's worries. He knew he had secured what the Empire needed most. This blank check from the Saxon Empire would become the final cornerstone for the Austro-Hungarian Empire to launch the war. As Berchtold left Dresden satisfied and returned to Vienna to report, a highly peculiar scene unfolded on the diplomatic stage of the entire Europa continent. The Holy Britannian Empire, which had always longed for the Europa continent to descend into chaos, uncharacteristically and very rarely called for peace in various international forums. They hoped that Vienna and Belgrade could exercise restraint, resolve disputes through negotiation, and prevent the situation from escalating further. This sudden stance of pacifism puzzled politicians in many countries. Only a few, however, sensed something unusual in the Britannians' abnormal behavior. July 10, Paris, Élysée Palace. As night fell, an unmarked carriage quietly stopped at the palace's side entrance. The Holy Britannian Empire's foreign minister, Sir Edward Grey, discreetly guided by a Gallic official, quickly entered this center of power of the Gallic Republic. His purpose for this trip was singular: to hold a top-secret meeting with Gallic Republic President Raymond Poincaré. In the president's study, there were no attendants, no secretaries, only Poincaré awaited him. Sir Grey, it's a pleasure to see you in Paris. Poincaré rose, shook hands with him, and then led him to the reception room. Although there are always minor frictions between our two countries, I believe our stance should be consistent when facing that threat from the east. The threat from the east Poincaré referred to was, naturally, the increasingly powerful Saxon Empire. Edward Grey nodded and said, Mr. President, I think we both understand the consequences of allowing the Austro-Hungarian Empire to annex Serbia. A Saxon Empire with no worries on its eastern flank will become the most powerful land power on the entire Europa continent. At that time, both your Alsace-Lorraine and our planned transition to the crystal industry will become pipe dreams. Poincaré nodded. He had to admit that Grey's words resonated deeply with him. Gaul and Britannia, these old rivals with a century of friendship, shared an astonishingly consistent common interest in curbing the Saxon Empire. So, Vienna's accusation that you orchestrated the assassination is completely baseless. Poincaré changed the subject, asking the question that concerned him most. I swear on my personal honor, and on the national credibility of the Holy Britannian Empire. Grey's expression became incredibly serious. This time, we absolutely did not participate in any form. Then it must be a Saxon conspiracy. Poincaré blurted out almost instinctively. I agree. Grey immediately assented. Chapter 141, The Ultimatum. Although neither of them had any evidence, at such a moment, the truth was not important, what mattered was that they needed a common enemy. And the Saxon Empire was undoubtedly the best choice. The two exchanged glances, both seeing an unspoken understanding on the other's face. However, Mr. President, Grey placed his wine glass on the table and leaned slightly forward. Relying solely on the strength of our two nations may not be enough to ensure our victory in the coming storm. We need to add another weight to the scales. Wait. Poincaré frowned. Grey, Mr. President, do you still remember the sacred alliance agreement signed between your country and the former Great Russian Empire? Poincaré, of course, remembered. The content of this alliance agreement, in summary, was, when either Gaul or Great Russia was attacked by the Saxon Empire, the other party must immediately launch an attack on the Saxon Empire. But he immediately spread his hands. Sir Grey, you're not joking, are you? The Romanov family has been hanged on the Kremlin building. Russia is now in chaos, and that agreement is no different from a piece of waste paper. No, it's not waste paper. Grey shook his head. Didn't former Imperial Navy Admiral Kolchak and his group of royalist nobles establish a so-called all-Russian supreme autocratic principality in St. Petersburg? They have always regarded themselves as the legitimate successors of the great Russian Empire and are eager to gain international recognition. Poincaré's breath hitched slightly. He instantly understood Grey's meaning. You mean? Yes. Grey affirmed his thought, then continued. If this time, Kolchak is willing to inherit the Romanov family's promise and continue to fulfill that alliance treaty, then, the Holy Britannian Empire and the Gallic Republic might issue a joint statement, publicly recognizing the legitimate international status of the all-Russian supreme autocratic principality. This proposal instantly illuminated Poincaré's thoughts. If Russia could be drawn into their camp, the Saxon Empire would face the dilemma of fighting on two fronts, east and west, which would undoubtedly greatly increase the Entente's chances of victory. This is indeed an enticing proposal. Poincaré did not immediately respond. He needed time to digest this information and discuss it with the cabinet. But I need to confirm one thing, does Kolchak have this capability? He will. Grey's answer was full of confidence. As long as we are willing. July 20th, St. Petersburg. This once glorious capital of the Russian Empire was now shrouded in desolation and decay. The scars of civil war, like unhealed wounds on the city, were visible everywhere. However, today, a rare splash of color appeared in the deserted square in front of the Winter Palace. A brand new tricolor eagle flag, representing the all-Russian supreme autocratic principality, fluttered in the cold wind. Former Imperial Navy Admiral, now Supreme Governor Alexander Vasilyevich Kolchak. He almost gave everything to host a welcome ceremony as grand as possible for the President of the Gallic Republic, Poincaré, who had traveled a long distance. For this Supreme Governor struggling in St. Petersburg, Poincaré's visit was nothing short of a shot in the arm. This meant that his regime had finally received recognition from a top European power. In a reception room in the Winter Palace, Kolchak expressed his gratitude to Poincaré. Mr. President, your arrival has brought a glimmer of hope to all of Russia. Poincaré merely smiled and nodded, then straightforwardly stated his purpose. General Kolchak, if you wish to be recognized as the legitimate successor of the great Russian Empire by the entire civilized world, it is actually very simple. You only need to continue to fulfill the promises the empire once made. Promises? Kolchak was taken aback. Yes, continue to fulfill the Sacred Alliance Treaty, join in the support for the Kingdom of Serbia, and, at the necessary moment, exert decisive pressure on the Saxons and Austrians from the Eastern Front. Upon hearing this, Kolchak's smile instantly froze. He spread his hands with a troubled expression. Mr. President, I'm afraid I cannot help with this. As you can see, Russia's current situation. We haven't even cleared out the internal rebels, the country's industry is almost paralyzed, and the army is short of food and clothing. We simply have no spare capacity to help the Serbians far away in the Balkans. Kolchak was telling the truth. Although his troops were said to number 1 million, most of them were temporarily conscripted farmers with questionable combat effectiveness. Up to now, he had not been able to eliminate the rebels, nor had he managed to open up a land connection with Denikin, let alone launch an offensive against the powerful enemy to the west. However, Poincaré merely smiled mysteriously. Your Excellency, the Supreme Governor, you will soon change your mind. The next day, July 21st. Edward Grey, Foreign Secretary of the Holy Britannian Empire, also arrived in St. Petersburg. His arrival brought Kolchak gifts more practical and irresistible than international recognition. General, as long as you are willing to continue fulfilling the alliance treaty with the Gallic Republic. In his private meeting with Kolchak, Grey directly laid out his bargaining chips. The Holy Britannian Empire will provide your country with a large interest-free loan, in addition to the existing aid. Kolchak's breathing instantly quickened. With this money, he could equip his army with brand new Britannian equipment, buy food and supplies from Gaul, and even bribe the local warlords who were still watching. But Grey's gifts were far from over. In addition, the Imperial Royal Navy will dispatch a fleet to assist in blockading all ports controlled by the rebels. At the same time, an expeditionary force composed of elite Imperial soldiers will land in Murmansk to assist you in thoroughly ending this civil war. Every word from Grey made Kolchak's heart pound. Loans, supplies, blockades, and even direct military intervention. These were conditions he had never dared to dream of before. Kolchak was no fool. He, of course, understood what accepting this gift meant. It meant that, in a short time, he and the all-Russian supreme autocratic principality would be completely reduced to vassals of these two countries. The lives of his million soldiers would become pawns to be arbitrarily moved by politicians in London and Paris on the European chessboard. But did he have a choice? If he didn't accept, he might not even survive this winter. And if he accepted, he would have the chance to become the ruler of all Russia, restoring the former glory of the great Russian Empire. After a brief hesitation, ambition ultimately triumphed over reason. I agree. Kolchak stood up and extended his hand to Grey and Poincaré. For our common enemy. On July 23, the ultimatum that would determine the fate of countless people was finally sent from Vienna. The content of the ultimatum, rather than being a diplomatic note, was more like something that was never intended for the Serbians to accept from the start. 1. Confiscate all publications inciting hatred against the Austro-Hungarian Empire. 2. Suppress all anti-Austrian nationalist organizations and publish their names. 3. Immediately remove all anti-Austrian propaganda from the education system. 4. Replace all military officers and officials accused by the Austro-Hungarian Empire of participating in anti-Austrian activities. 5. Accept representatives dispatched by the Austro-Hungarian Empire to supervise and jointly suppress all activities within Serbia that undermine the territorial integrity of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. 6. Conduct a judicial investigation into those involved in the Sarajevo incident under the supervision of Austro-Hungarian representatives. 10. Immediately take the above measures and inform the Austro-Hungarian Empire within 48 hours. The ultimatum contained as many as 10 clauses, each of which severely infringed upon the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Serbia. Especially clauses 5 and 6, which almost amounted to demanding that Serbia abandon its judicial and administrative powers, allowing the Austro-Hungarian Empire to do as it pleased on its territory. As soon as this ultimatum was announced, it immediately caused an uproar throughout Europa. Everyone understood that this was not meant to solve a problem, but to start a war. The foreign minister of the Kingdom of Serbia, upon receiving this ultimatum, immediately appealed to the Gallic and Britannian ambassadors in Belgrade for help. However, the reply he received made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The ambassadors of Gaul and Britannia demanded that the Kingdom of Serbia absolutely not accept the conditions of the ultimatum, and stated that they would provide all assistance. But the problem was, they did not give any concrete promises. Only the ambassador of the All-Russian Supreme Autocratic Principality, after receiving an urgent telegram from St. Petersburg, conveyed a message from Supreme Governor Kolchak to him. Russia stands with her brothers. This message gave the desperate Serbians a glimmer of illusory hope. But they did not know that Kolchak, far away in St. Petersburg, had not even fully controlled his own army at this moment. His promise, compared to the blank check Albert II had given to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, was more like a bounced check that could not be cashed. The 48-hour deadline was quickly approaching. The streets of Belgrade were filled with agitated citizens. They shouted slogans, demanding that the government reject the unreasonable demands of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and defend the nation's sovereignty to the death. Under immense internal and external pressure, the Serbian government finally made its choice. They agreed to all clauses of the ultimatum except for the 5th and 6th, which was the greatest concession Serbia could make. However, for Vienna, which was bent on war, any incomplete acceptance was tantamount to rejection. On July 25, upon receiving Serbia's reply, the Austro-Hungarian envoy to Serbia immediately announced the severance of diplomatic relations with Serbia and, with all embassy staff, boarded the train back to Vienna. Chapter 142 Europa is boiling. Chapter 142 Europa boils. On the afternoon of the same day that Austro-Hungarian Empire diplomats left Belgrade, Morin, accompanied by Manstein, exited the busy Ministry of the Army building and walked down the steps in front of it. These past few days, due to various administrative procedures and paperwork issues related to the training assault battalion, he had made several trips to the Ministry of the Army, and even one trip to the General Staff headquarters. It was also during this period that Morin realized that commanding a battalion-level unit, in addition to normal combat and training, involved a large amount of administrative paperwork that had to be endured. And thinking that he had finally completed this month's work involving personnel, soldier salaries, promotion assessments, and other matters, Morin felt refreshed and invigorated. "Sir, you look very happy," Manstein said with a smile, looking at Morin, who had suddenly become radiant. "Honestly, I'd rather storm a fortress than hunch over a desk dealing with paperwork. The administrative procedures at the Ministry of the Army are too cumbersome. Just one formatting issue can send it back 6 times. Morin shook his head. If it weren't for the composed officers coming and going around him, he might even have jumped for joy. Fortunately, both Manstein and Kleist were relatively proficient in this area, and they had been a great help to Morin during this time. Furthermore, while paperwork was indeed a bit tedious, the upside was that the red dot on the intelligence tab had never been cleared these past few days. Although there was no newbie guide, Morin had now roughly figured out how intelligence worked. Basically, when Morin heard information judged to be valuable, the golden finger would automatically verify its authenticity and display the real intelligence, or more detailed intelligence, depending on the situation. For example, during Morin's comings and goings at the Ministry of the Army and the General Staff headquarters, he would hear conversations among those around him even if it sounded like gossip which could potentially be converted into intelligence. What made Morin sigh in amazement was how truly broad-minded Albert II, the Saxon Emperor, was. According to the information in intelligence, after meeting with the Austro-Hungarian Empire's foreign minister on July 5, he left Dresden Palace again on the 6th, beginning his annual North Sea tour as planned. As for the reason, it was because Moltke the Younger, Falkenhayn, Hallweg, and others had all told him that this would be a quick war that would not involve the entire Europa. And according to people at the General Staff headquarters, Moltke the Younger, the chief of the General Staff, spent the entire first half of July convalescing outside of Dresden. Minister of the Army Falkenhayn, after a business trip, began a 2-week vacation. This meant that during this period, all decisions for the entire empire were temporarily led by Imperial Chancellor Hallweg. Well, the important figures were all about being relaxed. Morin noticed that these two leading figures of the Imperial Army apparently had no idea that a world war was about to break out, and had not participated in any decision-making during this time. Among the information refreshed on the intelligence tab these days, the only item related to Saxon Empire military movements was a suggestion for Western intelligence stations to slightly increase vigilance when monitoring Gallic Republic activities issued by the General Staff headquarters. Meanwhile, the major countries of Europa all received copies of the Austro-Hungarian Empire's ultimatum to the Kingdom of Serbia on the 24th, which had been sent the day before. Reactions from various countries ranged from concern to anger, with the exception of the Saxon Empire. During this time, Morin was astonished by the sluggish reactions of the Saxon Empire military and high-ranking officials. Not only had the training assault battalion not received any orders to raise combat readiness, but the entire imperial army had shown no major movements including the Teutonic Order. Ludwig had even taken advantage of his vacation to visit Morin twice more. As someone whose fate was now temporarily tied to Saxon, Morin had been genuinely anxious these past few days. The surrounding countries had already begun to take action, yet only the Saxon Empire calmly believed that the Austro-Hungarian Empire would resolve the conflict quickly, as they had envisioned. Fortunately, upon arriving at the Ministry of the Army again today, Morin learned from several officers he had befriended that Minister of the Army Falkenhayn and Chief of the General Staff Maltka the Younger had both returned to duty, and the two seemed to have immediately held a meeting. As Morin and Manstein stepped down the last flight of stairs outside the Ministry of the Army building, the intelligence tab once again began to update information. The Kingdom of Serbia refuses to accept the Austro-Hungarian Empire's ultimatum. Austro-Hungarian Empire and Kingdom of Serbia announce severance of diplomatic relations. Emperor Franz Joseph of the Austro-Hungarian Empire orders military mobilization to begin on July 28th. Saxon Empire Military Intelligence Agency dispatches crisis travelers to border regions. After reading these messages, Morin stopped, and his last shred of hope vanished. What was destined to come had finally arrived. He turned to look at Manstein beside him. This man, who would become a field marshal in another timeline, still looked like a young operations staff officer, holding a stack of recently approved documents. Manstein, Morin began. Sir, what are your orders? The latter immediately responded. After we return to base, we'll change into civilian clothes and take a stroll in the city center. Manstein was momentarily stunned. As Morin's unofficial driver these past few days, he naturally had no objections, but he was curious. Sir, are you thinking? I have a feeling that something big might happen. Morin didn't elaborate further, just patted his shoulder. It won't hurt us to see the citizens' reactions. Do we need to bring a few guard soldiers? No, today I've prepared mage armor and shield spell. Don't worry. Taking guards out is too ostentatious. Although Manstein didn't fully understand, he still nodded. As a professional soldier, he could actually sense an unusual atmosphere in the tension that had been pervasive in the air recently. Austro-Hungarian Empire, Vienna. After waiting 48 hours and receiving multiple erroneous reports claiming that the Kingdom of Serbia would accept the ultimatum. At 7:45 p.m., the disappointing reply finally reached Vienna. Hours earlier, the squares, newspaper offices, cafes, and beer halls of Vienna were already packed with people. In an era before television and civilian radios for broadcasting were invented, the best way for common people to get news was to go out into the streets and inquire for themselves. Approximately 10,000 people gathered outside the Ministry of Defense in Vienna. When the Ministry of Defense officially confirmed the news of the Kingdom of Serbia's rejection of the ultimatum, a contagious wave of patriotism enveloped the entire square. People cheered for the Habsburg monarchy, cheered for Austria, and cheered for the Imperial Army. They cheered for the now inevitable punitive war. Stirring patriotic melodies began to resound through Vienna's night sky. Classic songs like The Watch on the Rhine and Heil dir im Siegerkranz were spontaneously sung by the people. Among these songs, the most fitting was Prince Eugene, the Noble Knight. This old Austrian song about the siege of Belgrade in 1717 perfectly matched the people's anticipation for the upcoming war. Noble Knight Prince Eugene will bravely fight the Serbians. He will build a bridge, and we will cross it directly. Belgrade will be ours. As the fervent atmosphere reached its climax, a student in the crowd climbed onto the pedestal of the Radetzky monument. He delivered a public speech, calling on the assembled people to dedicate their wealth and blood for the emperor and the homeland. Immediately after, someone unfurled a black and gold imperial flag, and a large number of citizens cheered and began to follow this flag in a procession along the Ringstrasse. A cafe owner, looking at the crowd outside on the street, couldn't help but say to one of his regulars, "Look, the whole city is boiling with excitement." The regular raised his beer mug and loudly responded, "For the emperor." Dresden received the news at 9:30 p.m. When the news spread through the crowd, Morin, dressed in civilian clothes, was eating sausages with Manstein in a beer hall on the side of Unter den Linden. Due to disciplinary reasons, they couldn't drink alcohol, so the two, who had only ordered 2 glasses of milk, became the only guests in the entire pub who weren't drinking. Before the news officially broke, Morin felt that the crowd he saw was more characterized by a sense of tension. People gathered in small groups, talking in hushed voices, occasionally looking in the direction of Dresden Palace, their faces filled with anxiety about the unknown. The atmosphere in the pub was equally subdued. The bartender wiped glasses with careful movements, as if afraid of making too much noise. "Sir, do you think the Serbians will accept?" Manstein cut a small piece of sausage and asked in a low voice. "No," Morin replied decisively. He took a sip of milk and continued, "No sovereign nation could possibly accept such terms. Or rather, Vienna never intended to give them a chance to accept when they drafted the terms from the beginning." Manstein's chewing slowed. He looked at Morin thoughtfully. He found that his superior always seemed to be able to predict the direction of the situation in advance. Just then, the pub door was violently pushed open, and a young man rushed in, panting, waving an extra edition of the evening newspaper that had just been printed. This was perhaps the latest edition of the evening paper. "They refused." Belgrade rejected the ultimatum. His shout instantly silenced the entire pub. Everyone's movements froze, and their gazes focused on him. Morin clearly saw that the first thing that appeared on people's faces was a deep-seated fear. War, a word that seemed incredibly distant in times of peace, at this moment, truly and genuinely struck everyone's hearts. A middle-aged man's beer mug clattered to the floor, the sound of it shattering particularly jarring in the silent pub. However, this fear lasted for less than a few seconds. Good. Fight. Those Austrian bastards should teach those Serbian mongrels a good lesson. A burly man with a fierce face slammed his fist on the table, sending beer foam flying everywhere. His roar was like a switch, instantly igniting the entire pub. Fear was dispelled by a more fervent, more impassioned atmosphere. People waved their fists and shouted slogans, as if it wasn't their sons, husbands, and brothers who were about to go to war, but an inconsequential gladiatorial match. Morin and Manstein exchanged glances, silently put down their knives and forks, placed the meal payment under their plates, and then got up and left the pub, which had fallen into a frenzy. On the streets, the scene was even more spectacular. The crowds that had previously been quietly discussing had now converged into an endless torrent. Someone, it was unclear who started it, raised the flags of the Saxon Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, cheering for the emperors of both nations. Immediately after, stirring songs erupted, and the crowd sang the Watch on the Rhine as they marched majestically down Unter den Linden. Other citizens along the roadside stopped to applaud them, some even shedding tears of excitement and joining the procession. Morin and Manstein said nothing, simply following the crowd forward. They saw that at the Imperial Palace, the Elector's Gate, and beneath a Bismarck statue on the other side, large numbers of citizens had spontaneously gathered. Morin noticed that most of them were hot-blooded, middle to upper-class youths, generally well-dressed. Their faces were beaming with a longing and anticipation for war, as if it were a grand festival. As the procession passed the Austro-Hungarian Empire Embassy, the Austro-Hungarian Empire ambassador, having heard the news, made a special appearance on the balcony, waving to the crowd and expressing his sincere gratitude. The ambassador's gesture sparked even more enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. However, when the procession passed the embassies of the Gallic Republic, the Holy Britannian Empire, and the Kingdom of Serbia, the parade turned into a boisterous demonstration. Angry citizens shouted insulting slogans, throwing newspapers, hats, and even stones at the embassy buildings, eventually being dispersed by riot police who arrived urgently with batons. By the time Morin and Manstein returned to their barracks, it was already past midnight. The sentries at the camp gates eluded them. The surroundings were silent, a stark contrast to the city's clamor. As they walked into the barracks, Manstein, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Sir, I understand now why you wanted to go to the city center." After the evening, his voice had also become somewhat hoarse. The citizens' fervor far exceeds our imagination. Morin stopped and looked at him. "See, I told you I wouldn't take you out for a random stroll for no reason. War is never just about soldiers." After speaking, he walked directly to his dormitory, leaving Manstein alone in the night, pondering the meaning of that sentence for a long time. In the following days, Dresden, and indeed the major cities of the entire Saxon Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, fell into a peculiar state of intertwined euphoria and anxiety. During the day, thousands of people gathered in city squares and in front of government buildings, waving flags and singing patriotic songs, expressing their support for the war. Some were excited, believing this was an excellent opportunity to enhance national prestige. Others appeared worried. They gathered in long queues outside banks, most of them women in households, waiting to close accounts and exchange banknotes for gold and silver coins, which brought a sense of security. They then rushed to stores to hoard any supplies they could. Strange and fervent behaviors, excited expressions, and whispers in the streets and alleys all revealed people's tension as the threat of war loomed. But the soaring prices in many cities and the empty shelves in stores also most directly reflected the social panic under the shadow of war. Chapter 143, The Lights Dim, The Crown Falls. Against this backdrop, the Social Democratic Party, as a left-wing party, began to actively organize within the Saxon Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They first published articles in their newspaper, Vorwärts, Forward, incisively pointing out that the terms of the ultimatum issued by Vienna were so harsh that they seemed deliberately designed to provoke war. Following this, the Social Democratic Party Executive Committee of the Saxon Empire applied to the government, requesting large-scale rallies in major cities to express the unwavering desire for peace of the conscious proletariat. To everyone's surprise, the Saxon Empire government, temporarily led by Chancellor Hallweg, actually granted permission for this. However, the imperial government also imposed an additional condition: these rallies had to be held indoors, not on the streets. Hallweg and other high-ranking officials were quite shrewd in their calculations. On one hand, they wanted to appease the Social Democratic Party by permitting rallies, showing the empire's enlightenment and avoiding escalating internal conflicts before the war. On the other hand, by restricting the rally locations, they aimed to weaken their social influence and prevent anti-war sentiment from spreading widely among the general populace. But even so, the response to these indoor rallies was still extremely enthusiastic. In Dresden, the largest indoor concert hall was packed to capacity, with latecomers even having to stand in the square outside the doors, listening to the speeches through the open entrances. The leaders of the Social Democratic Party took turns on stage, passionately expounding on the dangers of war and exposing the conspiracies of arms dealers and imperialist politicians. Their speeches were repeatedly interrupted by enthusiastic applause and slogans. "We don't want war. Workers of the world, unite." The climax of the rally was thousands of people singing La Marseillaise together. The stirring melody emanated from the concert hall, spreading to the square outside, and for a time even overpowering the Die Wacht am Rhein being sung by patriotic demonstrators nearby. This dramatic scene was dubbed the Dresden Singing Contest by an eager journalist. Morin did not personally attend the scene, he learned all this information through the intelligence system and the next day's newspapers. He noted that, overall, these anti-war rallies were quiet and peaceful, with no violent clashes occurring. At least for now, the Social Democrats of the Saxon Empire still placed their primary hope of preventing war on the Imperial High Command, hoping they would remain rational and restrain their ally, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. However, Morin knew in his heart that their hopes were doomed to be dashed. In these past few days, life in the training assault battalion was as usual, as if the outside world had nothing to do with them except for Morin's demand for extra training for all companies. However, the atmosphere in the battalion was quietly changing. During training breaks, the soldiers' discussions were no longer about girls and beer, but had turned to war. Hey, have you heard? The Austrians are going to fight the Serbians. Good. Saves those guys from causing trouble on the border every day. But if a fight breaks out, will we also get dragged in? I hear the Gauls are also stirring. Bring it on, what's there to be afraid of? We are His Majesty the Emperor's Imperial Guard. Time to show those Gaulish chickens what we're made of. Most soldiers, especially the younger ones, showed a belligerent enthusiasm, like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. But some older veterans, who had already started families, had a look of worry on their faces. Morin saw all of this, but he did not interfere just as he hadn't when he took over the reserve soldiers in the first company. He knew that enthusiasm for war could not be extinguished by mere words, it would only be doused once the true smell of blood was encountered. That afternoon, Morin was in his office studying maps of the Saxon Empire's eastern and western fronts when his operations staff officer, Manstein, knocked and entered. Sir. Seeing Manstein's furrowed brow and solemn expression, Morin asked. What's wrong? Manstein hesitated, then lowered his voice. Sir, I've received some unverified information from colleagues in the General Staff headquarters, saying that the Gauls and the Brythonians are preparing to provide a large sum of aid to Kolchak, and also send an expeditionary force. Morin's heart skipped a beat. To Russia? Yes. Manstein nodded. The news brought by Manstein instantly tensed Morin's nerves. He immediately opened the system panel, and sure enough, several new red dots appeared on the intelligence tab. Gallic Republic President Poincaré and Holy Brythonian Empire Foreign Minister Edward Grey have successively arrived in St. Petersburg to hold secret talks with Supreme Governor Kolchak. The two countries intend to provide the All-Russian Supreme Autocratic Principality with an aid package including high-interest free loans, military supplies, and the dispatch of an expeditionary force. The prerequisite for aid is, the Kolchak government must recognize and continue to abide by the Holy Alliance Treaty signed between the former Great Russian Empire and the Gallic Republic. Morin quickly processed this information, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He had been wondering how the Gauls and Brythonians of this world would deal with a Saxon empire that no longer had concerns about its rear. Now, the answer was revealed. They would spare no expense to re-establish a proxy in the east that could tie down Saxon. Even if this proxy was still very weak, with the full support of the Gauls and Brythonians, Kolchak's White Army could quickly integrate Russia's remaining forces and pose a real threat to Saxon's eastern border, couldn't it? Looking at the situation on the map, Morin didn't think this was a reliable method. Kolchak's sphere of influence was mainly concentrated in St. Petersburg and most of the surrounding areas, while Denikin currently controlled Moscow and its surroundings. Previously, the West Russian Provisional National Government, where the International Brigade was located, was struggling to hold on in the region between these two major forces in Austria-Hungary and Saxon. In this situation, even if Kolchak and Denikin wanted to enter the fray, they would first have to eliminate the West Russian Provisional National Government. Are they crazy? This plan. Morin pondered for a moment, then, in a speculative tone, relayed the possible developments on the Eastern Front to his operations staff officer. Manstein, if the Gauls and Brythonians truly fully support Kolchak and successfully bring Russia back into the war, how do you think the General Staff headquarters will respond? Manstein stood before the map, deep in thought for a long time. His finger slowly traced across the map, from Dresden, eastward, finally stopping between Warsaw and St. Petersburg. Sir, if the situation truly unfolds this way, then the Empire will inevitably be caught in the dilemma of a two-front war. This is the worst-case scenario that the General Staff headquarters has been trying to avoid for decades. His expression was very serious. According to the strategic concept of the General Staff headquarters High Command, we should avoid a two-front war at all costs. After the collapse of the Great Russian Empire, we indeed had such an opportunity. But now, I can't say. It's all right, but if it were you, what would you do? Morin pressed. Manstein's brow furrowed even deeper. This question clearly exceeded the scope of his duties as an operations staff officer for a battalion-level unit. But he still thought about it seriously. If I were the chief of the General Staff of the Army. He carefully chose his words, saying cautiously. I might suggest adopting a defensive posture on the Eastern Front, using the fewest possible forces to assist our allies in Silesia to tie down Kolchak and Denikin's forces. Then concentrate all main forces on the Western Front to seek a quick, decisive battle, aiming to defeat the Gallic Republic in the shortest possible time. A quick victory. Yes, sir. Time is critical for us, the Empire cannot afford to drag it out. Manstein's answer made Morin's heart stir. Wasn't this the choice of the German General Staff headquarters in both world wars in another timeline? History, it seemed, was once again heading down that familiar track. Even as the two discussed, the situation across Europa seemed to be on fast forward. On July 28, after receiving the blank check from the Saxon Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire no longer hesitated and officially declared war on the Kingdom of Serbia. That same day, Austro-Hungarian artillery units deployed on the borders shelled the Serbian capital, Belgrade, for several hours across the Danube River. Later that evening, the Gallic Republic and the Holy Britannian Empire jointly issued a statement expressing great regret over the Austro-Hungarian military action. They also declared that they would take all necessary measures to maintain peace and stability in Europa. On July 30, under the monitoring escort of several Saxon Empire warships, the first joint convoy carrying large quantities of weapons, ammunition, food, and medicine arrived in St. Petersburg. Another convoy, carrying the Britannian Expeditionary Force, had to choose a more northern route, detoring to land in Murmansk. The Saxons might tolerate commercial trade activities in the Baltic Sea, but they would never allow Gallic and Britannian troops to swagger through the Baltic Sea, which they considered their inland sea. With the arrival of these valuable supplies, as well as the elite expeditionary force supported by armored knights and mages, Kolchak's confidence instantly soared. He immediately began to gather his troops, preparing to launch a general offensive against the rebels entrenched between St. Petersburg and Moscow, to open up north-south communication. Then, together with Denikin, he would march west, advancing towards Kyiv, where the West Russian Provisional National Government was located, to annihilate the last of the rebels. These actions naturally provoked strong dissatisfaction from the Saxon Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The ambassadors of both countries in London and Paris simultaneously submitted strongly worded protest notes to the Gallic and Britannian foreign ministries, openly accusing them of adding fuel to the already burning Balkan fire. And the two countries did not back down, also protesting the Austro-Hungarian invasion of Serbia and demanding that the Austro-Hungarian Empire immediately cease military actions and end mobilization. The foreign ministries of the two countries meaningfully emphasized, the Kingdom of Serbia also has friends. The subtext was clear: if the Austro-Hungarian Empire persisted, then the Gallic Republic and the Holy Britannian Empire would regrettably and passively intervene militarily. The diplomatic war of words between the two sides was deafening, and the gears that would truly decide fate also began to turn. July 31, early morning. Morin had just finished his morning exercise when he saw the battalion headquarters signalman hurrying over. Sir. Urgent telegram from the Ministry of the Army. Morin took the telegram. It contained only a single short line of text. The Saxon Empire is hereby entering pre-war status. Chapter 144 General Mobilization. Chapter 144 General Mobilization. The term pre-war state carries extraordinary weight in the legal system of the Saxon Empire. It signifies the end of peacetime, and is the last and most crucial step before general mobilization. Once a pre-war state is declared, the imperial government will have the authority to suspend most civil rights and allow the military to issue direct orders to local civil administrative bodies. This means that the entire machinery of the nation will begin to revolve around war. Morin put down the telegram, his last trace of calm shattered. He walked to the window, watching the soldiers undergoing daily training on the training ground. They did not yet know that their peaceful lives were about to be completely changed. Convey my orders, Morin turned around and said to Manstein and Kleist behind him. All personnel in the entire battalion are to cancel all leave and outings. All companies are to immediately inventory weapons, ammunition, uniforms, and personal equipment, and maintain all equipment in optimal condition. The battalion headquarters communications platoon is to set up backup lines to ensure foolproof contact with higher command. After the order is issued, no personnel or vehicles are allowed to enter or exit the camp area, with the exception of logistics transport vehicles. Yes, sir. Kleist and Manstein straightened their bodies and responded loudly. They could sense the gravity of the situation from Morin's serious tone. The two left after receiving their orders, and the camp area of the entire training assault battalion quickly became busy. Soldiers were urgently assembled, and company commanders and NCOs conveyed the order to raise the combat readiness level. The number of sentries at the camp entrance and surrounding areas was doubled, and roadblocks were erected. Officers moved back and forth, checking every detail, ensuring all equipment was in good condition. A tense atmosphere of pre-war preparations permeated the air. At 4 p.m. that day, the Saxon Empire government officially issued a martial law order to the entire nation via broadcast and newspapers. Upon hearing the news, the entire Dresden fell into an eerie silence. There was a noticeable decrease in pedestrians on the streets, and shops closed early. All theaters, concert halls, and entertainment venues received notices of temporary closure. People no longer discussed entertainment, they only talked about war and how to sustain themselves and their families in the coming conflict. Patrols in grey military uniforms appeared on the streets, their faces expressionless, their bayonet-fixed rifles gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Inside the training assault battalion, Morin gathered all the officers of the battalion for a meeting in the conference room. Gentlemen, from now on, we must be prepared to go anywhere, at any time. Morin stood in front of the map, his expression serious. I don't care how you trained before, from this moment on, I demand that you treat every training session as your last. I need you and every soldier under your command to be like wound-up machines, ready to be put into operation at any moment. Do you all understand? Understood, sir. The officers answered in unison, their voices loud. After the meeting, Morin kept Manstein behind. Manstein, how is the factory's production of our new toys? Morin asked. The new toys he referred to were naturally the MP-14 submachine gun and the accompanying modified Type 56 chest rig, which was eventually named the 1914 pattern armed carrying equipment. Reporting, sir, Manstein immediately replied. Currently, the first batch has been delivered as planned. The armed carrying equipment has been issued to the entire battalion, and the first batch of 120 MP-14 submachine guns and their supporting facilities tools have also been issued to the troops as planned, but I don't know if subsequent batches will be able to catch up. Morin, that's enough, we'll use as many as we have. On the same day, after receiving suggestions from London and Paris, Supreme Governor Kolchak symbolically declared the All-Russian Supreme Autocratic Principality to be in a state of general mobilization. Although, given the current situation in the Russia region, whether various factions mobilize or not actually makes little difference. But the gesture still had to be made. This news became the last straw that broke the camel's back. For Saxon and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Kolchak's general mobilization was tantamount to an open declaration of war even if they did not take this enemy seriously. Dresden, Pillnitz Palace, Wieda Palace. His Majesty the Emperor Albert II convened the final imperial conference after receiving the news. This time, there were no longer any optimistic pronouncements about local war and swift victory in the conference room. And the final conclusion of this meeting was simple. If they want war, then give them war. On the morning of August 1st, the Gallic Republic and the Holy Britannian Empire, after confirming intelligence that the Saxon Empire was about to mobilize, no longer waited. They immediately announced through public channels that they would undertake necessary military intervention against the Austro-Hungarian Empire's invasion of Serbia. Immediately following this, the Gallic Republic issued a general mobilization order. By noon, the Britannian Empire also announced that it would form a new, unprecedentedly large expeditionary force to maintain peace on the Europa continent. The news, transmitted by telegram to the Saxon Empire, immediately caused a brief panic among the populace. Simultaneously going to war with two of the world's top powers was a nightmare no Saxon could imagine. However, this panic was quickly overshadowed by a stronger, long-suppressed wave of patriotic fervor. Too much bullying. The Gauls and the Britannians are trying to force us to our deaths. Their desire to destroy us is unyielding. We must not retreat. For Saxons living space. Crowds began to gather in major cities, shouting slogans and waving flags, demanding that the government declare war immediately. Near the palace in Dresden, more than 20,000 citizens gathered, a dense throng blocking the reception square and surrounding streets completely. They sang the national anthem, shouted the emperor's name, and were filled with fervent emotion. At 5 p.m., just as the crowd's emotions were about to reach their peak, an army officer appeared on the street. He announced loudly to the crowd in the square through a tin megaphone. His Majesty the Emperor has issued the general mobilization order. A brief, suffocating silence first fell upon the square. Everyone seemed to hold their breath, unable to believe their ears. Then, a thunderous cheer, like a mountain collapse and a tsunami, rose to the sky. Long live the Emperor! Long live Saxon! In the eyes of many, this general mobilization order completely liberated them from the unbearable pressure of wavering between war and peace that had plagued them for the past month. Uncertainty is far more tormenting than the worst outcome. People cheered wildly, embracing strangers around them, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. The poor and the rich, at this moment, forgot class antagonism, shaking hands and conversing in the streets, sharing the same fervor that belonged to all in the Saxon Empire. Everyone's thoughts were now unified to stand together, defend the homeland, and defeat all enemies who dared to oppose Saxon. At 7:30 p.m., the Saxon Emperor Albert II, dressed in military uniform, appeared on the second-floor balcony of the palace. Facing the dense crowd outside the palace, facing those fervent and adoring faces, he delivered a brief but powerful speech. In the face of this coming war, I no longer see partisan divisions among my people. We are all just Saxons. Some parties, in past times of disagreement, were my enemies, but I now completely forgive them. The most important thing now is for us to unite as brothers. Thus, God will help my Saxon sword achieve victory. The Emperor's speech pushed the atmosphere to its climax. The cheers of the crowd almost tore through the night sky of Dresden. The next day, even the Social Democratic Party, which had always advocated for peace, prominently featured articles on the front pages of major newspapers, with a sudden change in tone. The article's title was, "We will never abandon our homeland." The article stated, "In times of danger, we will not leave our homeland isolated and helpless." The Saxon Social Democratic Party is ready to resist to the last man. We, like the bourgeois parties, will defend our nation. At this point, all political forces within the Saxon Empire achieved unprecedented unity in the face of war. The state of Burgfrieden, Castle Peace, was formed. After the general mobilization order was issued, the entire state apparatus operated with unprecedented efficiency. Countless reservists received their call-up orders, with only a short 1 to 2 days to attend to their personal affairs. Some reservists in critical positions had even less than 24 hours. In the cities, young people were everywhere, hurrying about. They rushed home to see their parents and bid their final goodbyes to friends. Photography studios were busier than ever, with young soldiers in brand new uniforms taking snapshots with their loved ones as their only keepsake before heading to the front lines. Newlyweds spent their last sweet and bitter night together. Throughout the streets and alleys, the cries and sobs of loved ones parting echoed. This situation reached its peak at the train stations. The platforms were packed with crowds seeing people off. Parents straightened the collars of their departing sons, repeatedly giving them instructions. Young wives handed their young children to their husbands, letting them kiss the tender faces one last time. Lovers embraced tightly, as if trying to merge into each other's bodies. The whistle blew, and the train slowly started to move. Inside the train windows were young and resolute faces, Outside the windows were countless waving hands and unstoppable tears. Inside the training assault battalion, Morin also received official orders from the Army General Staff Headquarters. The 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion is to immediately complete all combat preparations and await further deployment orders. Morin stood by his office window, watching every busy soldier in the camp. Their faces also bore tension and anxiety. On the other side, Manstein opened his diary and wrote down his final feelings about the day. Even for professional soldiers who have trained for years for this moment, the possibility of never seeing their loved ones again diminished their enthusiasm for war. After writing, he closed his diary, picked up his military cap from the desk, and put it on. Then, he followed Morin, striding out of the office. The war had begun. Chapter 145, Enhanced Schleifen Plan. When Morin gave the order to assemble, the sharp sound of the assembly whistle pierced the tranquility of the camp. The entire training assault battalion instantly activated like a precise machine, operating at high speed. Soldiers rushed out of their barracks and quickly lined up on the training ground. Company commanders and NCOs shouted orders, their expressions unprecedentedly serious. The soldiers, who had been immersed in a mix of excitement and anxiety about the impending war, truly felt the suffocating pressure of pre-battle tension at this moment. Morin stood by the office window, watching the bustling scene below. He could see the young soldiers' faces, a mix of tension, excitement, and a subtle hint of fear. Not long after, a second order arrived from the General Staff Headquarters. The 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion is to set off immediately. Proceed to the military railway station outside Dresden and join the 2nd Army Group, commanded by General Bayer, for deployment towards the border between Saxon and the United Kingdom of Flanders. The order was brief but contained a lot of information. Western Front. 2nd Army Group. Morin looked at the telegram, his eyes deepening. It seemed the General Staff Headquarters plan was indeed similar to the Schleifen plan of another timeline. When the mobilization order was officially issued at 5 p.m. that day, the first phase of mobilization had already begun. The military railway and personnel departments responsible for transporting troops were fully in place. Ammunition depots, supply depots, and border fortresses along the entire territory entered a state of alert. Border defense forces on the frontier also moved into combat positions. Reservists were called to the front, and officer candidate training ceased abruptly as they quickly accepted appointments to fill numerous vacant command positions. The General Staff Headquarters of the Saxon Empire had been the architect of a series of astonishing victories for the Empire, starting from the 1860s. This series of victories culminated in the triumph of the Saxo-Gallic War in 1870 to 1871. Among the most important contributions the General Staff Headquarters made to improving the combat effectiveness of the Saxon Imperial Army was its responsibility for formulating annual mobilization and deployment plans, which were revised each year according to the actual situation. These tasks included setting assembly areas, refining operational strategies, and the most complex task of all, creating intricate railway transportation schedules for vast numbers of troops under the context of a mobilization order. As one of those being transported by rail at this moment, Morin deeply appreciated the Saxon Empire's mobilization efficiency and the convenience of its nationwide railway network. According to the plan, after boarding the train on the evening of August 1, they would arrive at the border city of Aachen on August 3 to complete their assembly, and then cross the border to commence operations. News obtained from other military railway officers and personnel in the transportation department continuously updated the Golden Fingers intelligence tab with details of the Saxon Empire's almost frenzied mobilization. Every 10 minutes, a train laden with soldiers and equipment roared across the Cologne-Wedding Bridge over the Rhine River. This technical ballet, precisely planned down to the minute by the General Staff Headquarters, would see 20,800 transport trains quickly move the first batch of 1.66 million assembled soldiers, 118,000 horses, thousands of vehicles, and 400,000 tons of supplies to various assembly points in a short period. The overall strategy of the General Staff Headquarters did not surprise Morin, it was still derived from the Schleifen plan. Through a powerful punch assembled on the right flank, after quickly crossing the United Kingdom of Flanders, it would sweep across northern the Gallic Republic like a giant revolving door, capture Paris, and encircle the main force of the Gallic army in the southern regions. This time, with the threat from the Eastern Front greatly reduced and the West Russian Provisional National Government as an ally, the General Staff Headquarters believed there would be no short-term crisis on the Eastern Front. Moreover, after the International Brigade of the Kingdom of Aragon successively returned home, the combat effectiveness of the West Russian Provisional National Government Army had actually greatly improved with the injection of this blood of combat experience. These factors also brought the total strength on the Western Front to 8 army groups, while the Eastern Front was temporarily defended by border troops and mobilized reserves. Besides the addition of one army group on the Western Front, there were also some differences in the selection of generals for each army group compared to the world Morin came from. After General Mackensen returned home from the Aragon campaign, he was quickly promoted to Army General due to his outstanding performance. Moltke the Younger, the chief of the General Staff, valued the offensive power this veteran displayed in mobile warfare, so he entrusted him with the command of the 1st Army Group, totaling 320,000 men. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Army Groups were commanded by General Bayer, Max von Hausen, and Duke Albrecht, respectively. The 2nd Army Group totaled 260,000 men, while the 3rd and 4th Army Groups each had 180,000 men. These 4 army groups would form a strong right hook. The 5th and 6th Army Groups were commanded by Crown Prince George and Crown Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, respectively. These 2 army groups, with 200,000 and 220,000 men, were responsible for advancing through the center after crossing the Ardennes forest to tie down Gallic forces. Finally, the 7th and 8th Army Groups, totaling 300,000 men, were commanded by Josias von Heringen and Alexander von Kluck, and were tasked with defensive operations in Alsace-Lorraine. Before the right hook struck the Gauls, these two army groups would directly face the main attack of the Gallic army, serving as the most pressurized position on the entire western front. As dawn gradually broke, the train carrying the training assault battalion soldiers stopped at a temporary halt to refuel and replenish water. The soldiers were allowed to disembark and stretch their bodies. Morin also stepped out of the carriage, breathing the cool morning air. He saw soldiers gathered in small groups, eating dry rations and talking in low voices. The tension they had shown when they first set off was gone, replaced by an anticipation for the future and a subtle, almost imperceptible sense of uncertainty. Kleist walked over and handed Morin a canteen filled with warm water, a habit he had also learned from Klaus, Baumann, and others. "Sir, everything is normal." Morin nodded, took the canteen, and took a sip. "Tell all companies to stay alert, we're not far from Aachen." "Yes, sir." Just then, a roar came from the distant tracks again. A train fully loaded with artillery, vehicles, and cavalry sped past them, heading forward. The magnificent sight made all the soldiers of the training assault battalion stop what they were doing and watch. A strong sense of pride and participation welled up in everyone's hearts. They were part of the steel torrent, they were about to participate in a great war that would determine the fate of the empire. Morin watched it all, his heart incredibly calm. He knew that these roaring trains were carrying countless vibrant lives into a massive furnace. And he, along with the battalion behind him, was about to throw himself into it. After this battle, who knows how many will return alive? Morin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After a period of time, the resupplied train started again, heading at full speed towards its final destination Aachen. On the evening of August 3rd, the train arrived in Aachen on schedule. The platform was already crowded with logistics personnel and military police who had come to greet them. Under the command of their officers, the soldiers of the training assault battalion quickly unloaded all their equipment and supplies. After confirming that all personnel and materials were in order, Morin received the latest order from the 2nd Army Group's frontline headquarters. The troops were to immediately march towards Witz, which would be the crossing point for the entire 2nd Army Group. Under the cover of night, outside Aachen, long grey snakes wound their way along the roads. The soldiers of the training assault battalion, laden with heavy packs, marched in neat formation towards the town of Witz to the northeast. Although they had endured 2 days of train travel, their rigorous daily training kept them in excellent physical condition. Apart from a few slightly tired recruits, the morale of the entire unit remained high. Morin rode on horseback, walking abreast with Kleist and Manstein at the very front of the column. He unfolded a map, studying the route ahead carefully by the light of the stable lantern Manstein held behind him. Witz, he pointed to the small town on the map, is an important ford on the Meuse River, and also one of the nodes connecting the railway networks of Saxon and the United Kingdom of Flanders. Choosing this as a breakthrough point is very reasonable, Manstein said from the side. But it won't be easy to fight after this. Want to make a bet with me about the enemy's next move? Morin suddenly asked with interest. Manstein, what kind of bet, sir? Kleist, you are the sir, how can we bet with you? You see, their entirely different answers also revealed their entirely different personalities. However, Morin continued. I believe that after our troops cross the border, they won't encounter too fierce resistance. The United Kingdom of Flanders army should quickly retreat into the protection of their fortress system and won't engage us in open battle. The same should be true for the 1st Army Group. No resistance at all, then. Manstein mused. Yes, the disparity in troop strength and quality is too great. Fighting in the open would be suicide. If you don't believe me, we'll know tomorrow. The march lasted half the night. As the sky began to lighten, the troops finally reached the designated assembly area outside Witz. This place had already transformed into a huge military camp. Countless tents dotted the landscape, cooking smoke rose, and the neighing of horses and the clamor of soldiers rose and fell. The 260,000 strong army of the 2nd Army Group was converging here from all directions, as well as in multiple assembly areas further back. The entire scene was spectacular. The training assault battalion quickly set up camp in their pre-assigned area. After skillfully pitching their tents, the soldiers did not rest like other units but insisted on digging simple field fortifications and setting up guard posts. These regulations had already become a habit for them during the past 3 months of training. After arranging everything in the camp, Morin took Manstein to report to the 2nd Army Group's frontline headquarters nearby. The headquarters was set up in a small manner temporarily requisitioned. Armed guards stood at the entrance, and staff officers hurried back and forth, their faces serious. After Morin and Manstein announced their identities, a young adjutant led them into the operations room in the main building of the manor. As expected, the operations room was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. A huge map covered the entire long table, and a dozen senior officers and staff members were gathered around it, discussing something intensely. At the head of the table, a tall, stern-faced old general was listening to his subordinates' reports with a frown. He was the commander of the 2nd Army Group, General Bayer. The adjutant stepped forward and whispered a few words into Bayer's ear. Bayer looked up, his gaze sweeping over Morin and Manstein, who stood at the door. His eyes were sharp, with a hint of scrutiny. You are Captain Friedrich Mullen, the commander of the Training Assault Battalion, sent by the General Staff Headquarters. Bayer's voice was deep and powerful. Yes, General. Morin stepped forward, stood at attention, and saluted. By order of the General Staff Headquarters, the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion reports to you. Bayer nodded, indicating that they needn't be too formal. Very good, Captain Mullen. He forced a polite smile onto his face. I am deeply honored that the General Staff Headquarters has sent your elite unit to support my 2nd Army Group. For Captain Mullen, General Bayer could be said to have given Crown Prince and the General Staff Headquarters ample face, treating him completely as an officer of equal rank. After a few brief pleasantries, Morin followed protocol and briefly introduced the Training Assault Battalion's personnel composition, weaponry, and combat capabilities to Bayer and the staff officers present. When they heard that this battalion was equipped with a large proportion of automatic weapons and that every soldier had undergone rigorous assault training, the staff officers present showed surprised expressions. They whispered among themselves, full of curiosity about this new type of unit. General Bayer, however, showed no change in expression after listening to the introduction. He merely said a string of polite platitudes, such as "We will not fail His Majesty the Emperor's expectations and we will surely win glory for the Empire." Morin listened patiently, but he already had his answer in his heart. Sure enough, the final order came down. Captain Mullen, you've had a hard journey. Bayer waved his hand, the troops will temporarily stand by and rest. Specific combat missions will be communicated later by headquarters, based on the battle situation. Yes, General. Morin showed no dissent. After saluting again, he led Manstein out of the operations room. Walking back to the camp, the moonlight cast long shadows of the two men. Manstein, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but speak. Sir, I don't quite understand. Don't understand what? Morin looked at him with a smile. Why are we being told to stand by? Manstein's tone was full of confusion and bewilderment. We are an elite unit directly under the General Staff Headquarters, meant for tough battles and breaking through. Now, with the enemy at hand and war on the verge of breaking out, why are we being kept in the rear? Seeing his young staff officer's frustrated expression, Morin found it somewhat amusing. Don't rush, Manstein. He patted the other's shoulder. Opportunities like this to pat a future field marshal's shoulder were rare. The war has just begun, there will be plenty of battles for you to fight. But what do you think General Bayer is thinking right now? Morin interrupted him, asking instead. Manstein paused, then fell into thought. General Bayer, Manstein frowned, trying hard to fathom the army group commander's thoughts. He might not have decided how to use us yet, he said somewhat uncertainly. Chapter 146, Benchwarmer. Half right, Morin nodded approvingly. Think about it, what kind of unit is our training assault battalion? Morin didn't wait for Manstein to answer, but began to analyze on his own. We are a direct unit of the General Staff Headquarters, bearing the title of Imperial Guard, and we are also a pilot unit personally overseen and strongly supported by the Crown Prince. Sounds like a big title, right? Manstein subconsciously nodded. But in reality, Morin's tone shifted. We only have one battalion of troops. For the 2nd Army Group, which has over 200,000 soldiers, how much weight can one battalion carry? How much of a role can it play? We're like a drop of water in the ocean, completely inconspicuous right now. Morin stopped, looking at the brightly lit Army Group headquarters in the distance. More importantly, General von Bülow, including his staff officers, doesn't understand us at all. If we were in a unit commanded by the Crown Prince and General Mackensen, we would certainly be given important roles. But the officers of the 2nd Army Group don't know how much impact our completely new equipment and tactics can have in actual combat. In their eyes, we might just be an experimental unit that hasn't been tested in real combat. If he rashly throws us into a critical battle, it's fine if we win, but if we lose or even get crippled, do you think he'll be able to explain it to the General Staff Headquarters and the Crown Prince? Hearing Morin's analysis, Manstein suddenly understood, then sighed. So, he just left us aside to see how things develop first. Exactly. Morin smiled. General von Bülow is known for his caution. For him, the safest approach is to first use his familiar veteran units to fight. Our unknown chess piece is safer kept off the board for now. Moreover, haven't you noticed? He and his staff are currently overwhelmed with how to get over 200,000 troops across the border to fight tomorrow, so how can he have the time and energy to formulate a separate operational plan for a mere battalion-level unit? Manstein fully understood, and the confusion and frustration on his face turned into helplessness. Morin could tell that this young operations staff officer was full of enthusiasm for the upcoming war, eager to achieve glory on the battlefield like General Mackensen. Don't be discouraged, Morin comforted, gold always shines. The war has just begun, this is a long marathon, not a 100-meter dash. There will be plenty of battles for us to fight. I'm just afraid that by then, you'll regret why you didn't rest a bit longer today. Although Morin said this, he knew in his heart that their time on the sidelines wouldn't be too long. Once the battle reached a stalemate, or if there was a tough nut that conventional forces couldn't crack, General von Bülow would naturally remember that he had such an experimental unit at hand. That would be the moment for the training assault battalion to truly shine. The two returned to the camp and found Kleist leading several officers and soldiers on a patrol of the sentry posts. Morin briefly informed him of the situation at the headquarters. Kleist's reaction was similar to Manstein's, first disappointment, then helplessness. All right, don't look so down, Morin patted both their shoulders, an order is an order. Let everyone rest well and conserve their energy. Morin looked at these energetic officers and soldiers, with only one thought in his mind. Well, let this cold water cool down your fervent heads. The facts were just as Morin had guessed. General von Bülow had indeed temporarily put the training assault battalion on standby because he didn't know how to use it. For him, dealing with a series of complex issues such as the Second Army Group's river crossing, advance, and logistical supply, with the assistance of his staff, was the top priority at the moment. As for that infantry battalion sent by the General Staff Headquarters, let's put it aside for now. It wouldn't cause any major problems. August 4th, early morning. As dawn broke, the area outside Wits, which had been quiet all night, became noisy again. The vanguard of the Second Army Group began to cross the pontoon bridges erected by engineers over the Meuse River in an orderly fashion, officially entering the territory of the United Kingdom of Flanders. Infantry, cavalry, and artillery converged into great torrents, surging towards the opposite bank. At the same time, in the northern region, the First Army Group, commanded by General Mackensen, had also completed its border crossing. Their objective was to strike the main force of the United Kingdom of Flanders Army head-on, forcing it to retreat northward, thereby clearing the flank obstacles for the swing door operation of the right-wing main force. Before this, the Saxon Empire's diplomatic department had repeatedly issued ultimatums to the United Kingdom of Flanders, hoping to borrow a path through its territory to attack Gaul. As a sovereign nation, facing such a request that completely disregarded national sovereignty, the United Kingdom of Flanders naturally refused in strong terms. War officially broke out across this small Western Europa country. Morin stood on a high ground outside the camp, observing the magnificent river crossing scene in the distance with his binoculars. He saw that most of the soldiers of the Second Army Group had excited and confident expressions on their faces. According to their superior officers, this war would be an easy armed parade. They would hold a victory parade on the Champs-Élysées in Paris before the autumn leaves fell. Only Morin knew that, if nothing unexpected happened, they would face a bloody slaughter that would last for many years and consume an entire generation of Europa youth. As the vanguard of the Second Army Group crossed the Meuse River, 3 messages continuously appeared in the intelligence tab. United Kingdom of Flanders declares war on Saxon Empire. Holy Britannian Empire declares war on Saxon Empire. Gallic Republic declares war on Saxon Empire. Seeing these 3 messages, Morin realized that Britannia and Gaul had only mobilized before, but had not directly declared war. Now it seemed that it was probably to wait for such a reason as resisting the Saxon Empire's shameless invasion of another country. Sir, when do we depart? Just as Morin was watching the main force cross the river, Manstein came to his side and asked softly. No rush. Morin lowered his binoculars and said. We'll follow after the main forces have passed. We are benchwarmers now, so there's no need to rush. Manstein didn't understand what benchwarmer meant, but he still nodded and didn't ask further. He just cast his gaze to the distance, to the land about to be engulfed by war, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Some time later, as Morin took advantage of the unit not yet having departed to chat with some border residents, the information panel timely refreshed with detailed intelligence about the United Kingdom of Flanders. This country was formed in this world by the merger of the Low Countries from Morin's memory Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. The merger process was quite dramatic. The former Dutch royal family, through marriage with the last bloodline of the ancient county of Flanders, this last bloodline was even just a claimant, successfully obtained the ancient and noble title of Count of Flanders. To demonstrate the historical legitimacy of their rule, which was far older than upstarts like Gaul and Saxon, the newly formed United Kingdom decided not to adopt names with geographical connotations like Netherlands or Low Countries. They chose Flanders, an ancient title traceable to the Middle Ages, to name their country. In Morin's view, this was purely an act of clinging to ancestors. An attempt to use older legal principles to conceal and override the national identity that had gradually formed in modern times. However, this practice did indeed earn them some illusory respect in the Europa aristocratic circles of the time. Due to its unique geographical location, this country had long been an extension of Britannia's influence on the Europa continent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it Britannia's favorite child on the Europa continent. In fact, historically, after being repeatedly conquered by Gaul or the predecessors of Saxon, the Britannians had repeatedly provided people and resources to help it restore its nation. It could be said that without the protection of the Holy Britannian Empire, this country would never have been able to exist independently until now. And after the Saxo-Gallic War of 1870 to 1871, facing the rapidly growing and aggressive Saxon Empire, the United Kingdom of Flanders wisely chose to form an offensive and defensive alliance with the Gallic Republic. This diplomatic strategy of playing both sides and repeatedly shifting allegiances among several great powers allowed them to gain all the advantages during peacetime. But when war truly came, they had to pay the price for their choices. The high-ranking officials of the United Kingdom of Flanders were also well aware that they could not, by themselves, withstand the overwhelming steel torrent of the Saxon Empire. All their hopes rested on the timely assistance of their allies, Gaul and Britannia. Therefore, when the Saxon First and Second Army Groups crossed the border, the several Flanders infantry brigades deployed along the border, after a brief exchange of fire, quickly disengaged and retreated. Their actions almost perfectly matched the Saxon General Staff Headquarters pre-war predictions. Some units retreated to the vicinity of the Liege Fortress Group in the south. They merged with the original garrison of the fortress and other reinforcing units, forming the approximately 36,000 strong Liege battle group, intending to hold their ground by relying on the 12 sturdy fortress fortifications around Liege. Another part of the troops retreated northward, establishing a new defensive line along the Roosendaal-Breda-Hertogenbosch-Nijmegen line. Their mission was to prevent Mackensen's First Army Group from continuing northward and threatening the core areas of the United Kingdom's northern region. This act of dividing forces seemed somewhat incomprehensible to Morin. When facing an enemy with an absolute advantage in both quantity and quality, concentrating forces and defending key nodes was the only correct choice. Even a full army retreat, losing land to save people, would be acceptable. However, the commanders of the United Kingdom of Flanders did the opposite, splitting their already limited forces in two, which was tantamount to seeking their own demise. However, after carefully reading the detailed intelligence about this country's internal situation in the information panel, Morin suddenly understood and found the reason for their foolish decision. Within this United Kingdom, there had long been serious North-South conflicts. The Dutch in the north considered themselves the dominant force in the United Kingdom, old nobility with noble blood. They controlled the country's navy, global trade, and vast colonies. Their merchant class, like the Holy Britannian Empire, mostly adhered to Protestantism, lived frugally, and disdained the extravagant traditions of the Catholic South and the profligate lifestyle of its merchant class. The southern region, on the other hand, was the country's economic engine. It possessed resources like magic crystals and iron ore in places like Liege and Charleroi, a developed military industry, and Luxembourg, known as the financial center of Europa. Southerners generally considered the northern agricultural economy to be fossils living in the past and strongly resented the long-standing dominance of northern bureaucrats in the capital, Brussels. This deep-seated regional conflict and cultural clash directly led to the North and South not uniting to fight when the nation faced foreign invasion, but instead choosing to look out for themselves. The Southern Army defended the industrial strongholds of Liege in the south. The Northern Army defended the economic centers and ports of the north. This division was undoubtedly excellent news for the Saxon Empire. From the General Staff Headquarters' strategic planning, the northern region of the United Kingdom of Flanders was not the primary target of this offensive at all. Mackenson's 1st Army Group only needed to make a fierce offensive posture, repel the northern Flanders Army, and ensure that they would not threaten the flank and rear of the main right-wing force. The real key lay in the Liege Fortress Group in the south. This fortress was the most important hub connecting the railway networks of the Gallic Republic, the United Kingdom of Flanders, and the Saxon Empire. If the Saxon army wanted to successfully execute the enhanced Schlieffen plan, they had to take it down in the shortest possible time. Only by capturing Liege could they utilize this hub to continuously transport subsequent troops and massive logistical supplies into Gaul via railway. It could be said that the gain or loss of Liege would directly determine the success or failure of the entire Western Front campaign. Moreover, the General Staff Headquarters had a day-by-day timetable for the advance of the main right-wing force, and once the attacking units were bogged down at the Liege Fortress Group, it would trigger a series of chain reactions. Morin closed the information panel, having a clear understanding of the overall direction of the war. The focus would still, as in the other world, be on the formidable Liege Fortress Group. If the units in front did not succeed in their attack, he and his training assault battalion, as part of the 2nd Army Group, would eventually be drawn into this brutal siege. It was only a matter of time. As glorious benchwarmers, the training assault battalion crossed the Meuse River behind the last units of the 2nd Army Group. By the time Morin led his soldiers onto the soil of the United Kingdom of Flanders, it was already the afternoon of August 4th. He could see from the map that the vanguard of the 2nd Army Group had already begun to split, launching a strong assault towards the Liege Fortress Group in the southeast. Chapter 147, Assault on Liege. The 2nd Army Group's main force for attacking the Liege Fortress Group was a Meuse River Battle Group temporarily formed from 6 infantry brigades and 3 cavalry divisions, with a total strength of nearly 60,000 men. The battle group commander was General Otto von Emmuck. Morin had no impression of this general, only knowing that in the world before his transmigration, this man almost failed to capture the Liege Fortress. The vanguard of this battle group approached from the northeast of the Liege Fortress Group in the morning. The 11th and 12th Brigades of the United Kingdom of Flanders Army were responsible for blocking them on the periphery. Facing an enemy several times their size, these 2 brigades did not offer much resistance. After a brief skirmish with the Saxon army's vanguard cavalry, they quickly consolidated their forces and retreated into the 12 fortresses of the Liege Fortress Group, preparing to defend using the sturdy fortifications. By noon, the main force of the Meuse River Battle Group had successively arrived at their designated attack positions. General Emmuck immediately ordered a strong assault on Bakshung Fortress, located on the easternmost side of the fortress group. For a time, the roar of cannons was deafening. The entire eastern sky of Liege was shrouded in the smoke of artillery fire. Meanwhile, behind the 2nd Army Group, the training assault battalion, which had been carefully protected and leisurely making its way, finally received its first combat mission of this campaign. An orderly rode a fast horse and found Morin, who was resting by the roadside. Reporting, Captain. Orders from Army Group Headquarters. The orderly dismounted and handed over an order sealed with a wax stamp. Morin opened the order and quickly scanned it. Then, a strange expression appeared on his face. Manstein and Kleist, who were nearby, saw his expression and curiously leaned closer. Sir, what's the mission? Are we going to support the attack on Bakshung Fortress? Kleist's tone carried a hint of excitement. It's a more important mission than that. The Army Group Headquarters has entrusted us with a great responsibility. Morin smiled and handed them the order, his tone calm. The 2 took the order and read it, and their expressions instantly froze. The order clearly stated. It is hereby ordered that the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion immediately proceed to the assembly point of the Army Group's logistical troops, to be responsible for their safety and ensure the absolute security of the supply line. Protecting the logistical troops? Kleist and Manstein exchanged glances, both seeing 4 large words on each other's faces greatly disappointed. What does this mean? Kleist's voice was slightly distorted. They want us to protect the logistical troops? The entire 2nd Army Group is in front of us, the Flanders Army has long been beaten back into the fortresses, where would the enemy come from in the rear? This simply doesn't need protection. Headquarters clearly doesn't want us on the front lines. Manstein also couldn't help but complain. The young staff officer, eager for glory, was somewhat agitated at this moment. They'd rather let conventional infantry brigades chew on hard bones like fortresses than let us, the unit most skilled in assault, go in. Other officers in the battalion also gathered around, and upon seeing the contents of the order, all were filled with indignation and complaints. They had trained so hard for so long, equipped with the most advanced weapons in the Empire, not to come to the front line to be warehouse security guards. Looking at his subordinates, each one agitated, Morin laughed instead. All right, stop complaining. He looked at Kleist and Manstein and said, an order is an order. We are soldiers and must obey, even if they want us to return home for rest, we must obediently turn back. Manstein, but, sir. No buts. Morin interrupted him, don't you all worry. I promise you, there will always be a time for us to take the field. At that time, facing the shells falling from the sky and the flying bullets, don't you regret not having cherished this peaceful time today? Morin's words carried a hint of teasing, which eased the tense atmosphere considerably. Although the officers still felt a surge of energy, they said no more and returned to restrain their troops. Seizing this opportunity, Kleist walked up to Morin and said to him with a serious expression, Sir, as the battalion adjutant, I have a request. Speak. Sir, if our battalion has an assault mission next, I hope to lead the frontline attack force. Kleist's gaze was serious, he was not joking. As the battalion commander, you should be stationed at the battalion headquarters, responsible for overall command. As early as shortly after the training assault battalion was formed, this battalion adjutant had heard about Morin's glorious deeds on the battlefield from Klaus and Baumann and others. When he heard that the latter often transformed into an assault squad leader, charging to the front line and even directly penetrating deep into enemy territory, Kleist always felt he should discuss it with Morin. In his opinion, Morin was already the battalion commander, the backbone and brain of the entire battalion, and should not personally risk danger. A commander's duty is to strategize from the rear, not to charge into battle like an ordinary soldier. Hearing his words, Morin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. What adjutant or not, the two of us can just divide the work and discuss it as we go. Morin chuckled, quickly skipping over the topic. Just as Kleist was about to say something more, a low hum came from the sky. Then, a dark shadow appeared in the distant clouds, continuously descending in altitude. The system map quickly marked a new unit, the Zeppelin armored airship L-28. The Saxon Empire currently possessed a total of 32 large Zeppelins. Besides 16 passenger and cargo airships, those numbered L-17 to L-32 were armored airships belonging to the Imperial Air Force. The L-28, L-29, L-30, L-31 and L-32 were even newer models, refitted with 203mm naval guns. The armored airship slowly flew over the heads of the training assault battalion, then headed towards the Liege Fortress group. Almost all the soldiers curiously looked at the behemoth in the sky. For many, it was their first close-up view of such a war beast. And Morin, looking at the magical aura on the armored airship's gas bag and the twin-barreled 203mm turrets mounted on the deck below, couldn't help but have a thought flash through his mind. The caliber might still be a bit off. I remember the Liege Fortress in another world seemed to be immune to artillery attacks below 210mm caliber. But if it's a top-down attack, is it possible to smash through? Wait, the United Kingdom of Flanders, under the influence of the Britonians, also followed the magic technology route. So, this Liege Fortress wouldn't also be equipped with large spell shields or similar defense systems, would it? As Morin was pondering these questions, the boom-boom of cannons echoed from the distant sky. The armored airship, which had already flown some distance, began its volley. Chapter 148, Armored airships are more than just big. 5 near misses. All cannons, readjust firing parameters based on ranging data. Inside the transparent observation cabin below the Zeppelin armored airship's bridge, the observer grabbed the nearby call device and shouted into the microphone. His forehead was covered in sweat from the tension, his eyes fixed on the Bakshang fortress below through binoculars. The previous volley had landed quite off target. There was nothing they could do. As soon as the Meuse River Battle Group's ground forces approached the fortress's perimeter, they were suppressed by the enemy's fortress defense fire, making it impossible to provide ground guidance. So now, the airship could only observe and correct its own targeting based on shell impacts, much like naval warships performing shore bombardment. From the air, the entire Liege fortress group looked like a giant monster. 12 fortresses, each 4 to 6 kilometers apart, formed a ring guarding Liege city. Those reinforced concrete fortresses and the temporary trenches dug around them made the observer shiver just by looking at them, feeling as if this place could hold back 1,000,000 troops. The gunners in the 4 turrets on the airship frantically adjusted the firing parameters, and the 203mm twin-barreled turrets slowly adjusted their angles with a creaking sound of metal gears. Soon, the second round of attacks began. This time, the attacks from the 4 twin-barreled 203mm cannons finally found their mark, with most of the shells hitting the top of Bakshang fortress. Deafening explosions resounded one after another, and black plumes of smoke rose into the sky. The Saxon soldiers waiting to attack around Bakshang fortress cheered at the sight. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring their vision. The observer nervously held his binoculars, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. After a long while, when the gunpowder smoke was blown away by the wind and the Bakshang fortress reappeared, the observer couldn't help but gasp. The fortress was completely undamaged. Aside from some blackened explosion marks on its surface, not even a single stone had fallen off. Attack ineffective, repeat, attack ineffective. The observer's voice sounded a bit bitter as he reported the disheartening result to the bridge. On the bridge, the airship captain of the L-28 armored airship, a middle-aged man with a Saxon-style big beard, his face grew even gloomier after hearing the report. He glanced at the air operations officer beside him, who also wore a grave expression. It seems the intelligence department's information was correct, the airship captain said in a low voice. These turtle shells are indeed immune to attacks from artillery below 210 mm caliber. The air operations officer nodded and sighed. If the army hadn't requested our air force's assistance in advance, relying solely on them, I don't know how many lives it would take to crack this tough nut. Just then, a shrill ringing sound came from behind the airship captain's seat. He quickly walked over and picked up something that looked like a telephone receiver. This was a combined communication system borrowed from the Navy, using a mix of wired telephones and brass speaking tubes. The wired telephone, with a small internal exchange, was the primary communication device, connecting the entire deck from end to end. The brass speaking tubes were used for short-range communication between cabins or as a backup communication method in emergencies. This is the bridge, the airship captain said into the microphone. The urgent voice of the gunnery officer came through the receiver. Bridge, this is fire control. Conventional ammunition shelling is ineffective, requesting to switch to heavy armor-piercing shells. I was just thinking the same. The airship captain agreed without hesitation. How long will it take for all turrets to switch to armor-piercing shells? Gunnery officer, reporting, airship captain, after seeing the fortress data in the combat briefing, I already had people transport the heavy armor-piercing shells near the gun positions in advance. Now we just need to load them directly. Well done. From now on, fire control will directly command the attack. Unless there are special circumstances, there's no need to report to the bridge. Yes, airship captain, call ended. With the order given, the 4 turrets immediately began changing ammunition. These heavy armor-piercing shells loaded into the 203 mm naval cannons seemed no different from conventional ammunition, but their internal structure was completely different, and the warheads were inscribed with numerous complex runes on their inner layers. Soon, loading was complete. Fire. The gunnery officer commanded. Continuous cannon fire resounded again, this time with a more muffled sound. The shells leaving the barrel traced an eerie blue arc in the sky, precisely hitting the top of Bakshang Fortress. Boom. The explosion's flash carried a strange blue-purple hue, clearly amplified by some magic technology. When the smoke and dust dissipated once more, the observer shouted excitedly, "Attack effective." Repeat. "Attack effective." I saw the area around the turret on the fortress's top collapse. His voice quickly reached fire control and the bridge via wired telephone, and everyone's spirits lifted. Continue the attack. All turrets, free fire. The gunnery officer ordered without hesitation. The armored airship clumsily adjusted its posture slightly in the air, its muzzles once again aimed at the scarred fortress. Boom. 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 Cannon fire once again came from the sky. Just as all the Saxon soldiers on the airship and the ground were filled with anticipation, waiting to see Bakshang Fortress completely obliterated, a sudden change occurred. A faint blue light curtain suddenly emerged from above the fortress, like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire fortress. The shells that had just left the barrel struck this light curtain. The violent explosion covered the entire fortress just as before, only this time it was completely blocked by the blue magic shield. Large-scale fortress magic defense array. The airship captain's mind flashed with this keyword. However, before he could say anything, a Magi-Tech engineer on the bridge, responsible for operating the magic detection equipment, suddenly shrieked in terror. Detecting massive magic reactions from the ground. Extremely strong energy index. The airship captain's heart sank, and an ominous thought instantly flashed through his mind. Another piece of intelligence mentioned by the military intelligence department, the United Kingdom of Flanders had acquired a batch of large-scale magic weapons from the Britonians at the beginning of the year. Helmsman, emergency evasion. Maximum output for all airship magic shields. He practically roared. The helmsman violently turned the wheel, and the massive airship began to turn clumsily in the air. But the maneuverability of such a behemoth was too poor, it simply couldn't move quickly. Just as the airship had deviated slightly from its course, on the ground, 3 dazzling red light beams shot into the sky, instantly hitting the airship's underside. The airship's built-in magic shield, upon contact with the red light beams, reacted violently, blue arcs of electricity flickering wildly across its surface, emitting a series of thunderous roars. That terrifying sight was clearly visible to Morin and others several kilometers away. Holy hell, Morin's jaw nearly dropped. No way. Are there anti-air high-energy lasers too? Kleist and Manstein beside him were also stunned, completely speechless. The 3 parallel crimson light beams lasted for several seconds before disappearing. The armored airship in the air was not shot down on the spot, but the layer of magic shield enveloping it had completely dissipated in that terrifying attack. On the airship's bridge, everyone was scared out of their wits by that last attack. They were the closest to the violent magic reaction just now, and for a moment, they truly thought they were done for. The shrill alarm sounded again. The airship captain grabbed the phone. "This is the bridge, what was that situation just now?" Reporting to the bridge. Magic shield unit completely failed. Technicians are performing emergency repairs, unable to reactivate in a short time. The airship control group's liaison's trembling voice came through the receiver. What was the enemy's attack? According to the Magi-Tech engineer's assessment, it should be a heat ray emitted by a large-scale magic device. I don't care what kind of damn ray it is. The airship captain roared exasperatedly. I just want to know if we can take another hit. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line, then a dejected reply, reporting, "Airship captain. Without the magic shield, we cannot withstand it." Hearing this reply, the airship captain felt all the strength drain from his body. He glanced at the fortress below, which seemed to harbor a demon, gritted his teeth, and issued the order he least wanted to give. "Helmsman, maintain evasive maneuvers, get us out of here." The massive armored airship slowly turned in the air, like a wounded giant beast, fleeing the battlefield in disarray. This scene greatly disheartened the Saxon soldiers attacking below, while the defenders in the Liege fortress erupted in thunderous cheers. Morin put down his binoculars, his heart also cold. The Liege fortress in this world, with the use of magic technology, was much harder to breach than he had imagined. "This is trouble," he muttered to himself. "From the looks of it, we won't really be bogged down here for several days, will we?" When Morin led the training assault battalion to the assembly point for the army group's supply train and field hospital at the rear, as ordered, dusk had already begun to fall. The air here was filled with a strong, pungent odor of blood mixed with medicine. Wagons and trucks continuously retreated from the front line, loaded with groaning wounded soldiers. The field hospital was set up on an open grassy area, with temporary tents brightly lit and shadowy figures moving about. Doctors and nurses were so busy they barely touched the ground, having no time to attend to the newly arrived troops. Under Morin's command, the training assault battalion soldiers deployed around the hospital and supply train, constructing simple defensive works. This was their first time experiencing the brutality of war up close. Apart from the seasoned veterans of 1st Company who had fought in Aragon, the soldiers of the other 3 companies, though elite veterans from the Imperial Guard and Hunters, had never experienced actual combat. Perhaps before, they were filled with romantic fantasies of war and a desire for glory, but the scene before them was like a bucket of ice water poured over their eager heads. They saw the wounded being carried off the vehicles, some missing limbs, others with abdominal wounds still bleeding profusely. A young soldier, half his face burned, could only let out vague, pained moans. The good news was that no one vomited, but most were pale-faced, their eyes filled with bewilderment. The relaxed and confident atmosphere they had on the train and during the march was completely gone. "Sir, too many wounded are coming from the front line, the hospital is severely understaffed." Kleist walked up to Morin, his face equally grim. Morin glanced at the field hospital not far away and nodded, "Have the men from 1st and 4th companies stay on alert. You take the men from 2nd and 3rd companies to help over there. Every little bit helps." "Yes, sir." Kleist took the order and left. Soon, the training assault battalion soldiers, under the guidance of doctors and nurses, joined the ranks of those rescuing the wounded. They helped carry stretchers, or pressed gauze on the wounded's injuries, while comforting those who were emotionally distraught. Morin himself walked towards where the wounded were disembarking. He wanted to find an officer who had retreated from the front line to ask about the specific situation. He quickly found his target, a major with a thick bandage wrapped around his shoulder, directing his men to carry the wounded from a truck. "Major, I am Captain Friedrich Mullen, commander of the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion." Morin stepped forward and saluted proactively. The major, seeing Morin's rank and arm patch, and hearing the Imperial Guard prefix, returned the salute. "Hello, Captain. I am from the 27th Infantry Brigade. What's the situation at the front?" Morin asked directly. The major shook his head, pointing to the continuous stream of wounded being brought in behind him. "You've seen it. It's not going well. The Meuse River Battle Group's attack today has basically been crippled." He pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Morin. Morin waved his hand, indicating he didn't smoke. The major lit one himself, took a deep drag, and then continued, "That damned Liege is simply an iron hedgehog. Their defensive firepower is too fierce, with magic crystal cannons and conventional artillery mixed. Our men simply can't push through." "Conventional artillery?" Morin frowned. "Yes, and damn it, they're 210mm howitzers custom-made before the war at our own Upper Arms factory." The major cursed angrily. "The shells rained down on us like a storm, plus the air-burst fragments from the magic crystal cannons. Our men fell in rows like wheat being harvested." Hearing this, Morin's heart sank even further. Knupper's 210mm howitzers were now the largest caliber artillery in the Saxon army's field units. Now, to have them used by the enemy against themselves, this battle was truly frustrating. Morin, of course, knew that the Saxons in this world had most likely also developed Big Bertha. But Morin felt that something that took 6 hours to install and required over 200 people to operate for a single cannon couldn't be considered a field gun. "We organized several charges, all of which failed. The bodies outside the fortress are almost piled up like mountains." The major seemed to be recalling the previous battles, his voice tinged with fear. Even if someone managed to luckily reach a blind spot from the artillery, they would be riddled with bullets by their rifles and machine guns. They connected each fortress with trenches and also laid barbed wire. Although it looked simple, for us, it was an impassable death zone. Morin fell silent. He understood very well the effect of trenches, barbed wire, and machine guns combined. General Emmich is already frantic. He's thrown in all his reserves, but it's still useless. The major took another drag from his cigarette, his eyes staring blankly into the distance. Today alone, our battle group suffered at least 3,000 casualties. 3,000 people. This number made Morin's heart tighten. He realized that the intensity of the Meuse River Battle Group's attack in this world seemed greater than in the timeline he was familiar with. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and Morin learned more details about the front line from the major. The battle continued until nightfall, with both sides exhausted. The Saxon army's numerous attacks were repulsed, and their morale was low. The Flanders defenders, though paying a considerable price, successfully held their positions by relying on sturdy fortifications. After bidding farewell to the major, Morin returned to the camp. He saw that the soldiers who had just been helping to rescue the wounded were now sitting in silence, their expressions heavy. The brutality of war had been displayed before them in the most direct and bloody way. The earlier light-hearted fantasy of a parade in Paris in autumn was completely shattered. Morin did not try to comfort them. He knew that some things they had to digest and adapt to on their own. He simply walked silently to the edge of the camp, looking at the distant direction of the Liege fortress, that sky shrouded in gunpowder smoke and firelight. Time passed minute by minute. At 8:30 p.m., an orderly galloped into the training assault battalion's camp on horseback. Sir. Emergency order from Army Group Headquarters. Chapter 149, the Training Assault Battalion's First Battle. Morin took the order and opened it. The content was simple. Due to excessive material consumption at the front, a large supply convoy needed to be organized immediately to transport ammunition and supplies to the Meuse River Battle Group's attack assembly area under the cover of night. The Training Assault Battalion was responsible for escorting it along the way. The order also required the Training Assault Battalion to directly join the Meuse River Battle Group's ranks after completing the escort mission. Because of the heavy casualties from today's offensive, General Bayer hoped the Training Assault Battalion could help stabilize the front line and prevent the enemy from launching a night counterattack that could break through the entire battle group's defenses. This order finally liberated the Training Assault Battalion from its status as a water cooler player or coffee pot player. But Morin couldn't be happy at all. After seeing the casualties of the frontline troops, it was unlikely anyone could be happy. After handing over the official order document, the orderly took out a wax-sealed envelope from his in my arms and gave it to Morin separately. Captain, this is General Bayer's personal letter to you. Morin took the letter, feeling a bit puzzled. What was the old general up to? Why couldn't he say what he needed to in the order, insisting on writing a separate letter? He tore open the envelope and, by the dim light of the hurricane lamp, began to read. The letter was handwritten by General Bayer, with strong and vigorous penmanship, but its content made Morin laugh out loud after reading it. The letter was not long. Its general gist was that he knew the Training Assault Battalion was an elite unit valued by the General Staff Headquarters and a precious darling of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The main purpose of sending them to the front line this time was to stabilize morale and embolden the troops who had been frightened by the fighting. Therefore, he hoped Morin would be extremely cautious in battle, absolutely avoid rash advances, and only pull his troops to a safe position, to prevent unnecessary casualties. Sir, what did the general say? Manstein and Kleist leaned in, asking curiously. Nothing much. The general praised us as the hope of the empire, future pillars, and told us to fight well, with prestige and spirit. Morin handed them the letter without changing his expression. The two took the letter and read it, and their expressions immediately became worse than if they had eaten a fly. What does this mean? Kleist's eyes widened. He wants us to go up there and just watch. Absolutely avoid rash advances, avoid unnecessary casualties. Manstein's face turned red with anger. He's insulting us. What does he take us for? A bunch of honor guards who can only march in parades. Morin looked at their indignant faces, smiled, and took the letter back from Manstein's hand. All right, don't get excited. The old general means well, afraid that we'd impulsively throw ourselves into it. As he spoke, he took out a match and lit a corner of the letter paper. Sir, you're... Kleist and Manstein were both stunned. Burning it, of course, Morin said matter-of-factly. Can a letter like this be kept? What if someone finds it someday and says we were afraid to fight? That would lead to a court-martial. Besides, the battlefield changes rapidly, how can we completely follow the orders from headquarters? He watched the letter paper turn to ash in the flames, then continued to speak to the two. All right, don't think so much. Prepare to depart. The order is for us to escort the supply convoy, then stabilize the front line. As for how to stabilize it, that's our business. His tone was calm, but Kleist and Manstein both detected a different nuance. They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. They knew that their battalion commander was never one to play by the rules. The process of escorting the supply convoy was exceptionally smooth, the cover of night was the best disguise. The massive convoy, under the escort of the Training Assault Battalion, advanced silently towards the front line along the dirt roads common in rural areas. The Flanders soldiers, who had retreated into the fortress, seemed to have no intention of sending out troops for night harassment. They were probably also scared by the bloody battle during the day and just wanted to stay safely within their turtle shell. In the early hours of the morning, the convoy successfully reached the assembly area of the Meuse River Battle Group. The situation here was no better than at the field hospital in the rear. The air was also filled with the smell of blood, and everywhere there were exhausted, dejected soldiers. After Morin directed his troops to complete the material handover, he did not immediately send them to the front lines. Instead, he found a relatively secluded grove and let the troops rest temporarily. Then he, along with Manstein and the soldiers of the 1st Company, quietly approached the flank of the attack launch area. He wanted to see for himself how bad the situation was on the front line. Soon after arriving, he saw about 3 battalions of Saxon soldiers reassembling under the urging of their officers. What are they doing? Attacking again? Manstein asked in a low voice. Looks like it. Morin raised his binoculars. Is General Emmich crazy? Such heavy casualties during the day, and they're still sending them to their deaths tonight. I mean, Attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers of those 3 battalions, led by their respective commanders, spread out their formation and rushed towards Bakshang Fortress under the cover of night. The first half went smoothly, the attacking force even quietly advanced to within 400 meters of the fortress. Just when everyone thought this night raid would succeed, an unexpected change occurred again. From the direction of Bakshang Fortress, more than a dozen dazzling searchlight beams suddenly lit up. These beams instantly cut through the night sky, illuminating the attack area as if it were daytime. Immediately after, several more flares were fired over the attacking troops, and under the pale light, the panicked Saxon soldiers were completely exposed. The next second, hell descended. From Bakshang Fortress and the surrounding trenches, countless tongues of fire spewed forth. Every weapon capable of firing unleashed a frantic barrage of ammunition into the illuminated area. The soldiers at the very front were instantly riddled with bullets. Those behind wanted to run but found themselves completely exposed to enemy fire, with nowhere to hide. Screams and wails echoed through the night sky. Through his binoculars, Morin watched as the soldiers of those 3 battalions were decimated within a few short minutes. It's over. Manstein's voice was trembling. This was no longer a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Those who miraculously survived no longer cared about any attack orders, crying out as they fled to the rear. The entire offensive had completely collapsed. This is simply a disaster. Morin lowered his binoculars, his face ashen. Manstein, beside him, was also pale, his lips trembling. Although he had participated in several large-scale exercises at the General Staff headquarters, an exercise was an exercise, completely different from the bloody reality of the battlefield before him. Sir. He tried to say something but found himself unable to utter a single word. Morin ignored him, because he noticed the situation seemed to be getting worse. The night raid failed, the Saxon attacking force collapsed, and the United Kingdom of Flanders soldiers, after repelling the night raid, were greatly boosted in morale. From the direction of Bakshang Fortress, a series of bugle calls for a charge suddenly rang out. Immediately after, large numbers of Flanders soldiers, rifles in hand, rushed out of their trenches and fortifications with shouts, launching a counterattack against the fleeing Saxon soldiers. Damn it, this is bad. Morin cursed inwardly. Those 3 battalions of Saxon troops had already suffered heavy losses and their morale had collapsed. With the enemy's counterattack, it was impossible for them to organize any effective defense. Once the enemy charged and engaged them, not only would these 3 battalions be annihilated, but the entire Meuse River Battle Group's front line could also be overrun. At that point, it would be a complete rout. They cannot be allowed to succeed. Orderly. Morin made a decisive decision, shouting to an orderly from the first company beside him, return to camp immediately, notify Adjutant Kleist, and tell him to bring the main force forward at once to prepare for support. Quickly. Yes, sir. The soldier acknowledged the order and turned to run back. After giving the order, Morin grabbed Manstein, who was still in a daze. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Follow me. He led Manstein and the remaining soldiers of the first company to quickly maneuver towards the right flank of the enemy's counter-attacking force. They quickly found a small grove in an excellent position. If it were daytime, this sparse grove would not provide much cover. But it was night now, and this sparse grove could completely conceal the soldiers of the first company. And in the distance, the Flanders counter-attacking force was charging across the open ground, howling. First company. Deploy by platoon, on the spot. Quickly. Morin ordered in a low voice. It's worth noting that the first company had no official company commander appointment yet and was temporarily led by Company Sergeant Major Klaus as acting company commander. In fact, Morin had changed company commanders several times, but the new company commanders never integrated well, and then the troops suddenly deployed, so he had to give up for now. The soldiers of the first company were all veterans who had fought through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood in Aragon. Their psychological and tactical quality were unmatched by the soldiers of the other 3 companies. Upon hearing the order, they showed no panic, immediately deploying into combat formation along the edge of the grove in squad units. According to the current firepower configuration of the training assault battalion, among the 4 squads of an infantry platoon, in addition to the standard .98 rifles, each squad was equipped with 1 MG-14 light machine gun, and 8 MP-14 submachine guns were among the 20 men in the squad. This meant that the automatic firepower of the entire company consisted of 12 light machine guns plus 96 submachine guns, a density of firepower completely unimaginable for other infantry companies of the same era. The Flanders counter-attacking force was completely unaware that a hungry tiger was opening its bloody maw on their flank. They appeared excited, even fanatical. The searchlights on Bakshang Fortress illuminated the fleeing Saxon soldiers in front of them, but also clearly exposed their own figures to Morin's gun sight. Wait until they get a little closer. Morin lay on the ground, staring intently through his binoculars at the approaching enemy. Fire. When the enemy's vanguard rushed to within less than 100 meters of the grove, Morin decisively gave the order to fire. Chapter 150, Master Lu. Da-da-da-da-da. Signaled by the firing of 12 MG-14 light machine guns, the remaining rifles of 1st Company and dozens of MP-14 submachine guns opened fire simultaneously, their piercing gunshots instantly tearing through the night sky. A dense rain of bullets mercilessly lashed out at the unprepared Flanders soldiers. As there were no tracer rounds, the enemies at the very front fell in swathes, as if swept by an invisible scythe. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere under the pale light of the searchlights. This sudden and fierce firepower completely stunned the Flanders. They had no idea where the bullets were coming from, only seeing their comrades fall one after another into pools of blood. Enemy attack. Enemy attack on the flank. It's the Saxon heavy machine gun position. A Flanders officer, who was further back and reacted faster, shrieked, trying to organize his soldiers to counterattack. They quickly determined the source of the firepower and immediately organized about one company of soldiers to outflank the small grove where Morin was located. This scene was also displayed in real time on the map in Morin's vision. So, you want to play a flanking game with me? Morin murmured to himself. If it were clumsy Maxim heavy machine guns, they might have succeeded. But the first company soldiers were equipped with lightweight and flexible MG-14 light machine guns. Tell the second platoon to shift positions to the left of the small grove. Prepare to suppress the enemy's flanking attack. Morin ordered his orderly. The soldiers of the first company's second platoon immediately sprang into action. The machine gunners picked up their machine guns, while the assistant gunners carried ammunition boxes, moving quickly to the other side of the woods in swift strides. The entire process was smooth, as if they had practiced it countless times on the training ground. During this process, they finally understood why they had to practice the 400-meter obstacle course day after day on the training ground. Why they had to perform 5-kilometer armed cross-country runs fully equipped. Everything was for today. As the soldiers lay down, set up their guns, and aimed. Second platoon leader Barrack also pulled out the flare gun issued to platoon leaders and fired an illumination flare towards the direction of the enemy's flanking movement. The bright illumination flare rose into the sky with a long trail of fire, illuminating the area below as if it were daylight. Approximately one company of Flanders soldiers, clutching their guns and crouching low, were cautiously creeping towards the woods. Their commander, seeing the illumination flare ascend, inwardly cursed his bad luck. But he had no retreat, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to direct the attack. He thought that the Saxon heavy machine guns would certainly not be able to transfer quickly, and as long as they could take down this heavy machine gun position from the side, victory would still be theirs. However, he clearly did not know that the enemy force before him was already equipped with light machine guns. A whip-like rain of bullets once again swept in from an unexpected direction, instantly breaking their attack formation. Perhaps the night and the flickering illumination flares made the soldiers less directly aware of the brutal deaths of their comrades than they would have been in daylight. This Flanders infantry company actually pushed forward, enduring the fierce firepower of the 1st Company's 2nd platoon. But they ultimately failed to create a miracle. After suffering over 2/3 casualties, this company completely collapsed. Their countercharge was like a wave crashing against a reef, shattering into pieces. Just as the 1st Company was fighting fiercely, the remaining troops of the training assault battalion, led by Kleist, also arrived on the battlefield. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately deployed into 2 assault echelons, by company, according to the combat regulations Morin had previously established, and engaged in battle from the front. The 3 newly arrived companies were like 3 reefs suddenly rising in the waves, completely breaking the Flanders attack. The roar of automatic firepower instantly resounded across the entire battlefield. The Flanders soldiers, who had just been reveling on the verge of victory in their countercharge, were now completely stunned. They had originally thought they were only facing a scattered group of rooted soldiers, who would have thought that so many fiercely armed Saxon troops would suddenly appear from both the front and the flanks. The density of this firepower was even more terrifying than when they had previously used heavy machine guns to sweep the Saxon assault columns in the fortress. Kleist, along with the other officers from the battalion headquarters, jogged over to Morin. The tall former Imperial Guard officer, despite having witnessed the brutality of the battlefield, still wore an expression of eager excitement for battle. "Sir, the entire battalion is ready for battle. When do we attack the fortress?" Morin looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Am I out of my mind? How could I possibly lead you to attack the fortress?" Morin said irritably. "My order was for you to come and provide support, not for you to go and die. Do you think that fortress is made of paper?" "Ah, is that so?" Kleist opened his mouth, but in the end, couldn't say anything. All right, don't think about these things for now." Morin interrupted him. "Immediately organize men, contact nearby friendly forces, and regather the scattered units. Also, bring back all the wounded you can gather. What we need to do now is stabilize the front line and retreat in an orderly fashion. Not to butt heads with that iron turtle." Hearing that they weren't going to launch an attack, a hint of disappointment clearly flashed across Kleist's face. But he quickly accepted the order and turned to execute it. Morin shook his head, he really hadn't expected his battalion adjutant to be such a warmonger. He turned to look at Manstein on the other side, only to find the young operations staff officer looking at the battlefield with an excited expression, identical to Kleist's just now. "No, you want to charge too?" Morin asked. "No, sir." Manstein shook his head, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. I just finally understood." "Understood what?" "I finally understood why you wanted us to practice that new method of attack, and I also finally understood why you always said that with the continuous increase in infantry firepower, dense column charges are suicidal." A peculiar light flickered in Manstein's eyes, a sudden realization after his perceptions had been completely overturned. "Before, I only heard you say it. Although I thought it made sense, I didn't have a very intuitive feeling. But today," he looked at the battlefield strewn with corpses, "in these short 10-odd minutes, I saw with my own eyes how several battalions of soldiers became vulnerable in the face of modern firepower. I also saw with my own eyes how the firepower of one of our companies easily crushed an enemy battalion's counterattack. Sir, you are right. The nature of war has completely changed." Morin looked at him, nodding with satisfaction. As expected of a future field marshal, his comprehension is indeed high. This small-scale night battle was nothing short of an ideological baptism for Manstein. It forcefully dragged the young staff officer, who was still stuck in traditional warfare thinking, into the brutal reality of modern warfare. On the other side, after the Flanders counterattack smashed against the hard reef of the training assault battalion, their recently boosted morale instantly deflated. The remaining soldiers abandoned their illusions and scurried back into their shells. The artillery on Bakshang fortress fired a few symbolic shots towards their direction, but the shells landed in open ground, posing no threat. Because by this time, Morin had already led the training assault battalion, along with the 3 rescued and heavily damaged infantry battalions, to retreat to a safe distance. It was also at this time that Morin learned that the unit that had launched the night attack was from the 14th Infantry Brigade. What shocked him even more was that the commander of this night attack was none other than Brigade Commander General Wu Zhuo himself. And this general had unfortunately fallen in the recent battle. Morin felt a chill of apprehension. If he hadn't acted decisively, leading the training assault battalion to repel the enemy's counterattack, not only these 3 battalions but also the entire 14th Infantry Brigade would have completely disintegrated. Just then, a soldier responsible for perimeter security ran back. "Report, sir. A large force is approaching us from the rear." Morin nodded, and taking Kleist and Manstein with him, followed the soldier. Not long after, they saw the vanguard of that force. Under the dim lantern light, a slightly stout officer, surrounded by several staff officers, was riding a horse at the forefront of the column. Morin found the man somewhat familiar, and after thinking carefully, he remembered that he seemed to have seen him in the 2nd Army Group's headquarters. When he clearly saw the Major General's rank on the man's shoulder, he quickly stepped forward and, along with the others, stood at attention and saluted. "Reporting, General. The 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion has just repelled the enemy's counterattack here and is currently regrouping its forces." Morin reported loudly. The slightly stout Major General returned the salute from horseback, then dismounted and quickly walked to Morin. After Morin briefly explained the recent combat situation, the slightly stout Major General visibly relaxed. "Well done, Captain Mullen. Headquarters heard that the Meuse River Battle Group suffered a setback in today's attack, so they sent me with reinforcements. I just heard intense fighting on the way and couldn't reach the 14th Brigade's headquarters." He scrutinized Morin, a smile of approval on his face. "I remember you. At the Army Group headquarters, I was quite interested in you and your training assault battalion. I didn't expect you to be even more outstanding than I imagined." "You flatter me, General," Morin said modestly, though he still felt the man looked somewhat familiar, but it was genuinely hard to see his face clearly in the dark. "I had heard of your unit before, when I was at the General Staff headquarters." The Major General looked at the training assault battalion soldiers in the distance, then walked alongside Morin. "So you were with the General Staff headquarters?" Morin asked, a little surprised. "Yes." At this point, the Major General nodded, then extended his hand to Morin in a friendly gesture. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. Erich Ludendorff, observer from the Operations Department of the Army General Staff Headquarters, concurrently Deputy Chief of Staff of the 2nd Army Group." Morin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the name. He quickly extended his hand and shook the other man's. "Holy cow, it's Master Lu." Chapter 151, A Tough Nut to Crack, Silver Alliance. The name Ludendorff is not unfamiliar to anyone with a slight understanding of World War I history. Morin was, of course, no exception. As he shook that slightly plump but strong hand, looking at this great man who, in another world, would eventually become the Saxon Empire's quartermaster general and even participate in a famous beer hall putsch after the war, a sense of unreality welled up in his heart. A living Master Lu. This feeling was so strange, like looking at a famous painting in a museum, and then the person in the painting suddenly walks out and shakes your hand. Ludendorff seemed to notice Morin's surprise, and a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes, hidden beneath slightly puffy eyelids. "Captain Mullen, have we met before? Your reaction suggests you know me." "Ah, no, General," Morin quickly replied. He couldn't very well say he'd seen him in history books in his previous life. "I've been to the General Staff headquarters a few times before and heard your esteemed name, but I never expected to meet you here." This explanation wasn't entirely unreasonable. Ludendorff squeezed out a kindly smile, which made him look like a simple, honest old man from next door, rather than the general who would later be known for his iron fist and ruthlessness. "So that's it. I didn't expect to be quite so famous among you young people." He released his hand, and the conversation quickly returned to the battle at hand. Glancing at the crestfallen soldiers of the 14th Infantry Brigade who were being reassembled nearby, Ludendorff's brows furrowed again. "I just heard you say that General Vusso of the 14th Brigade was killed." "Yes, General," Morin nodded, his mood also heavy. "He was killed leading the troops in the night attack just now." Ludendorff was silent for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. Vusso was a brave officer, but he was too impulsive. He looked around at the battlefield, which had just experienced a massacre, and finally issued an order. "From now on, I will temporarily take command of the 14th Infantry Brigade." The surrounding officers immediately stood at attention. No one raised any objections. As a senior observer sent by the General Staff headquarters, and also the Deputy Chief of Staff of the 2nd Army Group, Ludendorff's rank and authority were sufficient for him to make this decision. "Captain Mullen." Ludendorff turned to Morin. "Tell me about the specific situation of the Liege Fortress, especially the daytime attack. Why did it turn out this way?" "Reporting, General, I also just arrived at the front with my troops and don't know much about the daytime battle," Morin replied truthfully. I only know that the Meuse River Battle Group suffered heavy casualties today. By the time our battalion arrived at the rear, the field hospital was almost overflowing with wounded. Then what do you think of the night attack just now? Ludendorff pressed. A complete disaster, Morin answered without reservation. Sending soldiers to charge across open ground illuminated by searchlights, without effective fire suppression or a clear understanding of the enemy's defensive deployment, is no different from sending them to commit suicide. Hearing Morin's blunt assessment, the faces of several staff officers around Ludendorff turned grim, but Ludendorff himself nodded, seemingly agreeing with Morin's view. After a moment of silence, Ludendorff then turned his gaze to Morin. I'm somewhat surprised, Captain Mullen. I always thought that an elite unit like the Training Assault Battalion should be at the forefront of the attack. Why weren't you committed to battle until tonight? His tone was calm, but Morin detected a hint of inquiry in it. Morin smiled wryly to himself. He couldn't very well say that General Bayer treated them like precious treasures, afraid they might get a scratch, could he? He could only bite the bullet and reply, reporting, General, our battalion only arrived at the front this afternoon. Our first order was to protect the supply troops in the rear. Protect supply troops. Ludendorff's brow unconsciously raised, and several officers behind him exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat odd. Sending an elite assault battalion directly under the General Staff headquarters to guard a warehouse, this operation was indeed somewhat baffling. Ludendorff looked deeply at Morin, as if trying to discern something from his face. But he quickly averted his gaze and did not press further. He knew that this undoubtedly involved complex interpersonal relationships, and it was not something a temporary observer like him should inquire about. All right, let's not talk about these things, Ludendorff waved his hand. Now, I want to go to the front and see the situation. General. As soon as he finished speaking, a colonel staff officer beside him immediately spoke up to dissuade him. It's dark now, the situation at the front is unclear, and there's just been fighting, it's too dangerous. Morin also quickly said, General, it's really not suitable to go to the front now. The enemy's searchlights are still sweeping everywhere. Ludendorff, however, was unmoved. He glanced at Morin, his tone brooking no argument, with the Training Assault Battalion, directly under the General Staff headquarters, here, what is there to fear? As soon as these words were spoken, Morin immediately felt immense pressure. Damn it, with this high praise, if I let you lose even a single hair, wouldn't the General Staff headquarters flay me alive? Although he had confidence in the capabilities of the veterans in 1st Company, this was a battlefield after all, and bullets and shells had no eyes. If Ludendorff were to perish here, who would he turn to for an explanation? General, it's not a question of whether we are here or not, it truly is too dangerous, Morin also bit the bullet and urged. What, Captain Mullen, do you lack confidence in your troops? Ludendorff retorted. Of course not. Morin immediately straightened his back. I'm just concerned for your safety. My safety, I leave to you, Ludendorff patted Morin's shoulder, then led the way forward, giving Morin no chance to object again. Well, now he was being forced into it. Morin, helpless, could only turn and order Kleist and Manstein, Kleist, deploy the main force of the battalion in the rear, ready to support at any time. Manstein, you come with me. Then, he shouted to Klaus, the acting commander of 1st Company, Klaus, take the 1st platoon of 1st Company and escort the general with me. Yes, sir. And so, Morin, leading a platoon of elite soldiers, surrounded Ludendorff and his several staff officers, cautiously moved towards the area where the fighting had just occurred. The night was deep, the air filled with the pungent smell of smoke and blood, and the ground underfoot was covered with shell craters and scattered equipment. In the distance, the massive silhouette of Bakshang Fortress loomed like a lurking beast. The searchlight beams from the fortress occasionally swept across the area, putting immense pressure on this small team stealthily moving through the night. They eventually reached the flank of the small woods, the place where 1st Company had previously ambushed the enemy's counter-attacking forces. From here, the entire Bakshang Fortress could be clearly seen. Ludendorff and his staff officers immediately raised their binoculars, carefully observing the distant fortress. Morin watched their movements, his heart pounding. Brothers, please be careful, this isn't a sightseeing platform. The searchlights are too troublesome. Ludendorff lowered his binoculars, pointing to the several beams of light sweeping back and forth across the night sky in the distance. With these things, any night operation of ours will be detected in advance. The night attack just now suffered greatly because of this. His staff officers nodded in agreement. In the face of these dazzling beams, the cover of night was almost meaningless. Ludendorff raised his binoculars again, observed for a while, then sighed, Captain Mullen, you're right. This cursed place, from inside out, exudes a stubbornness that makes it a tough nut to crack. After the failed night attack and successful counterattack, the garrison of Bakshang Fortress had clearly become more vigilant. The searchlights scanned much faster than before, and figures could vaguely be seen moving on the machine gun positions and artillery emplacements above the fortress. Under these circumstances, let alone a large-scale night attack, even small-scale infiltration became extremely difficult. Ludendorff seemed to realize this as well, and he looked at Morin with some regret. What a pity. If the 14th Brigade hadn't launched such an impulsive night attack just now, perhaps you and your training assault battalion might really have had a chance to sneak through. Morin's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Ludendorff to know so much about him and the training assault battalion. General, I've heard about your battles in the Aragon Kingdom, and not just me. Ludendorff seemed to read Morin's mind and smiled, saying, many people in the General Staff headquarters are very interested in the assault tactics you proposed. We even specifically organized personnel to conduct detailed analysis and wargaming of your battles in Aragon. The results of the simulations were quite interesting. Ludendorff continued. Under specific conditions, your tactics, centered on elite infantry and emphasizing firepower, mobility, and surprise attacks, can indeed achieve combat effectiveness far exceeding that of conventional units. That's why the General Staff Headquarters approved the establishment of the Training Assault Battalion and appointed you as its commander. At this point, Ludendorff's gaze once again turned to the distant fortress, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. So, Captain Mullen, facing this fortress now, do you still have a way to create another miracle like in Aragon? Even if it's just a small-scale infiltration. Faced with Ludendorff's expectations, Morin fell silent. He knew that Ludendorff hoped he could, as he did in Aragon, lead a small, capable detachment to stealthily infiltrate the fortress, create chaos from within, and create opportunities for the main forces outside. Everyone's eyes were also focused on Morin. They all hoped that this young officer, who had repeatedly created miracles, could once again bring them a surprise. However, Morin slowly shook his head. General, I'm afraid it's very difficult. The soldiers of the assault battalion are essentially ordinary people, they just receive different training and are equipped with different weapons. They are not invulnerable supermen. Morin pointed to the distant fortress, analyzing calmly. After the strong assault during the day and the night attack just now, the garrison of Bakshang Fortress is now fully prepared. Searchlights, flares, plus the barbed wire and trenches on the periphery, form a defensive system with almost no blind spots. Under these circumstances, even if I were to lead the training assault battalion in a forced infiltration, we would only be torn to shreds by their machine guns and magic crystal cannons, merely increasing casualties for nothing. This is not cowardice, General. Morin met Ludendorff's gaze, his tone earnest. At this moment, he would not try to be brave. Rather, this fortress complex is, objectively, an extremely strong fortress that is very difficult to breach from the ground. Several staff officers behind Ludendorff showed expressions of disappointment, but Ludendorff himself remained calm, only gesturing for Morin to continue. Actually, before the battle just now, I led men to observe the front, Morin continued. I wanted to see if it was possible to use earthworks, digging trenches or tunnels, to approach the foot of the fortress. For this purpose, I specifically checked the soil quality nearby. According to my observations, the underground of the Liege area is widely distributed with a large amount of limestone. If we excavate from the surface, we would first encounter a relatively soft layer of loess or alluvium, perhaps only about a meter deep. But very quickly, we would hit the extremely hard limestone bedrock beneath. Moreover, this limestone bedrock is not a single, flat rock layer, its distribution is irregular. We might be digging forward and suddenly hit a huge piece of limestone blocking our way, which our infantry's engineer shovels and picks absolutely cannot break through. Morin's analysis surprised the staff officers present. They were all experienced professional soldiers, but none of them had ever been so meticulous as to study the geological structure of the combat zone before a battle. More fatally, Morin emphasized, according to intelligence I gathered from the wounded and the officers who withdrew, the fortress is equipped with a large number of magic crystal cannons. I encountered this weapon in the Aragon Kingdom. The shells it fires are similar to mortar shells, which can explode in the air, using shrapnel for large-scale lethality. For infantry conducting excavation work in open ground, the threat is enormous. It is very likely that the enemy would only need a few volleys, and our digging troops would be completely wiped out in the exposed trenches. After listening to Morin's analysis, Ludendorff's brows finally furrowed tightly. He raised his binoculars again, looked at the sturdy fortress, and then let out another heavy sigh. You're right, this is indeed a tricky problem. He lowered his binoculars, his expression filled with regret and helplessness. The large magic technology devices in the fortress severely threaten our armored airships in the air, greatly limiting the intensity of air support. We can only consider long-range artillery bombardment, but as you've seen, the effect is not ideal. If even your assault battalion, which specializes in infiltration, has no solution, then relying purely on infantry to fill the gap makes it impossible to take this fortress complex. Ludendorff's tone carried a hint of unwillingness. It seems we can only implement the contingency plan and deploy siege-heavy artillery from home. But this will delay us by at least a week, or even longer. The entire operational timetable set by the General Staff Headquarters will be disrupted. Morin knew clearly that the siege-heavy artillery Ludendorff spoke of referred to the 420 mm Big Bertha heavy howitzers produced by the Krupp Armaments Factory. In the history he was familiar with, the Liege Fortress was indeed ultimately breached by this heavy artillery. However, the Liege Fortress in this world, with the enhancement of magic technology, had clearly become an enhanced version. Morin was also unsure whether Big Bertha could still deliver a decisive blow as it did in another timeline. Actually, Morin said, looking at the distant searchlight constantly sweeping back and forth, then pondered for a moment before continuing. If there was a way to get our men across these last few hundred meters of death zone and directly into the fortress, the training assault battalion would still be confident in exerting its full strength. Ludendorff, but the problem is, these last few hundred meters now seem like an impassable chasm. One stout, one lean, one old, one young. Two soldiers, with souls from different worlds, yet equally troubled by this unconquerable fortress before them, stood side by side and simultaneously let out a long sigh. Ludendorff sighed because he felt that the General Staff Headquarters operational plan, meticulously precise down to the minute, was about to completely collapse because of a small Liege fortress, and all subsequent military actions would be severely affected. Morin, on the other hand, sighed because he was very worried that in this magically modified world, the course of history had not changed much. He seemed to already see his newly acquired 20 million imperial marks visibly transforming into bread costing 500,000 marks each, and that, damn it, was just the morning price. Chapter 152, A Madman's Plan. Human thought is capable of leaps. Just like Morin now. When the thought of bread for 500,000 imperial marks flashed through his mind, he inevitably thought of the mustachioed man who had given an impassioned speech in the beer hall. Then, he inevitably thought of the Second World War in another world. And then, he thought of how the German army in World War II dealt with even more fortified Belgian fortresses like Eben-Emael. Airborne. When this word flashed through his mind like an electric shock, Morin felt as if he had suddenly enlightened. The ideas that had been stubbornly blocked by the current predicament suddenly cleared. That's right. If I can't break through on the ground, why can't I descend from the sky? General. Morin grabbed Ludendorff's arm. His sudden action startled both Ludendorff and the surrounding staff officers. Captain Mullen, you. Ludendorff looked at him, somewhat taken aback. General, can you call for armored airship support? Morin asked eagerly, his eyes shining. Ludendorff paused, then nodded. As the 1st Army Group's Deputy Chief of Staff, and now personally leading troops to support the front line, I do have the authority to directly call for air support assigned to this 1st Army Group. He looked at Morin with some confusion, but based on the daytime attack, once an armored airship approaches, it will be subjected to fierce attacks from the enemy's anti-air magic device. Even if we call them over, it probably won't do much good and will only increase unnecessary losses. No, General. Morin shook his head, his voice a little hurried due to excitement. I don't want them to provide fire support. I hope the armored airship can take me and some of my assault squad above the fortress. Ludendorff's brows furrowed, and the staff officers around him also looked puzzled. Fly over the fortress? And then be shot full of holes by the enemy's anti-air magic device? Then what? Ludendorff asked the question on everyone's mind. Morin took a deep breath and said, word by word, then, we will directly airdrop from above the fortress and complete the infiltration. Airdrop. Ludendorff repeatedly chewed on this novel term, his expression changing from confusion to surprise, and then to thoughtfulness. The staff officers behind him all widened their eyes, as if listening to a fantasy. Jump from the sky? Is this man crazy? Yes, airdrop. Morin nodded heavily. How will you achieve that? Ludendorff pressed, his voice already carrying a hint of irrepressible excitement, clearly having thought of something. The airship should be equipped with parachutes for emergency escape. Morin explained, even if not, it doesn't matter. I myself am a spellcaster, and I can use the Featherfall spell to safely descend from the air with my soldiers. At this point, Morin also realized the biggest difficulty of this plan. However, the anti-air magic device in the fortress is indeed very powerful. The armored airship really can't withstand the attack of the magic device. Unless... Morin looked at Ludendorff, we can have 2 armored airships working together. One will be responsible for a feint attack, attracting the fortress's anti-air firepower from the front. The other will carry our assault squad, taking the opportunity to approach at high speed from the flank and complete the airdrop. Morin's plan was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the minds of Ludendorff and all the staff officers. Everyone was stunned by the madness and boldness of this plan. But after the shock, an unprecedented light burst forth in Ludendorff's eyes. He stared intently at Morin, as if trying to see through the young man. Ludendorff realized that this seemingly crazy plan was indeed the only possible way to break the stalemate, and also the fastest way to achieve it. Once Morin and his assault squad successfully landed inside the Liege Fortress group, even if they only caused chaos within one fortress, destroying critical command nodes or weapon systems, then the main forces suppressed on the front could seize the opportunity and launch a general offensive. The risk was huge, but the reward was equally huge. This perfectly aligned with his consistent military philosophy to exchange a certain cost for a decisive victory. Good. Ludendorff grabbed Morin's hand, unable to conceal the smile on his face any longer. Captain Mullen, you really haven't disappointed me. He immediately ordered the colonel staff officer beside him. Immediately have the forward command set up the radio and contact 1st Army Group headquarters in my name, requesting them to coordinate with the 1st Army Group to temporarily dispatch their L-29 armored airship to support us. General, this. The colonel staff officer looked troubled. General Mackensen is advancing north with the 1st Army Group, and their air support mission is also very heavy, so they probably won't agree easily. He will. Ludendorff interrupted him confidently. He turned to Morin and chuckled like a simple old man. If General Mackensen learns that Captain Mullen's training assault battalion urgently needs air support, I believe he will not refuse. Thus, in the dead of night on August 4th, a crazy plan that could change the direction of the entire Western Front was finalized by 2 equally crazy soldiers in a small grove on the front lines of Liege Fortress. Subsequently, the offensive of the Meuse River Battle Group gradually slowed down, just as Morin had expected. Aside from maintaining the encirclement of the Liege Fortress Group and sporadic artillery harassment, no large-scale attacks were launched. This led the Flanders defenders in the fortress to mistakenly believe that the Saxons had been intimidated, and their morale soared. Meanwhile, Morin led his troops back to a relatively safe area in the rear and began to recharge his spell slots after midnight. Although he hadn't obtained any new experience books during this period, and the experience gained through meditation wasn't much. But after all, every little bit counts, and he still managed to level up to 4 before the war began. This upgrade, in addition to increasing his second level spell slots from 2 to 3, more importantly, also granted him a new ability Empower spell. This feat allows Morin, when preparing spells, to attach powerful empower spell effects to low-level spells by occupying higher-level spell slots. After considering the situations he might encounter in the upcoming battle, Morin ultimately chose Empower Spell as his Empower Spell feat, which can increase the variable effect of a spell by 50%. And he quickly completed his spell selection. He filled all 4 of his first-level spell slots with Feather Fall spell. This spell, when cast, can designate up to 5 targets, including himself, allowing them to descend slowly at a speed of 3 meters per second, completely eliminating the worry of falling injuries. For his 3 precious second-level spell slots, he filled 2 with Mage Armor and 1 with Shield spell. Furthermore, he chose the Empower spell combination for all 3 of these second-level spells. Originally, 1 Mage Armor could withstand approximately 20 direct hits from full-power rifle bullets. But after being boosted by the Empower spell effect, this number directly increased to 30 rounds. Having done all this, Morin finally breathed a sigh of relief, lay on his cot, and closed his eyes. He knew that what lay ahead was a true gamble. And he had already staked all his chips. For the 20 million Imperial marks not to turn into 40 loaves of bread, I'll risk it all. Throughout August 5th, the Amuse River battle group remained unusually quiet. Aside from a few minor, ineffectual probing artillery barrages by the artillery units, there were no other movements. This abnormal calm made General Gerard Lyman, the commander of the Liege Fortress garrison, even more convinced of his judgment the Saxon offensive had been successfully thwarted by them. His confidence swelled to its peak after receiving the latest news from the rear. According to reports from Brussels, the main force of the Holy Britannian Empire's expeditionary army would complete its landing at Dunkirk port within these days. Gentlemen, every day we hold out here, our allies get one step closer to us. At the operational meeting in the fortress command post, General Lemon said to his subordinates with full confidence. Victory will surely belong to us, Flanders. The garrison inside the fortress, encouraged by him, saw their morale soar, and they were immersed in an optimistic atmosphere. They did not know that in the seemingly calm night sky above them, a deadly assault, enough to overturn their understanding, was quietly brewing. By the afternoon of August 5th, just as Ludendorff had predicted, the L-29 Zeppelin armored airship, originally responsible for supporting the 1st Army Group, indeed arrived in the 2nd Army Group's operational airspace. General Mackensen, upon receiving Ludendorff's request on the grounds that Captain Mullen's training assault battalion urgently needed support for a special mission, agreed to the temporary transfer almost without hesitation. The fully operational L-29 would also take on the important responsibility of attracting enemy fire in this operation. The sun slowly set behind the hills, painting the clouds in the sky a magnificent orange-red. In a hidden clearing in the rear, the L-28 armored airship, having completed emergency repairs in the air, slowly descended, lowering its altitude to just 50 meters above the ground. This was the lowest safe altitude an armored airship could reach, aside from normal landing and unfortunate crashes. The hatch on the airship's belly opened, and several large, basket-like passenger compartments were slowly lowered. The 19 most elite soldiers, selected from the 4 companies of the training assault battalion, lined up and successively boarded the gondolas under the watchful eyes of Kleist and the company commanders. A hint of nervousness was on the faces of these soldiers. But more than that, there was an undisguised excitement and pride. To be chosen to participate in this unprecedented airborne operation was the highest honor for each and every one of them. The 20 assault squad members, including Morin, had also changed into captured United Kingdom of Flanders military uniforms. He patted Manstein, who was also wearing an enemy uniform and seemed a bit uneasy, motioning him to relax. Captain, are you really going to lead the team personally? Kleist and Captain Klaus of the 4th Company were still making a final effort, trying to persuade Morin to change his mind. You are the commander of the entire battalion, you cannot put yourself in such danger. Kleist's tone was very firm. Company Sergeant Major Klaus of the 1st Company also echoed, yes, Captain. Leave this kind of charge and break work to us. Morin looked at the 2 burly men in front of him, who were both concerned and blocking his way like door gods, and felt a little helpless. He cleared his throat, straightened his face, and assumed the authority of a military commander. I am the battalion commander, and also the military commander of the battalion. It is wartime, and once the guns fire, everyone in the battalion must obey my command. This is an order, not a discussion. Seeing that the 2 still wanted to say something, Morin changed the subject. Besides, the aura of you 2 is too obvious. He looked up and down at their burly figures and chiseled faces. When you 2 stand there, it's as if I am a Saxon soldier is carved on your faces, you are simply not suitable for infiltration operations. Although the reason was a bit far-fetched, Kleist and Klaus exchanged glances and felt there might be some truth to it. Then what about him? Kleist was still a bit unconvinced. He pointed to Manstein, who had already boarded the gondola and was also wearing an enemy uniform. Is Staff Officer Manstein suitable for infiltration? He doesn't look like a Flanders person either. Morin, hearing this, a slight smile played on his lips, and he delivered a decisive blow that the 2 could not refute. He speaks fluent Dutch language. Can you 2 brutes? Kleist and Klaus were instantly silenced. The 2 opened their mouths, struggled for a long time, and finally could only sigh helplessly, silently making way. The gondola slowly ascended, and the figures on the ground grew smaller and smaller. Kleist and Klaus, along with all the soldiers of the training assault battalion, looked up silently, watching their captain and assault squad disappear into the massive shadow of the airship. The gondola was retracted into the airship's spacious cargo hold. Morin and Manstein stood together, both of them having changed into officer uniforms. Morin was a lieutenant, and Manstein was a second lieutenant. Manstein's face was taut, and Morin could feel that the young operations staff officer beside him was currently so nervous that his palms were sweating. Don't be nervous, Manstein. Morin said comfortingly. After a few more times, you'll get used to it. Manstein's mouth twitched at the words, and he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. A few more times? Captain, are you really comforting me? After everyone boarded the airship, an officer from the airship walked over and saluted Morin. Captain Mullen, the airship captain requests your presence on the bridge. Chapter 153, Gentlemen, see you on the ground. Captain Mullen followed the officer through a long internal passage, arriving at the bridge located in the front of the airship. The airship captain of the L-28 armored airship, the bearded middle-aged man who had suffered a great loss during the day, grinned when he saw Captain Mullen. You're Captain Mullen? I heard about your plan, you truly are a bold fellow. Only madmen like you could come up with such a crazy combat plan. Although his tone sounded like he was scolding, his eyes were full of approval and a hint of admiration. You're too kind, airship captain, Captain Mullen responded with a smile. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. Ha 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 ha, alright, let's cut the small talk. The airship captain's smile vanished, his expression turning serious. He led Captain Mullen to the system map and began to give him the final mission briefing. Captain Mullen, according to the plan, the L-29 armored airship will act as a decoy and launch the first attack. It will attempt a round of aerial bombing and shelling on Bakshang Fortress and do its utmost to draw the fortress's anti-air magic device fire. As for us, the L-28 armored airship, we will first remain concealed in the clouds at an altitude of about 500 meters. Regardless of whether the enemy's magic device opens fire, we will immediately descend to an altitude of about 200 meters as we approach the fortress cluster, and at maximum speed, we will sweep over Leech City. The window for your parachute jump will be very, very short, possibly only a few minutes. So you must seize this opportunity. Captain Mullen nodded, indicating he understood. He asked again, Airship Captain, do the parachutes on the airship require special training to use? Of course. The airship captain replied as a matter of course. They're not something you can just strap on and use. Without at least a week of ground and simulated training, jumping directly from the air is no different from suicide. Hearing this answer, Captain Mullen completely abandoned the idea of using parachutes. He ultimately decided to use the relatively safer Feather Fall spell to complete this unprecedented airborne operation. The night deepened, and at precisely 9 p.m., the operation officially began. The L-29 armored airship, acting as a decoy, accelerated first, like a giant nocturnal beast, charging towards Leech City, which was guarded by 12 fortresses. Its massive silhouette was quickly exposed under the searchlight beams of Bakshang Fortress. Target spotted. It's a Saxon armored airship. Anti-air magic device, immediately charge. Prepare to attack. The commander of the anti-air magic device in the fortress immediately issued orders the moment he saw the L-29 armored airship. They thought the Saxons had been scared off, but they didn't expect the enemy to dare send an airship over at night to its death. The airship captain of the L-29 armored airship looked coldly through the observation window at the fortress below, which resembled a hedgehog. He knew the mission entrusted to his armored airship, and he also knew that his fate and the fate of his hundreds of crew members would now be decided only by God. All turrets, open fire at will. Throw all the bombs onto that damn turtle shell. He commanded into the communicator. Boom. 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 The 203mm naval guns on the armored airship began to roar, and aerial bombs rained down from the opened bomb bay. For a time, the entire sky above Bakshang Fortress was shrouded in the flames of explosions. Perhaps it was because aerial observation at night was much more difficult, or perhaps the daytime victory had made the defenders somewhat complacent. It wasn't until the L-29 armored airship had completed its bombing and began to adjust its course to disengage that the fortress's anti-air magic device finally opened fire. 3 crimson, deadly rays once again illuminated the night sky, fiercely striking the L-29 armored airship's magic shield, stirring up violent magical reactions in circles. And this dazzling light also simultaneously illuminated the even larger dark silhouette hidden in the higher clouds, the L-28 armored airship. In the magic device control room of Bakshang Fortress, the Magi-Tech engineers responsible for guiding the firing cried out in despair the moment they saw the L-28 armored airship's silhouette in the clouds. They realized they had been tricked. And the airship captain of the L-28 armored airship, the moment he saw the anti-air magic device below open fire, immediately grabbed the microphone and roared out orders. Enemy anti-air magic device has opened fire. All hands, attention. Immediately lower altitude. Maximum power to propulsion units. Accelerate and charge through. At the same time, he ordered a round of saturation bombing, using the flames and smoke of the explosions to cover the impending airborne assault squad operation. Inside the cargo hold where Captain Mullen and the others were, the lights also turned dark red. Captain Mullen, we have entered the target airspace, ready for airborne drop at any time. An airship officer, secured by a safety rope, shouted to him, and then the cargo hatch below slowly opened. Captain Mullen stood at the edge of the open hatch, the night wind howling in, making his uniform flap loudly. He looked at the rapidly passing land below, illuminated grotesquely by fire and searchlights, and felt a strange calm in his heart. He felt himself enter a peculiar and profound state, his mind clear, all the surrounding noise seemingly vanished. He calmly raised his hand and quickly chanted an obscure word. Soft white lights lit up in succession, precisely enveloping 20 assault squad members, including himself. 4 feather fall spells were cast. He turned, smiling at the soldiers before him, whose faces were etched with tension and determination, and said loudly. Gentlemen. I remember you often call yourselves the Emperor's Blade. Today, I hope this blade can pierce the enemy's heart. Gentlemen, see you on the ground. With that, he took 2 steps back, then unhesitatingly turned, led the way, and leaped from the airship's open hatch into the deep night sky below. Captain Mullen's decisive leap was like a silent command. The assault squad members, who still harbored a trace of fear and hesitation, saw their officers back, and the last vestiges of doubt in their minds were instantly washed away by a surge of hot blood. What's there to be afraid of? The battalion commander jumped first. What are we still hesitating for? For Saxon! A young soldier roared, then followed, jumping out of the hatch. His action was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. For the Emperor! The assault squad members howled, one after another, like dumplings dropping into a pot, scrambling to jump out of the cabin and disappear into the dark night. Manstein, who was standing at the edge of the hatch, preparing to be the last to jump, watched this scene and felt an indescribable surge of hot blood rush from his chest to the top of his head. For a moment, all fear of the unknown and of death was burned away by this boiling blood. Only one thought remained in his mind. To fight alongside such a group of brave warriors, he would have no regrets dying. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and leaped from the edge of the deck. On the bridge of the L-28 armored airship, the bearded airship captain witnessed this breathtaking scene through the observation window. He saw those 20 tiny figures, without hesitation, plunge into the embrace of darkness. Even an old soldier like him, who worked in dangerous high-altitude conditions every day, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle at this moment. They're a bunch of damn lunatics. He muttered softly, his voice a mix of admiration and emotion. Immediately, he grabbed the microphone and issued orders to the entire airship. Cargo air dropped. Helmsman, immediately gain altitude. Full speed to escape this damned airspace. The roaring engines of the L-28 armored airship reverberated through the sky, then it traced a huge arc in the air, rushing towards the safe night sky in the distance without looking back. Only the defenders of the Liege fortress were left on the ground, in a state of confusion, preparing to defend against a second air raid that didn't exist. Weightlessness. This was Manstein's first sensation after jumping out of the hatch. Immediately after, the whistling wind roared into his ears, making him almost deaf. He instinctively closed his eyes, feeling his body falling, his heart almost leaping out of his throat. But a gentle yet powerful force enveloped his entire body, slowing his descent to a feather-like drift. He tentatively opened his eyes. What greeted him was a magnificent sight he had never seen before. He was floating hundreds of meters above the ground. Below was the grim outline of Liege City and the fortress cluster. In the distance, the L-29 armored airship and the L-28 armored airship were once again disappearing into the night sky. Further away, the artillery positions of the Saxon Empire continuously spat fire, engaging in fierce exchanges with the fortress's gun emplacements. The entire world seemed to be on fire. This was war. Captain Mullen, on the other hand, adjusted his posture in the air, feeling like a feather, letting the wind carry him to an unknown distance. On the system map, the green dots representing himself and the 19 assault squad members were scattered in the air, slowly drifting towards the ground. Their landing points were even more dispersed than expected. The 2 furthest points were more than a kilometer apart in a straight line. This was unavoidable, jumping from an altitude of 200 meters at night and with unpredictable wind speeds. To keep it within such a small range was already considered good luck. With a soft thud, Captain Mullen felt his feet touch solid ground. He had successfully landed. He quickly unslung the submachine gun from his back and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. This seemed to be farmland, with the smell of earth and vegetation in the air, and a country road seemed to be not far away. After confirming safety, he wasted no time, immediately opened the system map, and began to plan the route to gather his troops. Relying on the precise positioning of the system map, Captain Mullen, like a player with a full map hack, moved through the dark fields. He quickly found his first target. It was a corporal from the 2nd Company, lying bewildered in a vegetable patch, still not sure where he was. Hey, snap out of it. Captain Mullen walked over and patted the military cap on his head. The infantry of the United Kingdom of Flanders were not equipped with helmets. The corporal jumped in surprise, turning sharply. When he saw it was Captain Mullen, he let out a long sigh of relief. Captain. I thought it was the enemy. The enemy wouldn't find you as quickly as I did, Captain Mullen chuckled. Come with me, we're going to find the others. Thus, Captain Mullen, with the first team member he found, continued on their way. They soon found the second, then the third. The team grew like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. By the time Captain Mullen found Manstein in a small grove, clutching his rifle and looking around nervously, he already had over a dozen people following him. How do you feel, our operations staff? Captain Mullen walked up, smiling. Captain. Manstein saw Captain Mullen as if he had seen a loved one, so excited he almost hugged him. It was too exciting. He stammered. When I landed just now, I almost thought I was going to break my leg. You'll get used to it. Captain Mullen smiled, then pointed to the group of equally excited soldiers behind him. See, aren't they all fine? Manstein then noticed the team behind Captain Mullen, and his mouth fell open in surprise. Captain, how did you find everyone in such a short time? It was known that their landing area was pitch black, with only moonlight vaguely illuminating the surroundings. Even with a map and compass, gathering 20 people scattered within a kilometer radius in such a short time would be an almost impossible task. Captain Mullen heard this, smiled mysteriously, then lowered his voice and said in a shaman-like tone. Because the sacred Kala connects each and every one of us. Manstein, Kala? What is Kala? Captain Mullen, a belief, a spirit, never mind, you wouldn't understand. Just know that we will never be separated. Manstein nodded, half understanding. Chapter 154, Infiltration. As the airborne operation commenced, inside the 2nd Army Group's headquarters, General Bayer was anxiously reviewing the day's attack by the Meuse River Battle Group. The operations room was filled with smoke, and the huge map on the wall was covered with various red and blue pencil markings, but the red arrows representing the offensive spearheads were firmly blocked outside the Liege Fortress Group. The day-long failed offensive made the Army Group commander's face so grim it looked like it could drip water. The timetable. Damn the timetable. The staff officers in the General Staff headquarters, sitting in their offices, had planned every step of the entire Western Front campaign down to the day. But they simply didn't understand that the frontline situation was constantly changing. How could it be so easy to follow a plan? While the 2nd Army Group was stalled, the 1st Army Group, commanded by General Mackensen to the north, had an extremely smooth day of fighting. According to the newly received combat report, even without armored airship providing air support in the afternoon, General Mackensen still led the 1st Army Group's units to completely suppress the enemy forces in the north. The Teutonic Knights, responsible for confronting the United Kingdom of Flanders elite Order of the Golden Fleece, even engaged in a grand melee of nearly 100 armored knights against the enemy's armored knights in open terrain. Ultimately, the Teutonic Knights, relying on a newly equipped armor-piercing weapon, achieved an astonishing exchange ratio of 1 to 12, almost annihilating this elite assault force of the United Kingdom of Flanders. But the problem now was that no matter how smoothly things went in the north, they would be dragged down by the stalled offensive of the 2nd Army Group here. If he couldn't capture Liege City, which was protected by 12 fortresses, the 1st Army Group wouldn't be able to safely advance deep into Gaul. Because their flank would be completely exposed to the threat of the Liege Fortress Group, and without opening the railway line, the 1st Army Group's supply would also be greatly affected. Thinking of this, General Bayer irritably waved his hand, dispersing the smoke in front of him. He glanced at the clock on the wall, the hour hand already pointed to 9 o'clock in the evening. Connect me to the front line, I need to speak with Ludendorff, he ordered his adjutant. He needed to know how that crazy airborne plan was being executed, he needed to know every detail. To be honest, General Bayer had completely disagreed with this plan from the start. Especially when he learned that the unit executing this airborne operation was the precious Training Assault Battalion, he almost slammed the table and refused. Ludendorff, what kind of international joke are you playing? He himself was reluctant to commit this unit to brutal siege warfare, only wanting them to follow behind and guard the supply units, serving as a mascot. Yet, Ludendorff was actually planning to throw the General Staff Headquarters' direct subordinate unit, the Crown Prince's most precious toy, directly into enemy territory. If anything went wrong, how would he explain it to the Crown Prince? How would he explain it to the General Staff Headquarters? Say he got carried away and simply sacrificed this elite unit? But in the end, under Ludendorff's insistence, Bayer could only hold his nose and agree to the plan. Because Ludendorff told him that if they didn't do this, they would have to wait for the country's Big Bertha super siege cannons to be transported to the front line before launching a siege operation. But in terms of time, transportation, installation, and debugging alone would delay them by at least 10 days. 10 days. This number struck General Bayer's heart like a heavy hammer. He couldn't bear this responsibility. If the Training Assault Battalion was lost, at most he would only be reprimanded by the General Staff Headquarters and the Crown Prince. But if it affected the entire operational plan, he would be court-martialed. Soon, the wired telephone line connected to the front was patched through, and after a burst of static in the receiver, Ludendorff's calm voice, tinged with a hint of fatigue, rang out. General, it's me, Ludendorff. How is the plan being executed? General Bayer asked directly. The airborne drop is complete, and the armored airship have safely exited enemy airspace, Ludendorff replied concisely. What next? What do you plan to do? General Bayer pressed, his tone revealing an urgency he himself hadn't noticed. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After several seconds, Ludendorff's voice rang out again, but this time, there was a hint of uncertainty in it. Next, it depends on whether Captain Mullen can create this miracle for us. Inside the Liege Fortress Group. In the wilderness under the night sky, there was a deathly silence. Morin, with the gathered assault squad, was hidden in a dense thicket, making their final combat preparations. 20 men, not one less, all successfully assembled. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they held even greater awe for their elusive superior. Everyone, check your equipment, especially your ammunition. Morin lowered his voice and said to the soldiers gathered around him. We're going to pull off something big next, no one mess up. The soldiers immediately began checking their weapons and ammunition, the rifle bolts clattering, and the magazines in their chest rigs being repeatedly inspected. In this 20-man assault squad, there were 2 machine gunners with MG-14 light machine gun, and their 2 assistant gunners with MP-14 submachine gun. Each person's backpack contained no complicated equipment for daily marching, besides a canteen, it held 2 250-round ammunition belts. Of the remaining 16 people, including Morin and Manstein, besides 2 highly skilled marksmen carrying Lee Enfield rifles captured from United Kingdom of Flanders soldiers, everyone else also carried MP-14 submachine gun. Besides the magazines and grenades in their chest rigs, Everyone's backpack only contained a canteen and a small lantern for illumination. The remaining space, apart from helping the machine gun team carry ammunition, was filled with a good number of mechanically timed detonators. Manstein squatted beside Morin, nervously checking the MP-14 submachine gun in his hand. He still felt like he was dreaming. Jumping from hundreds of meters in the sky, landing unharmed in the enemy's heartland, and then in this pitch-black night, guided by something, quickly finding all his scattered comrades. All of this exceeded every piece of military common sense he had learned in military academy and the General Staff headquarters over the past 20 years. He secretly glanced at Morin beside him. The young captain was calmly checking his weapons and equipment, with no trace of nervousness on his face. Captain, are we really going to attack the fortress command post next? Manstein still couldn't help but ask. According to the original plan, they had three primary objectives: the fortress command post, the anti-air magic device, and the magic power nexus. Destroying the fortress command post would cause the fortress group to lose command, destroying the anti-air magic device would allow armored airship to attack safely, and destroying the magic power nexus would cripple all magic-powered devices within the fortress. However, all three of these objectives sounded like hellish difficulty. Of course, Morin replied without lifting his head, if we don't pull off something big, how can we justify taking such a huge risk to jump down? He slapped the magazine, its bullets neatly aligned, into his gun, then looked up at Manstein, grinning. He was very confident and optimistic. Manstein. The operations staff officer wanted to say something, but looking at Morin's confident face, somehow, the tension and fear in his heart really dissipated quite a bit. Perhaps this captain truly had some unknown trump card. Just then, a vehicle engine roar came from a distance. Morin became alert almost instantly. He pressed down on Manstein, who was about to stand up, and at the same time made a concealed gesture to the surrounding soldiers. Everyone quickly lowered their bodies, hiding in the shadows of the roadside woods. On the system map, a unit token representing a Holy Britannian Empire unit was moving steadily along a country road towards their direction. The small text annotation below the token was very clear: Britannian Expeditionary Force Liaison Officer. Britannian? Morin was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the Britannian to arrive so early. He straightened up and raised his binoculars, looking in the direction of the sound. Under the moonlight, two black four-wheel sedans were driving with dim headlights on the bumpy dirt road. Morin recognized the car's appearance at a glance. Wasn't this a Mercedes-produced crystal-powered vehicle? It seemed that before the war, the Saxon Empire and the United Kingdom of Flanders had done quite a bit of business. At the same time, a new idea flashed through Morin's mind like lightning. His original plan was to disguise himself as a United Kingdom of Flanders soldier and try to infiltrate Leech City. But now, Morin watched the two approaching cars, and an even bolder and crazier plan quickly formed in his mind. What if we could replace them? Disguising themselves as Britannian liaison officers, accompanied by Flanders officers, entering Leech City and heading straight for the command post. As he thought of this, Morin's heart began to beat faster. The risk was enormous, but the reward was equally enormous. Let's do it. Everyone, attention. Morin lowered his voice and quickly issued his orders. Two machine gun teams, immediately find positions by the roadside, ready to provide suppressive fire. Do not open fire without my command. Everyone else, take off your chest rigs and come onto the road with me. Soon, Morin led the remaining 16 assault squad to block the middle of the road, specifically having the soldiers with Lee Enfield rifles stand at the very front. He whispered to everyone, stay calm, act on my command, never speak first, and hide your submachine gun behind your backs. Although the assault squad didn't understand what their captain was going to do, they executed the order without hesitation. They all held their breath, hearts pounding, waiting for the two cars to arrive. The car lights grew brighter, and the engine roar became clearer. Morin took a deep breath, adjusted his ill-fitting Flanders military uniform, then, carrying a lantern, strode to the middle of the road. Stop! He shouted loudly in standard Dutch language. The screech of brakes broke the night stillness. The two crystal-powered vehicles stopped less than 10 meters from Morin. The door of the front car opened, and a Flanders military officer wearing a lieutenant's rank got out of the passenger seat. He looked very young, with a hint of displeasure and wariness at being stopped. Who are you? Why are you setting up a checkpoint here? He asked in Dutch language with a strong southern accent, his hand unconsciously resting on the pistol at his waist. Morin, carrying the lantern, walked over unhurriedly. The dim light made his face not easily discernible. Captain, we are from the 11th Brigade. Morin replied in equally fluent Dutch language, though his accent leaned more towards the north. The Saxons' airship just bombed Liege. The city is in chaos now. Command has ordered us to reinforce road closures in the surrounding area and check all passing vehicles and personnel. Then he kindly added, this is just our first picket line, there are 2 more temporary checkpoints ahead, and the inspections will be even stricter. Hearing Morin's explanation, especially the pure northern accent, the young lieutenant's wariness visibly relaxed quite a bit. In this country with sharp north-south conflicts, accents often represented a person's affiliation more than their uniform. The 11th Brigade, the lieutenant asked casually, which regiment are you from? Chapter 155, I'm attacking our own allies. Here he comes. It seems this officer won't be easily fooled. This thought flashed through Morin's mind. However, he was already prepared and replied without changing his expression, 24th Regiment, sir. We just withdrew from the front line during the day and hadn't even had a chance to catch our breath before being assigned this mission. This unit designation was also the unit designation of the owner of the captured uniform. Morin even had an officer's ID in his pocket with the photo replaced. However, Morin wouldn't pull out the officer's ID unless it was absolutely critical, because there wasn't enough time to restamp the photo position. 24th Regiment. The lieutenant's face showed a hint of realization. He seemed to recall something before asking. I know your regiment's quartermaster, Lieutenant Van de Waal, a very capable fat man. The moment he spoke that name, a new message popped up in Morin's intelligence tab. The current quartermaster of the 24th Regiment, 11th Brigade, Army of the United Kingdom of Flanders, is Lieutenant Hendrik de Vries. The former quartermaster, Brahms van de Waal, was transferred last month. Good heavens, I almost blew it. Morin cursed inwardly, but his face remained impassive, even showing a hint of regret. You mean Lieutenant van de Waal, sir? He was transferred last month. Lieutenant de Vries, a tall, thin man who doesn't talk much, has replaced him. This fluent exchange completely dispelled the Flanders lieutenant's last doubts. Manstein, who was behind him, also took the opportunity to chat with the driver and soldiers in the back car in Dutch, making the atmosphere seem very relaxed. So that's how it is. The lieutenant nodded, then pointed to the car behind him, his tone a bit urgent as he said. We have urgent business. On board is a liaison officer sent by the Holy Britannian Empire Expeditionary Force, and we must immediately rush to Leech City to see General Lemon. Oh? An ally of the Holy Britannian Empire. Morin feigned surprise, then stood at attention and saluted. Sir, we certainly don't want to delay your official business, but it's our duty. Please show your identification, and that of your allies in the car. We'll do a quick check and then let you pass immediately. That's as it should be. This lieutenant actually praised Morin's diligent and responsible attitude. We need soldiers like you to keep those damned Saxons out of our country. As he spoke, he pulled out his officer's ID from his Hawaii and handed it to Morin. The others in the car, including the two Britannian officers in the back who had been silent, also began to prepare their documents. However, none of them noticed that Morin and the other sentries had inadvertently surrounded their two cars, and were now within arm's reach. Just as Morin reached out to take the officer's ID, an unexpected change occurred. Morin's left hand directly gripped the officer's wrist, while his right hand swiftly pulled out the MP-14 submachine gun he had been hiding behind his back. The dark muzzle was pointed directly at the Flanders lieutenant's forehead. At the same time, Manstein and several other assault squad members also pulled out their weapons almost simultaneously, aiming them at the other 7 people inside and beside the cars. Don't move. The entire scene instantly froze. The smile on the United Kingdom of Flanders Army lieutenant's face stiffened. He widened his eyes, completely unable to believe what was happening before him. The others in the car were also confused and bewildered. They couldn't understand why the allies who were loyal to their duties a second ago had suddenly turned into enemies holding deadly weapons. Are you crazy? The Britannian officer, wearing a major's insignia, in the back seat was the first to react. He angrily shouted in Dutch with a heavy accent. Look at the identification. We are allies. Attacking allied forces is a serious crime. Morin didn't even look at him, only staring at the terrified Flanders lieutenant in front of him, and spoke coldly. I'm not mistaken. His voice was not loud, but in the dead silence of the night, it clearly reached everyone's ears. I'm attacking you, our allies. As soon as he finished speaking, he unhesitatingly slammed the wooden stock of the MP-14 into the lieutenant's back of the neck. The lieutenant fell softly without even a groan. Now. At Morin's command, the assault squad members, like tigers descending from a mountain, swiftly dragged the remaining 7 people out of the cars and knocked them out one by one with rifle butts and fists. The entire process took less than 30 seconds, without a single gunshot. Before being knocked out, the Britannian major was still muttering indignantly, you people will pay the price for your stupidity. Morin walked over to him, squatted down, and patted his face, which was full of anger and incomprehension. Don't worry, Major, a price will certainly be paid, but not by us. After speaking, he quickly knocked out the Britannian major, then waved to his subordinates. All right, strip these 2 Britannian men of their uniforms. In the woods by the roadside, a rather comical scene was unfolding. 8 captured soldiers were tied up tightly like zongzi with ropes found in the car, and thrown onto the cold grass. 2 of the unlucky ones were only wearing their underclothes. Morin personally demonstrated a special tying method he had learned in military academy in his previous life to his soldiers. Watch closely. This tying method is called the pig's trotter's knot, specifically used for strong and robust prisoners. He demonstrated and explained as he went. The knot should be tied like this, passed through the wrist here, then around the ankle, just like that. It guarantees that the more he struggles, the tighter the rope will get. Even God won't be able to break free. Watching Morin's incredibly skilled technique, the surrounding assault squad members were all dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom what their captain used to do. Never mind anything else, how could he even be so professional at tying people up? Don't ask, just say it's a personal hobby. Looking at the curious expressions of the surrounding assault squad members under the lantern, Morin clapped his hands to dust them off, a profound look on his face. The soldiers' gazes towards their captain became even more reverent. He spoke multiple languages, understood tactical command, could ascend to the heavens and descend to the earth, and now even tying people up was so professional. Is there anything their captain can't do? After dealing with the prisoners, Morin had the soldiers gag them with socks and then hide them deep in the woods. Remember this location. Morin said to Manstein, these Brytonian men are important prisoners. Once we're done, have the second army group come and take them. We should be able to pry some useful information out of them. Manstein nodded heavily. His admiration for Morin had reached an inexpressible level. In his opinion, his captain was simply a war god incarnate. Any seemingly intractable dilemma always seemed to find an unexpected solution in his presence. Morin carefully examined the Brytonian major's uniform. The size was similar to his. He unceremoniously took it for himself and, while doing so, found an officer's ID with an exquisite crest printed on it, and a letter sealed with wax, in the major's pocket. Cavendish. Morin murmured, looking at the name on the ID, hey, seems like he's even a noble. He tucked the ID and letter into his pocket, then picked a soldier whose build was similar to the other Brytonian lieutenant and had him change into the other officer's uniform. You, from now on, you are my adjutant. Morin patted the soldier's shoulder. The soldier's face flushed with excitement. He straightened his back and loudly responded, yes, Captain. No, you should say, yes, sir. Hearing Morin's correction, Manstein also said with some concern. Captain, will this work? What if we encounter a checkpoint on the way and need to talk? It's fine. Morin waved his hand, looking confident. At that time, I'll act aloof, and you'll handle the negotiations in Dutch. You must remember, Brytonian noble officers like me are arrogant, and disdain to speak with ordinary soldiers. You just tell them we have urgent military intelligence, and anyone who dares to block our way is delaying military affairs. Besides, if a truly urgent situation arises, I also speak Brytonian, so don't worry. Since Morin said so, Manstein naturally had no objections. He quickly changed into the Flanders lieutenant's uniform, transforming into the accompanying officer escorting the allies. Everything was ready. The two crystal-powered vehicles restarted, but the people inside had changed. Morin and his adjutant sat in the back of the front car, while Manstein sat in the passenger seat. The other 4 assault squad members, who looked less Saxon, sat in the car behind. The others placed their light machine guns and chest rigs in the cars, then marched quickly along both sides of the road. Depart. Morin leaned back in the seat, watching Leech City getting closer, a slight smile on his lips. Watch me give you all a real show. Under the cover of night, the two crystal-powered vehicles drove unhurriedly along the country road. To accommodate the team members running alongside the road, the vehicle's speed was not fast. The group stopped and started, finally arriving at the outskirts of Leech City at midnight. Due to a recent large-scale air raid, especially the aerial bombs dropped by the Saxons, which indeed caused some chaos and destruction in the city, the entire atmosphere of Leech City seemed somewhat tense and chaotic. The guards at the city gate were also clearly disorganized, and the necessary sentry posts were incomplete, especially when they saw Manstein's lieutenant uniform in the passenger seat of the front car. They didn't conduct excessive checks. Manstein just yelled a few sentences in his heavily northern accented Dutch, urgent military intelligence, no one can bear the responsibility if you delay us, and the guards easily let them pass. The vehicles and the assault squad members on the side all successfully entered Leech City. The situation inside the city was worse than it appeared from the outside. Soldiers fighting fires and civilians running about were everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Morin and his group did not stay long in the city, driving directly towards the fortress command post located in the city's core area. The remaining 12 assault squad members, after the vehicles entered the core area, silently detached from the team, found hiding places on nearby streets, and waited for the signal to begin the operation. According to the plan, once they heard gunshots from the direction of the command post, they would immediately launch a supporting attack from the periphery. Not long after, the vehicle carrying Morin and Manstein arrived at the entrance of the Leech Fortress. This fortress, rather than being a single stronghold, was more like a city within a city with tall walls, serving as the core and brain of the entire Leech defense system. Stop. Prepare for inspection. Several sentries at the fortress gate blocked their path. Manstein tried the same trick again. He poked his head out and started berating the sentries. Are you blind? Can't you see who's in the car? He pointed to Morin, who was sitting upright in the back seat. This is Liaison Officer Major Cavendish of the Holy Brytonian Empire Expeditionary Force. He has extremely urgent military intelligence to report to General Lemon immediately. If you delay him, all of you will face a court-martial. His heavily northern accented Dutch, coupled with his arrogant attitude, perfectly embodied the image of a northern officer. Those Flanders sentries were indeed intimidated by his demeanor. They exchanged glances, somewhat at a loss. After all, sitting in the car was an ally of the Holy Brytonian Empire, and it seemed they truly had urgent business. As they hesitated, Morin also, at just the right moment, urged them in an arrogant tone in Brytonian. Although the sentries didn't understand, seeing that the allied officer was displeased, they no longer dared to obstruct and simply waved them through. As the vehicle slowly passed the checkpoint, Morin even clearly heard one of the sentries quietly curse. Damn northerners, what's with the arrogance? After passing this checkpoint, the road ahead was unobstructed. The vehicle drove on the wide flagstone roads inside the fortress. Morin observed the surroundings, and at the same time, the simple map he had obtained from the army group's intelligence personnel merged with the system map in his mind. Soon, the system map clearly displayed the locations of various key buildings, and even thoughtfully marked the entrances and exits of the main fortress building. Morin's attention was also drawn to the 3 huge, crystal lens-like objects on top of the main fortress building. According to the map's annotations, those should be the large anti-air magic devices that launched anti-air attacks during the day. It's over there. Morin pointed to the main building and said to the assault squad member driving. The vehicle sped along, finally stopping at the entrance of the command post, which was the main building. A row of armed guards stood at the entrance, and the atmosphere was noticeably more austere than outside. Manstein took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. He adjusted his uniform and strode over to a guard captain, repeating his earlier statement. I am here by order to meet the Brighton liaison officer. Major Cavendish has an urgent matter and needs to see General Lemon immediately. The guard captain looked at him, then at Morin sitting in the car. Although he was somewhat suspicious, he dared not be negligent. Please wait, I'll go inform him now. He turned and walked into the command post building. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. Morin and the other team members in the car were already prepared to get out and rush in, unleashing havoc. However, just then, an unexpected event occurred. A tall Flanders captain, accompanied by the guard captain, walked out of the command post. He seemed to be the officer specifically in charge of reception. The captain first politely saluted Morin in the car, then turned his gaze to Manstein. When he saw Manstein's face clearly, his brows instantly furrowed. His eyes scrutinized Manstein up and down, filled with doubt and scrutiny. I sent Lieutenant Liam to pick up the person. He stared at Manstein and spoke slowly, his voice low. Who are you? At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Morin's heart sank. It's over, I can't bluff my way through anymore. The officer he sent to pick up the person and Manstein's appearance clearly didn't match. Chapter 156 Oh my god, it's MG14. Sir, 15G14. At this moment, Morin understood that their disguise was about to be seen through. He didn't hesitate in the slightest, nor did he make any unnecessary movements. Almost at the same time the captain questioned him, his hand, resting on his thigh, had silently disengaged the safety of his MP-14 submachine gun. He opened the car door and got out, while simultaneously activating mage armor with a gesture and a simple incantation. A layer of light blue, semi-transparent shield instantly appeared on him and then vanished. Da-da-da-da-da. The next second, piercing gunshots broke the silent night. The MP-14 submachine gun in Morin's hand spat out deadly fire, and a long string of 9mm bullets swept towards the few people at the entrance. The Flanders captain, who had just been questioning Manstein, had the confusion on his face instantly freeze, turning into an expression of disbelieving horror. He didn't even have time to react before his chest erupted in a spray of blood, and he fell backward like a broken sack. The two guards beside him were also riddled with bullets almost at the same time, collapsing into a pool of blood without even a whimper. This sudden gunfire was the clearest signal of attack. Manstein and the other assault squad members in the car reacted extremely quickly. The moment Morin opened fire, they, too, pushed open their car doors, using the vehicles for cover, raised their weapons, and fiercely opened fire on the stunned Flanders soldiers around them. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. One MG-14 light machine gun, coupled with 6 MP-14 submachine guns, unleashed terrifying firepower at this moment. The dense rain of bullets, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, frantically harvested lives in the square in front of the division headquarters entrance. The Flanders soldiers, who were standing guard and chatting a second ago, were torn to shreds by the sudden hail of bullets the next. They didn't even figure out where the enemy came from before they fell to the ground, filled with shock and unwillingness. In just a dozen seconds, there wasn't a single enemy standing at the division headquarters entrance. Quick, put on your chest rigs. Prepare to charge in. As Morin spoke, he deftly took his chest rig from the car and put it on. The convenient wearing method of the Type 56 chest rig allowed everyone to quickly put them on, and Morin also pulled out 2 spherical grenades from his carry bag. He pulled the pins and, without even looking, threw them directly into the wide-open main entrance of the fortress building. One assault squad member followed suit, throwing several more grenades in. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions came from within the fortress. The desperate screams of the Flanders soldiers inside were completely drowned out by the explosions. Charge with me! Morin didn't pause for a moment, he snatched the still-hot MG-14 light machine gun from the machine gunner beside him. Then, holding it by the carrying handle with his left hand, and protected by the constantly shimmering ripples of his mage armor, he advanced, providing suppressive fire into the division headquarters building while striding rapidly inside. His fearless charging posture was deeply imprinted in the eyes of every assault squad member behind him. Follow the captain! Manstein roared, holding his submachine gun, and was the first to follow. The other assault squad members also followed closely, forming a standard assault formation, and stormed into the division headquarters building. As they entered the main door, a strong smell of gunpowder and blood assailed them. The hall was a mess, with mangled corpses and burning debris everywhere. Several guards and officers who had miraculously survived the grenade explosions were struggling to get up. What greeted them was the cold roar of the light machine gun in Morin's hand. Fire! Fire! Suppress them! Da-da-day! Da-da-day! Short, precise bursts instantly ended their suffering. The powerful automatic firepower, in the confined indoor space, unleashed unparalleled destructive force. The guards and officers inside the division headquarters were simply unable to organize any effective resistance. Their single-shot rifles and pistols seemed so pale and powerless against the hail of bullets from the submachine guns and light machine guns. Often, before they even had a chance to aim, they were already riddled with dense bullets. Occasionally, a few bullets would come their way, but they were blocked by Morin's mage armor. First floor secure. Second floor secure. The assault squad members cleared room by room, working in teams. They cooperated tacitly, their tactics skilled, and the entire process flowed smoothly, without any hesitation. Before long, the entire main fortress building was completely under their control. Morin, with Manstein, returned to the communication room located at the innermost part of the division headquarters hall on the first floor. When they had stormed in earlier, the door here was closed. However, just as Morin was about to kick it open, the door opened from the inside. Several Flanders soldiers in communication uniforms emerged, hands raised, their faces pale. "Don't shoot. We surrender. We surrender." One of them, who appeared to be an officer, shouted in a trembling voice. Morin pointed his gun at them, signaling them to stand against the wall. At the same time, 2 assault squad members, covering each other, rushed to the top of the main building. The few Magi-Tech engineers stationed inside the large anti-air magic device had already been terrified when they heard the intense gunfire and explosions downstairs. They didn't even think of resisting, they meekly raised their hands in surrender and were escorted down at gunpoint by the assault squad members. Morin returned the light machine gun to the gunner and simultaneously ordered him. "Have the light machine gun team and 2 squad members guard the entrance to receive the others from outside." "Yes, Captain." The machine gunner acknowledged and left. Morin, meanwhile, walked into the division headquarters hall, his gaze falling on the bodies of the officers on the ground. He knelt down and began to identify their ranks on their collar insignia one by one, and searched for their identification. 1 Major General. 2 Colonels. 1 Lieutenant Colonel. Morin muttered softly as he moved the bodies. His fingers were covered in warm blood, but he didn't care, simply wiping them on the uniforms of the corpses. Soon, he found a familiar name on the Major General's officer ID card. Gerard Lehmann. This man was precisely the commander of the 3rd Infantry Division of the United Kingdom of Flanders, and also the overall commander of the Liege Fortress Group Defenders. Morin looked up and met Manstein's gaze, who was searching with him. Both saw an indescribable shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. They knew what this meant. The division headquarters of the 3rd Infantry Division of the United Kingdom of Flanders Army, the core main force defending the Liege Fortress Group, had been completely wiped out by just a few of them. Major General Lehmann, the division commander, along with a host of his senior officers, had all been killed in the brief but intense firefight just now. This achievement was simply too glorious, so glorious that they themselves felt it was somewhat unreal. "Captain, we succeeded." Manstein's voice trembled with excitement. "We succeeded." Morin stood up and let out a long sigh of relief. "We've rooted out their division headquarters." Just then, intense gunfire and shouts of killing erupted from outside the division headquarters. It was the 12 assault squad members who had remained on the periphery earlier, who, upon hearing the signal for action, began fighting their way in from outside. Because they were also wearing Flanders uniforms, most of the enemies they encountered would hesitate for a moment at first. And it was this brief moment of hesitation that was enough for these assault squad members, armed with automatic weapons, to seize the initiative and unleash their terrifying firepower advantage. Before long, under the cover of the light machine gun team waiting outside, the 12 assault squad members literally carved a bloody path and stormed into the division headquarters building. Chapter 157, all units immediately abandon the fortress and retreat. "Sir. We're here." The assault squad leader came into the command room and reported to Morin. "No casualties. No casualties. Most of the enemies we encountered were killed before they could react." "Well done." Morin nodded. "The other light machine gun is on the vehicle outside. Take everyone and establish a defensive position using this building as a base, preparing for the enemy's counterattack." "Yes, sir." After giving the order, Morin no longer hesitated. He took Manstein and 2 other assault squad members, escorting the 6 surrendered communication soldiers, and re-entered the communication room. He looked around the room. This was the magic power nexus of the entire fortress. In the room, there was a large wired telephone exchange, next to which was a wired telegraph machine and a massive wireless telegraph machine. Morin walked up to the surrendered communication officer, poked his chest with his gun, and then spoke in Dutch language. "I ask, you answer. Don't play any tricks." "Yes, yes, sir." The officer was scared out of his wits, nodding repeatedly. "How do your division headquarters and the 12 subordinate fortresses communicate on a daily basis? Do you use clear voice calls on the phone, or encrypted telegraphs?" The officer stammered a bit, seemingly hesitant. Morin's tone grew heavier, and he pushed the muzzle forward again. "Speak. And encrypted." The officer finally couldn't withstand the pressure and answered tremblingly. "We use encrypted communication via telegraph." "Where is the codebook?" Morin pressed on. The officer's face showed hesitation again. "Sir, I'll ask one last time, where is the codebook?" Morin's eyes turned cold, and at the same time, his finger rested on the trigger, and his tone of voice grew heavier. "You are now prisoners. I hope you value your lives and don't force me to kill prisoners here." The threat of death was the best catalyst. The officer's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He tremblingly pulled a string of keys from his pocket and pointed to a locked metal cabinet in the corner. In there." Manstein immediately stepped forward and opened the cabinet with the keys. Inside, several thick booklets were neatly arranged. He took one of the codebooks used for telegraph communication and handed it to Morin. Morin flipped through it, then tossed the codebook back to the officer. "Now, in the name of the division headquarters, send a telegram to all 12 fortresses." He stared into the officer's eyes, speaking each word distinctly. I happen to know a bit about cryptography. If you dare to play any tricks, I guarantee you'll die a very ugly death. No, no, I absolutely wouldn't dare. The officer shook his head like a rattle. Sir, what message should I send? Morin grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Tell them the truth. Hey. The communication officer was clearly stunned, not understanding Morin's meaning. Just tell them the real situation. Morin slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but the content sent chills down the spines of all the prisoners present. Saxons have already broken into the Liege Fortress group from other directions. The Fortress Division headquarters is under attack by elite assault squads, and both sides are engaged in fierce combat. Order all fortress garrisons to immediately abandon the fortresses and break out towards the northwest to preserve effective fighting strength. Upon hearing this order, the communication officer's face instantly turned pale. He knew what it meant once this order was sent out. It meant that the entire defensive system of the Liege Fortress group would completely collapse. Don't play tricks. Morin noticed his hesitation and added coldly, if I find you've tampered with the telegram's content. He didn't finish his sentence, but the officer was already scared out of his wits. The division headquarters had been completely overrun by the enemy. General Lemon's body was lying in the hall outside. What could he, a small communication officer, do? Soldiers should indeed have integrity. But when faced with the threat of death, not everyone can maintain it. I wouldn't dare. I absolutely wouldn't dare to mess around. The officer tremblingly took the codebook and sat down at the telegraph machine. He flipped through the codebook while tapping the key with a trembling hand. Beep beep. Beep beep da. Beep beep. The crisp sound of the code echoed in the quiet communication room. A false order, capable of deciding the lives and deaths of tens of thousands and even changing the course of the entire battle, was thus sent out. After watching the communication officer complete the transmission, Morin was contemplating whether to attack the anti-air magic device next or to first take out the magic power nexus. Outside the division headquarters, intense gunfire suddenly erupted. Da-da-da-da. Bang. Bang bang. The burst fire of light machine guns and the single-shot rifle fire from Flanders soldiers mingled together, creating a cacophony. An assault squad member, responsible for guarding the entrance, quickly ran in. Reporting, sir. There are garrison soldiers attacking us from outside. Quite a number of them. He briefly reported the situation. But we can defend using the division headquarters building, and their attack formation is too dense. The suppression effect of the light machine guns is very good, so they definitely won't be able to break through for a while. Morin nodded, indicating he understood, the enemy's counterattack was within his expectations. However, he also knew that in the short term, relying on superior firepower, the enemy would find it difficult to get close. Just then, the wired telephone in the communication room suddenly rang with a piercing sound. The phone's ringing stood out particularly against the backdrop of gunfire and explosions. Everyone's gaze in the communication room instantly focused on the constantly vibrating telephone. Morin didn't hesitate for a moment, walked over, and picked up the receiver. Hello. This is the Fortress Division headquarters. An extremely anxious voice immediately came through the receiver, the other party rapidly asking in Dutch language. This is Fort Flieren. We just received your telegram. What on earth happened at the division headquarters? Have the Saxons really broken in? Fort Flieren was an important fortress located southeast of the Liege Fortress group. Morin's mind raced, he knew this was the most crucial moment. If he couldn't deceive the other party, all his previous efforts would be in vain. So, in the next second, he embodied an actor. Yes. The Saxon assault squads. They appeared out of nowhere. Morin shouted into the receiver with an almost hysterical and passionate tone. We are engaging. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. The division headquarters is about to fall. To increase credibility, he also deliberately turned sideways, allowing the microphone to more clearly pick up the fierce gunfire outside the window. Da-da-da-da. Boom. Rumble. Outside, the assault squad's MG-14 light machine guns were firing precise bursts, occasionally interspersed with the explosion of a grenade and the sound of timed detonators placed elsewhere. This perfect background sound made Morin's performance seem flawless. General Lemon. General Lemon has already fallen. When he said this, Morin's voice carried just the right amount of grief, indignation, and despair. The commander of Fort Flieren on the other end of the phone was clearly completely stunned by this sudden bad news. Morin could even hear a suppressed gasp coming from the receiver. Listen. Execute the order immediately. Abandon the fortress. Break out towards the northwest. This is an order. Morin roared the last sentence into the receiver. The enemy has already stormed the division headquarters. After speaking, he slammed the phone down with a bang. As if he had truly completed this crucial call at the very last moment before the enemy broke in. The entire communication room was eerily silent. Whether it was Manstein and the assault squad members standing by, or the surrendered Flanders communication soldiers, all were stunned speechless by Morin's miraculous performance. Everyone here was a soldier, so why did he have so many tricks up his sleeve? Especially the several Flanders communication soldier prisoners, they simply couldn't understand how this young-looking Saxon officer's mind worked. Well done, sir. It took Manstein a while to recover from his shock, and he praised sincerely. Basic operation, Morin waved his hand, showing no hint of smugness on his face. Then, he had the communication officer send out the final telegram from the division headquarters. The content was even more concise and desperate. The division headquarters is attempting to break out. All fortresses abandon your positions and break out to the northwest to preserve your strength. This is the final telegram. God bless Flanders. After sending this telegram, Morin also ended his performance and micromanagement. He and the other assault squad members cut all the lines in the communication room, creating a situation where the division headquarters was completely out of contact. After doing all this, he led his men, tied up and gagged the communication soldiers, who had completely lost their usefulness, and threw them into a corner. When they returned to the entrance of the division headquarters, the battle outside had already entered a white-hot stage. The assault squad members responsible for the defense had repelled 3 waves of attacks from the Flanders garrison. The open ground in front of the division headquarters was covered with enemy bodies, at least 100 of them. Although the assault squad had a fair amount of ammunition under such high-intensity combat, the air-cooled light machine gun barrels were getting somewhat overheated. Sir. We still have enough ammunition, but the gun barrels are getting red-hot. The machine gunner reported loudly. Valkyrie said before that if the barrel temperature gets too high, it might cause irreversible damage. Hearing the machine gunner's words, Morin knew they couldn't stay here any longer. Understood. You should do more short bursts. Try to let other team members attack first. After speaking, Morin scanned the surrounding assault squad members and ordered. Attention everyone, prepare to move with me. Our next target, the Magic Power Nexus. Chapter 158, Rapid Capture of Liege Fortress. The Magic Power Nexus, located near the main building, was a sturdy structure partially buried underground. This was the energy source for all magic devices within the entire Liege Fortress group. Even the magic crystal cannons in each fortress required the Magic Power Nexus to recharge their depleted magic crystals. Therefore, if it were destroyed, the large anti-air magic device that threatened the armored airships, as well as the magic crystal cannons in each fortress, would become nothing more than scrap metal. Morin, with his assault squad, whose ammunition was running low, used the cover of night and buildings, guided by the system map, to stealthily approach the Magic Power Nexus. 2 machine gun teams, establish crossfire over there. 1 suppresses the sentries at the entrance. 1 watches other directions. The rest, split into 2 teams, and go around the side. Morin quickly issued his combat orders. An MG-14 roared again, and precise short bursts instantly suppressed the squad of sentries at the entrance of the Magic Power Nexus, preventing them from raising their heads. Morin then led 2 assault teams, hunched over, quickly rushing towards the Magic Power Nexus's main gate. Grenades. Several spherical grenades were thrown among the sentries outside the gate. After violent explosions, the sentries were all blown to the ground, and the few still breathing were quickly finished off. The assault squad members who had rushed forward quickly lined up in a column on one side of the Magic Power Nexus, ready to swarm in and quickly resolve the battle. But at that moment, Morin's system map suddenly marked a red unit inside the Magic Power Nexus. And it was a spellcaster unit. Be careful. There's a spellcaster inside. Morin urgently shouted a warning. But it was already too late. A fireball spell, trailing a long fiery tail, whistled out from inside the door, accurately hitting the 2 assault squad members at the very front. Boom. The violent explosion instantly blew the 2 young soldiers into several charred fragments. Several surrounding assault squad members were also more or less burned on their arms and torsos by the fireball spell, now rolling on the ground, frantically patting out the flames on their bodies. This was the first casualty for the assault squad since their airborne drop. It was also the first personnel casualty for the entire training assault battalion. Be careful. Retreat first. Morin's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. He looked at the 2 still burning corpses, and an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up from his heart. Although an excellent commander is said to cherish his soldiers like his own children and use them like dirt. Watching his own training assault battalion soldiers torn apart by a fireball spell, Morin's emotions still fluctuated. Don't be impulsive. Throw grenades inside. Blast him out for me. The remaining assault squad members were also enraged by the tragic deaths of their comrades. Hearing Morin's words, they pulled the pins from their grenades and, like a swarm, threw them into the doorway as if they were free. For a time, inside the Magic Power Nexus, explosions erupted one after another, and flames shot into the sky. Amidst the explosions, Morin quickly replaced the magazine of his submachine gun with a fresh one. He glanced at Manstein and the soldiers beside him, who were also seething with rage, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. There could be no more casualties. This was not only because he felt the pain of his soldiers' deaths but, more importantly, because he only had 20 people. Every person lost meant losing an important point of firepower. No one knew what battles lay ahead, so he had to preserve his forces as much as possible. So, when the grenade explosions subsided slightly, Morin no longer hesitated. A translucent, circular magic shield instantly appeared in front of him. This was a shield spell amplified by Empower spell. Go, charge in with me. Morin, protected by the shield spell, was the first to rush into the smoke-filled interior of the Magic Power Nexus. As soon as he entered, he saw a figure in a black robe standing behind a pile of destroyed instruments. Upon seeing Morin enter, the figure, disoriented by the earlier grenade barrage, clearly panicked for a moment and then began to cast a spell with words and gestures. But Morin had no intention of giving him any chance to cast. He raised his hand and unleashed a burst of fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Bullets, like raindrops, fiercely struck the invisible shield in front of the spellcaster, sparking circles of blue light. The opponent had also activated mage armor. But before the spellcaster from the United Kingdom of Flanders could react, Manstein and the other assault squad members, who were right behind Morin, also charged in. Dozens of automatic weapons were aimed at him simultaneously at that moment. Fire! A terrifying storm of bullets instantly engulfed the spellcaster. At such close range, facing such dense bullet rain, even mage armor seemed so fragile. The spellcaster's vision was almost completely covered by the blue sparks generated by the collision of mage armor and bullets, but he still tremblingly completed his spell, raising his hand to cast 3 scorching rays. However, these 3 beams, which would have been fatal to ordinary soldiers, were all firmly blocked by Morin's empowered shield spell, only causing a ripple. And his own mage armor, under this torrential attack, only lasted a few seconds before completely shattering. In the moment before being riddled with countless bullets, the Flanders spellcaster's mind flashed with his last, and most unbelievable, thought. This guy leading with a gun was also a spellcaster? As the spellcaster, now with an extremely high bullet content, unwillingly fell, the resistance inside the magic power nexus completely ceased. Morin let out a long breath. The confrontation moments ago, though brief, was extremely dangerous. And if he hadn't timely stopped the assault squad's actions and then used shield spell to tank a scorching ray from the opponent, who knew how many casualties there would have been by now? Especially the opponent's final scorching ray, which directly knocked out half of the shield spell's defensive threshold. If Morin hadn't prepared a shield spell amplified by empower spell, he might have actually been caught off guard by the spellcaster. Count casualties, check the surroundings. Morin issued the order. The assault squad members immediately fanned out, cautiously checking every corner of the magic power nexus. Soon, Manstein came to report. Sir, besides the squad of sentries at the entrance, inside the magic power nexus, there was just one spellcaster with 8 Magi-Tech engineers. However, that spellcaster was riddled with bullets by us. The 8 Magi-Tech engineers were also killed in the grenade barrage earlier. Morin nodded, briefly scanning the huge, basement-like space. It was filled with complex magic circuits and metal pipes flickering with runes, appearing to possess the architectural beauty of a magic civilization from a fantasy novel. However, the intense firefight just now had clearly caused severe damage to these precise devices. Dangerous electrical sparks shot from many magic circuits. And at the center of the hall, the 5 colossal magic crystal stones, half buried underground and as large as an armored knight, along with a complex magic array inscribed around them, seemed to have triggered some emergency mechanism due to the power interruption and external impact. Buzz! A low hum emanated from underground. Immediately after, the entire magic power nexus began to shake violently, as if a strong earthquake had occurred. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and dust sifted down from the ceiling. Huge and chaotic surges of magic power escaped from the colossal magic crystal stone, causing everyone present to feel a surge of trepidation. Damn it! This thing isn't going to explode, is it? This thought involuntarily flashed through Morin's mind. His heart leaped into his throat. For a moment, he even wondered if he had triggered the passive effect of Crow's mouth again. Fortunately, this time he did not speak the words aloud. The violent earthquake subsided slowly after lasting for more than 10 seconds. As the last tremor ended, the giant magic crystal stone completely lost its luster, becoming dim, as if it had completed some kind of energy release measure. The entire magic power nexus also completely ceased operation at this moment. At the same time, in the various fortresses of the Liege Fortress group, the garrison commanders, who had just received the retreat order from headquarters, were still in a state of shock and uncertainty. They couldn't understand how the Saxons, who had been routed and couldn't even reach the edge of the fortress during the day, had suddenly appeared like divine soldiers, reaching the fortress headquarters. This was too illogical. Could it be a Saxon conspiracy? Was it a fake telegram sent by them, impersonating the headquarters? Many cautious officers harbored such suspicions. They all tried to contact the fortress headquarters via wired telephone to confirm. But without exception, all communications went unanswered, like stones sinking into the sea. They tried to contact friendly forces in other fortresses, but since the switchboard in the communication room had also been cut by Morin, they couldn't contact other fortresses either. Just as the garrisons of the various fortresses were caught in doubt and hesitation, and were about to use communication stones, which were only for emergencies, to contact other fortresses. The sudden violent tremor and the subsequent interruption of magic power supply became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Magic power supply interrupted. Magic circuits are reporting errors, the magic power nexus's connection on the circuit shows offline. Inside each fortress, cries of panic erupted. This sudden situation was more convincing than any order. In the eyes of these Flanders defenders, even the magic power nexus, which served as the energy source for the entire fortress group, had been destroyed by the enemy. This indicated that the situation at headquarters was probably even worse than what the telegram stated. The magic power nexus had stopped supplying power, so what else was there to say? Retreat, retreat. If they didn't run now, when the main Saxon forces encircled them, everyone would be left behind here. Chapter 159, The Emperor's Blade. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Liege Fortress group, Ludendorff, who was personally overseeing the training assault battalion's staging area for the attack, also felt the violent tremor from the ground. Several staff officers around him showed surprised expressions. An earthquake? Doesn't seem like it. This tremor feels like it's coming from the center of Liege City. Ludendorff said nothing, he just pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. Nearly 3 hours had passed since Morin and his team parachuted. His slightly plump face was now filled with tension and anticipation. Could it be that Morin and his team had actually succeeded? This thought grew wildly in his mind. After a fierce internal struggle, a look of determination flashed in Ludendorff's eyes. He'd gamble. My orders. He suddenly raised his head and commanded the orderly beside him. Order all attacking forces to immediately launch a probing attack against the enemy in front of them. Ludendorff's order was perfectly timed. As the Saxon attacking forces, including the training assault battalion, cautiously advanced, they found themselves perfectly positioned as the Bakshang fortress defenders were scrambling to prepare their retreat. Kleist, leading the attack, directed the soldiers of the training assault battalion to nervously cut through the barbed wire outside the fortress, silently creeping into the deserted first trench. Where are they? Where did all the enemies go? A soldier asked in confusion. Kleist didn't answer, he just raised his binoculars and looked at Bakshang fortress in the distance. The fortress, which had looked like a steel beast during the day, was now eerily silent, without even a single light. He immediately realized, had the enemy truly retreated due to the chaos caused by the battalion commander? Red flare. Quick. Without any hesitation, Kleist roared at the signalman beside him. A dazzling red flare, trailing a long plume of smoke, whistled into the night sky. This was the prearranged signal to confirm the enemy's retreat inside the fortress and transition to a full-scale attack. Almost simultaneously, similar red flares rose from several other directions where the Meuse River battle group was launching its attacks. Kleist chambered around in his MP-14 with a click and then pointed forward. Full battalion assault. Objective, Liege City. He had only one thought in his mind now. Quickly break into Liege City to rendezvous with Morin and the assault squads. The soldiers of the training assault battalion quickly spread out as they had practiced in daily training, then cautiously charged towards the Bakshang fortress that had once filled them with despair. After sending a platoon of soldiers to carefully enter the fortress and confirm it was indeed deserted, Kleist did not hesitate. He immediately directed the main force to continue their rapid assault towards Liege City. Meanwhile, the Flanders defenders, who had just abandoned their sturdy fortresses and were retreating in disarray towards Liege City, quickly noticed the lights illuminating the hills behind them and the pursuing Saxon soldiers. Saxons. The Saxons are catching up. How are they so fast? Panic, like a plague, quickly spread through the retreating ranks. The commanders of these Flanders defenders were now filled with regret. They couldn't understand why the Saxon attack had come so quickly, so opportunely. It was as if they had known all along that they were going to retreat. If they had stayed in the fortress, they could have relied on the sturdy fortifications to contend with an enemy several times their number. But now, on this flat, open ground, they were like a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, with no defensible terrain. Quick! Organize a defense. Hold them back. A Flanders colonel shouted hoarsely, trying to reorganize his chaotic troops. Less than a battalion of defenders, under his command, began to try and establish a temporary blocking position at the top of a gentle slope with a slight terrain advantage. They hoped to temporarily halt the Saxon pursuit here, then retreat in a more orderly fashion, rather than being chased in a panicked scramble. If it had been other Saxon soldiers, they might indeed have been repelled by these determined Flanders soldiers. But unfortunately, they encountered the most elite assault force of the Saxon Empire at the moment, the training assault battalion. Under Kleist's command, the remaining 3 companies of the training assault battalion had already completed their combat deployment according to battle plans practiced countless times. Companies 1 and 2, acting as the forward assault teams, quickly fanned out from the front. They advanced in small squads, using terrain for alternating cover, continuously firing at the enemy on the gentle slope, successfully drawing all of the defenders' attention. Company 3, acting as the flank assault team, stopped firing under the leadership of its company commander and silently maneuvered around the right flank of the gentle slope to the enemy's rear. Grenades. At the company commander of Company 3's command, dozens of spherical hand grenades were simultaneously thrown onto the enemy positions at the top of the gentle slope. Boom! 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 Amidst the violent explosions, the Flanders soldiers who had just gathered to prepare for the block were instantly scattered. Before the smoke from the explosions could clear, the soldiers of Company 3 charged forward, shouting, with their submachine guns and rifles. The rapid assault, bolstered by automatic firepower, instantly tore through the enemy's defensive line. The Flanders defenders on the gentle slope, under the dual impact from the front and flank, collapsed completely with hardly any organized resistance. Kleist did not stop to admire this, the training assault battalion's first direct engagement. He dispatched several orderlies/runners, ordering the 3 companies to quickly finish the battle and clear the battlefield, then immediately catch up. He himself, leading Company 4 as the deep assault team and the battalion headquarters, didn't even glance at the still raging battle on the gentle slope, continuing his relentless, full-speed charge towards Liege City. Under the impetus of new tactical thinking and powerful automatic firepower, the training assault battalion's attack speed was astonishingly fast. When Ludendorff, who was personally supervising the front line, arrived at the gentle slope, panting, with the subsequent main forces, the battle here had long since ended. The air was filled with the strong smell of gunpowder and blood. On the gentle slope, apart from dozens of prisoners who had miraculously survived, their hands tied behind their backs and strung together, there were bodies of Flanders soldiers everywhere. Only in an open space nearby were more than 20 bodies of training assault battalion soldiers laid out together. The main force of the entire training assault battalion had already vanished. A staff officer stepped forward to inspect the battle situation, then reported to Ludendorff. General, nearly a battalion of enemy forces was completely annihilated here. Upon hearing this report, Ludendorff and all the officers behind him fell into a long silence. They looked at the battlefield strewn with bodies before them, and then thought of the force, swift as the wind, that had already disappeared into the night. An indescribable shock welled up in everyone's hearts. Is this the combat power of the training assault battalion? After a long pause, Ludendorff slowly spoke, his voice carrying an undisguised excitement and admiration. This truly is the Emperor's blade. Chapter 160, All-Out Offensive. As the Meuse River Battle Group launched a full-scale offensive, Bacchang, Iveni, and Flieren fortresses once thought to require heavy artillery to breach were easily occupied by Saxon soldiers. When officers from the follow-up units entered these deserted fortresses, they were all stunned by the sight. The facilities inside the fortresses were intact, the warehouses were filled with ammunition and supplies, and the dining hall tables even had unfinished dinners. Everything indicated that the Flanders defenders had abandoned their positions in an extremely hasty and chaotic state. Soon, Ludendorff began to receive reports from various attacking units. A common situation caught his attention. In the 3 abandoned fortresses, all the magic devices had ceased to function. The magic power supply from Liege City seemed to have been completely cut off. Magic power nexus, Ludendorff unconsciously murmured the words. He suddenly looked up towards Liege City, his eyes shining with astonishing brilliance. Could it be that the young captain and his 20-man assault squad, in addition to taking out the command post, had also taken down the magic power nexus? Ludendorff's heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. He had originally thought that Morin and his assault squad would complete 1 or 2 of the 3 main objectives, causing enough chaos within the fortress to facilitate the main force's attack, which would already be considered an overachievement. But now, it seemed the situation was even crazier than he had imagined. After all, according to the sketches provided by military intelligence, the location of the large anti-air magic device was in the main building where the fortress command post was located. Taking out the command post basically meant taking out this anti-air unit that could threaten armored airships. Now, with the magic power nexus also seemingly out of commission, this almost certainly meant that Morin and his assault squad had completed all 3 objectives in less than 3 hours, completely destroying the central core of the Liege fortress group. My God, is this the god of war? Ludendorff couldn't help but exclaim, feeling his breathing quicken. This achievement was too glorious, so glorious that it felt somewhat unreal to him. Quick! Get the radio station to try and contact our armored airships. Ludendorff suddenly remembered something and immediately ordered his communications staff officer. Tell them that the threat over Liege might have been neutralized, and have them return to join the battle. Yes, General. After giving the order, Ludendorff stood still, letting the cold night wind blow across his slightly plump cheeks. In his mind, the figure of that young captain uncontrollably appeared. Although he and some of his general staff headquarters colleagues had previously been quite receptive to the novel tactical concept of assault operations and were curious about the practical combat capabilities of the training assault battalion. However, in the general staff headquarters, there were still many conservative officers who privately said that it was nothing more than His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's expensive toy. Some even believed that the Crown Prince's involvement in the army was somewhat presumptuous. But tonight's battle made Ludendorff realize completely. The training assault battalion, and Captain Mullen, were by no means a toy unit. They were truly sharp blades that could pierce the enemy's heart and deliver a fatal blow. Ludendorff felt that his mind, due to tonight's unprecedented airborne operation, was suddenly filled with many novel tactical ideas. He felt that this young captain, with his daring, almost insane actions, had opened a door to a new world for himself and for the entire Saxon army. However, for now, he still had to focus on commanding the current battle. With the 3 occupied fortresses as strongholds, the various attacking units of the Meuse River Battle Group had formed a continuous line and began a tide-like assault towards Liege City. And in this wave of attack, the fastest moving was the training assault battalion led by Kleist. Unbeknownst to them, the training assault battalion, which had become the spearhead of the entire battle group, was rapidly advancing towards the core area of Liege City with incredible speed, like a whirlwind sweeping across the land. For nearly 3 months, day after day of 20-kilometer combat fitness training, 5-kilometer armed cross-country runs, and 400-meter obstacle courses. These monotonous, nauseating basic trainings were finally showing their true value. The soldiers of the training assault battalion had long surpassed ordinary imperial soldiers in physical fitness. This powerful physical endurance became the foundation that supported their continuous attacks and tireless advance. All the officers of the assault battalion, including Kleist, finally deeply understood Morin's constant refrain, physical fitness is the basis of all tactics. This sentence, which might have seemed abstract on the training ground, became an undeniable truth on the battlefield of blood and fire. This also solidified Kleist's belief, the battalion commander was a god of war descended from heaven. Therefore, no matter the cost, they must charge into Liege City and bring the battalion commander and the assault squad members out. The straight line distance from Bacchang Fortress to Liege City was approximately 5 to 6 kilometers. Under Kleist's leadership, the entire battalion's attack formation was spread wide. Operating at the company level, they maintained a longitudinal distance of about 500 meters, providing alternating cover and continuously attacking forward. Along the way, they encountered several groups of United Kingdom of Flanders defenders who had retreated from the fortresses and attempted to organize resistance, but these battles usually ended within minutes. Facing the training assault battalion's unreasonable automatic firepower, these scattered resistances could not make any waves. They were usually shattered shortly after engaging the enemy, and then easily rounded up as prisoners by the follow-up friendly units. Finally, 52 minutes after the general offensive began, the main force of the training assault battalion had already reached the outskirts of Liege City. This speed even made the friendly forces, who had not yet caught up, somewhat worried. Didn't these madmen fear being too aggressive and getting surrounded by the enemy? At this point, the first company was once again at the forefront. Acting Captain Klaus, leading the company's main force, met with the forward reconnaissance squad and immediately called several reconnaissance soldiers to him. What's the situation in the city? Klaus asked in a low voice, his burly figure hunkered down in a shell crater, observing the somewhat desolate urban area ahead through his binoculars. Reporting, Acting Captain, the city's defenses are very weak, a young corporal replied, panting. We got close and took a look, there's only about one platoon of troops on this street ahead. And there are only some makeshift sandbag barricades, they don't seem to have much fighting spirit at all. Only one platoon. Klaus frowned, this was completely different from the fierce urban combat he had anticipated. He had initially prepared for a civil-style urban battle. Yes. Another scout added, and we saw them moving ammunition boxes and other supplies backward, it looks like they're preparing to retreat. Preparing to retreat? Klaus's heart stirred, and he immediately realized that the unit could no longer wait. After a moment of thought, he immediately decided that without waiting for the friendly forces behind to catch up, the first company must launch an immediate attack. They would seize this urban area while the enemy was unstable, opening a passage into Liege for the follow-up units. Orderly. Klaus shouted to a soldier beside him. Immediately notify battalion headquarters and the second company behind us, tell them that the first company is launching the first attack. Request them to provide direct coordination upon arrival. Yes, sir. The orderly acknowledged the command and turned to run towards the rear. After giving the orders, Klaus climbed out of the crater and made an attacking gesture to his 3 platoon leaders. The second platoon will flank from the left, the third platoon will wait here, and the first platoon will attack with me from the front. Each platoon's light machine gun teams find high ground and prepare to provide suppressive fire. Everyone move up quietly, wait for my command to open fire. Yes. The 3 platoon leaders immediately acknowledged the order and, leading their respective soldiers, stealthily moved towards the urban area ahead. These veterans of the first company moved skillfully, as if they were home once they entered the city. Using the buildings and ruins along the streets as cover, they quickly advanced to within 100 meters of the enemy position discovered by the reconnaissance squad. Several machine gun teams also quickly occupied the second floors and rooftops of surrounding buildings, setting up their bipods and aiming their muzzles at the unsuspecting Liege Fortress Group soldiers on the street. On the street, these Liege Fortress Group defenders were indeed, as the scouts had said, frantically preparing to retreat. Almost all the soldiers were moving ammunition boxes and supplies onto a horse-drawn cart. The commander of this platoon hadn't even assigned anyone to keep watch. So they had no idea that a large wave of death had already set its sights on them. Klaus watched all of this coldly from behind a low wall. He pulled a brass whistle from his pocket, took a deep breath, and then blew it sharply. Beep. The piercing whistle cut through the stillness of the night. Almost at the same moment the whistle sounded, the light machine gun teams, already prepared, simultaneously pulled their triggers. Da-da-da-da-da. The harsh gunfire instantly tore through the air, as several whips of fire lashed fiercely from different directions towards the center of the street. The Flanders soldiers who were moving supplies were mowed down in swathes before they even had time to react. The defenders who weren't killed in the first volley were stunned by the sudden attack. They panicked, falling to the ground or cowering behind sandbag barricades, blindly firing their rifles over the barricades in the direction of the incoming fire. But their resistance seemed so futile under the suppression of the first company's automatic firepower. Go, go, go. Quickly eliminate this enemy force. Chapter 161, The Birth of an Actor. The battle ended quickly. When Klaus led his men to close in, the surviving Flanders soldiers offered almost no decent resistance and were quickly gunned down by a hail of submachine gun bullets. As the smoke cleared, only a mess and scattered corpses remained on the street. First platoon leader Kahn walked up to Klaus. Even at night, Legion August was not cool. He wiped the sweat from his face and asked. Sergeant Major Klaus, what do we do next? Which direction should we attack to find the battalion commander and the others? This question was also the most pressing concern for all the soldiers of First Company. Klaus was silent for a moment. He glanced at the even darker area deeper in the city, then said in a deep voice, don't worry about that for now. Stick to the original battle plan and continue attacking towards the fortress core. He paused, then added, think about it. According to the plan made before the operation began, if the battalion commander and the assault squad successfully completed their mission, they only have 2 choices. One is to find a place within the core area to hold out and wait for reinforcements, the other is to break out of the core area and link up with us. No matter which option the battalion commander chooses, their position and route of action will inevitably coincide with our attack route. As long as we fight our way through, we are bound to run into them. Understood. First platoon leader Kahn checked the ammunition in his MP14 and then said seriously, we will definitely get the battalion commander. On the other side, in an abandoned warehouse in the core area of Liege City, Morin was monitoring every move of the battle outside the city through the system map. When he saw the Meuse River battle group on the outskirts of the Liege Fortress group launch a full-scale attack ahead of schedule, he knew that General Ludendorff had also noticed the chaos here. And when the green troop marker representing the training assault battalion's first company finally entered the edge of the Liege map, Morin's tightly strung heart finally relaxed a little. Reinforcements had finally arrived. He glanced at the assault squad members sitting or lying around him. At this point, a wave of lingering fear rose in his heart. Looking back now, this night's operation had been truly perilous. In a sense, the assault squad he led could truly be called a suicide squad. God knows what he was thinking before, daring to enter the heart of the Liege fortress with 20 men to cause destruction. Although they ultimately succeeded in destroying the enemy's command post and magic power nexus, they paid a considerable price. Of the 20-man assault squad, 2 soldiers died attacking the magic power nexus, and 7 others were wounded to varying degrees in previous battles, including burns from that fireball spell. Although not fatal, these injuries severely affected their combat effectiveness. Even more critically, the ammunition they carried was more than half depleted after the defensive battle at the command post entrance and the battle to attack the magic power nexus. Especially the 2 light machine guns. Morin had originally thought that with some assault squad members helping to carry ammunition, it should be enough. But he still underestimated the speed of these bullet-guzzling weapons. By now, the 2 light machine guns only had 2 250-round belts of spare ammunition left, and their barrels were scorching hot from prolonged continuous firing. Furthermore, he only had 1 mage armor spell left of the spells he had prepared. If this continued, let alone continuing to execute any combat missions, they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves once surrounded by a large enemy force. We must link up with First Company as soon as possible. This thought flashed through Morin's mind, and then he changed into a uniform of the United Kingdom of Flanders. With the city in chaos, wearing a Flanders uniform was safer than wearing the conspicuous Britannia uniform. He opened the system map, carefully planned a route, and then led this exhausted assault squad quietly out of the warehouse, preparing to link up with First Company. At this moment, Liege City was in complete disarray. The retreat telegram, personally concocted by Morin, which contained only true information without any embellishment, was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 giant waves. The morale of the more than 20,000 Flanders soldiers stationed in the city had completely collapsed after learning a series of true news such as Fortress Command Post taken, General Lemon killed in action, and Magic Power Nexus destroyed. Panic spread like a virus through the army. Everyone wanted to leave the city, which had been overrun by the Saxon assault squad, as quickly as possible and flee to the relatively safe rear. For a time, the city was filled with disorganized troops everywhere. Soldiers scurried around the streets like headless chickens, and officers screamed hoarsely, trying to maintain order, but with little effect. In this situation, no matter how Morin used the advantage of the system map to avoid them, he inevitably ran into these rooted soldiers head-on. Enemies ahead. A assault squad member responsible for point man vigilance reported in a low voice. Morin immediately made a gesture, signaling everyone to stop and hide behind a barricade beside the street. He peeked out and saw a Flanders unit of about a company, not far ahead, surging towards them in a chaotic mass. Damn, there are too many people. Morin knew that a direct confrontation was definitely not an option. Even with automatic weapons, their small group engaging hundreds of people on the street was too risky. Everyone, listen up. No one is to open fire without my order. Morin whispered to the soldiers around him, while giving Menstein a look. Soon, that Flanders unit discovered Morin and the others hiding behind the barricade. Hey! What unit are you from? A Flanders officer walking at the front of the column shouted loudly. Before the other side could get close, Morin and Menstein, both wearing officer uniforms, stood up from behind the barricade. The former, in standard Dutch language, yelled at the top of his lungs. We are from the 24th Regiment of the 11th Brigade. Our regiment has been decimated and cannot retreat, so we've broken up into smaller groups throughout the city, preparing to ambush the pursuing Saxons. Hurry through, don't linger here. Morin's voice was filled with solemnity and determination, as if he was ready to die for his country at any moment. Upon hearing this, the officer first opened his mouth in surprise, then a look of emotion appeared on his face. He hadn't expected that at a time of complete military collapse, there would still be such loyal and brave soldiers willing to stay behind and carry out a suicidal rearguard mission. A surge of passion rushed to his heart. Soldiers! We cannot abandon our comrades. He drew his officer's revolver from his waist and shouted at his soldiers. We will stay too, and fight the Saxons with them. Upon hearing this, Morin nearly blacked out on the spot. Big brother, wasn't your morale already shattered? Why aren't you leaving when someone is covering your retreat? He forcibly suppressed the urge to curse, squeezed out an even more tragic expression, and shouted at the officer. Sir! We appreciate your kindness. But your unit is more intact. You must retreat to preserve the living strength for Flanders. Avenge us later. Menstein also chimed in, full of emotion. Yes, sir. Please go quickly. We are few in number, a smaller target, and can still lead the Saxons on a chase through the city. If you stay, you will only sacrifice yourselves in vain. The Flanders commander looked at Morin and Menstein's death-defying expressions, and his eyes reddened. He hesitated for a moment, then finally let out a heavy sigh. He also knew that what the other side said was true. In this situation, staying would indeed only increase casualties. Brave soldiers! Take care! He saluted Morin and the others solemnly, then led his unit, quickly bypassing them. Watching the retreating figures of that unit, Morin and the assault squad members all breathed a long sigh of relief. Sir, with your acting skills, it's a pity you're not an actor at the Dresden Theatre. Menstein leaned next to Morin, saying with admiration. Your acting and reactions aren't bad either. We can go together then, ha ha ha. Morin waved his hand with a chuckle, then, after confirming the surroundings were temporarily safe via the map, continued to move towards First Company's position. Using this rearguard divine skill, they successfully tricked another sizable group of rooted soldiers. Finally, after traversing most of the chaotic urban area, Morin finally led his assault squad to a secluded alley, where he spotted First Company's forward picket squad. The latter had clearly noticed their enemy unit and immediately took cover behind concealment. Seeing this, Morin told everyone else to stay down, then he himself shouted loudly in Saxon. 500,000 marks worth of bread. That's the morning price. Battalion commander, we finally found you. The soldier matched the code, and the wariness on his face instantly turned into surprise. Morin also led the assault squad members out of the shadows. Sir. Battalion commander. In the alley, the 10 soldiers of 1st Company from the picket squad, seeing Morin's figure, all excitedly gathered around him. All right, don't get so excited, we're in a battle. Keep an eye on the surroundings and stay vigilant. Morin laughed and scolded, then patted the shoulder of the soldier closest to him. Where's Klaus? The acting company commander is behind, directing the troops to clear out the remaining enemies. He sent our squad forward to set up a picket line. Morin nodded and led the assault squad members behind him into the alley. Soon, the soldiers of 1st Company, having cleared out the remaining enemies, arrived to link up after receiving the news. Although they didn't know what earth-shattering deeds the battalion commander and this small squad had accomplished in the city, judging from the overwhelming attack outside the city and the chaotic scene inside, they could roughly guess. This was absolutely a surprise attack worthy of being recorded in history. And as Morin saw the familiar faces behind him, the stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. He knew he was finally safe. He had won this crazy gamble. Chapter 162, Not a Toy. After an entire night of pursuit and advance, by the morning of August 6th, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the ancient city, the Meuse River Battle Group had essentially gained complete control of Liege City. Resistance within the city had largely subsided, with only a few sporadic gunshots still echoing in the city's corners. Most of the Flanders defenders, in the unprecedented chaos, chose to break out to the northwest, following Captain Mullen's telegraphic instructions. However, their escape route was quickly blocked by the main forces of the Meuse River Battle Group, which had outflanked them from both sides. After all, this battle group numbered 60,000 men. Ultimately, only about half of the defenders managed to escape, and the vast majority of the routed troops became prisoners of the Saxon Empire. Most of the 12 outlying fortresses were also abandoned by the retreating defenders and were effortlessly occupied by the advancing Saxon troops. Only the Longchin Fortress and Lanton Fortress, located to the northwest, were still offering feudal resistance due to poor communication and the stubbornness of their commanders. But having lost the energy supply from the magic power nexus and the unified command of the fortress headquarters, these two isolated fortresses became trapped. In front of the armored airship, which had returned to the battlefield, their destruction by heavy siege shells was only a matter of time. The Liege Fortress Group, which military experts from various countries had universally considered impregnable before the war, thus fell in less than 2 short days. This news would soon cause an earthquake among the belligerent nations on the Western Front. 2nd Army Group Headquarters. When General Bayer received the latest battle report from the Meuse River Battle Group on the front line from the communications officer, he even thought he was hallucinating from a sleepless night. Are you sure the contents of this telegram were translated correctly? His hand, holding the telegram, trembled slightly as he looked up at the young staff officer in front of him, his voice filled with disbelief. Reporting, General, I confirmed it 3 times repeatedly, and then confirmed it once more via wired telephone. The staff officer straightened his back and replied loudly, but his face was also filled with shock. The Meuse River Battle Group reports that they have gained complete control of Liege City this morning. The main force of the Liege Fortress Group defenders has been routed, and their commander, General Lemon, was killed in last night's raid. General Bayer looked down at the telegram again, then slowly placed it on the table. He fell silent. In the entire operations room, all the officers held their breath, their gaze fixed on the white-haired old general. After a long while, General Bayer, as if having exhausted all his strength, suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Bang! The loud noise startled everyone. But what they saw next was the old general's relieved smile. He leaned back, slumping heavily into his chair, as if all the bones had been pulled from his body. This 66-year-old general had been commanding battles for the Liege campaign for almost an entire day without closing his eyes. Now, upon hearing this astonishing good news, his tightly strung nerves finally completely relaxed. Send a telegram to the General Staff Headquarters. General Bayer's voice was hoarse from staying up all night, but it could not hide his excitement. Immediately report the latest military intelligence to the Chief of the General Staff. Yes, General. The adjutant left to carry out the order. General Bayer leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. In his mind, Ludendorff's slightly plump face and Morin's young and confident face involuntarily appeared. 2 madmen, one old and one young. He murmured softly. Who would have thought that their crazy plan actually succeeded? An irresistible drowsiness swept over him. After repeated persuasion from the adjutant and staff officers, General Bayer finally agreed to rest for a while. As he was being helped towards the bed in the adjacent temporary rest room, in the last moment before falling into a deep sleep, only one thought remained in his mind. The nature of war, perhaps, was truly about to change. When Morin woke up from his sleep, it was already noon on August 6th. Sunlight streamed through the broken window of the warehouse, forming pillars of light in the dusty air. He sat up from the cot, feeling as if all the bones in his body were falling apart, sore and aching. But this feeling of exhaustion made him feel incredibly grounded. It felt good to be alive. The entire training assault battalion, as the primary contributor to the capture of the Liege fortress, was also the first unit in the Meuse River Battle Group to enter rest. Other units in the battle group had no objections to this arrangement. Everyone knew that without this unit's miraculous sneak attack last night, this arduous siege battle would never have ended so quickly. In fact, the officers and soldiers of the 14th Infantry Brigade, who had been rescued by the training assault battalion during the night battle, even voluntarily helped them clear out several clean and spacious warehouses and barracks after learning that the assault battalion needed a resting place. Overnight, the status of the training assault battalion within the entire 2nd Army Group was elevated indefinitely. No one regarded them as the Crown Prince's expensive toys anymore, instead, they were seen as an ace capable of creating miracles. In terms of logistics, various supplies, especially ammunition and medicine, were prioritized. Of course, this was also related to the training assault battalion's ammunition consumption, which far exceeded that of conventional units, due to its extensive use of automatic weapons. Morin stretched, about to get up and find something to eat, when an orderly walked over with a still warm lunchbox. "Battalion commander, you're awake. Officer Kleist said to eat something first when you woke up." Inside the lunchbox was a bowl of thick soup, 2 sizzling fried meats, and half a loaf of bread placed on top of the lunchbox. Morin devoured his food while listening to the orderly's report. During the time he was sleeping, Kleist and Manstein, who had woken up earlier, had already led their men to complete the resupply of ammunition and equipment for the entire battalion and had reorganized the troops. "Where is Kleist?" Morin asked after finishing the last sip of milk. "The deputy battalion commander is currently compiling casualty figures, he should be here shortly." No sooner had he spoken than Kleist's tall figure appeared at the warehouse entrance. "Sir, you're awake." He walked up to Morin and handed him a casualty report. Morin took the report and quickly scanned it. In the fighting from last night to this morning, among the 20-man assault squad that participated in the airborne operation, 2 were killed and 7 were wounded. For the entire training assault battalion, a total of 39 were killed and 28 were wounded, 6 of whom were severely wounded and temporarily incapacitated. Seeing these numbers, although he knew that casualties were inevitable in actual combat, Morin still couldn't help but sigh. He felt like a commentator for a certain RTS game before his transmigration, who said, "You Zerg, you feel like you've lost money if even one dog dies." Although this loss, for a battalion-level unit in a siege battle of such a scale, was not significant, and could even be said to be far below his previous estimates. After all, this was the training assault battalion's first large-scale actual combat since its establishment, and to achieve such results in exchange ratio was already a miracle. But casualty figures were not just cold statistics, behind every name was a living life. Moreover, most of the soldiers in the training assault battalion were already married, and their wives and children were waiting for them at home. Nor would any commander wish for more casualties among his soldiers. "How are the seriously wounded? Have they all received proper treatment?" Morin asked. "Everything has been arranged." Kleist replied, "The battle group's field hospital has already entered Liege, and our wounded have received priority treatment. As for the fallen soldiers, I have already arranged for their information to be registered, and the distribution of pensions and mailing of family letters will be handled as quickly as possible." Morin nodded, very satisfied with Kleist's arrangements. "You must personally keep a close eye on this matter, there can be no mistakes," he instructed. Just as the two were confirming a series of tedious details regarding the evacuation of the wounded and the registration of the fallen, an orderly ran in quickly. "Reporting, sir. General Ludendorff requests your immediate presence, there is an important operational mission to be assigned." "Important operational mission?" Morin and Kleist exchanged glances, it seemed this brief rest was about to end. Having a mission right after waking up, Morin couldn't help but click his tongue. "You go handle things, I'll go see the general." Morin gave Kleist a few instructions, then followed the orderly, walking quickly towards the temporary command post of the Meuse River Battle Group. And this so-called temporary command post was precisely the main building where the Liege Fortress Group headquarters was located, which he had personally taken down last night. Revisiting old haunts. Entering the familiar command hall, Morin saw Ludendorff standing in front of a giant map, intensely discussing something with several staff officers. The hall had only been simply cleaned, traces of last night's fierce battle, including bloodstains on the floor, were still clearly visible. "Captain Mullen, you're here." Ludendorff saw Morin, immediately stopped his discussion, and waved him over. "General." Morin stepped forward, standing at attention and saluting. Ludendorff returned the salute, then said directly. "Captain Mullen, the Army Group headquarters has just issued the latest operational order. From now on, the Meuse River Battle Group is officially renamed the Ludendorff Battle Group, under my full command." Morin understood, it seemed Ludendorff, with the great credit of capturing Liege, was about to be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. "Our soldiers also found those 8 prisoners at the location you provided yesterday, the Britannia Major is an important figure, and we have already sent him back to Army Group Command." Ludendorff first mentioned the prisoners, then continued. "Next, our battle group will cooperate with the main force of the 2nd Army Group to quickly launch a new offensive. The main force of the 2nd Army Group will attack the Namur Fortress Group, while our battle group has an even more arduous task." His finger traced an arc on the map, bypassing the sturdy Namur Fortress Group and pointing directly to a city further west. "We will bypass Namur and, with the fastest speed, directly attack Charleroi." Chapter 163, Mobile Assault. Morin's gaze followed Ludendorff's finger, landing on the name Charleroi. He knew that this was an important border city in the United Kingdom of Flanders, and also a crucial transportation hub connecting to the Gallic Republic. If this city and several other important border cities were occupied, the Saxon Empire's right-wing group would be able to deploy and then advance directly to Paris. I hope your training assault battalion, as the vanguard of the entire battle group, will tear open the enemy's defenses for us. Ludendorff's gaze turned to Morin, his eyes full of anticipation. Morin was not surprised by this arrangement. After all, the training assault battalion's combat effectiveness had already been proven. It was only natural for it to be given important tasks in the upcoming battles. He calmly observed the map for a while, then raised his questions. General, the straight line distance from Liege to Charleroi is roughly 80 to 90 kilometers, and there are no direct railway lines along the way. If the troops are forced to march rapidly, their physical exertion will be severe. Even if we arrive on time, the soldiers will need ample rest to recover their combat strength before launching an attack. There's also one most crucial issue, and that's supply. Morin paused, then continued. According to our previous calculations, on a marching day without combat, a peaceful day, our entire battalion consumes approximately 5 tons of supplies for both men and horses. Moreover, once we reach Charleroi and transition to an offensive state, that consumption will immediately skyrocket to combat day standards. The training assault battalion is also equipped with a large amount of automatic firepower, so its ammunition consumption far exceeds that of ordinary troops. Manstein and I, along with the staff, calculated that under continuous offensive conditions, we would need approximately 12 tons of supplies daily to maintain combat effectiveness. And this is just a theoretical figure, actual consumption is very likely to be more, not less. Morin raised his head, meeting Ludendorff's gaze, and spoke clearly, enunciating each word. So, General. I must know how my troops will receive these vital supplies. After hearing Morin's concerns, Ludendorff nodded approvingly, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Very good. Captain Mollin, you are not only a brave soldier but also a competent commander. However, all the concerns you have raised were already taken into account when I made this decision. A mysterious smile appeared on Ludendorff's face. I just received a batch of vehicles from the 2nd Army Group. I plan to assign 60 of the latest military trucks, along with 80 heavy horse-drawn wagons, entirely to your training assault battalion, so that you can carry ample combat supplies and conduct an unprecedented rapid mobile assault. 60 trucks? Morin was somewhat shocked when he heard this number. He looked at Ludendorff in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Could the Imperial Army really provide so many trucks at once to support a battalion-level unit's operation? Seeing Morin's surprised expression, the smile on Ludendorff's face grew wider. Are you surprised, Captain Mollin? He seemed to enjoy Morin's current reaction. Speaking of which, this idea was inspired by your battles in the Kingdom of Aragon. A light called wisdom flickered in Ludendorff's eyes. Since elite light infantry can tear open enemy defenses and achieve tactical breakthroughs through rapid movement and infiltration, then, if they are equipped with vehicles that have stronger mobility, will the distance of this breakthrough not be infinitely increased? Morin couldn't help but exclaim internally, holy cow! He never expected that Ludendorff would realize the immense advantage of mobile warfare so quickly. This future Master Lu certainly lived up to his reputation. General, I am somewhat curious. Morin calmed his excited feelings and asked tentatively. How does the army group have so many trucks? In the world he came from before he transmigrated, the German army in the early stages of World War I was famously a mule and horse force, with extremely limited mobility. But now, it seemed that the situation in this world had deviated significantly from the history he knew. Haha, this is not the army group's credit. Ludendorff waved his hand, a hint of self-satisfaction on his face. This batch of trucks was specially reinforced by the General Staff headquarters for our right-wing army groups before the war. As Ludendorff explained, a brand new piece of information quickly appeared in the intelligence tab of Morin's interface. The right wing of the Saxon Imperial Army, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Army Groups, has currently received a total of 5,042 military trucks as reinforcement. Immediately following this, the detailed data for this type of truck also appeard in information. The 2.5-ton 6x6 type Radiance crystal-powered military truck has an effective payload of approximately 2.5 tons, a maximum speed of 72 km per hour on good roads, and can carry 25 fully armed soldiers at once. Looking at these detailed figures, Morin was once again greatly shocked. More than 5,000 trucks. If Schlieffen knew about this news, he would probably sit up from his grave, laughing. This meant that the main force of the Saxon Imperial Army's right wing already possessed considerable motorized mobility. Since Ludendorff had already spoken to this extent, the training assault battalion, as a unit under the command of the Ludendorff battle group, naturally had no reason to refuse this mission. Seeing Morin accept the mission readily, Ludendorff nodded in satisfaction. The vehicles will all be in place this afternoon. Speed is of the essence. You must complete preparations as quickly as possible and set off immediately. I assure you, the main forces of the battle group will also follow up as soon as possible, and will absolutely not leave your training assault battalion with any worries. After leaving the battle group headquarters, Morin walked back to the camp, digesting the information he had just received. Clearly, this World Schlieffen plan was indeed a kind of enhanced version. In addition to being reinforced in terms of troop strength on the right wing, it also received a great deal of supplementation in the crucial aspect of mobility. According to the relevant war history Morin had studied before his transmigration, the Schlieffen of that world, before leaving office, in addition to leaving the famous instruction "do not weaken the right wing," also particularly emphasized another point. That was, to enable the Imperial Army to achieve large-scale motorization as quickly as possible. To provide a sufficient number of new vehicles for the units serving as the assault spearhead, at least enough to supply 6 to 7 corps should be prepared. If this plan could be implemented, it would greatly enhance the overall mobility and assault speed of the German right wing. However, it was regrettable that due to the neglect of the General Staff Headquarters' successors, the German army did not possess enough vehicles to support this grand plan when the war broke out. After detaching from the railway lines, the operational range of the troops was basically limited to within 40 to 60 kilometers due to supply issues. Although historically there had been some tough units that forcibly extended this range to 160 kilometers. But this was clearly an extremely severe test and torment for the troops' physical endurance and logistics. However, in this current world, perhaps due to the vigorous development of the radiance crystal industry, or perhaps for other reasons Morin was unaware of, the Saxon Imperial Army General Staff Headquarters did not neglect the aspect of mobility. It's quite possible that this Worldschleifen plan might actually succeed, Morin couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. August 6th, afternoon. Just as Ludendorff had said, a mighty convoy of vehicles successively arrived at the Training Assault Battalion station. 60 brand new military trucks, lined up in a spectacular long queue, parked on the open ground outside the core area of Liege Fortress. The soldiers of the Training Assault Battalion all gathered around these steel behemoths, curiously pointing and discussing animatedly. My heavens, are these trucks? They're much bigger than horse-drawn carriages. I heard we'll be able to ride these into battle next. That would be so comfortable, no more walking ourselves. Most of the soldiers' faces showed excitement and novelty. However, Morin, Kleist, and a host of company and platoon leaders, looking at these big machines, all had worried expressions. Officer, how should we allocate supplies and personnel? Which company gets which trucks? Should ammunition and fuel be stored separately? What if they're hit by artillery shells? How should the marching order be arranged? Should machine gun teams and infantry be separated? All sorts of questions flew towards Morin. Even though the army group had sent an experienced quartermaster officer to assist them with preparations, Morin still felt overwhelmed. He finally understood what a happy problem meant. Commanding a traditional infantry battalion and commanding a motorized infantry battalion were completely different concepts. As a half-baked battalion commander, he had to learn everything from scratch again. All right, stop arguing. One by one. Morin's head ached from the noise, and with a roar, he finally brought silence to the scene. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and tackle the immediate problem. Kleist, you are responsible for personnel boarding. By company, each company is allocated 12 trucks, with one as a spare. Manstein, you and the quartermaster will be responsible for loading supplies. Ammunition, food, medicine, load them by category and mark them clearly. Items that are not urgently needed will be transported by the battalion headquarters direct horse-drawn carriage team. Company commanders, keep your men in order. No moving around after boarding. Morin issued commands one after another. Under his command, the previously somewhat chaotic scene finally began to become orderly. Soldiers began to board, supplies were loaded onto trucks, and the horse-drawn carriage team began to load fuel and spare parts. The entire Training Assault Battalion's encampment became a busy construction site. Around 4 p.m., when the last batch of supplies was loaded, the preparation work was finally declared complete. Chapter 164, Crown Prince, the Assault Battalion I'm missing. While Captain Mullen was commanding the Training Assault Battalion, preparing for what might be the world's first truly motorized march. Far away in the Saxon Empire homeland, Malka the Younger, who had already relocated the General Staff Headquarters frontline command to Koblenz, successively received the latest military intelligence from the various army groups on the Western Front. In the operations room, Malka the Younger stood before a huge map of the Western Front, holding a long pointer, listening as the operations staff reported on the progress of each front. Report, Chief of General Staff, the 1st Army Group, commanded by General Mackensen, has made smooth progress since the official engagement on August 4th. They successfully routed the main force of the United Kingdom of Flanders Northern Army Group in open battle, and the Teutonic Order under his command almost completely annihilated the United Kingdom of Flanders Order of the Golden Fleece with minimal casualties. Currently, the enemy in the north has fully retreated to the Roermond Breda S Hertogenbos Nijmegen line, holed up in cities, showing no signs of engaging. General Mackensen stated in his telegram that he has left some forces to monitor the enemy and protect the army group's rear supply lines, awaiting follow-up reserve units to fill the defensive line. His main force, however, has adjusted its offensive direction. The operations staff pointed to Antwerp on the map and continued. A portion of the forces will employ a strategy of surrounding but not attacking Antwerp to tie down the enemy, while another main force will bypass the city and head directly for the Flanders-Gaul border. General Mackensen also mentioned that, according to intelligence from the Military Intelligence Department, the Britannien Expeditionary Force might land in the Dunkirk area. He stated that if the timing is right, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to the Britannians before they could establish a firm foothold. After hearing the report from the 1st Army Group, Malka the Younger nodded with satisfaction. General Mackensen, who had been temporarily transferred before the war, had indeed lived up to his expectations, fighting swiftly and fiercely, fully demonstrating the qualities of an excellent commander. What about the 3rd Army Group and the 4th Army Group? He asked. The 3rd and 4th Army Groups also rapidly penetrated into the United Kingdom of Flanders within these 2 days and have now reached the Gallic Republic border, awaiting further orders. Very good. A hint of a smile appeared on Malka the Younger's face. Since the start of the war, everything had gone as he had envisioned, even more smoothly than expected. What about the 2nd Army Group? He asked the question he cared about most. Report, Chief of General Staff. The Second Army Group reports that they have completely captured the Liege Fortress Group this morning. This news caused an uncontrollable gasp of astonishment throughout the operations room. Malka the Younger himself was stunned, his hand gripping the pointer tightening involuntarily. The Liege Fortress, this was the point he had worried about most before the war. He had even prepared himself for the Second Army Group to be bogged down at Liege City, unable to execute subsequent plans according to the schedule. But now, they had taken this formidable fortress in just 2 days? What did the telegram say? The telegram mentioned that General Ludendorff, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Second Army Group, after arriving at the front, adopted the suggestion of Captain Mullen, commander of the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion, and organized a airborne assault last night. The operations staff clearly hesitated when saying the words airborne assault, seemingly uncertain about this somewhat novel concept. 20 soldiers of the Training Assault Battalion, led by Captain Mullen, boarded armored airships and landed directly inside the Liege Fortress from the air. They ultimately succeeded in destroying the enemy's command post and magic power nexus, causing great confusion among the defenders, and creating a decisive opportunity for our main force's general assault. Training Assault Battalion Airborne. Malka the Younger repeatedly chewed on these words. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the experience of accompanying His Royal Highness Crown Prince George to Potsdam to observe the Training Assault Battalion's exercise. He also remembered the young commander who had shown astonishing tactical talent during the exercise, and his soldiers, who were distinctly different from other imperial soldiers, full of high morale. At the time, he had felt that some of His Royal Highness Crown Prince George's tactical concepts were a bit too idealistic. But now, it seemed he himself was outdated. Perhaps Mr. Schleifen's strategic conjecture can truly be realized this time. An unprecedented surge of ambition welled up in Malka the Younger's heart. He turned around and reopened the operational plan schedule, which was precise to the day. According to the final official plan issued by the General Staff Headquarters. Within 12 days after the mobilization order was issued on August 1, the passage through the United Kingdom of Flanders was to be completely cleared. On the 19th day, Brussels was to be occupied, isolating the enemy in the north and completely eliminating the threat to their own supply lines. On the 22nd day, the main forces were to enter the Gallic Republic homeland. On the 39th day, Paris was to be captured. If all these initial actions could be successfully achieved, then the Saxon Imperial Army would form an unprecedentedly large arc-shaped encirclement within the Gallic Republic. And the grand tactical vision of annihilating most of Gaul's living forces within 7 weeks was also very likely to truly come to pass. Meanwhile, in the Ardennes Forest region, Crown Prince George, as the commander of the 5th Army Group also known as the Crown Prince George Army Group also received battle reports from other army groups. When he saw the Training Assault Battalion wreaking havoc in the 2nd Army Group's order of battle, helping the 2nd Army Group speedrun the Liege Fortress in an almost mythical way, the Crown Prince's mood became unusually complex. On one hand, he felt genuine pride and glory for the splendid achievements of this unit he had personally cultivated. But on the other hand, an indescribable bitterness and regret also surged into his heart. He regretted why he hadn't persisted more, argued reasonably, and transferred the Training Assault Battalion to his 5th Army Group. The feeling of having painstakingly planted a peach, only for someone else to pick it, and to pick it so beautifully, so sensationally, made George feel very uncomfortable. Morin, oh Morin, how wonderful it would be if you and the Training Assault Battalion were under my command. He couldn't help but sigh softly. On the morning of August 7th, Britannia, Southampton Port. The dock was bustling with people, and ship horns blared. Huge troop transports and cargo ships were docked at the berths, and countless Britannien soldiers in khaki uniforms were boarding the ships in neat queues. They were the vanguard of the Holy Britannien Empire Expeditionary Force, about to cross the strait to the continent to fulfill their commitments to their allies. By a window in a building at the port, the Expeditionary Force Commander-in-Chief Field Marshal Sir John French of the Holy Britannien Empire Imperial Army was observing everything with a telescope, his face expressionless. He was an experienced old general who had participated in numerous colonial wars of the empire around the world, known for his stubborn and cautious command style. Marshal, the latest battle report from the United Kingdom of Flanders. An aide-de-camp hurried to his side and handed him a newly translated telegram. French put down his telescope, took the telegram, and read it carefully. However, as he read deeper, the expression on his face became increasingly solemn. How is this possible? When he reached the end of the telegram, he gasped in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. Marshal, what's wrong? The aide-de-camp asked with concern. French didn't answer, merely handing him the telegram. The aide-de-camp took the telegram, and after just one glance, his eyes also widened. The content of the battle report was truly shocking. The Saxons' advance speed far exceeded their previous expectations. In the north, Flanders' most elite order of the Golden Fleece was almost completely annihilated by the Saxons' Teutonic Order. This made French certain that the Saxons must have achieved some major breakthrough in armored knight technology, otherwise, such a disproportionate exchange ratio would be impossible. What shocked and baffled him even more was the speed of the Liege fortress's fall. It resisted for less than 2 days. This formidable fortress group, which Britannien and Gallic military experts had unanimously agreed could hold out for at least a month under siege by a large army before the war, was thus easily occupied by the Saxons. The battle report's description of the reason for Liege's fall was vague, only mentioning that the Saxons used some despicable, unprecedented assault tactics. But regardless of the process, the result was certain. The fall of Liege meant that the gate to the heartland of Flanders, and even to the Gallic border, had been opened to the Saxons. We severely underestimated the Saxon military strength. French said with a dry voice. He realized that the Empire's assessment of the Saxon Imperial Army, based on previous colonial conflicts, had contained a fatal error. This Saxon army before them was no longer the rigid, inflexible army they had in mind. It had become faster, fiercer, and more imaginative. General, then, does our plan to land at Dunkirk need to be modified? The aide-de-camp asked cautiously. According to the original plan, the Britonian expeditionary force would land at Boulogne, Calais, Le Havre, and Dunkirk. Then, they would rendezvous with the forces of Flanders and Gaul to jointly construct defensive lines in the border regions to block the Saxon advance. But now, the Saxons' advance speed was so rapid that by the time they slowly completed their landing and assembly, the situation would be dire. Perhaps, as soon as they landed, they would collide head-on with the Saxon armored knights. French paced the room, his brows furrowed. He was a cautious man who never fought a battle he wasn't confident in, but the current situation left him no time for detailed thought. Finally, he stopped and said in a very serious tone. Immediately accelerate the boarding process. We must complete the landing earlier than scheduled, or the situation will become irreversible. Chapter 165, Training Assault Battalion, Lead the Charge. Although he felt uncertain about this first motorized march, with the sun still 2 hours away from setting. Under Ludendorff's urging of speed is of the essence, Morin still gave the order for the entire battalion to board the vehicles and depart once all preparations were complete. He sat in the passenger seat of a truck in the middle of the convoy, watching the friendly forces sending them off on both sides of the road, and couldn't help but lean half his body out the window, shouting at the top of his lungs. Sturmbataillon, Jet Voren. Training Assault Battalion, lead the charge. The friendly soldiers on both sides of the road heard this shout, and their emotions were instantly ignited. Initially, only the soldiers closest to him cheered along, but this enthusiasm quickly spread, eventually forming a thunderous wave of sound that echoed through the sky. Sturmbataillon, Jet Voren. Sturmbataillon, Jet Voren. Amidst this overwhelming send-off, a massive convoy consisting of 60 trucks and 80 horse-drawn carriages slowly drove out of Liege City. Lacking experience in commanding motorized units, Morin could only feel his way forward at this point. Based on the knowledge he had absorbed before his crossing, transmigration, he divided the entire convoy into 3 parts, vanguard, main column, and rearguard. The vanguard, composed of 4 trucks, carried a platoon of soldiers and 2 additional machine gun crews. Their mission was to provide early warning and seize key terrain. These 4 vehicles led the way 1.5 kilometers ahead of the main force, providing about 10 minutes of warning time for the main body. Any further would be meaningless, as there was no way to communicate. After all, the entire battalion only had one large radio that Morin had borrowed from Ludendorff, which was used to establish contact with the battle group. Within the main column, it was also divided into 3 sections, front, middle, and rear, each maintaining a distance of about 500 meters to allow sufficient deployment space for potential skirmishes. Battalion headquarters and the 1st company were at the very front, the 2nd and 3rd companies in the middle, and the 4th company brought up the rear with the supply wagons. As for the rearguard, it also maintained a distance of 1 to 1.5 kilometers, following the main force not too far nor too close. Their mission was to prevent enemy sneak attacks from the rear and assist in dealing with vehicles that broke down and fell behind the column. Morin had originally wanted to arrange for flank security, with several squads operating 1 to 2 kilometers out on the flanks of the column. However, the off-road capability of these trucks was truly concerning at the moment. They could basically only stick to the road, so this idea ultimately had to be abandoned. After the convoy completely left the range of the Liege fortress group, Morin's heart was actually in his throat. Although Ludendorff said that the enemy forces that broke through had all headed towards Antwerp, no one could guarantee that the road to Charleroi would be 100% safe. The roar of the crystal-powered engines echoed through the quiet countryside, sounding particularly harsh. The convoy traveled at a speed of 30 km per hour for 2 hours without incident. As it grew darker, Morin still dared not risk a night march. The communication methods of this era were too primitive. If he were to travel in the dark, he had no doubt that by morning, it would be good if half of this convoy was still with him. Moreover, just because these delicate trucks hadn't broken down on the way didn't mean they wouldn't at night. To be safe, he decisively ordered the convoy to close ranks and set up a temporary camp in a flat area beside the road. 20 observation posts and sentries were deployed to handle security around the camp. The battalion headquarters communication platoon also erected tall antennas and made a signal extremely poor contact with the Liege command post using the foot pedal generator radio. Feeling it was unreliable, Morin thought for a moment and then had the communication platoon release carrier pigeons as well, a double insurance, although frankly, carrier pigeons weren't very reliable either. It seems I still need to write and ask Patricia when communication equipment can be made practical. This thought flashed through Morin's mind, and then he slowly fell asleep amidst a mix of anxiety and apprehension. Perhaps the armies in the southern United Kingdom of Flanders were indeed shattered, or perhaps they were not yet familiar with tactics like night harassment. In any case, as Morin and the others drifted between sleep and wakefulness, the night passed without incident. The next morning, when the sun once again shone upon the earth, Morin finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that all vehicles and personnel were safe and sound. After preparations were complete, the convoy set off again. This time, their target was a pre-designated assembly point 3 kilometers north of Charleroi city. The training assault battalion was not driving armored vehicles after all. These trucks were precious, and Morin was reluctant to let them drive directly into the city to take risks. He planned to have the troops disembark there and then launch a probing attack on the north side of Charleroi on foot. Using the system map, Morin quickly found an excellent hidden parking spot for the convoy. It was a flat wooded area right next to the road, large enough to accommodate all the vehicles and horse-drawn carriages of the entire convoy. The journey of about an hour this morning was still smooth sailing. Along the way, the convoy only saw some farmers and no soldiers of Flanders. However, after questioning a few old farmers in the Dutch language, Morin's intelligence tab also received a new piece of information. Part of the Liege Fortress Battle Group's breakthrough forces, 1,422 men, has headed towards Charleroi. Shortly after 9 am on August 8, after the 4 vanguard trucks arrived at their destination, the soldiers immediately disembarked. This platoon, responsible for forward reconnaissance, immediately fanned out and advanced to establish the first alert line. The 4 trucks first turned into an open area by the roadside, and after turning off their engines, began inspections. Not long after, the mighty main convoy also arrived one after another. Morin set up a temporary battalion headquarters in the center of the wooded area, while the soldiers of the first company, who had disembarked first, quickly spread out to construct a temporary defensive line on the outskirts of the camp. By this time, Morin was unsure if his large convoy had been discovered by the enemy. However, at least so far, his system map was still clear, with no red enemy markers appearing. Nearly half an hour passed, just as he was directing the companies to disembark in an orderly fashion and preparing to assign the next tasks. The orderly from the forward reconnaissance and alert platoon ran back from the front, out of breath, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Reporting, Battalion Commander. Charleroi. Charleroi North City. The orderly leaned on his knees, panting heavily, and it took him a while to complete a sentence. The city seems to have no soldiers at all. No soldiers at all. Upon hearing this news, Morin's first reaction was not joy, but a furrowed brow. How could there be such a good thing in the world? An important border city, a transportation hub connecting the Gallic Republic, was undefended? No, this empty fort strategy was a bit too obvious. Are you sure? Morin stared at the orderly, pressing with a serious tone. How far did you scout? Did you see any defensive works? Reporting, Battalion Commander. Our platoon leader led us all the way to the first street on the edge of the city, and there really wasn't a single soldier to be seen inside. Only some civilians hiding in their homes. There are defensive works, though. But they are very rudimentary, just some sandbag barricades, and they are empty behind them. The orderly, after taking a big gulp of water Morin offered him, added. We also found some discarded ammunition boxes and supplies. It looks like they retreated in a great hurry, so the platoon leader quickly sent me back to report the situation. Retreated in a great hurry. Why does this scene resemble Liege City so much? Could it be that the news of Liege's capture had already reached here, scaring away the Charleroi garrison? This possibility was not non-existent, but Morin still dared not let down his guard. Moreover, the intelligence provided by the system earlier also mentioned that a Liege Fortress Battle Group unit of over 1,400 men had broken through towards this direction. Morin opened the system map, zoomed into the Charleroi urban area, and carefully scanned it back and forth. Charleroi was bisected by the Sambre River, dividing it into North and South City. The importance of this city, besides its geographical location, lay in the bridges within the city used to cross the river. If the Ludendorff Battle Group and the main forces of the Second Army Group were to cross the river quickly from here, then controlling the bridges within the city would be crucial. Once the bridges were destroyed, the entire army would only be able to cross the river using less efficient pontoon bridges, which would also delay the advance speed. Thinking of this, Morin immediately called Kleist and Manstein, asking them to organize the parking of the subsequent convoy and the assembly of troops. Then, under Kleist's rather resentful gaze, he took the second company, which had just disembarked and completed assembly, and quickly rushed towards Charleroi. In response, the second company, composed of former Imperial Guard soldiers, was quite excited. Finally, it's our turn. Wolf, the second company commander, was ecstatic. During the forced march, he strictly demanded that the soldiers of the second company make sure to leave a good impression on Morin. After all, accompanying the battalion commander was a rare opportunity. The company commanders of all 4 companies of the training assault battalion regarded such actions personally commanded by Morin as a kind of reward. Soon, the second company's forward alert detachment rendezvoused with the reconnaissance platoon. By this time, they were already guarding a main road in Charleroi North City. When Morin arrived with the main force of the second company, he indeed found that the North City was completely in some kind of undefended state. However, this did not make Morin feel it was a good thing, instead, it made him feel increasingly uneasy. North City is undefended. Damn, they're not planning to blow up the bridges and hold out in South City, are they? An alarm bell rang in Morin's heart, and he immediately ordered the second company to advance towards the Sambre River. After giving this order, Morin sent back an orderly to inform Kleist to bring the main force of the training assault battalion immediately. Just then, gunfire suddenly erupted from the direction of the river. Chapter 166, Seizing Charleroi by Air. Morin had a bad feeling when he heard the distinct sound of automatic weapons firing amidst the gunshots. The constantly refreshing red unit markers on the system map only confirmed his intuition. The first platoon of the first company, acting as the advance reconnaissance team, encountered the enemy at the north bank of a bridge by the river. Judging by the enemy unit markers, which displayed United Kingdom of Flanders 3rd Infantry Division, 11th Mixed Brigade, remnants of the 31st Infantry Regiment, it was indeed the defenders who had broken out of the Liege Fortress group. Morin didn't dare to delay. He quickly led the second company to support them, as the training assault battalion, with only one platoon facing a desperate enemy, could easily be wiped out. Charleroi at this time was not as large as it was in Morin's previous world. Moreover, there were no enemy troops in the northern city apart from civilians, so Morin quickly arrived at the river with the second company. The reinforced platoon, responsible for advance reconnaissance, had its firepower boosted to 6 MG-14 light machine guns after being reinforced with 2 additional light machine guns. They were now using the low stone wall at the bridgehead as cover, firing at the bridge and the opposite bank of the river. A portion of the soldiers were also lying on the river bank, firing at the bridge piers. Upon reaching their position, the second company quickly deployed along the riverbank under the command of Company Commander Wolf, then set up their guns and fired at the Flanders soldiers running back and forth on the opposite bank. Battalion Commander. First Platoon Leader Khan of the 1st Company, who had advanced, ran over to Morin with a look of relief, his voice tinged with lingering fear. When we reached the bridge, we just happened to run into about a company of enemies who were crossing it. Both sides immediately opened fire. Our firepower was fierce, and we mowed down a lot of them. They didn't seem to expect us to be here either. Khan pointed at the bodies strewn across the bridge, continuing his report with lingering fear. But they seemed to go crazy, charging onto the bridge despite our firepower, leaving dozens of bodies at the bridgehead. And he pointed below the bridge. We found enemies approaching the bridge piers by small boats, seemingly preparing to plant explosives, but several were shot dead by our platoon's riflemen. Morin also let out a long sigh of relief after hearing the report. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. This wide stone bridge in front of them was the largest and widest of Charleroi's 3 bridges. If it were blown up by the enemy, it would significantly impact the main force's river crossing. He also realized that infantry squads still needed some precise firepower to suppress distant enemies or conduct precise attacks. While the MG-14 light machine gun and MP-14 were excellent for suppressive fire, semi-automatic rifles with decent firepower and accuracy were also necessary for precise suppression of certain targets. Tell everyone to conserve ammunition and focus on hitting enemies attempting to approach the bridge piers. Who knows how long we'll be fighting here? Morin gave the order to Khan, then turned to 2nd Company Commander Wolf. Wolf, leave 1 platoon with me, then take 1 platoon and advance west along the riverbank to search for the other bridge, and send the other platoon to the east. Use a flare gun immediately if there's an emergency. Yes, Battalion Commander. Wolf acknowledged the order and immediately led 2 platoons to act separately. As the 2nd Company's forces deployed, the firepower along the riverbank instantly intensified several-fold. A crossfire network formed by more than a dozen MG-14 light machine guns completely sealed off the entire south bank of the Sambre River. The Flanders soldiers who had just rushed across the bridge and hadn't had time to catch their breath were instantly stunned by the sudden and fierce firepower. They desperately returned fire from behind buildings and sandbags on the south bank, but their single-shot rifles seemed so powerless in the face of the MG-14's seemingly endless roar. Bullets rattled against the low walls and riverbanks in front of the Saxon soldiers, kicking up sparks and dust, but failing to cause effective casualties to the assault battalion soldiers hidden behind cover. Instead, as soon as they dared to show their heads, they would immediately attract focused attention from several streams of fire. In just a few minutes of engagement, although the 2nd Company suffered single-digit casualties in this short time, they still successfully suppressed the opposite bank, dozens of meters away, relying on the firepower advantage provided by the light machine guns. The United Kingdom of Flanders soldiers on the opposite bank clearly hadn't expected the Saxons to arrive so quickly. After breaking out of the Liege Fortress group, they had barely rested, relying solely on a will to survive to walk until dawn today, finally reaching Charleroi. They had thought they could get a moment's respite here, or even receive support from their Gallic allies. No one expected that just as they were about to blow up the bridge to delay the Saxon advance and buy time for the Gallic Republic's main forces to arrive, the Saxons would pursue them so absurdly fast. This was simply unreasonable. Did they fly here? A United Kingdom of Flanders Army Major, Philip, hid behind a broken wall, watching the continuous fall of soldiers around him, his heart filled with despair and confusion. He was the highest-ranking officer currently in this remnant of the 31st Infantry Regiment. As for their regimental commander, he had long since disappeared. When he escaped from the chaotic Liege Fortress, he didn't even know what was happening, he just broke through in a panic. He thought he was safe, but upon arriving here, before even having a chance to blow up the bridge, he was caught up by the Saxons again, and the firepower of this Saxon unit was completely unreasonable. That was absolutely not the firepower an infantry squad should possess. He knew that Saxon squads were composed of 2 fire teams, and these squads seemed to possess 1 or 2 heavy machine guns that could be carried. God knows how these Saxon soldiers managed to carry these heavy machine guns, which should have been placed in fortress firing positions. Now, as soon as his soldiers showed their heads, they would be torn to shreds by dense bullet rain, making it impossible to organize any counterattack. Sir, we can't hold on. The Saxon firepower is too fierce. An officer scrambled to Philip's side, his face filled with terror. Our demolition team is pinned down under the bridge and can't even get close to the piers. If this continues, we'll all die here. Philip gritted his teeth, looking at the constantly spitting flames from the opposite bank, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. He knew they couldn't continue like this. In a direct firepower confrontation, they were no match. They had to find another way. Orderly! Orderly! He roared behind him. Go find the Gauls. Tell them the Saxon vanguard has reached Charleroi. Tell them to send reinforcements immediately. Immediately. Several mounted orderlies immediately galloped out from deep within the South City, heading southwest towards Herson in the Gallic Republic, where the Gallic 5th Army Group headquarters was located. Watching the orderlies disappear into the distance, Philip took a deep breath, knowing what he had to do next. He drew his officer's revolver from his waist and pointed it at the opposite bank. Soldiers! We shamefully abandoned the Liege fortress, and now we have nowhere left to retreat. He roared with all his might. All who can still fight, follow me. We must hold them here, to buy time for our allies to arrive. Under his encouragement, more than 500 Flanders soldiers who were willing to stay had a renewed look of determination in their eyes. They knew this was a battle to the death, but they had nowhere left to retreat. Philip knew that with his limited forces and without any firepower advantage, exchanging fire with the Saxons on the riverbank was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. They had to lure them into the city. Only then could they maximize the neutralization of the enemy's firepower advantage and trade space for time. Everyone! Retreat in batches. Enter the South City. Break into smaller units and prepare for street fighting. Philip issued his final order. Those who were under my command before, follow me. Hold the bridgehead. Cover the others as they retreat into the city. He led a platoon of soldiers to the vicinity of the South Bank bridgehead, preparing to make a final stand using the limited cover available there. Just as his troops began to move, and not long after the orderlies had left, a sudden change occurred at the bridge. Philip was observing the enemy's movements on the north bank through his binoculars when he was astonished to see a thick cloud of smoke rising from the wide bridge deck. The smoke spread extremely quickly, covering the entire bridge deck in the blink of an eye, completely obscuring his vision. What's going on? What are the Saxons doing? A strong sense of unease surged into Philip's heart. Just as he was about to order his nearby soldiers to prepare for the enemy, he saw an incredibly fast figure suddenly rush out of the smoke. The figure's speed was unbelievable. Almost the moment it burst from the smoke, it rolled and disappeared around the corner of a street directly facing the bridge deck. At the same time, two dark objects arced through the air, flying towards his and his soldiers' position. Philip's pupils suddenly constricted. As an experienced veteran, he instantly realized what these were, then turned and waved his hand while simultaneously throwing himself to the ground. Grenades! Get down! Boom! Boom! Two violent explosions detonated amidst Major Philip and his nearby soldiers. Scorching airwaves, mixed with countless shrapnel, swept outwards. Philip felt a huge force violently push him to the ground, his ears ringing, temporarily losing his hearing. He lay on the ground, feeling a burning pain in his back, blood instantly soaking his uniform. He struggled to lift his head, but what he saw was a hellish scene. More than a dozen soldiers who had just been by his side were now largely fallen, lying on the ground groaning in pain, completely incapacitated. Some soldiers further away, who had not been affected, immediately rushed forward, attempting to drag those on the ground to the rear. However, this was only the beginning of the Saxon attack. Chapter 167, Lost Contact. Just as the smoke from the explosion had not yet dissipated, more grenades suddenly flew out from the thick smoke shrouding the bridge deck. Those dark iron lumps rained down, covering the small area at the south end of the bridge. Immediately following, there was a continuous series of violent explosions. The spherical grenades currently equipped by the Saxon army weren't particularly powerful, but the soldiers of the training assault battalion threw a large number of them at once. Boom! 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 The temporary sandbag barricade was instantly blasted, sending sand and dust flying. The soldiers who survived the grenade rain were completely stunned by the terrifying explosions. Who fights a war by throwing so many grenades? Da-da-da-da-da. Just then, the sound of submachine gun fire also rang out from within the smoke. Dozens of soldiers in Saxon military uniforms charged out like devils from the smoke, firing wildly in their direction. Bullets sprayed out as if they were free, thudding into the sandbags that were conveniently shielding Philip. The sandbags were quickly torn open, and the sand inside continuously flowed out. Are they all carrying heavy machine guns? Pinned down behind a temporary barricade, Philip lay on the ground, listening to the sandbags in front of him being riddled with bullets, and couldn't help but complain. The density of this firepower was too absurd. He had never seen a battle fought like this in his life. Several nearby soldiers, at the urging of their squad leaders, tried to peek out from behind cover and return fire. But as soon as they showed themselves, a series of blood blossoms instantly burst from their heads and upper bodies, and they slumped to the ground like rag dolls. Blood and brains splattered across the faces of their comrades. This terrifying scene completely shattered the courage of all who remained. No one dared to peek out and exchange fire with the Saxon soldiers anymore, because it wasn't an exchange of fire at all, it was a unilateral suicide mission. The Saxon soldiers' suppressive fire seemed endless. After the main force crossed the bridgehead, Morin immediately directed two machine gunners to set up two MG-14 light machine guns in a second-story window opposite the barricade, completely sealing off the barricade. Da-da! Da-da-da! The two light machine guns alternated in short, precise bursts, firmly suppressing the remaining defenders behind the barricade. At the same time, the soldiers of 1st Platoon, 2nd Company, also quickly fanned out, following the assault tactics they had practiced countless times. They advanced in squads of 20 men, providing covering fire for each other, staying close to the buildings on both sides of the street, and quickly closing the distance to about 20 meters. Grenades. With a command from the platoon leader, another dozen grenades were thrown into the already riddled barricade. Boom! 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 A new round of explosions completely shattered the will to resist of Philip and his soldiers. The shockwave from the explosion directly threw Major Philip into the air. He crashed heavily against the wall behind him, instantly falling unconscious, his fate unknown. The soldiers who survived the grenade rain, before they could recover from the dizziness of the explosion, saw a group of Saxon soldiers already charging close. What awaited them were the black muzzles of submachine guns and a dense hail of bullets. The battle ended in just a few dozen seconds. One platoon of Flanders soldiers, responsible for covering the rear, along with their commander, Major Philip, were easily dealt with by 1st Platoon, 2nd Company, in a crushing manner. Morin quickly walked across the still smoking bridge deck and arrived at the south end of the bridge. Looking at the chaotic battlefield and the bodies scattered everywhere, he felt no sense of relief. On the system map, the red unit markers representing the Flanders soldiers had not disappeared. On the contrary, a large number of red unit markers had broken up into smaller groups, scattered in various corners of the South City, and because he had lost sight of them, Morin could only see their last known positions. So they really intend to fight us in urban warfare, Morin muttered to himself. He knew very well that with the firepower advantage and training level of the training assault battalion, dealing with these scattered enemy forces wouldn't be a problem. But the issue was, he only had one company's worth of troops at hand. If all the troops were committed to clearing out the remaining enemies in the South City, the safety of the other 2 bridges could not be guaranteed. If those 2 bridges were blown up by enemies hiding in the shadows, the losses would be too great. After weighing the pros and cons, Morin decisively made a decision. Previously, the 2nd Company commander had already taken the other 2 platoons and split them into 2 groups to control the other 2 bridges over the Samba River. So, what he needed to do now was to take the remaining platoon, along with 1st Platoon, 1st Company, which was on forward reconnaissance, and guard this most important central bridge, waiting for the arrival of subsequent forces. Soon, gunshots also rang out from the directions of the other 2 bridges. However, the gunfire was not intense and quickly subsided. On the system map, the green unit markers representing the 2 platoons of 2nd Company quickly annihilated the few red enemy unit markers near the 2 bridges. All 3 bridges were successfully secured. Morin's heart, which had been in his throat, finally eased by half. He glanced at his watch. Almost 20 minutes had passed since he sent the orderly back to report. Logically, the orderly should have reached the temporary camp by now. I hope Kleist can think quickly, Morin silently prayed, standing at the bridgehead and looking towards the North City. His current forces were extremely limited, and he urgently needed support from the main army. On the other side, the orderly Morin had dispatched galloped on horseback, taking only about 10 minutes to return to the wooded area 3 kilometers north of Charleroi. Officer Kleist. Battalion Commander's order. The main force is to immediately advance towards Charleroi urban area. The enemy is attempting to blow up the bridges. The orderly dismounted, barely having time to catch his breath, and conveyed Morin's order to Kleist, who was directing the troops in constructing the camp's defensive line. Upon hearing this news, Kleist and Manstein, who was beside him, both changed their expressions. Kleist's mind worked rapidly. He made the most correct judgment almost without any hesitation. Lieutenant Manstein, he shouted loudly. You immediately take 3rd Company and the remaining soldiers of 1st Company and get into the trucks that haven't driven in yet. Head to the North City to support the battalion commander at the fastest speed. Yes, sir. Manstein wasted no words and turned to assemble the troops. Signal platoon. Immediately set up the antenna. Try to establish contact with the battle group headquarters. Kleist roared at the signal platoon leader on the other side. Supply company. Bring all the horse-drawn carts over, we'll probably need to prepare ammunition supplies ahead. 4th Company, continue to be responsible for outer perimeter security. Order after order was issued methodically from Kleist's mouth. This battalion adjutant, who usually seemed to just follow Morin's lead and act routinely, displayed astonishing command ability and decisiveness at the critical moment. Watching the more than 20 trucks, loaded with soldiers from 1st and 3rd Companies, speeding towards Charleroi, emitting black smoke, Kleist quickly had the other vehicles parked. He walked over to the signal platoon, who were fumbling to set up the antenna, and anxiously asked. How is it? Have you made contact? The signal platoon leader wiped the sweat from his forehead, shook his head, his face full of helplessness. No, sir. It's too far from Liege here, we're already beyond the communication range of our radio. That's why we couldn't make contact yesterday either. We've tried for a long time, but we can't even pick up a single signal. Damn it. Kleist cursed under his breath. He realized that they had now completely lost contact with the main forces in the rear. The training assault battalion seemed to have become an isolated force. The battle group must be informed of the situation in Charleroi. This thought flashed through Kleist's mind instantly. He knew very well why Morin had led the entire battalion to assault here at such a frantic pace. It was to seize Charleroi before the enemy could react, to open a passage for the entire battle group and even the subsequent offensive of the 2nd Army Group. Now, although they had successfully arrived and engaged the enemy, they had also become a completely exposed, isolated force. Once the enemy, especially the main forces of Gaul, reacted and launched a counterattack, the training assault battalion, with only one battalion's strength, would simply not be able to hold the city. At that point, let alone opening a passage for the main forces, whether they themselves could survive would be a question. Therefore, it was imperative to contact General Ludendorff as soon as possible, inform him of everything that was happening here, and have him send the main forces to follow up quickly. Thinking of this, Kleist no longer hesitated. He immediately found the supply officer dispatched by the battle group, who was responsible for assisting with vehicle management. Lieutenant, I need your help. Kleist's tone was very serious. Please immediately find me 2 trucks in the best condition. The supply officer had clearly sensed the tense atmosphere. He didn't ask further and immediately led several drivers to select the 2 trucks in the best current condition from the remaining ones. Go to the signal platoon again, and find a few orderlies who can ride horses. Kleist ordered his adjutant. Soon, 3 Saxon soldiers from the battalion headquarters signal platoon, serving as cavalry orderlies, led their horses to Kleist. The 3 of you, immediately follow these 2 trucks, and return to Liege at full speed along the road we came from. Kleist said to the 3 soldiers before him, his voice grave. If you encounter vehicle breakdowns or enemy resistance on the way, immediately continue on horseback. You have only one mission. He emphasized. That is to return to Liege Fortress at all costs and deliver the military intelligence from Charleroi into the hands of General Ludendorff. Yes, sir, the 3 orderlies straightened their chests and answered loudly. They knew this mission concerned the life and death of the entire training assault battalion. Chapter 168, Plan 17. Thanks to vehicle transport, the soldiers of 1st Company and 3rd Company covered the 3-kilometer distance to North City in the blink of an eye. When the truck stopped at the edge of North City, Klaus and the 3rd Company commander led their respective troops jogging into the urban area. The few soldiers responsible for meeting them at the intersection almost simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Sergeant Major Klaus. You're finally here. One of the soldiers responsible for the rendezvous, seeing Klaus's burly figure, was so excited he almost cried. The battalion commander and his men are at the central bridge ahead, they've already cleared the enemy at the bridgehead. Well done. Klaus patted his shoulder, then turned back and roared at the soldiers behind him. Keep up. Quickly, quickly. Soon, the main forces of 1st Company and 3rd Company arrived at the bridgehead on the south bank of the central bridge. When Klaus and the 3rd Company commanders saw Morin huddled behind a cover at the bridgehead, the worry in their hearts finally subsided. Battalion commander. You're here. Morin, who was sketching something on a map, looked back at them, a smile on his face. With 2 additional companies at his disposal, he immediately felt much calmer. What's the situation? Klaus walked over to Morin and asked in a low voice. The enemies in South City have broken up into small groups and scattered into the city. Morin briefly explained the situation. 2nd Company has already controlled the other 2 bridges on the east and west flanks, but their forces are somewhat dispersed. I need your 2 companies to immediately enter South City and clear out the remaining enemies within the city. Morin pointed at the map and gave orders to Klaus and the 3rd Company commander. Remember, it's the same as always. Advance steadily, using platoons as units, with alternating cover. Don't be reckless. Street fighting is not like open field combat, a sniper's shot could come from any corner at any time. Fully utilize our firepower and training advantages. Although the enemy wants to engage us in street fighting, they clearly lack experience. Don't let me down. Understood. Klaus and the 3rd Company commander responded in unison. They were both experienced veterans and naturally understood the dangers of street fighting. Soon, under Morin's watchful eye, the soldiers of 1st Company and 3rd Company, in the form of combat teams, rapidly and orderly entered the south city of Charleroi. Intense gunfire quickly erupted in the streets and alleys of South City. The roar of the MG-14 light machine gun and MP-14 submachine gun, interspersed with grenade explosions, rose and fell. The Flanders soldiers who had just dispersed and hidden in the urban area, before they could even construct effective defensive positions, ran head-on into the training assault battalion soldiers, who far surpassed them in tactical proficiency and firepower. The battle was almost a one-sided affair. Just as Morin had said, the Flanders soldiers had no experience in street fighting whatsoever, only knowing how to set up at intersections behind cover. But in this situation, the training assault battalion would never charge an intersection head-on. They would flank and bypass, then greet them with a barrage of explosives, and the Flanders soldiers' defenses would collapse. They often fell to the ground, blown up or riddled with bullets, before even seeing where the enemy came from. The entire clearing process went even more smoothly than Morin had anticipated. By the night of August 8, when the gunfire in South City gradually subsided, the training assault battalion had completely controlled the entire urban area of Charleroi and the 3 bridges within the city. Besides incurring over 20 casualties, they successfully annihilated 300 stubbornly resisting Flanders soldiers in the city and captured over 100 others. Morin set up a temporary command post in a relatively intact small building at the South Bank bridgehead. Kleist also arrived here with 4th Company, battalion headquarters and the logistics unit, reuniting with the main force. By this point, the entire training assault battalion had finally established a foothold in Charleroi. At the same time, in Hersen, about 50 kilometers southwest of Charleroi. This was the location of the Gallic 5th Army Group's headquarters. The few Flanders orderlies who had rushed out of Charleroi that morning, after nearly a full day of frantic running, finally arrived here at dusk. When they delivered the urgent military intelligence from the front line to General Charles Lanrizac, the commander of the 5th Army Group, the Gallic general's face was filled with shock and disbelief. What? The Saxon vanguard has already reached Charleroi. Lanrizac abruptly stood up from his chair, the coffee cup he had just picked up falling to the ground and shattering. He had only just learned of the fall of the Liege Fortress group yesterday. At the time, like most other Gallic generals, he believed it was merely false information deliberately released by the Saxons to demoralize their troops. After all, the strength of the Liege Fortress group was world-renowned, and it had recently been specially equipped with large anti-air magic devices to counter the Saxon armored airships. In their view, even if the Saxons exerted all their strength, it would be impossible to capture it in such a short time. The Gallic Republic's General Staff headquarters was also intensely verifying the authenticity of this news. But who would have thought that in just one night, the Saxons had not only truly captured the Liege fortress group but had even reached the border of Gaul. Did these Saxons grow wings? This absurd thought uncontrollably surfaced in Lanrizac's mind. From Liege to Charleroi, a distance of nearly 100 kilometers. How did they cover such a long distance in such a short time? Moreover, their vanguard had already demonstrated such terrifying combat power, quickly collapsing hundreds of Charleroi defenders with just 1 or 2 companies. What about their main force? Could it be that the Saxon military strength had reached this level? A chill ran from Lanrizac's feet straight to the top of his head. He realized that the situation he had feared most before was probably about to happen. The north was the main direction of the Saxon attack. Thinking of this, Lanrizac could no longer sit still. He rushed to the communication room, picked up the receiver of a wired telephone, and roared at the operator. "Connect me to the General Staff headquarters. I want to speak with the Chief of the General Staff. Immediately. Right now." Soon, the call to the General Staff headquarters was connected by the operator. Lanrizac took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound less panicked. "Commander-in-Chief, this is Lanrizac." From the other end of the line came an old and steady voice, belonging to Joseph Joffre, the Chief of the General Staff of the Gallic Army and Commander-in-Chief of the Army. "Lanrizac, is there an urgent situation so late?" "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Lanrizac no longer hid his anxiety, speaking very quickly. "My fears have come true. The Saxons have broken through the Liege fortress group, and their vanguard reached Charleroi this morning, engaging in skirmishes with the local garrison. I just received a messenger seeking aid from the commander of the 31st Infantry Regiment of Flanders. The situation is extremely urgent. The Saxons could cross the Sambre River and attack us at any moment." However, Joffre on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment after hearing his report. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his tone still steady. "Lanrizac, are you sure the source of this information is reliable?" "Very reliable. It was told to me personally by a Flanders orderly." "Don't get agitated, my general. The General Staff headquarters has also received similar intelligence, but after our analysis, we believe this is likely a feint attack by the Saxons." "A feint?" Lanrizac could hardly believe his ears. "Commander-in-Chief, they have already broken through the Liege fortress group and are at our border. How can this be a feint? According to our consistent judgment, the main force of the Saxons is deployed along the Alsace and Lorraine line." Joffre patiently explained. "Their forces in the north are insufficient to support a large-scale offensive. The rapid fall of the Liege fortress group was indeed unexpected, but it is likely an accidental victory achieved by them using some new weapons or tactics that we do not yet understand. What you are seeing should only be a small, fast-moving unit they sent out, whose purpose is to harass our flanks, tie up our forces, and thereby create opportunities for their main attack in the south." Joffre's words made Lanrizac feel a sense of powerlessness. He realized that he and the commander-in-chief were not on the same wavelength at all. Joffre's mind was only on his Grand Plan 17, only on retaking Alsace, Lorraine, and the southern outlet to the sea, and washing away the humiliation brought by the Saxo-Gallic War. The central and southern battlefields were the most important objectives in his mind for this war. "Commander-in-Chief, I must warn you." Lanrizac emphasized his tone. "Once the Saxons cross the Sambre River, the northeast direction of the capital, Paris, will be undefended. The safety of the entire nation will be severely threatened. I understand your concerns, Lanrizac." Joffre's tone remained calm. "However, we cannot disrupt our overall strategic deployment because of a small-scale harassment by the enemy. The southern battlefield is the key to determining the outcome of this war. As long as we can break through the Alsace-Lorraine line in one fell swoop and penetrate deep into Saxon Empire territory, then the northern threat will naturally be resolved. To ensure the absolute success of the southern offensive, I even hope you can transfer 2 more divisions from the 5th Army Group to reinforce the 2nd Army Group in the south." Joffre's words completely ignited Lanrizac's anger. And he still wanted to withdraw 2 divisions. Was he insane? No. Absolutely not. Lanrizac could no longer restrain himself. He furiously picked up an inkwell from the table and smashed it to the ground. The inkwell shattered with a crash, and black ink splattered everywhere. "Commander-in-Chief. With all due respect, your decision is gambling with the fate of all Gaul." He shouted into the receiver, almost roaring. "The 5th Army Group under my command currently has only 15 divisions in total. And most of them are units conscripted before the war. All our heavy artillery has been withdrawn, and the few 75 magic cannons we have are just a drop in the bucket. The 2 squadrons of the Knights Templar were already transferred to the south by you long ago. If the Saxons truly advance with a large army, how can I, with these few troops, possibly withstand that formidable force that could quickly capture the Liege fortress group? Do you know what the consequences will be if the defensive line is breached?" Lanrizac's roar echoed through the 5th Army Group's headquarters. The surrounding staff officers and military officers were so frightened they dared not breathe. On the other end of the line, Joffre fell into a long silence again. Lanrizac's words forced him to re-examine the current situation. He admitted that Lanrizac's words had some merit. If the Saxons had indeed committed heavy forces in the north, then the pressure on the 5th Army Group would indeed be immense. But his attention quickly returned to a telegram on his desk. It was the latest battle report from the southern front. The content of the telegram was simple and very encouraging. The 1st and 2nd Army Groups have successfully advanced into the Alsace and Lorraine regions. The enemy facing them is in continuous retreat, our army's morale is high, and victory is within sight. The Southern Army Group is also launching a fierce attack on the Saxon-controlled Mediterranean outlet, and the offensive is currently proceeding smoothly. All intelligence seemed to confirm the Gallic Army's General Staff Headquarters' consistent judgment. Plan 17 was being executed perfectly. The scales of victory had begun to tip towards Gaul. Thinking of this, Joffrey's slight wavering instantly vanished without a trace. He picked up the receiver again, his tone returning to its previous steady and firm demeanor. Lanrizac, I understand your predicament. Out of caution, I agree that your 5th Army Group can advance to the border area to construct defenses and prepare for battle. However, I will not provide you with any reinforcements. Joffrey's tone was unequivocal. Because I must concentrate all my forces to ensure a breakthrough in Alsace in the center, and then outflank north from within Saxon territory, to once and for all eliminate all enemy forces within the United Kingdom of Flanders. If this battle is victorious, we might even permanently defeat the Saxons in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Lanrizac was completely disheartened. He knew that nothing he said could change the mind of this stubborn commander-in-chief. I understand, Commander-in-Chief. His voice was filled with weariness and disappointment. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Their conversation ended on a sour note. General. An aide cautiously stepped forward. Lanrizac waved his hand, signaling him not to say more. He walked to the giant map, looking at the small marker for Charleroi, his gaze becoming extremely solemn. Since he couldn't rely on the general headquarters, he could only rely on himself. Transmit my orders. He suddenly turned around and commanded all the officers in the headquarters. Order the 3rd Corps of the 5th Army Group to immediately assemble. March towards Charleroi tonight. The 18th Corps and the 5th Corps will deploy on the left and right flanks respectively, advancing in coordination. Chapter 169, Gaulish Cavalry. As the Gallic 5th Army Group's 3rd, 5th, and 18th Corps began advancing towards the border, General Charles Lanrizac, the commander, continued to pace back and forth in his headquarters, his sense of unease showing no signs of diminishing. The descriptions from the Flanders orderly who had fled back from Charleroi echoed repeatedly in his mind. The enemy might have more than a dozen heavy machine guns. Such a description was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Lanrizac's heart. How could a company or platoon-level unit be equipped with a dozen heavy machine guns? This was completely illogical. The firepower configuration of Saxon infantry squads and platoons had been thoroughly studied by the Gallic General Staff Headquarters. According to the latest pre-war information, more than a dozen heavy machine guns was a configuration for at least a division-level unit. This also made Lanrizac very worried that the Flanders soldiers, whose quality was already not high, had completely misjudged the true scale of the enemy amidst the immense chaos and fear on the battlefield. It wasn't that he looked down on these allies, but that was simply the reality. Since the humiliating defeat of the Saxo-Gallic War, the Saxon Empire had greatly enhanced its national strength in all aspects, including population, thanks to technological advancements in crystal industry. This meant that the Gallic Republic had spent these years under the pressure of potential national subjugation. The conscription period was extended to the rigorous 5 years active duty, 12 years reserve, making the army's professionalism far greater than before. However, the conscripts of the United Kingdom of Flanders, whether in training or will, could not compare to Gaul's veteran soldiers. General, are you still concerned about the situation in Charleroi? An aide cautiously stepped forward and asked softly. Lanrizac stopped, glanced at Charleroi's position on the map, and nodded with a serious expression. I always feel that things are not that simple. Commander-in-Chief Joffrey and his staff have been blinded by the victory on the southern front. They don't understand that once a breach is torn open on the northern front, all of Paris will be exposed to the Saxon advance. He pointed to the Sambre River on the map and continued. If the Saxons were truly just a small unit, why would they risk being annihilated by our main force and penetrate so deeply here? Their objective must be these bridges. They want to open a path for their subsequent large forces. The aide listened, a worried expression also appearing on his face. Then what should we do now? The 3rd Corps won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. We can't wait that long. Lanrizac said decisively. I need to know immediately how many Saxons are truly in Charleroi and what their firepower configuration is. Intelligence, I need accurate intelligence. He suddenly turned around and issued new orders to his aide. Immediately order the 3rd Cavalry Division. Have them advance towards Charleroi at the fastest possible speed. I don't care what method they use. Whether it's armed reconnaissance or a probing attack, in any case, I must receive an accurate report on the scale of the enemy in Charleroi as quickly as possible. Yes, General. The aide straightened his chest and immediately turned to relay the order. Under the cover of night, the 3rd Cavalry Division's camp was bustling with activity. Piercing bugle calls broke the silence, rousing the sleeping dragoon. The urging of the officers and the clinking and clanking of soldiers organizing their equipment, mixed with the snorting of horses, formed the unique pre-battle symphony of the cavalry camp. Captain Leo Bordala, commander of the 2nd Squadron of the 11th Dragoon Regiment, part of the 3rd Cavalry Division, was quickly putting on his uniform while loudly issuing commands to his NCOs. Hurry, hurry. Feed your precious horses well, check their shoes and saddles. In 10 minutes, I want to see everyone mounted. Throughout the camp, the dragoon were busy. They first fed their beloved horses some oats and hay to replenish the energy needed for a long-distance raid, then carefully prepared the saddles for their war horses, checking every buckle. These horses were the dragoon companions, and even their second life, there was no room for carelessness. The 3rd Cavalry Division was one of the most elite cavalry divisions in the Gallic Army, comprising 3 cavalry brigades, 1 horse artillery battalion, 1 bicycle battalion, and a communications platoon. Each cavalry brigade, in turn, consisted of 1 heavy machine gun platoon and 2 cavalry regiments. After the Gallic Republic declared general mobilization, these cavalry regiments quickly expanded from their usual 4 squadrons to 6 squadrons, with each squadron normally having 150 dragoon. In total, the entire cavalry division had nearly 5,400 dragoon and over 400 infantry, making it one of Lanrezac's valuable mobile forces. The main weapon for the dragoon was the Berthier carbine, with 96 rounds of ammunition, used for small-scale skirmishes. Of course, as dragoon, the long cavalry lance remained their most trusted companion when launching a charge. Officers wore revolvers and sabers, symbolizing their status and command authority. The most relied upon support firepower for the entire division consisted of 12 precious 75mm magic cannons from the Horse Artillery Battalion, and 6 Saint Etienne M1907 heavy machine guns belonging to the 2 brigade headquarters. Once the division headquarters confirmed the marching route, the massive cavalry force, organized by regiment, merged into the night, forming a long marching column. Captain Leo, with his 2nd squadron, hung their horse lanterns and followed closely behind the 1st squadron, advancing along the road towards Charleroi, 55 kilometers away in a straight line. The summer night wind blew across his face, dispelling the day's heat, but it could not calm the surging blood in Captain Leo's heart. He could feel that, like his soldiers, he was filled with an uncontrollable excitement for the upcoming first battle. This was the first battle for revenge against the Saxons. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions. As a commander, he had to remain calm. He strictly controlled the marching speed for the first hour after departure, allowing the horse's muscles and joints to warm up. This was a golden rule in cavalry combat regulations, effectively preventing horses from being injured during long marches. Marching at night, all tasks became more challenging. Leo and his lieutenant rode back and forth through the squadron's ranks, carefully inspecting each soldier and his mount. He didn't want any of his men to fall behind due to equipment issues and miss this significant battle. "Lieutenant, go to the back and check if anyone has problems with their horseshoes or if their saddle is rubbing too much," Leo instructed his lieutenant. "Yes, Captain." The night grew deeper, with only the flickering light of the horse lanterns illuminating the uneven dirt roads of the towns and villages below. The muffled sound of thousands of hooves on the ground carried far and wide across the silent countryside. The first hour of marching quickly passed, and the column halted for its first brief rest. The dragoon dismounted, allowing their war horses to catch their breath. By the dim yellow light of the horse lanterns, they rechecked and adjusted the tightness of their girths and rearranged their equipment, which had shifted due to the bumpy ride. Aside from the heavy breathing of the horses, almost no other extraneous noise could be heard throughout the entire column. Everyone maintained a pre-battle silence. "How are you feeling, fellows?" Leo rode slowly past the column, asking in a hushed voice. "Very good, Captain," came a few equally hushed replies from the ranks, their voices betraying an irrepressible eagerness. Leo nodded, feeling satisfied. His 2nd squadron consisted of experienced veterans who maintained extremely high discipline even during such a night-forced march. The 10-minute rest period vanished in an instant, and with the unified order from the regimental headquarters, Leo once again urged his squadron members to depart. He reached out and rotated the knob on his horse lantern counterclockwise, adjusting the wick to its longest setting to make the light brighter, allowing him to see the road ahead more clearly. The subsequent march became tedious and long. Aside from the monotonous sound of hooves, there was only the clinking of colliding equipment. The dragoons swayed rhythmically on horseback with their war horses' strides, their eyes vigilantly scanning the darkness on both sides of the road. 3 hours later, the entire division simultaneously entered a longer rest period. This time, everyone dismounted, and the first thing Leo and his soldiers did was remove the heavy saddles to allow the horses' backs to air out and cool down. If a horse's back was compressed by the saddle for too long, it could easily develop saddle sores due to sweat, which was enough to cause a non-combat casualty for a warhorse. After removing the saddles, they did not immediately let the horses stop, but instead led them to walk slowly in place for more than 10 minutes. This helped the warhorse's muscles recover from prolonged tension and prevented stiffness. Only after all this could these valuable companions truly stand and rest. The soldiers took oats from the horses' feed bags and fed them in small, frequent portions. At the same time, the accompanying baggage train brought many canvas folding water troughs and poured a good amount of water into them. Only when the war horses began to quietly drink and eat did Leo and the dragoon attend to themselves. They took out their canteens and hardtack, standing beside their companions and slowly eating. After finishing his food in a few bites, Captain Leo half-squatted and began to carefully inspect his mount's hooves and horseshoes. This was also the most important task during the entire rest period. A loose horseshoe, or a small stone stuck in the hoof, could immediately take a valuable warhorse out of the combat lineup. Other dragoon around them also gradually began doing the same thing. In the dim light provided only by horse lanterns and the few magic lamps configured by the regiment, this task was much more difficult than during the day. But for the elite dragoon of the 3rd Cavalry Division, they had long grown accustomed to all this through countless night training sessions. The Operations and Training Department of the Gallic Republic's General Staff Headquarters had always been committed to forging them into a sharp blade capable of quickly piercing the enemy's vital points. To this end, they had formulated numerous combat plans involving long-distance night raids followed by dawn assaults on enemy camps, and had conducted repeated drills. "You mean, the Saxons in Charleroi are really just a small handful of people," as those soldiers from the United Kingdom of Flanders said. The lieutenant leaned over again, asking in a low voice. "Who knows?" Leo didn't look up, continuing to clean the dirt from the horse's hoof with a specialized small knife. "But no matter how many people there are, they have occupied our allied city and are at our border. We must drive them out." That's right. The lieutenant nodded emphatically. It's time for those arrogant Saxon barbarians to taste the might of our Gaulish cavalry. After a night of long-distance marching and several rests, this massive cavalry force finally crossed the border between Gaul and Flanders on the morning of August 9. As the first rays of morning sun illuminated the land, the 3rd Cavalry Division had already reached a position just 2 kilometers from the southern edge of Charleroi. A tense atmosphere finally began to permeate the air. Everyone knew that battle could break out at any moment. The 3rd Cavalry Division's division headquarters quickly sent orders for all units to conceal themselves and await further reconnaissance results. Captain Leo also received orders to lead his Dragoon Squadron and 2 other squadrons to form an advance reconnaissance unit and conduct a probing reconnaissance towards Charleroi. Dragoon. Move out. Leo swung onto his horse, looking towards the distant city outline, faintly visible in the morning light. The Dragoon let out a low cheer, spurred their war horses, and followed their commander towards the unknown city. The 3 Dragoon squadrons did not take the main road but chose to cross fields and woods, using the terrain to conceal their movements, cautiously approaching the outskirts of Charleroi. Finally, the unit stopped in a dense cornfield, the tall corn stalks providing them with excellent natural cover. Everyone dismount. Conceal yourselves in place. Send out Scout Dragoon to guard the surroundings. Leo gave the order, then dismounted himself. He and the other 2 squadron commanders, along with their respective lieutenants, walked through the cornfield and then came to a slightly elevated dirt mound at the edge. They lay on the ground, raised their binoculars, and carefully observed the distant city. Charleroi appeared unusually quiet, even eerily silent. The streets on the outskirts of the city were deserted, no pedestrians or vehicles were visible, and the doors and windows of the houses were tightly shut, as if it were a ghost town. Something's not right here. Captain Marchand of the 1st Squadron put down his binoculars and said with a furrowed brow. It's too quiet, there's not even a ghost. Even if the Saxons were stupid, they wouldn't possibly not have even an outer sentry, right? Maybe they've already withdrawn. Captain Lafontaine of the 3rd Squadron speculated, perhaps they were just a feint, grabbed some supplies, and then ran off. Impossible. Leo shook his head, immediately refuting his view. It's about 90 kilometers from Liege to here. They wouldn't go to all this trouble just to grab things, would they? Their objective must be the bridges over the Sambre River. As long as they control the bridges, their main forces can drive straight in. Then where are they? Captain Marchand spread his hands. They can't all be hiding in the city sleeping, can they? Hard to say. They're Saxon barbarians, after all, what wouldn't they do? Chapter 170, Combat Reconnaissance. Just as the 3 commanders were at a loss regarding the silent city, an orderly responsible for the outer perimeter quietly returned. Captain. The orderly reported to Captain Leo, we found quite a few residents who had fled from Charleroi on the small road to the east. It looks like they're going to hide with relatives in the countryside. Did you find out anything? Captain Leo's spirits lifted. I did. The orderly's expression became a bit strange, but what they said was all different. What do you mean, different? Explain it clearly. Captain Marchand urged impatiently, lowering his voice. It's like this, sir, the orderly organized his thoughts and began to report in detail. We stopped a family of citizens who looked very panicked. They said there were Saxon soldiers everywhere in the city, at least several hundred, possibly even 1,000. They also said their guns were terrifyingly powerful. Yesterday, during the battle with the defenders in the city, the moment they opened fire, it was like thunder, and the defenders couldn't even lift their heads. Then we asked a calmer-looking merchant. He said he didn't see many Saxon soldiers, perhaps only 1 or 2 companies, mainly guarding the bridgehead by the river. Those soldiers also warned them that there would be a battle in the city soon and told them to leave quickly. Upon hearing this, the 3 captains exchanged glances. The discrepancy between the 2 accounts was too great. Anything else? Captain Leo pressed. Yes. This time, the orderly's expression became even more serious. We also met a limping old man. He said he used to be a soldier, and he very confidently told us that there were definitely more than a few hundred Saxon soldiers in the city, there might even be a division. A division? Captain Lafontaine exclaimed, what makes him say that? He said, he heard the sound of heavy machine guns. The orderly swallowed, clearly unsure of the old man's claim. He said he heard intense gunfire in the city yesterday. He'd never heard such dense gunfire in his life. That was definitely not the sound of rifles, but the sound of many heavy machine guns firing simultaneously. Only a large force at the division level could be equipped with so many heavy machine guns. At this, the atmosphere on the dirt slope completely solidified. Did the Saxon soldiers have a division in Charleroi? This thought sent shivers down the spines of the 3 experienced cavalry captains. If there truly was an entire Saxon division hidden in the city, the situation would be completely different. Can we trust what this old man says? Could he be old and hard of hearing, and misheard? Captain Lafontaine still found it hard to believe. I don't know. Captain Marchand shook his head, then continued. But the only thing we can be sure of is that the enemy's firepower in the city is very strong. All the fleeing civilians mentioned this. Captain Leo remained silent, holding his binoculars and scanning every corner of the urban area again and again. In his eyes, the quiet city was like a dormant beast, its jaws wide open, waiting for prey to walk into its trap. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. We can't wait any longer. Captain Leo put down his binoculars and made a decision. The situation is unclear now, and we cannot rashly enter the city. Marchand, immediately send a capable orderly back to report the situation here to the regiment commander and the division headquarters, telling them exactly what the civilians said. Then tell them my suggestion: the division headquarters should send more troops to conduct a probing attack on Charleroi to ascertain the enemy's strength. I agree. Captain Marchand nodded. Let's do as you say, Leo, Captain Lafontaine also said affirmingly. After the order was given, an orderly spurred his horse and galloped like the wind towards the division headquarters in the rear. Captain Leo and the other 2 cavalry officers lay prone on the dirt slope again, the former feeling his palms covered in sweat. He didn't know what kind of enemy he was facing. The pressure brought by this unknown was more terrifying than any known danger. Not long after, the dispatched orderly galloped back, but he was not alone. Behind him, a larger cloud of dust rose. Accompanied by neat and powerful hoofbeats, a formidable cavalry unit appeared on the horizon. In the sunlight, the traditional blue cavalry uniforms, the flamboyant horsehair helmet decorations, and the brightly polished steel cuirassiers on their chests reflected dazzling light. It was the cuirassiers. Captain Leo and the other 2 officers were a little surprised. The cuirassiers were the elite assault force among the Gaulish cavalry, used as a hammer to launch decisive charges at critical moments. At least, that was how it had been so far. Within the 3rd Cavalry Division's order of battle, there were 2 cuirassiers regiments, each composed of hand-picked brave soldiers, mounted on carefully selected excellent war horses. Behind the 3 squadrons of cuirassiers followed a company of soldiers, who were not riding horses but bicycles. This was a company from the newly formed Bicycle Battalion 2 years ago. Their mission was to use the speed advantage of bicycles to quickly follow up and provide infantry support for the cavalry units. Soon, these reinforcements arrived near the cornfield. A burly colonel with a thick, upturned mustache, riding a magnificent black warhorse, came before Captain Leo and the others. His cuirassiers, on his chest, were more ornate than those of common soldiers, and they were engraved with his family's crest. Colonel Molière, commander of the 4th Cuirassiers Regiment. The newcomer looked down at them, his tone clearly carrying a hint of arrogance. However, Captain Leo and the other 2 had long been accustomed to the temperament of these cavalry elites. Moreover, the other party's rank was several levels higher than theirs, so they immediately stood at attention and saluted. Sir. Colonel Molière nodded, returning the salute. He took out an order from a leather pouch by his saddle, reading it as he spoke. The division headquarters has received your report. They believe the situation UVD is very important. And General Lanrezac's order before departing last night was to ascertain the enemy situation in Charleroi as quickly as possible. Therefore, the division commander orders me to lead 3 squadrons of the 4th Cuirassiers Regiment, in conjunction with your 3 dragoon squadrons, to launch a combat reconnaissance of the south city of Charleroi. Combat reconnaissance. Captain Marchand hesitated. Colonel, those civilians said the enemy's firepower in the city is very strong. Civilians. Colonel Molière let out a sneer, completely undisguised this time. Can the words of a bunch of cowards scared witless by gunfire be taken seriously? What a division, what a dozen heavy machine guns, it's utterly preposterous. The Saxon soldiers don't have wings. Marching is a scientific and systematic thing. So, there are at most about a battalion of Saxon advance troops in the city. They're just using a few machine guns to scare those fools from Flanders. His words were full of contempt for the enemy and absolute confidence in his own military might. Listen to my orders. Colonel Molière did not give Captain Leo and them a chance to retort and immediately began issuing commands. Next, we will conduct combat reconnaissance from the southeast direction of the city. Your 3 dragoon squadrons will, at that time, feign an attack from the front of the southeastern outskirts of the city and the right flank along the river, attracting the enemy's attention. I will lead my cuirassiers to directly charge the enemy's exposed firing points from the open ground on the left flank, smashing their defenses in one fell swoop. The bicycle company will follow us, responsible for clearing out remaining enemies, entering the city, and then occupying the bridgehead. This plan was simple, crude, and full of the style of a traditional cavalry commander, crushing everything with absolute impact. Captain Leo's heart sank. He felt this plan was too risky. To order the valuable cuirassiers to charge when the enemy situation was unclear was practically gambling. Colonel, shouldn't we be a bit more cautious? At least let the horse artillery battalion come up and conduct a fire saturation on suspicious areas first. Captain Leo couldn't help but suggest. Colonel Molière gave him a cold glance. Captain, are you questioning my orders? Or are you scared by those peasant stories? No, sir, I just... Then execute the order. Colonel Molière rudely interrupted him. Remember, we are the cavalry of Gaul. Our mission is to charge and win. Not to hide behind like timid rabbits. And time is very urgent now. If the Saxon soldiers control the bridges and allow their main forces to cross the river, that will be the real crisis. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Captain Leo, turned his horse, and returned to his unit. Brothers, prepare for battle. Let the Saxon soldiers taste the might of our cuirassiers. Colonel Molière drew his saber and shouted loudly. For Gaul! The cuirassiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Captain Leo and the other 2 squadron commanders exchanged helpless glances, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. But military orders were absolute, and they could only obey. He led his squadron, deploying on the right flank of this cavalry attack force. He felt his heart pounding in his chest once again, but this time it wasn't from excitement, but from tension. Suddenly, a feeling of being watched came over him, making Captain Leo feel a prickling sensation on his back. He instinctively looked up at the quiet buildings on the distant city edge, as if countless eyes were coldly watching them from behind those dark, cavernous windows. Perhaps. I really am too nervous. He murmured to himself, trying to use this reason to convince himself, then reined in his horse and looked back. Behind the dragoon were 3 squadrons of cuirassiers. Their 10-kilogram polished cuirassiers reflected a cold metallic sheen in the not-so-bright daylight. The cavalry rode silently on their horses, the tall war horses snorting, their hooves striking the dirt road with a dull, rhythmic sound. Everything seemed orderly, but the feeling of being watched, like an invisible venomous snake, coiled around his neck, almost suffocating him. Chapter 171, Ludendorff, where are my reinforcements? What's wrong, Captain? Captain Leo's adjutant, a young lieutenant, rode his horse closer. Nothing. Leo shook his head, forcing himself to refocus on the task ahead. According to the orders of Colonel Moria, commander of the 4th Cuirassiers Regiment, they were to outflank along the Samba River from the southeast of the city. This was a classic cavalry tactic, using mobility to bypass the enemy's front and attack or reconnoiter from their weaker flank or rear. But for some reason, Leo always felt this decision was a bit too reckless. The accounts of the civilians who fled the city, especially that retired veteran, lingered in his mind. Over a dozen heavy machine guns, that was definitely not the firepower a company or platoon-level unit could possess. At the edge of the city, behind a window of a 3-story civilian house, Morin slowly lowered the binoculars in his hand. On the system map, the 6 red unit markers representing Gaulish cavalry squadrons were rapidly moving from the fields outside the city towards the southeast of Charleroi South City, which was also the defensive position of the Training Assault Battalion's 3rd Company. It truly is a standard cavalry outflanking tactic. Morin murmured to himself. 1st Cavalry Corps of the Gallic Republic Army, 3rd Cavalry Division. 3 squadrons of dragoon plus 3 squadrons of cuirassiers? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm playing Napoleon, Total War? The Gaulish cavalry were making quite a stir, so Morin still dared not be careless in the slightest. He immediately sent an orderly, instructing him to take a truck at the fastest speed to the 3rd Company's position in the southeast to report the enemy situation. The speed of the crystal trucks was still faster than large-scale cavalry movements, not to mention driving on urban roads, while the enemy needed to make a large detour outside the city. After completing all this, he left a few soldiers from the 1st Company to continue observing from the 3rd floor window, then turned and went downstairs. As he reached the 1st floor, he ran into Manstein, who was about to leave. Battalion Commander, most of the residents in the city who wished to leave have been evacuated, Manstein reported to him. The remaining are elderly people reluctant to leave their homes, no amount of persuasion works. Talking, the two walked outside the house. A truck was slowly driving down the street, with large white banners hanging on both sides of its bed, bearing a line of prominent words in Gallic. The city is about to become a combat zone. For your safety and that of your family, it is recommended to temporarily evacuate the city for refuge. Charleroi was located in the Gallic-speaking region of the United Kingdom of Flanders, and its residents primarily used Gallic, which Morin had specifically instructed. Although this was a foreign land, Morin and his men had no personal ties with these local residents. But at Manstein's suggestion, out of humanitarianism, the Training Assault Battalion still tried to disperse the local residents. The gesture had been made, whether they left or not was no longer their concern. Gaulish cavalry have already been spotted outside the city. Morin watched the truck drive away and said to Manstein. From their size, they're just an advance force, but this indicates that the Gallic people already know Charleroi has fallen. If the commander responsible for this direction has a normal mind, they should already be mobilizing troops to drive us out. Manstein's expression immediately became solemn. Then what do we do next? Withdraw outside the city to organize a defense, or hold fast to the urban area? He paused, his tone revealing a deep concern. According to the enemy intelligence brief issued by the General Staff Headquarters before the war, deployed opposite us is the Gallic 5th Army Group, with an estimated strength of 18 to 20 divisions, complete with cavalry, artillery, and possibly even armored knights of the Templar Order. We currently only have one battalion, even with the newly arrived Field Artillery Battalion. Facing the main army group of the Gallic people, I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Facing Manstein's worries, Morin sighed helplessly. I understand, of course, but the problem is, our orders are to hold here and await the main force. At this point, Morin couldn't help but recall the scene when he first woke up this morning. At that time, the orderly sent out yesterday had finally returned, but what followed them was not the main force of the Ludendorff battle group he had eagerly awaited, but a 75mm field artillery battalion. When he saw those dust-covered artillerymen, combined with the peculiar movement of the Ludendorff battle group unit marker on the system map which had already left the Liege Fortress group and suddenly made a sharp turn towards Namur, Morin's heart sank. And the message brought back by the orderly completely crushed his lingering hope on the spot. Ludendorff ordered the Training Assault Battalion to hold Charleroi for at least 3 days. As for why the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse, Morin pieced together the full picture of events through the orderly's fragmented descriptions and supplementary information in the intelligence tab. After they swiftly captured the Liege Fortress group with an airborne assault, the main force of the 2nd Army Group, responsible for besieging the Namur Fortress group, also wanted to try the same trick. They transferred 2 armored airships, preparing for another speedrun fortress feat. Unfortunately, there were no mages in the army group capable of casting the feather fall spell, and the airship captains of those 2 airships staunchly refused to let their precious crew members parachute to act as assault squad members, so the plan had to be abandoned. However, General Bayer was still unwilling to give up. He ordered the 2 armored airships to forcibly break through at night, mimicking the Liege campaign, hoping to destroy the Namor Fortress Group's anti-air magic device and magic power nexus. Ultimately, this plan succeeded, but at the cost of the L-28 armored airship being damaged by anti-aircraft fire and forced to withdraw from subsequent combat. Even worse, although the fortress's anti-aircraft and energy systems were destroyed, the defenders' command center remained intact, and the various strongholds continued to resist stubbornly. Namor did not fall into chaos like Liege. Just as the main force of the Second Army Group was bogged down outside the Namor Fortress Group, needing at least 1 to 2 days to take this fortress group, even worse news arrived. The United Kingdom of Flanders 5th Infantry Division, the enemy's reserve force, had departed from Brussels, attempting to move south by rail to reinforce Namur. To quickly overcome the tough nut that was Namur, and to protect the flank of the army group's main force, General Bayer had no choice but to send someone to catch up with the already departed Ludendorff battle group, ordering them to immediately change course and intercept the Flanders 5th Division moving south. It was precisely at this critical juncture that Ludendorff received the Training Assault Battalion's request for support. This future famous general found himself in a dilemma. That night, he took a few Imperial Guard, rode directly back to the 2nd Army Group headquarters, and personally explained the stakes to General Bayer. General Bayer was also conflicted. His first reaction was to order the Training Assault Battalion to withdraw, but he quickly realized that Charleroi strategic position was too important. As long as the bridges over the Sambre River could be controlled, the 2nd Army Group's subsequent operations into Gallic territory would be countless times smoother. Moreover, according to military intelligence analysis, the main force of the Gallic 5th Army Group was stationed in Hersen. From there, it would take at least 2 days to assemble and march to Charleroi. The only forces that could arrive quickly would be their cavalry units. Ultimately, the army group commander decided to gamble again. He ordered Ludendorff to concentrate his main force to intercept the United Kingdom of Flanders reinforcements, allowing the army group's main force to take Namur without worries and clear obstacles for subsequent offensives. At the same time, he ordered the Training Assault Battalion to hold Charleroi to tie down the Gallic advance. To increase his odds of winning the gamble, he also urgently requested assistance from the 3rd Army Group, which was attacking Dinant to the southeast, hoping they could send troops to cooperate. General Max von Hausen of the 3rd Army Group was quite amenable. Especially after learning that the 1st Guard Training Assault Battalion had already occupied the strategic stronghold of Charleroi, he immediately dispatched the 1st Imperial Guard Cavalry Division to rush to their aid. But the problem was, this also required time. Morin only knew the general development of the situation and was unaware of these inter-superior negotiations, nor did he know how much effort Ludendorff had put into it. So now, he just wanted to say one thing to the stout general. Ludendorff, where are my reinforcements? To the southeast of Charleroi South City, after a quick outflanking maneuver using their horses, Captain Leo led the Dragoon to their attack staging position. Soon, Captain La Fontaine, responsible for outflanking along the river, departed with his squadron of cavalry. After the remaining 2 Dragoon squadrons advanced slowly for a distance, Captain Leo suddenly raised his right hand. Halt! The entire Dragoon squadron immediately stopped. The war horses restlessly pawed the ground, snorting, as the cavalrymen gripped their Berthier carbines, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Not far ahead was the edge of Charleroi. A few low stone houses were scattered along both sides of the road, forming a small village. The entire village was eerily quiet, not a single person was seen, nor any sound heard, only the rustling of the wind through the fields. Too quiet. Lieutenant, send a squad to reconnoiter ahead. Leo whispered to his adjutant beside him. Yes, Captain. A cavalry sergeant immediately led 10 Dragoon. After a moment of observation, he rode forward, their carbines with safeties off, ready to fire at any moment. Leo, meanwhile, led the remaining men to temporarily conceal themselves in a grove of trees beside the road, awaiting news from the reconnaissance squad. He looked back at his left flank again. Colonel Moria and his cuirassiers were still in a wheat field about 500 meters away, dismounting to conceal themselves while advancing unhurriedly. The colonel seemed full of confidence in this operation. On the march before they split up, he was even chatting and laughing with his adjutant, as if this were just a leisurely armed parade. This blind optimism made Leo's unease grow stronger. Just then, in the village ahead, a series of crisp gunshots suddenly rang out. It was the sound of Berthier carbines firing. Captain Leo's heart sank sharply. Enemy attack. All dismount. Prepare for battle. Chapter 172, Cuirassiers Charge. Captain Leo's orders were swiftly carried out. The Dragoon dismounted nimbly, leading their beloved horses deep into the woods and tying their reins to tree trunks. These well-trained war horses were quiet, although they heard intermittent gunshots, they only snorted occasionally, seemingly sensing the solemn atmosphere before battle. The soldiers, carbines in hand, quickly fanned out along the edge of the woods, using thick tree trunks and natural ditches to rapidly construct a crude but effective defensive line. Everyone's movements were clean and precise, no one made a single unnecessary sound, only the faint clinking of equipment. Captain Leo raised his binoculars and again looked towards the small village from which gunshots were echoing. Just as he was about to say something more to his adjutant, the gunfire in the village suddenly intensified. Bang! Bang bang! Da-da-da-da-da. Besides the crisp firing sound of the Berthier carbine, an unprecedented, dense burst of gunfire suddenly erupted from the village. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound was continuous, violent, and rapid, completely overwhelming the sporadic return fire of the carbines. Leo's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively ducked even lower. My God, Are there really heavy machine guns? But why are they deployed directly outside the city? His adjutant's face was pale, and his voice trembled slightly. Leo didn't answer, the words of the fleeing civilians and the old soldier kept flashing through his mind. As soon as they fire, it's like thunder, the sound of many heavy machine guns firing at the same time. It turned out they were telling the truth. This was not an exaggeration, it was a fact. In Captain Leo's worldview, the only weapons capable of continuous fire were heavy machine guns similar to the Saint Etienne M1907. So, in his opinion, the only weapons the Saxons could use for such continuous firing were those cumbersome heavy machine guns that required several people to operate. Could there really be a division of Saxons in the city? This thought sent a chill down Captain Leo's spine. If that were true, then Colonel Morin's combat reconnaissance plan would not be an adventure, but a complete suicide. Just as he was burning with anxiety, several cavalrymen rushed out from the direction of the village in disarray. They were hunched over their horses, frantically whipping their mounts, as if devils were chasing them. Leo looked closely and saw that it was his reconnaissance team. However, there were 10 of them when they set out, and now only 5 returned. One horse even carried 2 people, the one behind clearly injured, slumped softly on his comrade's back. The sergeant leading the team galloped to the edge of the woods, practically tumbling off his horse. He handed his horse to a dragoon who came to assist, then quickly ran to Leo, his face ashen. Captain. Captain. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Leo grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. What happened? How many enemies are there? I don't know, I couldn't see clearly. The sergeant panted, his eyes filled with terror. As soon as we entered the village, we saw figures scattering around the buildings, so we opened fire. But they quickly returned fire, with automatic heavy machine guns. We blundered into their ambush. Bullets rained down. We couldn't even lift our heads. He pointed in the direction of the village, his voice cracking. Their counterattack came too fast. In an instant, Harvey and Pierre fell, covered in bullet holes. We didn't even see how many enemies there were, we just had to retreat first. Listening to his subordinate's description, Leo felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He abruptly rushed to his mount, then, supporting himself on a nearby tree, he stood directly on the saddle, standing on the horse's back, his vision suddenly much wider. He saw Colonel Morin's cuirassiers in the distant wheat field had stopped, seemingly observing the situation here as well. Seeing no immediate signs of them charging, Leo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had to wait for Colonel Morin's decision, because the Dragoon mission was a coordinated attack. If the cuirassiers attacked, they would also have to grit their teeth and charge. So Captain Leo only hoped that the arrogant colonel would be slightly startled by that terrifying gunfire just now. The cavalry captain's mind raced, he felt that the current battle was more bizarre than any situation he had previously rehearsed. In the past, his understanding of cavalry warfare was to utilize unparalleled mobility to seize key terrain. Then, before the enemy infantry could clumsily deploy their formations, a lightning-fast flank charge would tear through their defenses like a hot knife through butter, followed by carbine fire to hunt down the scattered remnants. But today, when they arrived at this battlefield, they lost 5 elite dragoon inexplicably without even seeing the enemy's faces. Captain, what do we do now? The adjutant leaned over, looking up and asking him in a low voice. Leo lowered his binoculars, his expression grave. He knew that any charge before understanding the enemy's true strength and firepower configuration would be gambling with his soldiers' lives. Maintain vigilance. No one is to leave the woods without my order. Leo ordered in a deep voice. On the rooftop of a 3-story building on the southern edge of Charleroi, Jonas, the company leader of the Training Assault Battalion's 3rd Company, was observing the movements outside the city with binoculars. Company leader, these Gaulish cavalry are quite mobile, aren't they? The company sergeant major beside him smacked his lips. They've already circled to our flank so quickly. Humph, they have horses, we have vehicles. It's not certain who's faster when it comes to really running. Jonas snorted, but his expression was very serious. Just now, an orderly from battalion headquarters had rushed over in a truck, bringing battalion leader Morin's latest enemy intelligence report. A full 6 squadrons of Gaulish cavalry were outflanking from the southeast, directly targeting his defensive sector. 6 squadrons, nearly 1,000 men. Jonas had just seen the dragoon outflanking to the Sambre River and also observed the Gallic dragoon movement towards the village. He pondered for a moment, if the 2 squadrons of dragoon outside the village all dismounted to fight, their strength would be roughly equivalent to a reinforced infantry company. Raising his binoculars again, Jonas glanced at the half-platoon deployed in the small village outside the city. According to conventional tactics, this half-platoon could serve as an excellent bait, drawing the enemy into his carefully arranged crossfire network on the city's edge. But Jonas hesitated. After yesterday's street fighting with the Flanders soldiers, the officers of the Training Assault Battalion had deeply realized a problem. While their automatic firepower was incredibly fierce, their ammunition consumption was equally terrifying. A combat team, 1 light machine gun, several submachine guns, a slightly intense firefight could nearly exhaust their carried ammunition. This meant that, without stable logistical supplies, their sustained combat capability was actually quite fragile. That half-platoon outside the city, totaling only 40 men, carried 2 light machine guns and some submachine guns. Although they had a good amount of ammunition, it might not be enough if the enemy's attack was too fierce. Using them to bait 6 squadrons of cavalry, wasn't the bait a bit too small? What if the fish was too big, swallowed the bait whole, and even broke the fishing line? That would be a huge loss. No, we can't gamble with our soldiers' lives. Jonas quickly made a decision. Orderly. He called back, immediately notify the alert unit in the village, tell them not to engage in prolonged fighting, to immediately withdraw towards the urban area, and pay attention to concealment. Yes. 2ND platoon leader. Jonas turned to the other side, take your platoon, immediately leave the city, and prepare to meet them in the open field outside. Be careful, just meet them, don't get entangled with the enemy. Understood. Orders were quickly given, and the second platoon leader quickly assembled his troops and headed out of the city. Meanwhile, an orderly crouched low, running swiftly along the ditches between the rice paddies towards the small village. Not long after, in the now quiet village, the half-platoon alert team, having received their orders, quietly retreated towards the city under the command of their sergeant. At the same time, in another patch of woods several hundred meters to the south, a cuirassier silently slid down from a large tree. Unlike the gleaming, sun-reflecting cuirasses of his comrades, his cuirass was pure black and had been treated with a matte finish, making it almost imperceptible in the shadows of the forest. He landed lightly on his beloved horse without making any unnecessary sound, then spurred its flanks, rushing towards Colonel Morin's wheat field like a black lightning bolt. Colonel. The scout reined in his warhorse in front of Morin. Report. The enemy in the village ahead is retreating. Retreating. Colonel Morin was complaining to his adjutant about the dragoon cowardice, how they were driven back after sending a few men and dared not advance further. Hearing this news, his two characteristic upturned mustaches twitched proudly. How many men? Not many, I observed perhaps only a few dozen men, scared into running towards the city by our dragoon reconnaissance team, the scout reported. What was that gunfire just now? Did you see any heavy machine gun teams? No, Colonel, they were all operating individually, and I didn't see any cumbersome heavy machine guns, but some soldiers were carrying weapons I'd never seen before. Ha! Colonel Morin let out a scoff, interrupting the scout, then turned to his adjutant. Did you hear that? Dozens of men. And no heavy machine guns. He felt his judgment was perfectly confirmed. The Saxons were just bluffing, scaring those inexperienced Flanders, and now, encountering true Gallic elites, they immediately showed their cowardly nature. Colonel, what do we do now? The adjutant asked tentatively. Attack, of course. Colonel Morin's eyes gleamed with excitement, he felt this was a golden opportunity. Annihilating this retreating enemy force would not only fire the first shot for the cuirassier regiment's brothers but also seize the positions on the city's edge in one fell swoop, opening a passage for the subsequent capture of the bridgehead. How could he let go of such an easy victory? My order. First squadron, attack with me. Colonel Morin decided decisively, we will charge straight through and swallow them whole in one go. Second and third squadrons, follow 200 meters behind, ready to support at any time. He completely disregarded the dragoons still waiting for orders in the woods on the other side, and directly led his most elite squadron, a total of 150 cuirassiers, pouring out of the wheat field. Hooves thudded on the soft ground, making a dull sound. The cavalrymen formed neat ranks and began to trot forward in the direction of the enemy's retreat. Soon, those dozens of retreating Saxon soldiers, moving along the country road, appeared in their sight. In Colonel Morin's eyes, these men were like lambs to the slaughter, and he and his cuirassiers were hunters wielding butcher knives. This battle was not even about honor, because the enemy was simply too weak, too vulnerable. He drew his magnificent saber, its blade tracing a cold arc in the sunlight. For the glory of Gaul. His voice echoed across the open field. Draw swords. Swish. 150 cavalry sabers were drawn simultaneously, their bright gleam converging into a dazzling flash of cold light. A cruel smile curled Colonel Morin's lips, and he fiercely swung his saber forward, issuing the final command. Cuirassiers, charge. Boom boom boom. The ground began to shake, the dull thunder of hooves, like rolling thunder, grew louder and closer. The sergeant in charge of the training assault battalion's retreating half-platoon suddenly turned, his pupils instantly shrinking to pinpricks. In the distant wheat field, a dazzling metal torrent suddenly surged out and rushed towards them. In the sunlight, the armor on the Gaulish cavalry's chests reflected blinding light. 150 heavy cavalrymen, arranged in 3 neat horizontal lines, like a moving wall of steel, kicked up a cloud of dust and, with an irresistible momentum, bore down on them. Get down! Get down! Prepare to fight! The sergeant roared with all his might. He knew very well that they were still over 200 meters from the city's edge, this open ground offered no cover, and 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 horse legs, so there was absolutely no time to run. Forcing their way through would only result in being overtaken by the cavalry from behind and cut down like melons and vegetables. Their only chance of survival was to stop and fight back with their weapons. The soldiers reacted extremely quickly, almost at the moment he gave the order, they jumped off the country road and rolled into the adjacent fields. Using the low embankment formed by the roadbed as cover, they quickly set up their weapons. Fire a flare. Notify friendly forces, the sergeant yelled at a soldier beside him. The soldier immediately pulled out a flare gun from his Hawaii and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Whoosh! A red flare shot straight into the sky. This was the signal they had agreed upon with company leader Jonas Red, signifying encountering a strong enemy and requesting urgent support. Chapter 173, Cavalry Mobility. Machine gunners. Open fire. The sergeant roared with all his might. 2 MG-14 light machine guns almost simultaneously began strafing. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 whips of fire viciously lashed out at the wall of charging cavalry 300 meters away. As dense bullets rained down, the sergeant and all the soldiers stared intently ahead, eager to see the enemy fall in disarray. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The anticipated scene of cavalry falling from their horses did not occur. Except for a few unlucky war horses that were hit in vital spots by bullets, wailing and collapsing to the ground, and a handful of cavalry who were hit in unprotected heads or limbs by bullets, screaming and falling off their horses. The vast majority of the cuirassiers, as if completely ignoring the dense hail of bullets, maintained their charge, pressing forward with menacing momentum. "What's going on?" a young soldier exclaimed. The sergeant, who was in command, saw clearly through his binoculars that when the 7.92 mm Mauser rifle bullets fired from the light machine gun hit the enemy's breastplate, a faint blue light would burst forth. Then it would be directly deflected, completely unable to penetrate the seemingly not so thick steel armor. And when the enemy was charging at high speed, attempting to continuously hit a specific cavalryman's breastplate was clearly not that simple. Enchanted armor. The word flashed through the sergeant's mind. He recalled the General's Guard of the Saxon Empire, the elites responsible for protecting high-ranking generals, who were equipped with enchanted armor created by the Empire's Magi-Tech engineers, capable of resisting conventional gunfire. However, the General's Guard used more comprehensive full-plate armor, while these cuirassiers only had breastplates covering their upper bodies. "Sergeant, their breastplates seem impenetrable," a machine gunner shouted while firing long bursts. "Don't panic. Shoot their horses. Shoot the horses." The sergeant's mind raced at this moment, and he immediately found the weakness of the cuirassiers. They were cuirassiers, not fully armored cavalry. Those tall war horses were not equipped with any enchanted armor. "Everyone listen. Aim for the horses. Knock them off their horses," he bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse with excitement and a touch of fear. Upon receiving the new order, the machine gunners immediately lowered their muzzles. Riflemen and submachine gunners also opened fire when the cavalry charged within 200 meters. The dense wall-like charging formation of the cavalry allowed them to hit their targets without precise aiming. The change in tactics had an immediate effect. Da-da-da-da. Bang bang bang. As a new round of firepower swept over, the cuirassiers in the front ranks immediately fell in swathes, like wheat being mowed down. Their war horses let out mournful wails amidst the dense hail of bullets, blood blossoming on their bodies, and their massive forms crashed to their knees and rolled, flinging their riders heavily off their backs. In an instant, the charging formation was thrown into disarray. The fallen horses in the front created a chaotic obstacle zone. However, the well-trained cuirassiers in the rear reacted extremely quickly. Some tried to go around, while others skillfully controlled their mounts, directly leaping over their fallen comrades and war horses. But just in this brief moment of chaos, an even more lethal volley of fire suddenly struck from their flank. Da-da-da-da-da. The sudden flank attack caught the charging cuirassiers off guard. Their breastplates could protect their chests, but the protection for the sides of their torsos was not adequate. In a flash, a large number of cavalry on the flank were mowed down, men and horses tumbling, screams echoing across the entire battlefield. This was the suppressive fire from the 2nd Platoon of the 3rd Company, who had been ordered to provide support. The 2nd Platoon leader, upon seeing the red signal flare and the enemy cavalry charge, immediately led his unit to occupy a slightly raised mound on the flank. This position perfectly exposed the flank of the charging cuirassiers to their firepower. The momentum of the cuirassiers' charge was completely halted. However, before the soldiers of the 2nd Platoon could even rejoice, they discovered that another squadron of cuirassiers in the distance had already separated from their allies and changed direction, launching a new charge towards their small mound. "Damn it! They're coming for us." The platoon leader of the 3rd Company's 2nd Platoon watched the newly appearing cuirassier squadron, which had unhesitatingly adjusted its direction of attack and was charging straight towards them, and couldn't help but curse under his breath. He knew that his platoon's position was exposed and had become a new target for the enemy. "3rd and 4th squads, turn your guns. Stop that new unit." He made a quick decision and roared. "1st and 2nd squads, continue to suppress those dismounted ones in front." The orders were swiftly carried out. 2 of the platoon's 4 light machine guns immediately split off and, along with a portion of riflemen, fired wildly at the newly charging cuirassier unit. On the other side, the charging formation led by Colonel Moliere had been shattered. Hiss! The magnificent black horse beneath him let out a mournful neigh, its body suddenly sinking. Several machine gun bullets simultaneously hit its chest and abdomen. The immense kinetic energy tore through flesh and blood, instantly staining its dark fur red. Colonel Moliere, being experienced, was prepared the moment he felt his mount was about to fall. His feet swiftly left the stirrups, and as the warhorse crashed down, he rolled sideways, absorbing most of the impact. Amidst the flying dust, he scrambled to his feet, not bothering to brush off the dirt, grabbed his fallen saber, and simultaneously drew the revolver at his waist, a symbol of his status. He glanced ahead. Only less than 40 meters remained to the enemy's position. Behind him, there were still over 40 cuirassiers who had managed to climb up from beside their fallen war horses. Most of them had lost the carbines from their holsters, leaving only the sabers in their hands. Victory was within reach. As long as they covered these last 40 meters, they could use their sharp sabers to show the Saxon infantry hiding behind the earthworks what true warriors were. God save Gaul! Long live the glory of the cavalry! Colonel Moliere let out a beastly roar, his upturned mustache trembling violently with rage. He no longer cared for aristocratic demeanor, and like a mad bull, brandishing his saber and revolver, he launched a final charge on foot towards the makeshift defensive line. God save Gaul! Long live the glory of the cavalry! The surviving cuirassiers were infected by their commander's ferocity. They let out a fanatical cry, raising their sabers high, and closely followed Colonel Moliere's retreating figure, launching a desperate charge. Meanwhile, in the woods on the other side, Captain Leo witnessed this chaotic and bloody scene. He saw the cuirassiers charge brutally halted by dense firepower, saw countless elite cavalry and their precious war horses fall in pools of blood, and saw Colonel Moliere, like a madman, leading his dismounted men in a charge. Now the entire battlefield had descended into utter chaos. Captain! What should we do? The adjutant asked anxiously. Leo glanced at the cuirassier squadron on the flank that was charging towards another Saxon position, and then at the dismounted cuirassiers in front who were making their final charge. He knew he had to do something. Second squadron, attention! Leo suddenly stood up, and with a click, chambered around in his carbine. Objective, the village ahead. Suppress their firing points and relieve pressure on the cuirassiers. He chose not to charge on horseback. The bloody scene just now made him realize that charging on horseback under such dense firepower was simply a live target. So he planned to lead his squadron of dragoon, deployed in a skirmish line, to utilize the cover of the terrain and first occupy the village. Captain Marchand, I ask you to outflank along the river, rendezvous with Captain Lafontaine, and then attack from the other side. Understood. Captain Marchand nodded, then immediately swung onto his horse. Mount up. Follow me. He roared at his men. He believed Captain Leo's arrangement was sound. The Saxons were being tied down by the three charging cuirassier squadrons, and the enemy's attention was also on Colonel Moliere. This was an excellent opportunity for the cavalry to leverage their mobility advantage and deliver a fatal blow from another direction. He led his squadron to remount, the soldiers raised their cavalry rifles, and quickly maneuvered towards the river. In an instant, the situation on this small battlefield southeast of Charleroi South City changed. The Gauls, relying on the excellent battlefield mobility of their cavalry, seized the brief window during the training assault battalion's defensive contraction. With an overwhelming force of 6 squadrons, 900 cavalry, they launched a fierce assault from 3 directions simultaneously, forming a massive encirclement. Although their attack was filled with the personal impetuosity of their commanders, the immense numerical superiority and extremely high offensive coordination instantly placed the 2 platoons of the training assault battalion, who were preparing to withdraw and provide support, in a situation of being cut off and surrounded. Damn it! Is cavalry really this effective when it moves? Inside the temporary command post in the city, Morin stared at the rapidly moving red arrows on the system map, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. He hadn't expected the enemy commander to be so reckless, daring to commit all his cavalry forces to such a large-scale charge without a clear understanding of the situation. What he also hadn't expected was the strong fighting will and mobility of these Gaulish cavalry, who were able to seize the gap created by the withdrawal of the city's outlying guard units in a short time, forming a deadly local advantage. The green unit markers representing the 2 platoons of the 3rd Company were now located over 200 meters outside the city. Allied forces within the city could only provide fire support at this point and dared not send anyone else out. Can't wait any longer. Morin suddenly grabbed the wired telephone on the table, which had just been set up, connecting to the artillery position outside the North City. Artillery position, can you provide fire support to the southeast of the city? Captain Mullen. We see the fighting over there. But the artillery position has only just been deployed. We haven't conducted ranging yet. Can't worry about that now, range and attack simultaneously. Yes, Captain Mullen. Chapter 174, Formidable Opponent. 40 meters was only a matter of a dozen seconds for the dismounted cuirassiers charging at full speed. But these dozen seconds felt like an eternity for both the attackers and defenders. Fire. Free fire. Kill them all. The sergeant, who was commanding the retreat of the outpost unit outside the city, lay behind the embankment, firing and shouting at the soldiers around him. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the Gallic officer who was waving his saber and charging at the very front. Da-da-da-da. Bang bang bang. Besides the continuous light machine guns, MP-14 submachine guns and Ju.98 rifles fired incessantly, and bullets rained down like hail on the dismounted cuirassiers charging forward. However, that damned enchanted cuirass once again displayed its astonishing defensive power. Colonel Moliere, who was at the forefront, was hit by several bullets. His body swayed violently a few times, and blue light flashed continuously on his breastplate. But he only grunted a few times, his steps faltered, yet he still stubbornly charged forward. The 9mm pistol rounds from the submachine gun, unless they hit the head or unprotected limbs, simply could not inflict effective damage on these cuirassiers. The close-range engagement was bloody and brutal. A cuirassier roared as he charged to the front of the embankment. He swung his saber, about to leap into the trench, when a young Saxon soldier instinctively raised his submachine gun and emptied an entire magazine into his chest. Da-da-da. Bullets sparked a series of blue flames on the cuirassier's breastplate, but failed to stop him in the slightest. The cuirassier grinned menacingly, and his saber slashed down fiercely. Pfft. Blood splattered, and the young soldier collapsed softly before he could even let out a scream. But the next second, an old soldier next to him roared, his Ju.98 rifle firing almost point-blank at the cuirassier's neck. The 7.92mm rifle round instantly tore open his unprotected throat, and the immense kinetic energy ripped his entire head backwards. Such scenes were constantly playing out at the front line of the position. Colonel Moliere finally charged to the front of the position. He kicked away a Saxon soldier who tried to stop him with a bayonet, pressed the muzzle of his revolver against another soldier's forehead, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Brain matter and blood splattered across his face, but he didn't care, waving his saber, frantically hacking and slashing at the surrounding enemies. He was like a wounded lion, erupting with astonishing combat power in his final moments. But 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Just as he cut down the third soldier, 3 or 4 dark muzzles were simultaneously pointed at him. Da-da-da-da. The dense hail of bullets from the submachine guns instantly engulfed him. The blue light of his enchanted breastplate flickered a few times, then finally extinguished completely. 4. Gall. Colonel Moliere's body fell heavily backward, his eyes still filled with endless unwillingness and madness. At the same time, the battle on the other side also entered a white-hot stage. Captain Leo, with his dragoon, had already charged into the village, attempting to attack the Saxon outpost unit from the rear. And Captain Marchand's dragoon had also arrived at the river to rendezvous with Captain Lafontaine's dragoon squadron. They held their long lances high, ready to deliver a fatal blow from the flank and rear to the Saxon infantry who were already engaged in a bitter fight. Across the entire battlefield, the Gaulish cavalry had formed an absolute numerical advantage and encirclement over the 2 platoons of the training assault battalion. The scales of victory seemed to have completely tipped in their favor. North of Charleroi, at the artillery position. The commander of this field artillery battalion, after putting down the phone, felt overwhelmed for a moment. Although the field artillery battalion had chosen a relatively high artillery position, which allowed them to see the flanks of the city, and he had also observed the movements of the Gauls cavalry on the left flank. Charleroi city is about 5 to 6 kilometers long from west to east, and this artillery position is about 4 kilometers in a straight line from both sides of the city. For the FK.96N/A 77mm field gun, it was exactly within range. But the problem was that their battalion had also just arrived in the early morning and had no time to calibrate the guns or prepare firing tables. However, at this moment, he knew he had to immediately provide fire support to friendly forces. And the village and its surroundings, which the dragoon were approaching, were also the most suitable place for artillery to attack at this moment. These fixed targets were also more suitable for emergency calibration. Can't worry about that much. The field artillery commander shouted to the gun crew with the highest tactical and technical skills in the entire battalion. Gun crew number 1. Target the village outside the city. Fire. Boom. A 77mm field gun roared, and a high explosive shell whistled into the sky. The artillery battalion commander held his binoculars, staring intently at the shell's landing point. A few seconds later, at the edge of the distant village, a ball of fire mixed with black smoke suddenly erupted. Close. Correct direction, increase range. The battalion commander quickly rattled off a string of numbers, fire directly after adjustment. The gunners quickly adjusted the gun's parameters, then fired again. Boom. Another shell flew out. This time, the shell accurately landed on a stone building at the edge of the village, and the blast wave of the explosion directly collapsed it. Good. Increase range again. The artillery battalion commander's spirits lifted, all gun crews. Target, village. 5-round salvo. Fire. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, 12 77mm field guns simultaneously let out a thunderous roar. Shells, like the scythe of death, whistled through the sky, carrying a sharp shriek as they rained down on that small village. Inside the village, Captain Leo was commanding his dragoon, using houses and broken walls as cover, and had reached a position at the edge of the village from which they could attack the Saxon soldiers. Just as he was preparing to organize an attack, a sharp, hair-raising whistle, from far to near, instantly enveloped the entire village. Artillery. Take cover. Leo's face instantly turned pale. He instinctively lunged towards an earthen wall beside him. No sooner had he spoken than a series of violent explosions boomed through the village. Boom. Rumble. The earth seemed to tremble. A rain of 12 77mm high explosive shells instantly covered the small village, turning it into a hellish inferno. Leo felt as if he had been slammed to the ground by an invisible giant hand. The dust and debris kicked up by the explosion rained down on him, shaking him senseless. Only a buzzing roar remained in his ears. He lay on the ground, mouth agape, then clutched his head tightly, feeling as if the whole world was spinning. Explosions followed one after another, round after round. Stone houses, like paper, were easily torn apart and collapsed in the explosions. Solid walls were blown open with huge gaps, and burning beams and rubble flew everywhere. Leo's dragoon were completely stunned. They had just been preparing to be hunters, attacking the enemy from behind, and the next second they were disoriented and suffered heavy casualties from this sudden, devastating artillery barrage. Some soldiers were directly blown away by the explosions, their bodies torn into pieces in mid-air, while others were buried by collapsed houses, unable to even cry for help. Leo didn't know how long the shelling lasted, but it felt like an eternity. When the explosions finally ceased, he staggered to his feet, and the scene before him sent a chill down his spine. The entire village had been reduced to ruins, with shattered walls and burning flames everywhere. His subordinates lay scattered on the ground, many covered in thick dust, motionless, their fates unknown. Their attack, before it could even truly unfold, was completely shattered by this artillery fire descending from the sky. How is this possible? How could they have artillery? Then why did they run at first? Captain Leo muttered to himself, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. If they had artillery support, they could have attacked the hidden woods when they scouted the village earlier. Why wait until now? Captain Leo probably would never have guessed that the Saxon artillery had only arrived an hour earlier than them and was completely unprepared. The previous shelling was entirely an extraordinary performance under emergency circumstances. But sometimes, it is these coincidences that form bizarre combat records. Meanwhile, the two dragoon squadrons that had teetered along the riverbank, preparing to outflank the Saxon infantry, suffered the same fate. After completing 5 rounds of salvo on the village, the artillery battalion commander immediately observed the dragoon bypassing the river with his binoculars, then mentally predicted their speed. After roughly calculating the distance, he ordered the gun crews to turn towards the open ground by the river. As Captain Lafontaine and Captain Marchand completed their rendezvous and had the dragoon deploy their formation, level their lances, and then launch their final charge, the whistle of death descended once again. The shells' landing points were extremely tricky, perfectly covering their path forward. Explosions erupted one after another within the cavalry ranks, men and horses tumbled, flesh and blood flew. The originally neat charging formation was instantly shattered into pieces. The cavalry, on the open riverbank, had nowhere to hide, becoming perfect targets for the shells. Panic spread through the ranks like a plague. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Someone shouted, and the entire unit instantly collapsed. The cavalry turned their horses around, fleeing desperately in other directions, completely devoid of their previous fierce momentum. This sudden artillery strike not only completely disintegrated the dragoon attack but also bought precious breathing room for the 2 Saxon infantry platoons who were already in a desperate situation on the front line. Well done! It's our artillery! The sergeant commanding this outpost unit nearly jumped up with excitement, looking at the flames rising from the village and the river. He glanced at the front of the position. The dismounted cuirassiers had been largely decimated, with only a few scattered ones still stubbornly resisting. But their ammunition was also running low. Grenades! Last round of grenades! Throw them and retreat! The sergeant pulled 2 grenades from his waist, removed the pins, and hurled them fiercely at the few remaining enemies in front. Boom! Boom! In the smoke and dust of the explosion, he pulled up the machine gunner beside him. Retreat! Quick! Covering fire! Run into the city!